Preface and Expedition Members of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Gray. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Preface. 14 years ago, Robert Falcon Scott was a rising naval officer, able, accomplished, popular, highly thought of by his superiors, and devoted to his noble profession. It was a serious responsibility to introduce him to take up the work of an explorer, yet no man living could be found who was so well fitted to command a great Antarctic expedition. The undertaking was new and unprecedented. The object was to explore the unknown Antarctic continent by land. Captain Scott entered upon the enterprise with enthusiasm tempered by prudence and sound sense, and all had to be learnt by a thorough study of the history of Arctic traveling, combined with the experience of different conditions in the Antarctic regions. Scott was the initiator and founder of Antarctic sledge traveling. His discoveries were of great importance: the survey and soundings along the barrier cliffs, the discovery of King Edward Land, the discovery of Ross Island and the other volcanic islets, the examination of the barrier surface, the discovery of Victoria Mountains, a range of great height and many hundreds of miles in length, which had only before been seen from a distance out at sea, and above all, the discovery of the great ice cap on which the South Pole is situated, by one of the most remarkable polar journeys on record. His small but excellent scientific staff worked hard and with trained intelligence, their results being recorded in 12 large quarto volumes. The great discoverer had no intention of losing touch with his beloved profession, though resolved to complete his Antarctic work. The exigency of the naval service called him to the command of battleships and to confidential work of the Admiralty, so that 5 years elapsed before he could resume his Antarctic labors. The object of Captain Scott's second expedition was mainly scientific, to complete and extend his former work in all branches of science. It was his ambition that in his ship there should be the most complete equipped expedition for scientific purposes connected with the polar regions, both as regard to men and material, that have ever left these shores. In this he succeeded. He had on board a fuller complement of geologists, one of them especially trained for the study of physiography, biologists, physicists, and surveyors than ever before composed the staff of the polar expedition. Thus, Captain Scott's objects were strictly scientific, including the completion and extension of his former discoveries. The results will be explained in the second volume of his work. They will be found to be extensive and important. Never before in the polar regions have meteorological, magnetic, and tidal observations been taken in one locality during 5 years. It was also part of Captain Scott's plan to reach the South Pole by a long and most arduous journey. But here again his intention was, if possible, to achieve scientific result on the way, especially hoping to discover fossils which would throw light on the former history of the great range of mountains which he had made known to science. The principal aim of this great man, for he rightly has his niche among the polar majors, was the advancement of knowledge. From all aspects Scott was among the most remarkable men of our time, and the vast number of readers of his journal will be deeply impressed with the beauty of his character. The chief traits which shone forth through his life were conspicuous in the hour of his death. There are few events in history to be compared for grandeur and pathos with the last closing scene in the silent wilderness of snow. The great leader, with the bodies of his dearest friends beside him, wrote and wrote until the pencil dropped from his dying grasp. There was no thought of himself, only the earnest desire to give comfort and consolation to others in their sorrow. His very last lines were written lest he who introduced him to enter upon Antarctic work should now feel regret for what he had done. If I cannot write to Sir Clements, tell him I thought much of him, and never regretted his putting me in command of the Discovery. Clements R. Markham, September 1913. British Antarctic Expedition, 1910. Shore Parties. Officers: Robert Falcon Scott, Captain, R.N., CVO. Edward R. G. R. Evans, Commander, R.N. Victor L. A. Campbell, Lieutenant, R.N., Emergency List. Henry R. Bowers, Lieutenant, R.N. Lawrence E. G. Oates, Captain, 6th Inskiing Dragoons. G. Murray Levick, Surgeon, R.N. Edward L. Atkinson, Surgeon, R.N., Parasitologist. Scientific Staff: Edward Adrian Wilson, M.A., M.B., Chief of the Scientific Staff and Zoologist. George C. Simpson, D.Sc., Meteorologist. T. Griffith Mayer, B.A., B.Sc., B.E., Geologist. Edward W. Nelson, Biologist. Frank Debenham, B.A., B.Sc., Geologist. Charles S. Wright, B.A., Physicist. Raymond E. Priestley, Geologist. Herbert G. Ponting, F.R.G.S., Camera Artist. Cecil H. Mears, in charge of dogs. Bernard C. Day, Motor Engineer. Apsley Cherry Gerard, B.A., Assistant Zoologist. Trygiv Gran, Sub-Lieutenant, Norwegian, N.R., Ski Expert. Men: W. Lashley, Chief Stoker. W. W. Archer, Chief Steward. Thomas Sisselt, Cook, late R.N. Edgar Evans, Petty Officer, R.N. Robert Ford, Petty Officer, R.N. Thomas Crean, Petty Officer, R.N. Thomas S. Williamson, Petty Officer, R.N. Patrick Keehan, Petty Officer, R.N. George P. Abbott, Petty Officer, R.N. Frank V. Browning, Petty Officer, 2nd Class, R.N. Harry Dickinson, Able Seaman, R.N. F.J. Hooper, Steward, late R.N. F.J. Hooper, Steward, late R.N. Anton Amanchenko, Groom. Dmitry Gurov, Dog Driver. Ship's Party. Officers: Harry L. L. Pinnell, Lieutenant, R.N. Henry E. D. P. Rennick, Lieutenant, R.N. Wilfred M. Bruce, Lieutenant, R.N.R. Francis R. H. Drake, Assistant Paymaster, R.N., retired, Secretary and Meteorologist in ship. Dennis G. Lilly, M.A., Biologist in ship. James R. Denison, in charge of mules in ship. Alfred B. Chenam, R.N.R., Boatswain. William Williams, O.N., Chief Engine Room Artificer, R.N., Engineer. William A. Horton, O.N., Engine Room Artificer, 3rd Class, R.N., 2nd Engineer. Francis E. C. Davies, O.N., Shipwright, R.N., Carpenter. Francis E. C. Davies, O.N., Shipwright, R.N., Carpenter. Frederick Parsons, Petty Officer, R.N. William L. Hild, late P.O., R.N. Arthur S. Bailey, Petty Officer, 2nd Class, R.N. Albert Balson, Leading Seaman, R.N. Joseph Lisi, O.N., Abled Seaman, R.N. John Hugh Mather, O.N., Petty Officer, R.N.V.R. Robert Oliphant, Able Seaman. Thomas F. McLean, Abled Seaman. Mortimer McCarthy, Able Seaman. William Nowells, Able Seaman. Charles Williams, Abled Seaman. James Skelton, Able Seaman. William MacDonald, Abled Seaman. James Patton, Able Seaman. Robert Brissenden, Leading Stoker, R.N. Edward A. McKenzie, Leading Stoker, R.N. William Burton, leading stoker, RN. Bernard J. Stone, leading stoker, RN. Angus MacDonald, fireman. Thomas McGillen, fireman. Charles Lamas, fireman. W. H. Neal, steward. End of preface and list of expedition members. Recording by Michael Gray, Tacoma, Washington.
Section 1 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russ Clough, Stoughton, Massachusetts. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 1. Through Stormy Seas. The Final Preparations in New Zealand. The first 3 weeks of November have gone with such a rush that I have neglected my diary and can only patch it up from memory. The dates seem unimportant, but throughout the period the officers and men of the ship have been unremittingly busy. On arrival, the ship was cleared of all the shore party stores, including huts, sledges, etc. Within 5 days she was in dock. Bowers attacked the ship's stores, surveyed, relisted, and restowed them, saving very much space by unstowing numerous cases and stowing the contents in the lazarette. Meanwhile, our good friend Miller attacked the leak and traced it to the stern. We found the false stem split, and in one case a hole bored for a long stem through bolt, which was much too large for the bolt. Miller made the excellent job in overcoming this difficulty, which I expected, and since the ship has been afloat and loaded, the leak is found to be enormously reduced. The ship still leaks, but the amount of water entering is little more than one would expect in an old wooden vessel. The stream, which was visible and audible inside the stern, has been entirely stopped. Without steam, the leak can now be kept under with the hand pump by 2 daily efforts of a quarter of an hour to 20 minutes. As the ship was, and in her present heavily laden condition, it would certainly have taken 3 to 4 hours each day. Before the ship left dock, Bowers and Wyatt were at work again in the shed with a party of stevedores, sorting and relisting the shore party stores. Everything seems to have gone without a hitch. The various gifts and purchases made in New Zealand were collected: butter, cheese, bacon, hams, some preserved meats, tongues. Meanwhile, the huts were erected on the waste ground beyond the harbor works. Everything was overhauled, sorted, and marked afresh to prevent difficulty in the south. Davies, our excellent carpenter, Ford, Abbott, and Cohane were employed in this work. The large green tent was put up, and proper supports made for it. When the ship came out of dock, she presented a scene of great industry. Officers and men of the ship, with a party of stevedores, were busy storing the holds. Miller's men were building horse stalls, caulking the decks, resecuring the deckhouses, putting in bolts and various small fittings. The engine room staff and Anderson's people on the engines, scientists were stowing their laboratories, the cook refitting his galley, and so forth. Not a single spot but had its band of workers. We prepared to start our stowage much as follows. The main hold contains all the shore party provisions and parts of the huts. Above this, on the main deck, is packed in wonderfully close fashion the remainder of the wood of the huts, the sledges, and traveling equipment, and the larger instruments and machines to be employed by the scientific people. This encroaches far on the men's space, but the extent has been determined by their own wish. They have requested, through Evans, that they should not be considered. They were prepared to pick it anyhow, and a few cubic feet of space didn't matter. Such is their spirit. The men's space, such as it is, therefore extends from the forehatch to the stem on the main deck. Under the forecastle are stalls for 15 ponies, the maximum the space would hold. The narrow, irregular space in front is packed tight with fodder. Immediately behind the forecastle bulkhead is a small booby hatch, the only entrance to the men's mess deck in bad weather. Next comes the foremast, and between that and the forehatch the galley and winch. On the port side of the forehatch are stalls for 4 ponies, a very stout wooden structure. Abaft the forehatch is the ice house. We managed to get 3 tons of ice, 162 carcasses of mutton, and 3 carcasses of beef, besides some boxes of sweetbreads and kidneys into this space. The carcasses are stowed in tiers with wooden battens between the tiers. It looks a triumph of orderly stowage, and I have great hope that it will ensure fresh mutton throughout our winter. On either side of the main hatch, and close up to the ice house, are 2 out of our 3 motor sledges. The third rests across the break of the poop in a space formerly occupied by a winch. In front of the break of the poop is a stack of petrol cases. A further stack surmounted with bales of fodder stands between the main hatch and the mainmast, and cases of petrol, paraffin, and alcohol arranged along either gangway. We have managed to get 405 tons of coal in bunkers in main hold, 25 tons in the space left in the forehold, and a little over 30 tons on the upper deck. The sacks containing this last, added to the goods already mentioned, make a really heavy deck cargo, and one is naturally anxious concerning it. But everything that can be done by lashing and securing has been done. The appearance of confusion on deck is completed by our 33 dogs chained to stanchions and bolts on the ice house and on the main hatch, between the motor sledges. Footnote: these included 33 sledging dogs and a collie bitch, Lassie. The 33 all-Siberian dogs, excepting the Esquimaux Peary and Borup, were collected by Mr. Mears, who drove them across Siberia to Vladivostok with the help of the dog driver Dmitry Girov, whom he had engaged for the expedition. From Vladivostok, where he was joined by Lieutenant Wilfred Bruce, he brought them by steamer to Sydney and thence to Lyleton. End of footnote. With all these stores on board, the ship still stood 2 inches above her load mark. The tanks are filled with compressed forage, except one, which contains 12 tons of fresh water, enough, we hope, to take us to the ice. Forage. I originally ordered 30 tons of compressed oat and hay from Melbourne. Oates has gradually persuaded us that this is insufficient, and our pony food weight has gone up to 45 tons, besides 3 or 4 tons for immediate use. The extra consists of 5 tons of hay, 5 or 6 tons of oil cake, 4 or 5 tons of bran, and some crushed oats. We are not taking any corn. We have managed to wedge in all the dog biscuits, the total weight being about 5 tons. Mears is reluctant to feed the dogs on seal, but I think we ought to do so during the winter. We stayed with the Kinseys at their house, Tihan at Clifton. The house stands at the edge of the cliff, 400 feet above the sea, and looks far over the Christchurch plains and the long northern beach which limits it. Close beneath one is the harbour bar and winding estuary of the 2 small rivers, the Avon and the Waimakiriri. Far away, beyond the plains, are the mountains, ever changing their aspect, and yet farther in over this northern sweep of sea can be seen in clear weather the beautiful snow-capped peaks of the Kaikoras. The scene is wholly enchanting, and such a view from some sheltered, sunny corner in a garden which blazes with masses of red and golden flowers tends to feelings of inexpressible satisfaction with all things. At night we slept in this garden, under peaceful skies, and by day I was off to my office in Christchurch, then perhaps to the ship or the island, and so home by the mountain road over the Port Hills. It is a pleasant time to remember, in spite of interruptions, and it gave time for many necessary consultations with Kinsey. His interest in the expedition is wonderful, and such interest, on the part of a thoroughly shrewd businessman, is an asset of which I have taken full advantage. Kinsey will act as my agent in Christchurch during my absence. I have given him an ordinary power of attorney, and I think have left him in possession of all facts. His kindness to us was beyond words. The voyage out. Saturday, November 26. We advertised our start at 3 p.m., and at 3 minutes to that hour, the Terra Nova pushed off from the jetty. A great mass of people assembled. Kay and I lunched with the party in the New Zealand Company's ship Rupahu, Mr. Kinsey, Ainsley, the Arthur and George Rhodes, Sir George Clifford, etc. Footnote: those who were named in these opening pages were all keen supporters of the expedition. Sir George Clifford, Bart and Messrs. Arthur and George Rhodes were friends from Christchurch. Mr. M. J. Miller, Mayor of Littleton, was a master shipwright and contractor who took great interest in both the Discovery and the Terra Nova, and stopped the leak in the latter vessel which had been so troublesome on the voyage out. Mr. Anderson belonged to the firm of John Anderson and Sons, engineers who owned Littleton Foundry. Mr. Kinsey was the trusted friend and representative who acted as the representative of Captain Scott in New Zealand during his absence in the South. Mr. Wyatt was business manager to the expedition. End of footnote. Kay and I went out in the ship, but left her inside the Heads after passing the Cambrian, the only naval ship present. We came home in the harbor tug, 2 other tugs followed the ship out, and innumerable small boats. Pointing busy with cinematograph, we walked over the hills to Sumner, saw the Terra Nova, a little dot to the southeast. Monday, November 28. Caught 8 o'clock express to Port Chalmers. Kinsey saw us off. Wilson joined train. Rhodes met us Timaru. Telegram to say Terra Nova had arrived Sunday night. Arrived Port Chalmers at 4:30. Found all well. Tuesday, November 29. Saw Fenwick. RE Central News. Agreement to town. Thanked Glendenning for handsome gift, 130 gray jerseys. To town hall to see Mayor. Found all well on board. We left the wharf at 2:30. Bright sunshine, very gay scene. If anything more craft following us than at Lyttelton. Mrs. Wilson, Mrs. Evans, and Kay left at heads and back in harbor tug. Other tugs followed farther with volunteer reserve gunboat. All left about 4:30. Pennell swung the ship for compass adjustment, then away. Evening. Loom of land and Cape Saunders light blinking. Wednesday, November 30. Noon, no miles. Light breeze from northward all day, freshening towards nightfall and turning to northwest. Bright sunshine. Ship pitching with southwesterly swell. All in good spirits except 1 or 2 sick. We are away, sliding easily and smoothly through the water, but burning coal. 8 tons in 24 hours reported 8 p.m. Thursday, December 1. The month opens well on the whole. During the night, the wind increased. We worked up to 8, to 9, and to 9.5 knots. Stiff wind from the northwest and confused sea. Awoke to much motion. The ship a queer and not altogether cheerful sight under the circumstances. Below, one knows all space is packed as tight as human skill can devise. And on deck, under the forecastle, 15 ponies, close side by side, 7 one side, 8 the other, heads together and groomed between, swaying continually in the plunging irregular motion. One takes a look through a hole in the bulkhead and sees a row of heads with sad, patient eyes come swinging up together from the starboard side, whilst those on the port side swing back. Then up come the port heads, whilst the starboard recede. It seems a terrible ordeal for these poor beasts to stand this day after day for weeks together. And indeed, though they continue to feed well, the strain quickly drags down their weight and condition. But nevertheless, the trial cannot be gauged from human standards. These are horses which never lie down, and all horses can sleep standing. Anatomically, they possess a ligament in each leg which takes their weight without strain. Even our poor animals will get rest and sleep in spite of the violent motion. Some 4 or 5 tons of fodder and the ever-watchful Anton take up the remainder of the forecastle space. Anton is suffering badly from seasickness, but last night he smoked a cigar. He smoked a little, then had an interval of evacuation, and back to his cigar whilst he rubbed his stomach and remarked to Oates, "No good. Gallant little Anton." There are 4 ponies outside the forecastle, and to leeward of the forehatch, and on the whole, perhaps, with shielding tarpaulins, they have a rather better time than their comrades. Just behind the ice house, and on either side of the main hatch, are 2 enormous packing cases containing motor sledges, each 16 by 5 by 4. Mounted as they are several inches above the deck, they take up a formidable amount of space. A third sledge stands across the break of the poop in the space hitherto occupied by the after winch. All these cases are covered with stout tarpaulin and lashed with heavy chain and rope lashings so that they may be absolutely secure. The petrol for these sledges is contained in tins and drums protected in stout wooden packing cases which are ranged across the deck immediately in front of the poop and abreast of the motor sledges. The quantity is 2.5 tons, and the space occupied considerable. Round and about these packing cases, stretching from the galley forward to the wheel aft, the deck stacked with coal bags forming our deck cargo of coal, now rapidly diminishing. We left Port Chalmers with 462 tons of coal on board, rather a greater quantity than I had hoped for, and yet the load mark was 3 inches above the water. The ship was over 2 feet by the stern, but this will soon be remedied. Upon the coal sacks, upon and between the motor sledges, and upon the ice house are grouped the dogs, 33 in all. They must perforce be chained up, and they are given what shelter is afforded on deck. But their position is not enviable. The seas continually break on the weather bulwarks and scatter clouds of heavy spray over the backs of all who must venture into the waist of the ship. The dogs sit with their tails to this invading water, their coats wet and dripping. It is a pathetic attitude, deeply significant of cold and misery. Occasionally some poor beast emits a long, pathetic whine. The group forms a picture of wretched dejection. Such a life is truly hard for these poor creatures. We manage somehow to find a seat for everyone at our cabin table, although the wardroom contains 24 officers. There are generally 1 or 2 on watch, which eases matters, but it is a squash. Our meals are simple enough, but it is really remarkable to see the manner in which our 2 stewards, Hooper and Neild, provide for all requirements, washing up, tidying cabin, and making themselves generally useful in the cheerfulest manner. With such a large number of hands on board, allowing 9 seamen in each watch, the ship is easily worked, and Meares and Oates have their appointed assistants to help them in custody of dogs and ponies. But on such a night as the last, with the prospect of dirty weather, the afterguard of volunteers is awake and exhibiting its delightful enthusiasm in the cause of safety and comfort. Some are ready to lend a hand if there is difficulty with ponies and dogs, others in shortening or trimming sails, and others again in keeping the bunkers filled with the deck coal. I think Priestley is the most seriously incapacitated by seasickness. Others who might be as bad have had some experience of the ship and her movement. Ponting cannot face meals, but sticks to his work. On the way to Port Chalmers, I am told that he posed several groups before the cinematograph, though obliged repeatedly to retire to the ship's side. Yesterday he was developing plates with the developing dish in one hand and an ordinary basin in the other. We have run 190 miles today, a good start, but inconvenient in one respect. We've been making for Campbell Island, but early this morning it became evident that our rapid progress would bring us to the island in the middle of the night, instead of tomorrow, as I had anticipated. The delay of waiting for daylight would not be advisable under the circumstances, so we gave up this item of our program. Later in the day, the wind has veered to the westward, heading us slightly. I trust it will not go further round. We are now more than a point to eastward of our course to the ice, and 3 points to leeward of that to Campbell Island, so that we should not have fetched the island anyhow. Friday, December 1. A day of great disaster. From 4 o'clock last night the wind freshened with great rapidity, and very shortly we were under topsails, jib, and staysail only. It blew very hard, and the sea got up at once. Soon we were plunging heavily and taking much water over the lee rail. Oates and Atkinson, with intermittent assistance from others, were busy keeping the ponies on their legs. Cases of petrol, forage, etc., began to break loose on the upper deck. The principal trouble was caused by the loose coal bags, which were bodily lifted by the sea and swung against the lashed cases. You know how carefully everything had been lashed, but no lashings could have withstood the onslaught of these coal sacks for long. They acted like battering rams. There was nothing for it but to grapple with the evil, and nearly all hands were laboring for hours in the waist of the ship, heaving coal sacks overboard and relashing the petrol cases, etc., in the best manner possible under such difficult and dangerous circumstances. The seas were continually breaking over these people, and now and again they would be completely submerged. At such times they had to cling for dear life to some fixture to prevent themselves being washed overboard, and with coal bags and loose cases washing about, there was every risk of such hold being torn away. No sooner was some semblance of order restored than some exceptionally heavy wave would tear away the lashing, and the work had to be done all over again. The night wore on, the sea and the wind ever rising, and the ship ever plunging more distractedly. We shortened sail to main topsail and staysail, stopped engines and hove to, but to little purpose. Tales of ponies down came frequently from forward, where Oates and Atkinson labored through the entire night. Worse was to follow, much worse. A report from the engine room that the pumps had choked and the water risen over the gratings. From this moment, about 4 a.m., the engine room became the center of interest. The water gained in spite of every effort. Lashley, to his neck in rushing water, stuck gamely to the work of clearing suctions. For a time, with donkey engine and bilge pump sucking, it looked as though the water would be got under, but the hope was short-lived. 5 minutes of pumping invariably led to the same result, a general choking of the pumps. The outlook appeared grim. The amount of water which was being made, with the ship so roughly handled, was most uncertain. We knew that normally the ship was not making much water, We also knew that a considerable part of the water rushing over the upper deck must be finding its way below. The decks were leaking in streams. The ship was very deeply laden. It did not need the addition of much water to get her waterlogged, in which condition anything might have happened. The hand pump produced only a dribble, and its suction could not be got at. As the water crept higher, it got in contact with the boiler and grew warmer. So hot at last that no one could work at the suctions. Williams had to confess he was beaten and must draw fires. What was to be done? Things for the moment appeared very black. The sea seemed higher than ever. It came over lee rail and poop, a rush of green water, the ship wallowed in it, a great piece of the bulwark carried clean away. The bilge pump is dependent on the main engine. To use the pump, it was necessary to go ahead. It was at such times that the heaviest seas swept in over the lee rail. Over and over again, the rail, from the fore-rigging to the main, was covered by a solid sheet of curling water which swept aft and high on the poop. On one occasion I was waist-deep when standing on the rail of the poop. The scene on the deck was devastating, and in the engine room the water, though really not in great quantity, rushed over the floor plates and frames in a fashion that gave it a fearful significance. The afterguard were organized in 2 parties by Evans to work buckets. The men were kept steadily going on the choked hand pumps. This seemed all that could be done for the moment, and what a measure to count as the sole safeguard of the ship from sinking, practically an attempt to bail her out. Yet, strange as it may seem, the effort had not been wholly fruitless. The strings of buckets, which had now been going for 4 hours, (Footnote: it was continued a day and a night), together with the dribble from the pump, has kept the water under. If anything, there is a small decrease. Meanwhile, we have been thinking of a way to get at the suction of the pump. A hole is being made in the engine-room bulkhead. The coal between this and the pump shaft will be removed, and a hole made in the shaft. With so much water coming on board, it is impossible to open the hatch over the shaft. We are not out of the wood, but hope dawns, as indeed it should for me, when I find myself so wonderfully served. Officers and men are singing chanties over the arduous work. Williams is working in sweltering heat behind the boiler to get the door made in the bulkhead. Not a single one has lost his good spirits. A dog was drowned last night. 1 pony is dead and 2 others in a bad condition. Probably they will go too. Occasionally a heavy sea would bear one of them away, and he was only saved by his chain. Mears, with some helpers, had constantly to be rescuing these wretched creatures from hanging, and trying to find them better shelter, an almost hopeless task. One poor beast was found hanging when dead. One was washed away with such force that his chain broke and he disappeared overboard. The next wave miraculously washed him on board again, and he is now fit and well. The gale has exacted heavy toll, but I feel all will be well if we can only cope with the water. Another dog has just been washed overboard, alas. Thank God the gale is abating. The sea is still mountainously high, but the ship is not laboring so heavily as she was. I pray we may be under sail again before morning. End of the first part of Chapter 1. Recording by Russ Clough, Stoughton, Massachusetts. Section 2 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russ Clough, Stoughton, Massachusetts. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 1. Through Stormy Seas. Saturday, December 3. Yesterday the wind slowly fell towards evening. Less water was taken on board. Therefore less found its way below, and it soon became evident that our bailing was gaining on the engine room. The work was steadily kept going in 2-hour shifts. By 10 p.m., the hole in the engine-room bulkhead was completed, and Lieutenant Evans, wriggling over the coal, found his way to the pump shaft and down it. He soon cleared the suction of the coal balls, a mixture of coal and oil, which choked it, and to the joy of all, a good stream of water came from the pump for the first time. From this moment it was evident we should get over the difficulty, and though the pump choked again on several occasions, the water in the engine-room steadily decreased. It was good to visit that spot this morning, and to find that the water no longer swished from side to side. In the forenoon fires were laid and lighted. The hand pump was got into complete order and sucked the bilges almost dry, so that great quantities of coal and ashes could be taken out. Now all is well again, and we are steaming and sailing steadily south within 2 points of our course. Campbell and Bowers have been busy relisting everything on the upper deck. This afternoon we got out the 2 dead ponies through the forecastle skylight. It was a curious proceeding, as the space looked quite inadequate for their passage. We looked into the ice house and found it in the best order. Though we are not yet safe, as another gale might have disastrous results, it is wonderful to realize the change which has been wrought in our outlook in 24 hours. The others have confessed the gravely serious view of our position which they shared with me yesterday, and now we are all hopeful again. As far as one can gather, besides the damage to the bulwarks of the ship, we have lost 2 ponies, 1 dog, 10 tons of coal, 65 gallons of petrol, and a case of the biologist's spirit. A serious loss enough, but much less than I expected. All things considered, we have come off lightly, but it was bad luck to strike a gale at such a time. The 3rd pony, which was down in a sling for some time in the gale, is again on its feet. It looks a little groggy, but may pull through if we don't have another gale. Osman, our best sledge dog, was very bad this morning, but he's been lying warmly in hay all day and is now much better. Several more were in a very bad way and needed nursing back to life. The sea and wind seem to be increasing again, and there is a heavy southerly swell. But the glass is high. We ought not to have another gale till it falls. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's journal. I must say I enjoyed it all from beginning to end, and as one bunk became unbearable after another, owing to the wet, and the comments became more and more to the point as people searched out dry spots here and there to finish the night in oilskins and greatcoats on the cabin or wardroom seats, I thought things were becoming interesting. Some of the staff were like dead men with seasickness. Even so, Cherry Garrard and Wright and Day turned out with the rest of us, and alternately worked and were sick. I have no seasickness on these ships myself under any conditions, so I enjoyed it all, and as I have the run of the bridge and can ask as many questions as I choose, I knew all that was going on. All Friday and Friday night we worked in 2 parties, 2 hours on and 2 hours off. It was heavy work filling and handing up huge buckets of water as fast as they could be given from one to the other, from the very bottom of the stokehold to the upper deck, up little metal ladders all the way. One was, of course, wet through the whole time in a sweater and trousers and sea boots, and every 2 hours one took these off and hurried in for a rest in a greatcoat, to turn out again in 2 hours and put in the same cold sopping clothes, and so on until 4 a.m. on Saturday, when we were bailed out between 4 and 5 tons of water and had so lowered it that it was once more possible to light fires and try the engines and the steam pump again, and to clear the valves in the inlet which had once more within reach. The fires had been put out at 11:40 a.m. and were then out for 22 hours while we bailed. It was a weird night's work, with the howling gale and the darkness and the immense seas running over the ship every few minutes, and no engines and no sail, and we all in the engine room, black as ink with the engine room oil and bilge pumps, singing chanties as we passed up slopping buckets full of bilge, each man above slopping a little over the heads of all below him. Wet through to the skin, so much so that some of the party worked altogether naked like Chinese coolies, and the rush of the wave backwards and forwards at the bottom grew hourly less in the dim light of a couple of engine-room oil lamps, whose light just made the darkness visible. The ship all the time rolling like a sodden lifeless log, her lee gunwale under water every time. December 3. We were all at work till 4 a.m., and then were all told off to sleep till 8 a.m. At 9:30 a.m. we were all on to the main hand pump, and lo and behold, it worked, and we pumped and pumped till 12:30, when the ship was once more only as full of bilge water as she always is, and the position was practically solved. There was one thrilling moment in the midst of the worst hour on Friday, when we were realizing that the fires must be drawn, and when every pump had failed to act, and when the bulwarks began to go to pieces, and the petrol cases were all afloat and going overboard, and the word was suddenly passed in a shout from the hands at work on the waist of the ship trying to save petrol cases that smoke was coming up through the seams in the afterhold. As this was full of coal and patent fuel, and was next to the engine room, and as it had not been opened for the airing, it required to get rid of gas on account of the flood of water on deck making it impossible to open the hatchways. The possibility of a fire there was patent to everyone, and it could not possibly have been dealt with in any way short of opening the hatches and flooding the ship, when she must have floundered. It was therefore a thrilling moment or two, until it was discovered that the smoke was really steam, arising from the bilge at the bottom having risen to the heated coal. End of footnote. Monday, December 5. Latitude 56 degrees 40 minutes. The barometer has been almost steady since Saturday, the wind rising and falling slightly, but steady in direction from the west. From a point off course we have crept up to the course itself. Everything looks prosperous except the ponies. Up to this morning, in spite of favorable wind and sea, the ship has been pitching heavily to a southwesterly swell. This has tried the animals badly, especially those under the forecastle. We had thought the ponies on the port side to be pretty safe, but 2 of them seemed to me to be groggy, and I doubt if they could stand more heavy weather without a spell of rest. I pray there be no more gales. We should be nearing the limits of the westerlies, but one cannot be sure for at least 2 days. There is still a swell from the southwest, though it is not nearly so heavy as yesterday, but I devoutly wish it would vanish altogether. So much depends on fine weather. December ought to be a fine month in the Ross Sea. It always has been, and just now conditions point to fine weather. Well, we must be prepared for anything, but I'm anxious about these animals of ours. The dogs have quite recovered since the fine weather. They are quite in good form again. Our deck cargo is getting reduced. All the coal is off the upper deck, and the petrol is restored in better fashion. As far as that is concerned, we should not mind another blow. Campbell and Bowers have been untiring in getting things straight on the deck. The idea of making our station Cape Crozier has again come on the tapis. There would be many advantages: the ease of getting there at an early date, the fact that none of the autumn or summer parties could be cut off, the fact that the main barrier could be reached without crossing crevasses, and that the track to the pole would be due south from the first, the mild condition and absence of blizzards at the penguin rookery, the opportunity of studying the emperor penguin incubation, and the new interest in the geology of terror, besides minor facilities such as the getting of ice, stones for shelter, etc. The disadvantages mainly consist in the possible difficulty of landing stores. A swell would make things very unpleasant, and might possibly prevent the landing of the horses and motors. Then again, it would be certain that some distance of bare rock would have to be traversed before a good snow surface was reached from the hut, and possibly a climb of 300 or 400 feet would intervene. Again, it might be difficult to handle the ship while stores were being landed, owing to current, bergs, and floe ice. It remains to be seen, but the prospect is certainly alluring. At a pinch, we could land the ponies in McMurdo Sound and let them walk around. The sun is shining brightly this afternoon. Everything is drying, and I think the swell continues to subside. Tuesday, December 6. Latitude 59 degrees 7 minutes, longitude 177 degrees 51 minutes east. Made good south 17 east, 153, 457 minutes to circle. The promise of yesterday has been fulfilled. The swell has continued to subside, and this afternoon we go so steadily that we have much comfort. I am truly thankful, mainly for the sake of the ponies. Poor things, they look thin and scraggy enough, but generally brighter and fitter. There is no doubt the forecastle is a bad place for them, but in any case some must have gone there. The 4 midship ponies, which were expected to be subject to the worst conditions, have had much better time than their fellows. A few ponies have swollen legs, but all are feeding well. The wind failed in the morning watch, and later a faint breeze came from the eastward. The barometer has been falling, but not on a steep gradient. It is still above normal. This afternoon it is overcast with a Scotch mist. Another day ought to put us beyond the reach of westerly gales. We still continue to discuss the project of landing at Cape Crozier, and the prospect grows more fascinating as we realize it. For instance, we ought from such a base to get an excellent idea of the barrier movement and of the relative movement amongst the pressure ridges. There is no doubt it would be a tremendous stroke of luck to get safely landed there with all our paraphernalia. Everyone is very cheerful. One hears laughter and song all day. It's delightful to be with such a merry crew. A week from New Zealand today. Wednesday, December 7. Latitude 61 degrees 22 minutes. Longitude 179 degrees 56 minutes west. Made good South 25, East 150. Antarctic Circle 313 minutes. The barometer descended on a steep, regular gradient all night, turning suddenly to an equally steep upgrade this morning. With the turn, a smart breeze sprang up from the southwest and forced us 3 points off our course. The sea has remained calm, seeming to show that the ice is not far off. This afternoon temperature of air and water both 34 degrees, supporting the assumption. The wind has come fair and we are on our course again, going between 7 and 8 knots. Quantities of whale birds about the ship. The first fulmars and the first McCormick skua seen. Last night saw hourglass dolphins about. Sooty and black-browed albatross continue, with cave chickens. The cold makes people hungry, and one gets just a tremor on seeing the marvelous disappearance of consumables when our 24 young appetites have to be appeased. Last night I discussed the Western Geological Party, and explained to Ponting the desirability of his going with it. I had thought he ought to be in charge, as the oldest and most experienced traveler, and mentioned it to him, then to Griffith Taylor. The latter was evidently deeply disappointed, so we three talked the matter out between us, and Ponting at once disclaimed any right and announced cheerful agreement with Taylor's leadership. It was a satisfactory arrangement, and shows Ponting in a very pleasant light. I'm sure he's a very nice fellow. I would record here a symptom of the spirit which actuates the men. After the gale, the main deck under the forecastle space in which the ponies are stabled leaked badly, and the dirt of the stable leaked through on hammocks and bedding. Not a word has been said. The men living in that part have done their best to fend off the nuisance with oilskins and canvas, but without a sign of complaint. Indeed, the discomfort throughout the mess deck has been extreme. Everything has been thrown about. Water has found its way down in a dozen places. There is no daylight, and air can come only through the small forehatch. The artificial lamplight has given much trouble. The men have been wetted to the skin repeatedly on deck, and have no chance of drying their clothing. All things considered, their cheerful fortitude is little short of wonderful. First ice. There was a report of ice at dinner tonight. Evans corroborated Cheatham's statement that there was a berg far away to the west, showing now and again as the sun burst through the clouds. Thursday, December 8. 63 degrees, 20 minutes, and 177 degrees, 22 minutes. South 31, East 138 minutes, to circle 191 minutes. The wind increased in the first watch last night to a moderate gale. The ship, close-hauled, held within 2 points of her course. Topgallant sails and mainsail were furled, and later in the night the wind gradually crept ahead. At 6 a.m. we were obliged to furl everything, and throughout the day we have been plunging against a stiff breeze and moderate sea. This afternoon, by keeping a little to eastward of the course, we have managed to get fore and aft sail filled. The barometer has continued its steady upward path for 24 hours. It shows signs of turning, having reached within 1/10 of 30 inches. It was light throughout last night, always a cheerful condition. But this headwind is trying to the patience, more especially as our coal expenditure is more than I estimated. We managed 62 or 63 revolutions on about 9 tons, but have to distill every 3 days at expense of half a ton. And then there is a weekly half-ton for the cook. It is certainly a case of fighting one's way south. I was much disturbed last night by the motion. The ship was pitching and twisting with short, sharp movements on a confused sea, and with every plunge my thoughts flew to our poor ponies. This afternoon they are fairly well, but one knows that they must be getting weaker as time goes on, and one longs to give them a good sound rest with the ship on an even keel. Poor patient beasts. One wonders how far the memory of such fearful discomfort will remain with them. Animals so often remember places and conditions where they have encountered difficulties or hurt. Do they only recollect circumstances which are deeply impressed by some shock or fear or sudden pain? And does the remembrance of prolonged strain pass away? Who can tell? But it would seem strangely merciful if nature should blot out these weeks of slow but inevitable torture. The dogs are in great form again. For them, the greatest circumstance of discomfort is to be constantly wet. It was this circumstance, prolonged throughout the gale, which nearly lost us our splendid leader, Osman. In the morning he was discovered utterly exhausted and only feebly trembling. Life was very nearly out of him. He was buried in hay and lay so for 24 hours, refusing food. The wonderful hardihood of his species was again shown by the fact that within another 24 hours he was, to all appearances, as fit as ever. Antarctic petrels have come about us. This afternoon one was caught. Later, about 7 p.m., Evans saw 2 icebergs far on the port beam. They could only be seen from the masthead. Whales have been frequently seen, Balanoptera sibbaldii, supposed to be the biggest mammal that has ever existed. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's journal. We watched 2 or 3 immense blue whales at fairly short distance. This is Balanoptera sibbaldii. One sees first a small dark hump appear, and then immediately a jet of gray fog squirted upwards 15 to 18 feet, gradually spreading as it rises vertically into the frosty air. I have been nearly in these blows once or twice, and had the moisture in my face with a sickening smell of shrimpy oil. Then the bump elongates, and up rolls an immense blue-gray or blackish-gray round back with a faint ridge along the top, on which presently appears a small hook-like dorsal fin, and then the whole sinks and disappears. End of footnote. Friday, December 9, 65 degrees, 8 minutes, and 177 degrees, 41 minutes. Made good, south 4, west 109 minutes. Scott Island, south 22, west 147 minutes. At 6 this morning, bergs and pack were reported ahead. At first we thought the pack might consist only of fragments of the bergs, but on entering a stream we found small, worn floes, the ice not more than 2 or 3 feet in thickness. I had hoped that we should not meet it till we reached latitude 66.5, or at least 66. We decided to work to the south and west as far as the open water would allow, and have met with some success. At 4 p.m., as I write, we are still in open water, having kept a fairly straight course and come through 5 or 6 light streams of ice, none more than 300 yards across. We have passed some very beautiful bergs, mostly tabular. The heights have varied from 6 to 80 feet, and I am getting to think that this part of the Antarctic yields a few bergs of greater altitude. 2 bergs deserve some description. One, passed very close on port hand in order that it might be cinematographed, was about 80 feet in height and tabular. It seemed to have been calved at a comparatively recent date. The above picture shows its peculiarities, and points to the desirability of close examination of other berg faces. There seemed to be a distinct difference of origin between the upper and lower portions of the berg, as though a land glacier had been covered by a layer and layer of seasonal snow. Then again, what I have described as intrusive layers of blue ice was a remarkable feature. One could imagine that these layers represent surfaces which have been transformed by regulation under hot sun and wind. This point required investigation. The second berg was distinguished by innumerable vertical cracks. These seemed to run crisscross and to weaken the structure, so that the various seracs formed by them had bent at different angles and shapes, giving a very irregular surface to the berg, and a face scarred with immense vertical fissures. One imagines that such a berg has come from a region of ice disturbance such as King Edward's Land. We have seen a good many whales today, rorquals with high black spouts, Balanoptera sibbaldii. The birds with us, Antarctic and snow petrel, a fulmar, and this morning Cape pigeon. We have pack ice further north than expected, and it's impossible to interpret the fact. One hopes that we shall not have anything heavy, but I'm afraid there's not much to build upon. 10 p.m. We have made good progress throughout the day, but the ice streams thicken as we advance, and on either side of us the pack now appears in considerable fields. We still pass quantities of bergs, perhaps nearly 1/2 the number tabular, but the rest worn and fantastic. The sky has been wonderful, with every form of cloud and every condition of light and shade. The sun has continually appeared through breaks in the cloudy heavens from time to time, brilliantly illuminating some field of pack, some steep walled berg, or some patch of bluest sea. So sunlight and shadow have chased each other across our scene. Tonight there is little or no swell. The ship is on an even keel, steady save for the occasional shocks of striking ice. It is difficult to express the sense of relief the steadiness gives after our storm-tossed passage. One can only imagine the relief and comfort afforded to the ponies. But the dogs are visibly cheered, and the human element is full of gaiety. The voyage seems full of promise in spite of the imminence of delay. If the pack becomes thick, I shall certainly put the fires out and wait for it to open. I do not think it ought to remain close for long in this meridian. Tonight we must be beyond the 66th parallel. Saturday, December 10. Dead reckoning 66 degrees 38 minutes, longitude 178 degrees 47 minutes. Made good, south 17, west 94. See Crozier 688 minutes. Stayed on deck till midnight. The sun just dipped below the southern horizon. The scene was incomparable. The northern sky was gloriously rosy and reflected in the calm sea between the ice, which varied from burnished copper to salmon pink. Bergs and packs to the south had a pale greenish hue with deep purple shadows. The sky shaded to saffron and pale green. We gazed long at these beautiful effects. The ship made through Leeds during the night. Morning found us pretty well at the end of the open water. We stopped to water ship from a nice hummocky floe. We made about 8 tons of water. Rennick took a sounding, 1,960 fathoms. The tube brought up 2 small lumps of volcanic lava with the usual Globergina ooze. Wilson shot a number of Antarctic petrel and snowy petrel. Nelson got some crustaceans and other beasts with a vertical tow net, and got a water sample and temperatures at 400 meters. The water was warmer at that depth. About 1:30 we proceeded at first through fairly easy pack, then in amongst very heavy old floes grouped about a big berg. We shot out of this and made a detour, getting easier going. But though the floes were less formidable as we proceeded south, the pack grew thicker. I noticed large floes of comparatively thin ice, very sodden and easily split. These are similar to some we went through in the Discovery, but tougher by a month. At 3 we stopped and shot 4 crab-eater seals. Tonight we had the livers for dinner. They were excellent. Tonight we are in very close pack. It is doubtful if it is worth pushing on, but an arch of clear sky which is shown to the southward all day makes me think that there must be clearer water in that direction, perhaps only some 20 miles away, but 20 miles is much under present conditions. As I came below to bed at 11 p.m., Bruce was slogging away, making fair progress, but now and again brought up altogether. I noticed the ice was becoming much smoother and thinner, with occasional signs of pressure, between which the ice was very thin. We had been very carefully into all the evidence of former voyages to pick the best meridian to go south on, and I thought, and still think, that the evidence points to the 178 west as the best. We entered back more or less on this meridian, and have been rewarded by encountering worse conditions than any ships had before. Worse, in fact, than I imagined would have been impossible on any other meridian of those which we could have chosen. To understand the difficulty of the position, you must appreciate what the pack is and how little is known of its movements. The pack in this part of the world consists, 1. of the ice which has formed over the sea on the fringe of the Antarctic continent during the last winter, 2. of very heavy old ice floes which have broken out of bays and inlets during the previous summer, but have not had time to get north before the winter set in, 3. of comparatively heavy ice formed over the Ross Sea earlier in the last winter, and 4. of comparatively thin ice which has formed over parts of the Ross Sea in middle or towards the end of the last winter. Undoubtedly, throughout the winter, all ice sheets move and twist, tear apart and press into ridges, and thousands of bergs charge through these sheets, raising hummocks and lines of pressure and mixing things up. Then, of course, where such rents are made in the winter, the sea freezes again, forming a newer and thinner sheet. With the coming of summer, the northern edge of the sheet decays, and the heavy ocean swell penetrates it, gradually breaking it into smaller and smaller fragments. Then the whole body moves to the north, and the swell of the Ross Sea attacks the southern edge of the pack. This makes it clear why at the northern and southern limits the pieces or ice floes are comparatively small, whilst in the middle the floes may be 2 or 3 miles across, and why the pack may and does consist of various natures of ice floes in extraordinary confusion. Further, it will be understood why the belt grows narrower and the floes thinner and smaller as the summer advances. We know that where thick pack may be found early in January, open water and a clear sea may be found in February, and broadly that the later the date, the easier the chance of getting through. A ship going through the pack must either break through the floes, push them aside, or go round them, observing that she cannot push floes which are more than 200 or 300 yards across. Whether a ship can get through or not depends on the thickness and nature of the ice, the size of the floes, and the closeness with which they are packed together, as well as on our own power. The situation of the main bodies of pack and the closeness with which the floes are packed depend almost entirely on the prevailing winds. One cannot tell what winds have prevailed before one's arrival, therefore one cannot know much about the situation or density. Within limits, the density is changing from day to day and even from hour to hour. Such changes depend on the wind, but it may not necessarily be a local wind, so that at times they seem almost mysterious. One sees the floes pressing closely against one another at a given time, and an hour or two afterwards a gap of a foot or more may be seen between each. When the floes are pressed together, it is difficult, sometimes impossible, to force a way through. But when there is release of pressure, the sum of many little gaps allows one to take a zigzag path. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Russ Clough, Stoughton, Massachusetts.
Section 3 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 2. In the Pack. Sunday, December 11th. The ice grew closer during the night, and at 6 it seemed hopeless to try and get ahead. The pack here is very regular. The floes about 2½ feet thick and very solid. They are pressed closely together, but being irregular in shape, open spaces frequently occur, generally triangular in shape. It might be noted that such ice as this occupies much greater space than it originally did when it formed a complete sheet. Hence, if the Ross Sea were wholly frozen over in the spring, the total quantity of pack to the north of it, when it breaks out, must be immense. The ice looks as though it must have come from the Ross Sea, and yet one is puzzled to account for the absence of pressure. We have lain tight in the pack all day, the wind from 6 a.m., strong from west and northwest, with snow. The wind has eased tonight, and for some hours the glass, which fell rapidly last night, has been stationary. I expect the wind will shift soon. Pressure on the pack has eased, but so far it has not opened. This morning Rennick got a sounding at 2015 fathoms from bottom, similar to yesterday, with small pieces of basic lava. These two soundings appear to show a great distribution of this volcanic rock by ice. The line was weighed by hand after the soundings. I read service in the wardroom. This afternoon all hands have been away on ski over the floes. It is delightful to get the exercise. I am much pleased with the ski and ski boots. Both are very well adapted to our purposes. This waiting requires patience, though I suppose it was to be expected at such an early season. It is difficult to know when to try and push on again. Monday, December 12th. The pack was a little looser this morning. There was a distinct, long swell, apparently from northwest. The floes were not apart, but barely touching the edges, which were hard pressed yesterday. The wind still holds from northwest, but lighter. Gran, Oates, and Bowers went on ski towards a reported island, about which there had been some difference of opinion. I felt certain it was a berg, and it proved to be so, only of a very curious dome shape with very low cliffs all about. Fires were ordered for 12, and at 11:30 we started steaming with plain sail set. We made and are making fair progress on the whole, but it is very uneven. We escaped from the heavy floes about us into much thinner pack, then through 2 water holes, then back to the thinner pack, consisting of thin floes of large area, fairly easily broken. All went well till we struck heavy floes again, Then for half an hour we stopped dead. Then on again, and since alternately bad and good, that is, thin young floes and hoary older ones, occasionally a pressed-up berg, very heavy. The best news of yesterday was that we drifted 15 miles to the southeast, so that we have not really stopped our progress at all, though it has, of course, been pretty slow. I really don't know what to think of the pack, or when to hope for open water. We tried Atkinson's blubber stove this afternoon with great success. The interior of the stove holds a pipe in a single coil pierced with holes on the underside. These holes drip oil onto an asbestos burner. The blubber is placed in a tank suitably built around the chimney. The overflow of oil from this tank leads to the feed pipe in the stove, with a cock to regulate the flow. A very simple device, but, as has been shown, a very effective one. The stove gives great heat, but, of course, some blubbers smell. However, with such stoves in the south, one would never lack cooked food or warm hut. Discussed with Wright, the fact that the hummocks on sea ice always yield fresh water, we agreed that the brine must simply run down out of the ice. It will be interesting to bring up a piece of sea ice and watch this process, but the fact itself is interesting, as showing that the process producing the hummock is really producing fresh water. It may also be noted as a phenomenon which makes all the difference to the ice navigator. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's Journal. December 18th. Watered ship at a tumbled floe. Sea ice, when pressed up into large hummocks, gradually loses all its salt. Even when sea water freezes, it squeezes out the great bulk of its salt as a solid, but the sea water gets into it by soaking again, and yet when held out of the water, as it is in a hummock, the salt all drains out, and the melted ice is blue and quite good for drinking, engines, etc. End of footnote. Truly, the getting to our winter quarters is no light task. At first the gales and heavy seas, and now this continuous fight with the pack ice. 8 p.m. We are getting on with much bumping and occasional hold-ups. Tuesday, December 13th. I was up most of the night. Never have I experienced such rapid and complete changes of prospect. Cheetham, in the last dog-watch, was running the ship through sludgy new ice, making with all sail set 4 or 5 knots. Bruce in the first took over as we got into heavy ice again, but after a severe tussle got through into better conditions. The ice of yesterday loose with sludgy thin floes between. The middle watch found us making for an open lead, the ice around hard and heavy. We got through, and by sticking to the open water, and then to some recently frozen pools, made good progress. At the end of the middle watch, trouble began again, and during this and the first part of the morning we were wrestling with the worst conditions we have met. Heavy hummocked bay ice, the floes standing 7 or 8 feet out of water, and very deep below. It was just such ice as we encountered at King Edward's Land, in the Discovery. I've never seen anything more formidable. The last part of the morning watch was spent in a long, recently frozen lead or pool, and the ship went well ahead again. These changes sound tame enough, but they are a great strain on one's nerves. One is forever wondering whether one has done right in trying to come down so far east, and having regard to coal, what ought to be done under the circumstances. In the first watch came many alterations of opinion. Time and again it looks as though we ought to stop, when it seemed futile to be pushing and pushing without result. Then would come a stretch of easy going, and the impression that all was going very well with us. The fact of the matter is, it is difficult not to imagine the conditions in which one finds oneself to be more extensive than they are. It is wearing to have to face new conditions every hour. This morning we met at breakfast in great spirits. The ship has been boring along well for 2 hours. Then Cheetham suddenly ran her into a belt of the worst, and we were held up immediately. We can push back again, I think, but meanwhile we have taken advantage of the conditions to watership. These big floes are very handy for that purpose at any rate. Rennick got a sounding, 2,124 fathoms, similar bottom, including volcanic lava. December 13th, continued, 67° 30 south, 177° 58 west. Made good, S20, E27. See Crozier, S21, west 644. We got in several tons of ice, then pushed off, and slowly and laboriously worked our way to one of the recently frozen pools. It was not easily crossed, but when we came to its junction with the next part to the southwest, in which direction I proposed to go, we were quite hung up. A little inspection showed that the big floes were tending to close. It seems as though the tenacity of the 6 or 7 inches of recent ice over the pools is enormously increased by lateral pressure. But whatever the cause, we could not budge. We have decided to put fires out and remain here till the conditions change altogether for the better. It is sheer waste of coal to make further attempts to break through as things are at present. We've been set to the east during the past days. Is it the normal set in the region, or due to the prevalence of westerly winds? Possibly much depends on this as concerns our date of release. It is annoying, but one must contain one's soul in patience and hope for a brighter outlook in a day or two. Meanwhile, we shall sound and do as much biological work as is possible. The pack is a sunless place, as a rule. This morning we had bright sunshine for a few hours, but later the sky clouded over from the north again, and now it is snowing dismally. It is calm. Wednesday, December 14th. Position north 2, west 1/2. The pack still close around. From the masthead one can see a few patches of open water in different directions, but the main outlook is the same scene of desolate, hummocky pack. The wind has come from the southwest, force 2. We have bright sunshine and good sights. The ship has swung to the wind, and the floes around are continually moving. They change their relative positions in a slow, furtive, creeping fashion. The temperature is 35°, the water 29.2° to 29.5. Under such conditions the thin, sludgy ice ought to be weakening all the time. A few inches of such stuff should allow us to push through anywhere. One realizes the awful monotony of a long stay in the pack, such as Nansen and others experienced. One can imagine such days as these lengthening into interminable months and years. For us there is novelty, and everyone has work to do or makes work, so that there is no keen sense of impatience. Nelson and Lilly were up all night with the current meter. It is not quite satisfactory, but some result has been obtained. They will also get a series of temperatures and samples, and use the vertical tow net. The current is satisfactory. Both days the fixes have been good. It is best that we should go north and west. I had a great fear that we should be drifted east, and so away to regions of permanent pack. If we go on in this direction, it can only be a question of time before we are freed. We've all been away on ski on the large floe, to which we anchored this morning. Gran is wonderfully good and gives instruction well. It was hot, and garments came off one by one. The soldier, Captain Oates' nickname, and Atkinson were stripped to the waist eventually, and have been sliding around the floe for some time in that condition. Nearly everyone has been wearing goggles. The glare is very bad. Pontine tried to get a colour picture, but unfortunately the ice colours are too delicate for this. Tonight Campbell, Evans, and I went over the floe, and each in turn towed the other two. It was fairly easy work, that is, to pull 310 to 320 pounds. One could pull it perhaps more easily on foot, yet it would be impossible to pull such a load on a sledge. What a puzzle this pulling of loads is! If one could think that this captivity was soon to end, there would be little reason to regret it. It is giving practice with our deep-sea gear, and has made everyone keen to learn the proper use of ski. The swell has increased considerably, but it is impossible to tell from what direction it comes. One can simply note that the ship and brash ice swing to and fro, bumping into the floe. Note from the glossary: brash, small ice fragments from a floe that is breaking up. End of note. We opened the ice house today and found the meat in excellent condition, most of it still frozen. Thursday, December 15th. 66° 23' south, 177° 59' west. Sit. North 2, east 5 1/2. In the morning the conditions were unaltered. Went for a ski run before breakfast. It makes a wonderful difference to get the blood circulating by a little exercise. After breakfast we served out ski to the men of the landing party. They are all very keen to learn, and Gran has been out morning and afternoon giving instruction. Meares got some of his dogs out and a sledge. 2 lots of 7, those that looked in worse condition, and several are getting very fat, were tried. They were very short of wind. It is difficult to understand how they can get so fat, as they only get 2½ biscuits a day at the most. The ponies are looking very well on the whole, especially those in the outside stalls. Rennick got a sounding today, 1,844 fathoms. Reversible thermometers were placed close to bottom and 500 fathoms up. We shall get a very good series of temperatures from the bottom up during the wait. Nelson will try to get some more current observations tonight or tomorrow. It is very trying to find oneself continually drifting north, but one is thankful not to be going east. Tonight it has fallen calm, and the floes have decidedly opened. There is a lot of water about the ship, but it does not look to extend far. Meanwhile the brash and thinner floes are melting. Everything of that sort must help, but it's trying to the patience to be delayed like this. We have seen enough to know that with a northwesterly or westerly wind, the floes tend to pack, and that they open when it is calm. The question is, will they open more with an easterly or southeasterly wind? That is the hope. Signs of open water round and about are certainly increasing rather than diminishing. Friday, December 16th. The wind sprang up from the northeast this morning, bringing snow, the light hail, and finally rain. It grew very thick and has remained so all day. Early the floe on which we had done so much skiing broke up, and we gathered in our ice anchors, then put on head sail, to which she gradually paid off. With a fair wind we set sail on the foremast, and slowly but surely she pushed the heavy floes aside. At lunch-time we entered a long lead of open water, and for nearly half an hour we sailed along comfortably in it. Entering the pack again, we found the floes much lighter, and again pushed on slowly. In all, we may have made as much as 3 miles. I have observed for some time some floes of immense area forming a chain of lakes in this pack, and have been most anxious to discover their thickness. They are most certainly the result of the freezing of comparatively recent pools in the winter pack, and it follows that they must be getting weaker day by day. If one could be certain, firstly, that these big areas extend to the south, and secondly, that the ship could go through them, it would be worth getting up steam. We've arrived at the edge of one of these floes, and the ship will not go through under sail, but I'm sure she would do so under steam. Is this a typical floe, and are there more ahead? One of the ponies got down this afternoon. Oates thinks it was probably asleep and fell, but the incident is alarming. The animals are not too strong. On this account, this delay is harassing, otherwise we should not have much to regret. Saturday, December 17th, 67° 24, 177° 34. Drift for 48 hours, south 82, east 9.7. Note from the glossary. Drift. Snow swept from the ground, like dust, and driven before the wind. End of note. It rained hard, and the glass fell rapidly last night, with every sign of a coming gale. This morning the wind increased to force 6 from the west, with snow. At noon, the barograph curve turned up and the wind moderated. The sky gradually clearing. Tonight it is fairly bright and clear. There is a light southwesterly wind. It seems rather as though the great gales of the westerlies must begin in these latitudes, with such mild disturbances as we have just experienced. I think it is the first time I have known rain beyond the Antarctic circle. It is interesting to speculate on its effect in melting the floes. We have scarcely moved all day, but bergs, which have become quite old friends through the week, are on the move, and one has approached and almost circled us. Evidently these bergs are moving about in irregular fashion, only they must have all travelled a little east in the 48 hours, as we have done. Another interesting observation tonight is that of the slow passage of a stream of old heavy floes, past the ship and the lighter ice in which she is held. There are signs of water sky to the south, and I'm impatient to be off, but still one feels that waiting may be good policy, and I should certainly contemplate waiting some time longer if it weren't for the ponies. Everyone is wonderfully cheerful. There is laughter all day. Nelson finished his series of temperatures and samples today with an observation at 1800 meters. Series of sea temperatures. December 14th. Depth meters, 0. Temperature, uncorrected, negative 1.67. At 10 meters, negative 1.84. 20, negative 1.86. 30, negative 1.89. 50, negative 1.92. 75, negative 1.93. 100, negative 1.80. 125, negative 1.11. 150, negative 0.63. At 200, 0.24. 500, 1.18. 1500, 0.935. For December 17th, 1800 meters, temperature 0.61. 2300 meters, temperature 0.48. For December 15th, 2800 meters, temperature 0.28. 3220, 0.11. 3650, negative 0.13, no sample. At 3,891, bottom. For December 20th, 2,300, parentheses, 1260 FMS, temperature 0.48 degrees centigrade. At 3,220, parentheses, 1,660 FMS, 0.11 degrees centigrade. 3,300, bottom. A curious point is that the bottom layer is 2/10 higher on the 20th, remaining in accord with the same depth on the 15th. Sunday, December 18th. In the night it fell calm and the floes opened out. There's more open water between the floes around us, yet not a great deal more. In general, what we have observed on the opening of the pack means a very small increase in the open water spaces, but enough to convey the impression that the floes, instead of wishing to rub shoulders and grind against one another, desire to be apart. They touch lightly, where they touch at all. Such a condition makes much difference to the ship in attempts to force her through, as each floe is freer to move on being struck. If a pack be taken as an area bounded by open water, it is evident that a small increase of the periphery, or a small outward movement of the floes, will add much to the open water spaces, and create a general freedom. The opening of this pack was reported at 3 a.m., and orders were given to raise steam. The die is cast, and we must now make a determined push for the open southern sea. There is a considerable swell from the northwest. It should help us to get along. Evening. Again extraordinary differences of fortune. At first things looked very bad. It took nearly half an hour to get started, much more than an hour to work away to one of the large area floes to which I have referred. Then, to my horror, the ship refused to look at it. Again, by hard fighting, we worked away to a crack running across this sheet, and to get through this crack required many stoppages and engine reversals. Then we had to shoot away south to avoid another unbroken floe of large area, but after we had rounded this, things became easier. From 6 o'clock we were almost able to keep a steady course, only occasionally hung up by some thicker floe. The rest of the ice was fairly recent and easily broken. At 7, the leads of recent ice became easier still, and at 8 we entered a long lane of open water. For a time we almost thought we had come to the end of our troubles, and there was much jubilation. But alas, at the end of the lead we have come again to heavy bay ice. It is undoubtedly this mixture of bay ice which causes the open leads, and I cannot but think that this is the King Edward's land pack. We are making southwest as best we can. What an exasperating game this is! One cannot tell what is going to happen in the next half or even quarter of an hour. At one moment everything looks flourishing, the next one begins to doubt if it is possible to get through. New fish. Just at the end of the open lead tonight we capsized a small floe, and thereby jerked a fish out on top of another one. We stopped and picked it up, finding it a beautiful silver-grey, genus Notothenia, I think a new species. Snow squalls have been passing at intervals. The wind continues in the northwest. It is comparatively warm. We saw the first full-grown emperor penguin tonight. End of first part of Chapter 2. Section 4 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 2, In the Pack. Monday, December 19th. On the whole, in spite of many bumps, we made good progress during the night, but the morning, present, outlook, is the worst we've had. We seem to be in the midst of a terribly heavy screwed pack. It stretches in all directions as far as the eye can see, and the prospects are alarming from all points of view. I have decided to push west, anything to get out of these terribly heavy floes. Great patience is the only panacea for our ill case. It is bad luck. We first got amongst the very thick floes at 1 a.m., and jammed through some of the most monstrous I have ever seen. The pressure ridges rose 24 feet above the surface. The ice must have extended at least 30 feet below. The blows given us gave the impression of irresistible solidity. Later in the night we passed out of this into long lanes of water and some of thin brash ice, hence the progress made. I'm afraid we have strained our rudder. It is stiff in one direction. We are in difficult circumstances altogether. This morning we have brilliant sunshine and no wind. Noon, 67 degrees 45.5 minutes south, 178 degrees 28 minutes west. Made good south 34, west 37. See Crozier, 606. Fog has spread up from the south with a very light southerly breeze. There has been another change of conditions, but I scarcely know whether to call it for the better or the worse. There are fewer heavy old floes. On the other hand, the 1 year's floes, tremendously screwed and doubtless including old floes in their mass, have now enormously increased in area. A floe which we have just passed must have been a mile across. This argues lack of swell, and from that one might judge the open water to be very far. We made progress in a fairly good direction this morning, but the outlook is bad again. The ice seems to be closing. Again patience. We must go on steadily, working through. 5:30. We passed 2 immense bergs in the afternoon watch, the first of an irregular tabular form. The stratified surface had clearly faulted. I suggest that an uneven bottom to such a berg, giving unequal buoyancy to parts, causes this faulting. The second berg was domed, having a twin peak. These bergs are still a puzzle. I rather cling to my original idea that they become domed when stranded and isolated. These 2 bergs had left long tracks of open water in the pack. We came through these making nearly 3 knots, but, alas, only in a direction which carried us a little east of south. It was difficult to get from one tract to another, but the tracks themselves were quite clear of ice. I noticed with rather a sinking that the floes on either side of us were assuming gigantic areas. 1 or 2 could not have been less than 2 or 3 miles across. It seemed to point to very distant open water. But an observation which gave greater satisfaction was a steady reduction in the thickness of the floes. At first they were still much pressed up and screwed. One saw lines and heaps of pressure dotted over the surface of the larger floes, but it was evident from the upturned slopes that the floes had been thin when these disturbances took place. At about 1:30 we came to a group of 6 or 7 low tabular bergs, some 15 or 20 feet in height. It was such as these that we saw in King Edward's Land, and they might very well come from that region. 3 of these were beautifully uniform, with flat tops and straight perpendicular sides, and others had overhanging cornices, and some sloped towards the edges. No more open water was reported on the other side of the bergs, and one wondered what would come next. The conditions have proved a pleasing surprise. There are still large floes on either side of us, but they are not much hummocked. There are pools of water on their surface, and the lanes between are filled with light brash, and only an occasional heavy floe. The difference is wonderful. The heavy floes and gigantic pressure ice struck one most alarmingly. It seemed impossible that the ship could win her way through them, and led one to imagine all sorts of possibilities, such as remaining to be drifted north and freed later in the season, and the contrast now that the ice all around is little more than 2 or 3 feet thick is an immense relief. It seems like release from a horrid captivity. Evans has twice suggested stopping and waiting today, and on 3 occasions I have felt my own decision trembling in the balance. If this condition holds, I need not say how glad we shall be that we doggedly pushed on, in spite of the apparently hopeless outlook. In any case, if it holds or not, it will be a great relief to feel that there is this plain of negotiable ice behind one. Saw 2 sea leopards this evening, one in the water making short, lazy dives under the floes. It had a beautiful, sinuous movement. I have asked Pennell to prepare a map of the pack. It ought to give some idea of the origin of the various forms of floes, and their general drift. I am much inclined to think that most of the pressure ridges are formed by the passage of bergs through the comparatively young ice. I imagine that when the sea freezes very solid, it carries bergs with it, but obviously the enormous mass of a berg would need a great deal of stopping. In support of this view I noticed that most of the pressure ridges are formed by pieces of a sheet which did not exceed 1 or 2 feet in thickness. Also it seems that the screwed ice which we have passed has occurred mostly in the regions of bergs. On one side of the tabular berg, passed yesterday, pressure was heaped to a height of 15 feet. It was like a ship's bow wave on a large scale. Yesterday there were many bergs and much pressure. Last night, no bergs and practically no pressure. This morning, few bergs and comparatively little pressure. It goes to show that the unconfined pack of these seas would not be likely to give a ship a severe squeeze. Saw a young emperor this morning, and whilst trying to capture it, one of Wilson's new whales with the sabre dorsal fin rose close to the ship. I estimated this fin to be 4 feet high. It is pretty to see snow petrel and Antarctic petrel diving on to the upturned and flooded floes. The wash of water sweeps the euphasia, footnote, a species of shrimp on which the seabirds feed, end of footnote, across such submerged ice. The Antarctic petrel has a pretty crouching attitude. Notes on nicknames: Evans, Teddy; Wilson, Bill, Uncle; Simpson, Sonny Jim; Ponting, Ponko; Meares, no entry; Day, no entry; Campbell, the mate, Mr. Mate; Pennell, Penelope; Rennick, Parney; Bowers, Bertie; Taylor, Griff and Cara Hardy; Nelson, Mary and Bronte; Gran, no entry; Cherry Garrard, Cherry; Wright, Silas Toronto; Priestley, Raymond; Debenham, Deb; Bruce, no entry; Drake, Francis; Atkinson, Jane, Hellman, Atchison; Oates, Titus, Soldier; Farmer Hayseed, by Bowers; Levick, Tofurino, the old sport; Lilly, Lythley, Hercules, Lithi. Footnote: it may be added that in contradistinction to the nicknames of skipper conferred upon Evans, and mate on Campbell, Scott himself was known among the afterguard as the Owner. End of footnote. Tuesday, December 20th, noon, 68 degrees 41 minutes south, 179 degrees 28 minutes west. Make good south 36, west 58. See Crozier, south 20, west 563. The good conditions held up to midnight last night. We went from lead to lead with only occasional small difficulties. At 9 o'clock we passed along the western edge of a big stream of very heavy bay ice, such ice as would come out late in the season from the inner reaches and bays of Victoria Sound, where the snows drift deeply. For a moment one imagined a return to our bad conditions, but we passed this heavy stuff in an hour, and came again to the former condition, making our way in leads between floes of great area. Bowers reported a floe of 12 square miles in the middle watch. We made very fair progress during the night, and an excellent run in the morning watch. Before 8 a moderate breeze sprang up from the west, and the ice began to close. We have worked our way a mile or two on since, but with much difficulty, so that we have now decided to bank fires, and wait for the ice to open again. Meanwhile we shall sound and get a haul with tow nets. I'm afraid we are still a long way from the open water. The floes are large, and where we have stopped they seem to be such as must have been formed early last winter. The signs of pressure have increased again. Bergs were very scarce last night, but there are several around us today. One has a number of big humps on top. It is curious to think how these big blocks became perched so high. I imagine the berg must have been calved from a region of hard pressure ridges. Later. This is a mistake. On closer inspection, it is quite clear that the berg has tilted, and that a great part of the upper strata, probably 20 feet deep, has slipped off, leaving the humps as islands on top. It looks as though we must exercise patience again. Progress is more difficult than in the worst of our experiences yesterday. But the outlook is very much brighter. This morning there were many dark shades of open water sky to the south. The westerly wind, ruffling the water, makes these cloud shadows very dark. The barometer has been very steady for several days, and we ought to have fine weather. This morning a lot of low cloud came from the southwest, at one time low enough to become fog. The clouds are rising and dissipating, and we have almost a clear blue sky with sunshine. Evening. The wind has gone from west to west-southwest, and still blows nearly force 6. We are lying very comfortably alongside a floe with open water to windward for 200 or 300 yards. The sky has been clear most of the day. Fragments of low stratus occasionally hurry across the sky, and a light cirrus is moving with some speed. Evidently is blowing hard in the upper current. The ice is closed. I trust it will open well when the wind lets up. There is a lot of open water behind us. The berg described this morning has been circling round us, passing within 800 yards. The bearing and distance have altered so ununiformly that it is evident that the differential movement between the surface water and the berg driving layers, from 100 to 200 meters down, is very irregular. We had several hours on the floe practising ski running, and thus got some welcome exercise. Coal is now the great anxiety. We are making terrible inroads on our supply. We have come 240 miles since we first entered the pack streams. The sounding today gave 1,804 fathoms. The water bottle didn't work, but temperatures were got at 1,300 and bottom. The temperature was down to 20 degrees last night, and kept 2 or 3 degrees below freezing all day. The surface for skiing today was very good. Wednesday, December 21st. The wind was still strong this morning, but had shifted to the southwest. With an overcast sky, it was very cold and raw. The sun is now peeping through, the wind lessening, and the weather conditions generally improving. During the night we had been drifting towards 2 large bergs, and about breakfast time we were becoming uncomfortably close to one of them. The big floes were binding down on one another, but there seemed to be open water to the southeast, if we could work out in that direction. Note: all directions of wind are given true in this book. Noon position: 68 degrees 25 minutes south, 179 degrees 11 minutes west. Made good south 26, east 2.5 minute. Set of current north 32, east 9.4 minute. Made good 24 hours. North 40, east 8 minute. We got the steam up, and about 9 a.m. commenced to push through. Once or twice we have spent nearly 20 minutes pushing through bad places, but it looks as though we are getting to easier water. It's distressing to have the pack so tight, and the bergs make it impossible to lie comfortably still for any length of time. Ponting has made some beautiful photographs, and Wilson some charming pictures of the pack and bergs. Certainly our voyage will be well illustrated. We find quite a lot of sketching talent. Day, Taylor, Debenham, and Wright all contribute to the elaborate record of the bergs and ice features met with. 5 p.m. The wind has settled to a moderate gale from southwest. We went 2.5 miles this morning, then became jammed again. The effort has taken us well clear of the threatening bergs. Some others to leeward now are a long way off, but they are there, and to leeward, robbing our position of its full measure of security. Oh, but it's mighty trying to be delayed and delayed like this, and coal going all the time. Also we are drifting north and east. The pack has carried us 9' north and 6' east. It really is very distressing. I don't like letting fires go out with these bergs about. Wilson went over the floe to capture some penguins and lay flat on the surface. We saw the birds run up to him, then turn with a few feet and rush away again. He says that they came towards him when he was singing, and ran away again when he stopped. They were all 1-year birds, and seemed exceptionally shy. They appear to be attracted to the ship by a fearful curiosity. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's Journal. Penguins. They have lost none of their attractiveness, and are most comical and interesting. As curious as ever, they will always come up at a trot when we sing to them, and you may often see a group of explorers on the poop, singing, "For she's got bells on her fingers, and rings on her toes, elephants to ride upon wherever she goes," and so on, at the top of their voices, to an admiring group of Adélie penguins. Meares is the greatest attraction. He has a full voice which is musical, but always very flat. He declares that "God save the King" will always send them to the water, and certainly it is often successful. A chain of bergs must form a great obstruction to a field of pack ice, largely preventing its drift and forming lanes of open water. Taken in conjunction with the effect of bergs in forming pressure ridges, it follows that bergs have a great influence on the movement, as well as the nature of the pack. Thursday, December 22nd, noon, 68 degrees, 26 minutes, 2 seconds south, 197 degree, 8 minutes, 5 seconds west. Sit, north 5, east 8.5 minute. No change. The wind still steady from the southwest, with a clear sky and even barometer. It looks as though it might last any time. This is sheer bad luck. We have let the fires die out. There are bergs to leeward, and we must take our chance of clearing them. We cannot go on wasting coal. There is not a vestige of swell, and with the wind in this direction, there certainly ought to be if the open water was reasonably close. No, it looks as though we'd struck a streak of real bad luck. That fortune has determined to put every difficulty in our path. We have less than 300 tons of coal left in a ship that simply eats coal. It's alarming. And then there are the ponies going steadily downhill in condition. The only encouragement is the persistence of open water to the east and southeast to the south. Big lanes of open water can be seen in that position, but we cannot get to them in this pressed-up pack. Atkinson has discovered a new tapeworm in the intestines of the Adélie penguin, a very tiny worm, 1/8 of an inch in length, with a propeller-shaped head. A crumb of comfort comes on finding that we have not drifted to the eastward appreciably. Friday, December 23rd. The wind fell light at about 10 last night, and the ship swung round. Sail was set on the fore, and she pushed a few hundred yards to the north, but soon became jammed again. This brought us dead to windward of and close to a large berg, with the wind steadily increasing. Not a very pleasant position, but also not one that caused much alarm. We set all sail, and with this help the ship slowly carried the pack round, pivoting on the berg until, as the pressure relieved, she slid out into the open water close to the berg. Here it was possible to wear ship, and we saw a fair prospect of getting away to the east, and afterwards south. Following the leads up, we made excellent progress during the morning watch, and early in the forenoon turned south and then southwest. We have made 8½ minutes south, 22 east, and about 5 minutes south southwest by 1 p.m., and could see a long lead of water to the south, cut off only by a broad strip of floe, with many water holes in it, a composite floe. There was just a chance of getting through, but we have stuck half-way, advance and retreat equally impossible under sail alone. Steam has been ordered, but will not be ready till near midnight. Shall we be out of the pack by Christmas Eve? The floes today have been larger, but thin and very sodden. There are extensive water pools showing in patches on the surface, and one notes some that run in line, as though extending from cracks. Also here and there close water-free cracks can be seen. Such floes might well be termed composite floes, since they evidently consist of old floes which have been frozen together, the junction being concealed by more recent snowfalls. A month ago it would probably have been difficult to detect inequalities or differences in the nature of the parts of the floes, but now the younger ice has become waterlogged and is melting rapidly, hence the pools. I am inclined to think that nearly all the large floes, as well as many of the smaller ones, are composite, and this would seem to show that the cementing of two floes does not necessarily mean a line of weakness, provided the difference in the thickness of the cemented floes is not too great. Of course, young ice, or even a single-season sea ice, cannot become firmly attached to the thick old bay floes, and hence one finds these isolated even at this season of the year. Very little can happen in the personal affairs of our company in this comparatively dull time, but it is good to see the steady progress that proceeds unconsciously in cementing the happy relationship that exists between the members of the party. Never could there have been a greater freedom from quarrels and trouble of all sorts. I have not heard a harsh word or seen a black look. A spirit of tolerance and good humour pervades the whole community, and it is glorious to realize that men can live under conditions of hardship, monotony, and danger in such bountiful good comradeship. Preparations are now being made for Christmas festivities. It is curious to think that we have already passed the longest day in the southern year. Saw a whale this morning, estimated 25 to 30 feet. Wilson thinks a new species. Find Adelie penguins in batches of 20 or so. Do not remember having seen so many together in the pack. After midnight, December 23rd. Steam was reported ready at 11 p.m. After some pushing to and fro, we wriggled out of our ice prison, and followed a lead to opener waters. We have come into a region where the open water exceeds the ice. The former lies in great irregular pools, 3 or 4 miles or more across, and connecting with many leads. The latter, and the fact is puzzling, still contain floes of enormous dimensions. We have just passed one which is at least 2 miles in diameter. In such a scattered sea we cannot go direct, but often have to make longish detours. But on the whole, in calm water, and with a favouring wind, we make good progress. With the sea even as open as we find it, here it is astonishing to find the floes so large, and clearly there cannot be a southerly swell. The floes have water pools as described this afternoon, and none average more than 2 feet in thickness. We have 2 or 3 bergs in sight. Saturday, December 24th, Christmas Eve, 69 degrees 1 minute south, 178 degree 29 minute west, south 22, east 29 minute. See Crozier, 551. Alas, alas! At 7 a.m. this morning we were brought up with a solid sheet of pack, extending in all directions, save that from which we had come. I must honestly own that I turned in at 3, thinking we had come to the end of our troubles. I had a suspicion of anxiety when I thought of the size of the floes, but I didn't for a moment suspect we should get into thick pack again behind those great sheets of open water. All went well till 4, when the white wall again appeared ahead. At 5 all leads ended, and we entered the pack. At 7 we were close up to an immense composite floe, about as big as any we've seen. She wouldn't skirt the edge of this, and she wouldn't go through it. There was nothing to do but to stop and bank fires. How do we stand? Any day or hour the floes may open up, leaving a road to further open water to the south. but there is no guarantee that one would not be hung up again and again, in this manner, as long as these great floes exist. In a fortnight's time the floes will have crumbled somewhat, and in many places the ship will be able to penetrate them. What to do under these circumstances calls for the most difficult decision. If one lets fires out, it means a dead loss of over 2 tons, when the boiler has to be heated again. But this 2 tons would only cover a day under banked fires, so that for anything longer than 24 hours it is economy to put the fires out. At each stoppage one is called upon to decide whether it is to be for more or less than 24 hours. Last night we got some 5 or 6 hours of good going ahead, but it has to be remembered that this cost 2 tons of coal, in addition to that expended in doing the distance. If one waits one probably drifts north. In all other respects, conditions ought to be improving, except that the southern edge of the pack will be steadily augmenting. Rough summary of current in pack. December, followed by current, followed by wind. 11 through 12. South 48, east 12 minute, ? North by west 3 to 5. 13 through 14. North 20, west 2 minute, northwest by west 0 to 2. 14th through 15th. North 2, east 5.2 minute, southwest 1 to 2. 15th through 17th. Apparently little current, variable light. 20 through 21. North 32, east 9.4. Northwest to west-southwest 4 to 6. 21 to 22. North 5, east 8.5, west 4 to 5. The above seems to show that the drift is generally with the wind. We have had a predominance of westerly winds in a region where a predominance of easterly might be expected. Now that we have an easterly, what will be the result? Sunday, December 25th, Christmas Day. Dead reckoning, 69° 5' south, 178° 30' east. The night before last I had bright hopes that this Christmas Day would see us in open water. The scene is altogether too Christmassy. Ice surrounds us. Low nimbus clouds, intermittently discharging light snowflakes, obscure the sky. Here and there small pools of open water throw shafts of black shadow onto the cloud. This black predominates in the direction from whence we have come. Elsewhere, the white haze of ice blink is pervading. We are captured. We do practically nothing under sail to push through, and could do little under steam, and at each step forward the possibility of advance seems to lessen. The wind which has persisted from the west for so long fell light last night, and today comes from the northeast by north, a steady breeze from 2 to 3 in force. Since one must have hope, ours is pinned to the possible effect of a continuance of easterly wind. Again the call is for patience, and again patience. Here at least we seem to enjoy full security. The ice is so thin that it could not hurt by pressure. There are no bergs within reasonable distance. Indeed, the thinness of the ice is one of the most tantalizing conditions. In spite of the unpropitious prospect, everyone on board is cheerful, and one foresees a merry dinner tonight. The mess is gaily decorated with our various banners. There was full attendance at the service this morning, and a lusty singing of hymns. Should we now try to go east or west? I have been trying to go west because the majority of tracks lie that side, and no one has encountered such hard conditions as ours. Otherwise there is nothing to point to this direction, and all through the last week the prospect to the west has seemed less promising than in other directions. In spite of orders to steer to the southwest when possible, it has been impossible to push in that direction. An event of Christmas was the production of a family by Crean's rabbit. She gave birth to 17, it is said, and Crean has given away 22. I don't know what will become of the parent, or family. At present they are warm and snug enough, tucked away in the fodder under the forecastle. Midnight. To-night the air is thick with falling snow, the temperature 28 degrees. It is cold and slushy without. A merry evening has just concluded. We had an excellent dinner: tomato soup, penguin breast stewed as an entree, roast beef, plum pudding and mince pies, asparagus, champagne, port and liqueurs, a festive menu. Dinner began at 6 and ended at 7. For 5 hours the company has been sitting round the table singing lustily. We haven't much talent, but everyone has contributed more or less, and the choruses are deafening. It is rather a surprising circumstance that such an unmusical party should be so keen on singing. On Xmas night it was kept up till 1 a.m., and no work is done without a chanty. I don't know if you have ever heard sea shanties being sung. The merchant sailors have quite a repertoire, and invariably call on it when getting up anchor or hoisting sails. Often as not they are sung in a flat and throaty style, but the effect when a number of men break into the chorus is generally inspiriting. The men had dinner at midday, much the same fare, but with beer, and some whiskey to drink. They seem to have enjoyed themselves much. Evidently the men's deck contains a very merry band. There are 3 groups of penguins roosting on the floes, quite close to the ship. I made the total number of birds 39. We could easily capture these birds, and so it is evident that food can always be obtained in the pack. To-night I noticed a skua gull settle on an upturned block of ice at the edge of the floe, on which several penguins were preparing for rest. It is a fact that the latter held a noisy confabulation with the skua as subject. Then they advanced as a body towards it. Within a few paces, the foremost penguin halted and turned, and then the others pushed him on towards the skua. One after another they jibed at being first to approach their enemy, and it was only with much chattering and mutual support that they gradually edged towards him. They couldn't reach him as he was perched on a block, but when they got quite close, the skua, who up to that time had appeared quite unconcerned, flapped away a few yards and settled close on the other side of the group of penguins. The latter turned and repeated their former tactics until the skua finally flapped away altogether. It really was extraordinarily interesting to watch the timorous protesting movements of the penguins. The frame of mind producing every action could be so easily imagined and put into human sentiments. On the other side of the ship, part of another group of penguins were quarrelling for the possession of a small pressure block, which offered only the most insecure foothold. The scrambling antics to secure the point of vantage, the ousting of the bird in possession, and the incontinent loss of balance and position as each bird reached the summit of his ambition, was almost as entertaining as the episode of the skua. Truly, these little creatures afford much amusement. End of second part of Chapter 2. Section 5 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Third part of Chapter 2, in the pack. Monday, December 26th. Obs. 69 degrees 9 minutes south, 178 degrees 13 minutes west. Made good 48 hours. South 35, east 10 minutes. The position tonight is very cheerless. All hope that this easterly wind will open the pack seems to have vanished. We are surrounded with compacted floes of immense area. Openings appear between these floes, and we slide crab-like from one to another with long delays between. It is difficult to keep hope alive. There are streaks of water sky over open leads to the north, but everywhere to the south we have the uniform white sky. The day has been overcast and the wind force 3 to 5 from the east-northeast. Snow has fallen from time to time. There could scarcely be a more dreary prospect for the eye to rest upon. As I lay in my bunk last night, I seemed to note a measured crush on the brash ice, and today, first it was reported that the floes had become smaller, and then we seemed to note a sort of measured send alongside the ship. There may be a long low swell, but it is not helping us apparently. Tonight the floes around are indisputably as large as ever, and I see little sign of their breaking or becoming less tightly locked. It is a very, very trying time. We have managed to make 2 or 3 miles in a southwest direction, under sail by alternately throwing her aback, then filling sail, and pressing through the narrow leads. Probably this will scarcely make up for our drift. It's all very disheartening. The bright side is that everyone is prepared to exert himself to the utmost, however poor the result of our labours may show. Rennick got a sounding again today, 1,843 fathoms. One is much struck by our inability to find a cause for the periodic opening and closing of the floes. One wonders whether there is a reason to be found in tidal movement. In general, however, it seems to show that our conditions are governed by remote causes. Somewhere well north or south of us, the wind may be blowing in some other direction, tending to press up or release pressure. Then again, such sheets of open water as those through which we pass to the north afford space into which bodies of pack can be pushed. The exasperating uncertainty of one's mind in such captivity is due to ignorance of its cause and inability to predict the effect of changes of wind. One can only vaguely comprehend that things are happening far beyond our horizon which directly affect our situation. Tuesday, December 27th. Dead reckoning, 69° 12' south, 178° 18' west. We made nearly 2 miles in the first watch, half push, half drift. Then the ship was again held up. In the middle the ice was close around, even pressing on us, and we didn't move a yard. The wind steadily increased, and has been blowing a moderate gale, shifting in direction to east-southeast. We are reduced to lower topsails. In the morning watch we began to move again, the ice opening out with the usual astonishing absence of reason. We have made a mile or 2 in a westerly direction in the same manner as yesterday. The floes seem a little smaller, but our outlook is very limited. There is a thick haze, and the only fact that can be known is that there are pools of water at intervals for a mile or 2 in the direction in which we go. We commence to move between 2 floes, make 200 or 300 yards, and are then brought up bows on to a large lump. This may mean a wait of anything from 10 minutes to half an hour, whilst the ship swings round, falls away, and drifts to leeward. When clear she forges ahead again, and the operation is repeated. Occasionally, when she can get a little way on, she cracks the obstacle and slowly passes through it. There is a distinct swell, very long, very low. I counted the period as about 9 seconds. Everyone says the ice is breaking up. I have not seen any distinct evidence myself, but Wilson saw a large floe, which had recently cracked into 4 pieces, in such a position that the ship could not have caused it. The breaking up of the big floes is certainly a hopeful sign. I have written quite a lot about the pack ice when under ordinary conditions I should have passed it with few words, but you will scarcely be surprised when I tell you what an obstacle we have found it on this occasion. I was thinking during the gale last night that our position might be a great deal worse than it is. We were lying amongst the floes perfectly peacefully, whilst the wind howled through the rigging. One felt quite free from anxiety as to the ship, the sails, the bergs or ice pressures. One calmly went below, and slept in the greatest comfort. One thought of the ponies, but after all, horses have been carried for all time in small ships, and often enough for very long voyages. The Eastern Party. The party headed by Lieutenant Campbell, which, being unable to disembark on King Edward's Land, was ultimately taken by the Terra Nova to the north part of Victoria Land, and so came to be known as the Northern Party. The Western Party, here mentioned, includes all who had their base at Cape Evans. The depots to be laid were for the subsequent expedition to the Pole. Will certainly benefit by any delay we may make. For them, the later they get to King Edward's Land, the better. The depot journey of the Western Party will be curtailed, but even so, if we can get landed in January, there should be time for a good deal of work. One must confess that things might be a great deal worse, and there would be little to disturb one if one's release was certain, say in a week's time. I'm afraid the ice-house is not going on so well as it might. There is some mould on the mutton, and the beef is tainted. There is a distinct smell. The house has been opened by order when the temperature has fallen below 28 degrees. I thought the effect would be to harden up the meat, but apparently we need air circulation. When the temperature goes down tonight, we shall probably take the beef out of the house, and put a windsail in to clear the atmosphere. If this does not improve matters, we must hang more carcasses in the rigging. Later, 6 p.m. The wind has backed from south-east to east-south-east, and the swell is going down. This seems to argue open water in the first, but not in the second direction, and that the course we pursue is a good one on the whole. The sky is clearing, but the wind still gusty, force 4 to 7. The ice has frozen a little, and we've made no progress since noon. 9 p.m. One of the ponies went down tonight. He has been down before. It may mean nothing. On the other hand, it is not a circumstance of good omen. Otherwise there is nothing further to record, and I close this volume of my journal under circumstances which cannot be considered cheerful. A fresh MS book, 1910-11, on the fly-leaf. And in regions far, such heroes bring ye forth, as those from whom we came, and plant on our name, under that star, not known unto our north. To the Virginian voyage, Drayton. But be the workmen what they may be, let us speak of the work, that is, the true greatness of kingdom and estates, and the means thereof. Bacon. Still in the ice. Wednesday, December 28th, 1910. Obs. Noon, 69 degrees, 17 minutes south, 179 degree, 42 minutes west. Made good since 26th, south 74, west 31 minute. See Crozier, south 22, west 530. The gale has abated. The sky began to clear in the middle watch. Now we have bright, cheerful, warm sunshine, temperature 28 degree. The wind lulled in the middle watch, and has fallen to force 2 to 3. We made 1½ miles in the middle, and have added nearly a mile since. This movement has brought us amongst floes of decidedly smaller area, and the pack has loosened considerably. A visit to the Crow's Nest shows great improvement in the conditions. There is ice on all sides, but a large percentage of the floes is quite thin, and even the heavier ice appears breakable. It is only possible to be certain of conditions for 3 miles or so, the limit of observation from the crow's nest. But as far as this limit, there is no doubt the ship could work through with ease. Beyond there are vague signs of open water in the southern sky. We have pushed and drifted south and west during the gale, and are now near the 180th meridian again. It seems impossible that we can be far from the southern limit of the pack. On strength of these observations we have decided to raise steam. I trust this effort will carry us through. The pony which fell last night has now been brought out into the open. The poor beast is in a miserable condition, very thin, very weak on the hind legs, and suffering from a most irritating skin affection, which is causing its hair to fall out in great quantities. I think a day or so in the open will help matters. 1 or 2 of the other ponies under the forecastle are also in poor condition, but none so bad as this one. Oates is unremitting in his attention and care of the animals, but I don't think he quite realizes that whilst in the pack the ship must remain steady, and that, therefore, a certain limited scope for movement and exercise is afforded by the open deck, on which the sick animal now stands. If we can get through the ice in the coming effort, we may get all the ponies through safely, but there would be no great cause for surprise if we lost 2 or 3 more. These animals are now the great consideration, balanced as they are against the coal expenditure. This morning a number of penguins were diving for food around and under the ship. It is the first time they have come so close to the ship in the pack, and there can be little doubt that the absence of motion of the propeller has made them bold. The Adelie penguin, on land or ice, is almost wholly ludicrous, whether sleeping, quarrelling, or playing, whether curious, frightened, or angry, its interest is continuously humorous. But the Adelie penguin in the water is another thing, as it darts to and fro a fathom or 2 below the surface, as it leaps porpoise-like into the air, or swims skimmingly over the rippling surface of a pool, it excites nothing but admiration. Its speed probably appears greater than it is, but the ability to twist and turn, and the general control of movement is both beautiful and wonderful. As one looks across the barren stretches of the pack, it is sometimes difficult to realize what teeming life exists immediately beneath its surface. A tow net is filled with diatoms in a very short space of time, showing that the floating plant life is many times richer than that of temperate or tropic seas. These diatoms mostly consist of 3 or 4 well-known species. Feeding on these diatoms are countless thousands of small shrimps, Euphausia. They can be seen swimming at the edge of every floe, and washing about on the overturned pieces. In turn they afford food for creatures great and small, the crab-eater or white seal, the penguins, the Antarctic and snowy petrel, and an unknown number of fish. These fish must be plentiful, as shown by our capture of one on an overturned floe, and the report of several seen 2 days ago by some men leaning over the counter of the ship. These all exclaimed together, and on inquiry all agreed that they had seen 6 or more, a foot or so in length, swimming away under a floe. Seals and penguins capture these fish, as also, doubtless, the skuas and petrels. Coming to the larger mammals, one occasionally sees the long, lithe sea leopard, formidably armed with ferocious teeth, and doubtless containing a penguin or 2, and perhaps a young crab-eating seal. The killer whale, Orca gladiator, unappeasably voracious, devouring or attempting to devour every small animal, is less common in the pack but numerous on the coast. Finally we have the great browsing whales of various species, from the vast blue whale, Balænoptera sibbaldii, the largest mammal of all time, to the smaller and less common bottlenose, and such species as have not yet been named. Great numbers of these huge animals are seen, and one realizes what a demand they must make on their food supply, and therefore how immense a supply of small sea beasts these seas must contain. Beneath the placid ice floes and under the calm water pools, the old universal warfare is raging incessantly in the struggle for existence. Both morning and afternoon we have had brilliant sunshine, and this afternoon all the afterguard lay about on the deck, sunning themselves, a happy, carefree group. 10 p.m. We made our start at 8, and so far things look well. We have found the ice comparatively thin, the floes 2 to 3 feet in thickness, except where hummocked. Amongst them are large sheets from 6 inches to 1 foot in thickness, as well as fairly numerous water pools. The ship is pushed on well, covering at least 3 miles an hour, though occasionally almost stopped by a group of hummocked floes. The sky is overcast. Stratus clouds come over from the north-northeast, with wind in the same direction soon after we started. This may be an advantage, as the sails give great assistance, and the officer of the watch has an easier time when the sun is not shining directly in his eyes. As I write, the pack looks a little closer. I hope to heavens it is not generally closing up again. No sign of open water to the south, alas. 12 p.m. Saw 2 sea leopards playing in the wake. Thursday, December 29th. No sights. At last the change for which I have been so eagerly looking has arrived, and we are steaming amongst floes of small area, evidently broken by swell, and with edges abraded by contact. The transition was almost sudden. We made very good progress during the night, with 1 or 2 checks, and 1 or 2 slices of luck in the way of open water. In one pool we ran clear for an hour, capturing 6 good miles. This morning we were running through large continuous sheets of ice, from 6 inches to 1 foot in thickness, with occasional water holes and groups of heavier floes. This forenoon it is the same tale, except that the sheets of the ice are broken into comparatively regular figures, none more than 30 yards across. It is the hopefullest sign of the approach to the open sea that I have seen. The wind remains in the north, helping us. The sky is overcast, and slight, sleety drizzle is falling. The sun has made 1 or 2 attempts to break through, but without success. Last night we had a good example of the phenomenon called glazed frost. The ship everywhere, on every fibre of rope, as well as on her more solid parts, was covered with a thin sheet of ice, caused by a fall of light supercooled rain. The effect was pretty and interesting. Our passage through the pack has been comparatively uninteresting from the zoologist's point of view, as we have seen so little of the rarer species of animals or of birds in exceptional plumage. We passed dozens of crab-eaters, but have seen no Ross seals, nor have we been able to kill a sea leopard. Today we see very few penguins. I am afraid there can be no observations to give us our position. Release after 20 days in the pack. Friday, December 30th. Obs. 72° 17' south, 177° 9' east. Made good in 48 hours. South 19, west 190. See Crozier, south 21, west 334. We are out of the pack at length, and at last. One breathes again, and hopes that it will be possible to carry out the main part of our programme. But the coal will need tender nursing. Yesterday afternoon it became darkly overcast with falling snow. The barometer fell on a very steep gradient, and the wind increased to force 6 from the east-northeast. In the evening the snow fell heavily, and the glass still galloped down. In any other part of the world one would have felt certain of a coming gale, but here by experience we know that the barometer gives little indication of wind. Throughout the afternoon and evening the water-holes became more frequent, and we came along at a fine speed. At the end of the first watch we were passing through occasional streams of ice. The wind had shifted to north, and the barometer had ceased to fall. In the middle watch the snow held up, and soon after 1 a.m. Bowers steered through the last ice stream. At 6 this morning we were well in the open sea, the sky thick and overcast, with occasional patches of fog. We passed one small berg on the starboard hand, with a group of Antarctic petrels on one side, and a group of snow petrels on the other. It is evident that these birds rely on sea and swell to cast their food up on ice ledges. Only a few find sustenance in the pack where, though food is plentiful, it is not so easily come by. A flight of Antarctic petrel accompanied the ship for some distance, wheeling to and fro about her, rather than following in the wake as do the more northerly sea-birds. It is good to escape from the captivity of the pack, and to feel that a few days will see us at Cape Crozier. But it is sad to remember the terrible inroad which the fight of the last fortnight has made on our coal supply. 2 p.m. The wind failed in the forenoon. Sails were clewed up, and at 11 we stopped to sound. The sounding showed 1,111 fathoms. We appear to be on the edge of the continental shelf. Nelson got some samples and temperatures. The sun is bursting through the misty sky and warming the air. The snowstorm had covered the ropes with an icy sheet. This is now peeling off and falling with a clatter to the deck, from which the moist slush is rapidly evaporating. In a few hours the ship will be dry, much to our satisfaction. It is very wretched when, as last night, there is slippery wet snow underfoot, and on every object one touches. Our run has exceeded our reckoning by much. I feel confident that our speed during the last 2 days had been greatly underestimated, and so it is proved. We ought to be off Sea Crozier on New Year's Day. 8 p.m. Our calm soon came to an end, the breezes at 3 p.m. coming strong from the south-southwest. Dead in our teeth. A regular southern blizzard. We are creeping along a bare 2 knots. I begin to wonder if fortune will ever turn her wheel. On every possible occasion she seems to have decided against us. Of course the ponies are feeling the motion as we pitch in a short, sharp sea. It's damnable for them and disgusting for us. Summary of the pack. We may be said to have entered the pack at 4 p.m. on the 9th in latitude 65 1/2 south. We left it at 1 a.m. on 30th in latitude 71 1/2 south. We have taken 20 days and some odd hours to get through, and covered in a direct line over 370 miles, an average of 18 miles a day. We entered the pack with 342 tons of coal, and left with 281 tons. We have, therefore, expended 61 tons in forcing our way through, an average of 6 miles to the ton. These are not pleasant figures to contemplate, but, considering the exceptional conditions experienced, I suppose one must conclude that things might have been worse. 9th. Loose streams, steaming. 10th. Close pack. 11th. 6 a.m., close pack, stopped. 12th. 11:30 a.m., started. 13th. 8 a.m., heavy pack, stopped. 8 p.m., out fires. 14th. Fires out. 15th. Ellipsis. 16th. Ellipsis. 17th. Ellipsis. 18th. Noon, heavy pack and leads, steaming. 19th. Noon, heavy pack and leads, steaming. 20th. Forenoon, banked fires. 21st. 9 a.m. started, 11 a.m. banked. 22nd. Same. 23rd. Midnight started. 24th. 7 a.m. stopped. 25th. Fires out. 26th. Same. 27th. Same. 28th. 7:30 p.m. steaming. 29th. Steaming. 30th. Steaming. These columns show that we were steaming for 9 out of 20 days. We had 2 long stops, one of 5 days and one of 4.5 days. On 3 other occasions we stopped for short intervals without drawing fires. I've asked Wright to plot the pack with certain symbols on the chart made by Pennell. It promises to give a very graphic representation of our experiences. We hold the record for reaching the northern edge of the pack, whereas 3 or 4 times the open Ross Sea has been gained at an earlier date. I can imagine few things more trying to the patience than the long wasted days of waiting, exasperating as it is to see the tons of coal melting away with the smallest mileage to our credit. One has at least the satisfaction of active fighting and the hope of better fortune. To wait idly is the worst of conditions. You can't imagine how often and how restlessly we climbed to the crow's nest and studied the outlook. And strangely enough, there was generally some change to note. A water lead would mysteriously open up a few miles away, or the place where it had been would as mysteriously close. Huge icebergs crept silently towards or past us, and continually we were observing these formidable objects with range finder and compass to determine the relative movement, sometimes with misgiving as to our ability to clear them. Under steam, the change of conditions was even more marked. Sometimes we would enter a lead of open water and proceed for a mile or 2 without hindrance. Sometimes we would come to big sheets of thin ice, which broke easily as our iron-shod prow struck them. And sometimes even a thin sheet would resist all our attempts to break it. Sometimes we would push big floes with comparative ease, and sometimes a small floe would bar our passage with such obstinacy that one would almost believe it possessed an evil spirit. Sometimes we passed through acres of sludgy sodden ice, which hissed as it swept along the side, and sometimes the hissing ceased seemingly without rhyme or reason, and we found our screw churning the sea without any effect. Thus the steaming days passed away in an ever-changing environment, and are remembered as an unceasing struggle. The ship behaved splendidly. No other ship, not even the Discovery, would have come through so well. Certainly the Nimrod would never have reached the South Water had she been caught in such pack. As a result, I have grown strangely attached to the Terra Nova, as she bumped the floes with mighty shocks, crushing and grinding away through some, twisting and turning to avoid others. She seemed like a living thing fighting a great fight. If only she had more economical engines, she would be suitable in all respects. Once or twice we got among floes which stood 7 or 8 feet above water, with hummocks and pinnacles as high as 25 feet. The ship could have stood no chance had such floes pressed against her, and at first we were a little alarmed in such situations. But familiarity breeds contempt. There never was any pressure in the heavy ice, and I am inclined to think there never would be. The weather changed frequently during our journey through the pack. The wind blew strong from the west and from the east. The sky was often darkly overcast. We had snowstorms, flaky snow, and even light rain. In all such circumstances we were better placed in the pack than outside of it. The foulest weather could do us little harm. During quite a large percentage of days, however, we had bright sunshine, which, even with the temperature well below freezing, made everything look bright and cheerful. The sun also brought us wonderful cloud effects, marvellously delicate tints of sky, cloud, and ice, such effects as one might travel far to see. In spite of our impatience, we would not willingly have missed many of the beautiful scenes which our sojourn in the pack afforded us. Ponting and Wilson have been busy catching these effects, but no art can reproduce such colours as the deep blue of the icebergs. Scientifically, we have been able to do something. We have managed to get a line of soundings on our route showing the raising of the bottom from the ocean depths to the shallow water on the continental shelf, and the nature of the bottom. With these soundings we have obtained many interesting observations of the temperature of different layers of water in the sea. Then we have added a great deal to the knowledge of life in the pack, from observation of the whales, seals, penguins, birds, and fishes, as well as the pelagic beasts which are caught in tow nets. Life in one form or another is very plentiful in the pack, and the struggle for existence, here as elsewhere, is a fascinating subject for study. We made a systematic study of the ice also, both the bergs and sea ice, and have got a good deal of useful information concerning it. Also Pennell has done a little magnetic work. But of course this slight list of activity in the cause of science is a very poor showing for the time of our numerous experts. Many have had to be idle in regard to their own specialties, though none are idle otherwise. All the scientific people keep night watch when they have no special work to do, and I have never seen a party of men so anxious to be doing work, or so cheerful in doing it. When there is anything to be done, such as making or shortening sail, digging ice from floes for the water supply, or heaving up the sounding line, it goes without saying that all of the afterguard turn out to do it. There is no hesitation and no distinction. It will be the same when it comes to landing stores or doing any other hard manual labour. The spirit of the enterprise is as bright as ever. Everyone strives to help everyone else, and not a word of complaint or anger has been heard on board. The inner life of our small community is very pleasant to think upon, and very wonderful, considering the extremely small space in which we are confined. The attitude of the men is equally worthy of admiration. In the forecastle, as in the wardroom, there is a rush to be first when work is to be done, and the same desire to sacrifice selfish consideration to the success of the expedition. It is very good to be able to write in such high praise of one's companions, and I feel that the possession of such support ought to ensure success. Fortune would be in a hard mood indeed if it allowed such a combination of knowledge, experience, ability, and enthusiasm to achieve nothing. End of Chapter 2.
Section 6 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Albatross. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 3. Land. Saturday, December 31st, New Year's Eve. Observed 72 degrees 54 minutes south, 174 degrees 55 minutes east. Made good south 45 west 55. Cape Crozier south 17 west 286. The New Year's Eve found us in the Ross Sea, but not at the end of our misfortunes. We had a horrible night. In the first watch we kept away 2 points and set fore and aft sail. It did not increase our comfort, but gave us greater speed. The night dragged slowly through. I could not sleep, thinking of the sore strait for our wretched ponies. In the morning watch the wind and sea increased, and the outlook was very distressing, but at 6 ice was sighted ahead. Under ordinary conditions the safe course would have been to go about and stand to the east, but in our case we must risk trouble to get smoother water for the ponies. We passed a stream of ice over which the sea was breaking heavily, and one realized the danger of being amongst loose floes in such a sea. But soon we came to a compacter body of floes, and running behind this, we were agreeably surprised to find comparatively smooth water. We ran on for a bit, then stopped and lay to. Now we are lying in a sort of ice bay. There is a mile or so of pack to windward, and 2 horns which form the bay embracing us. The sea is damped down to a gentle swell, although the wind is as strong as ever. As a result, we are lying very comfortably. The ice is drifting a little faster than the ship, so that we have occasionally to steam slowly to leeward. So far, so good. From a dangerous position we have achieved one which only directly involved the waste of coal. The question is, which will last longest, the gale or our temporary shelter? Rennick has just obtained a sounding of 187 fathoms. Taken in conjunction with yesterday's 1,111 fathoms, and Ross's sounding of 180, this is interesting, showing the rapid gradient of the continental shelf. Nelson is going to put over the 8 feet Agassiz trawl. Unfortunately we could not clear the line for the trawl. It is stowed under the fodder. A light dredge was tried on a small manila line. Very little result. First the weights were insufficient to carry it to the bottom. A second time, with more weight and line, it seems to have touched for a very short time only. There was little of value in the catch, but the biologists are learning the difficulties of the situation. Evening. Our protection grew less as the day advanced, but saved us much from the heavy swell. At 8 p.m. we started to steam west to gain fresh protection, there being signs of pack to the south and west. The swell is again diminishing. The wind which started south yesterday has gone to south-southwest true. The main swell in from southeast by south or south-southeast. There seems to be another from south, but none from the direction from which the wind is now blowing. The wind has been getting squally. Now the squalls are lessening in force, the sky is clearing, and we seem to be approaching the end of the blow. I trust it may be so, and that the new year will bring us better fortune than the old. If so, it will be some pleasure to write 1910 for the last time. Lando! At 10 p.m. tonight, as the clouds lifted to the west, a distant but splendid view of the great mountains was obtained. All were in sunshine. Sabine and Wewel were most conspicuous. The latter from this view is a beautiful sharp peak, as remarkable a landmark as Sabine itself. Mount Sabine was 110 miles away when we saw it. I believe we could have seen it at a distance of 30 or 40 miles further. Such is the wonderful clearness of the atmosphere. Finis, 1910. Sunday, January the 1st. Observation 73 degrees 5 minutes south, 174 degrees 11 minutes east. Made good south 48th west, 13.4. Cape Crozier south 15 west, 277. At 4 a.m. we proceeded, steaming slowly to the southeast. The wind having gone to the southwest and fallen to force 3 as we cleared the ice, we headed into a short, steep swell, and for some hours the ship pitched most uncomfortably. At 8 a.m. the ship was clear of the ice and headed south with fore and aft sail set. She is lying easier on this course, but there is still a good deal of motion, and would be more if we attempted to increase speed. Oates reports that the ponies are taking it pretty well. Soon after 8 a.m. the sky cleared, and we have had brilliant sunshine throughout the day. The wind came from northwest this forenoon, but has dropped during the afternoon. We increased to 55 revolutions at 10 a.m. The swell is subsiding, but not so quickly as I had expected. Tonight it is absolutely calm, with glorious bright sunshine. Several people were sunning themselves at 11 o'clock, sitting on deck and reading. The land is clear tonight. Coleman Island, 75 miles west. Sounding at 7 p.m, 187 fathoms. Sounding at 4 a.m, 310 fathoms. Monday, January the 2nd. Observed 75 degrees 3 minutes, 173 degrees 41 minutes. Made good south 3 west, 119. Cape Crozier south 22 west, 159. It has been a glorious night, followed by a glorious forenoon. The sun has been shining almost continuously. Several of us drew a bucket of seawater and had a bath with saltwater soap on the deck. The water was cold, of course, but it was quite pleasant to dry oneself in the sun. The deck bathing habit has fallen off since we crossed the Antarctic Circle, but Bowers has kept going in all weathers. There is still a good deal of swell, difficult to understand after a day's calm, and less than 200 miles of water to windward. Wilson saw and sketched a new white-stomached whale seen by us in the pack. At 8:30 we sighted Mount Erebus, distant about 115 miles. The sky is covered with light cumulus, and an easterly wind has sprung up, force 2 to 3. With all sails set, we are making very good progress. Tuesday, January the 3rd, 10 a.m. The conditions are very much the same as last night. We are only 24 miles from Cape Crozier, and the land is showing up well, although Erebus is veiled in stratus cloud. It looks finer to the south, and we may run into sunshine soon, but the wind is alarming, and there is a slight swell which has little effect on the ship, but makes all the difference to our landing. For the moment, it doesn't look hopeful. We have been continuing our line of soundings. From the bank we crossed in latitude 71 degrees, the water has gradually got deeper, and we are now getting 310 to 350 fathoms, against 180 on the bank. The Discovery soundings give depths up to 450 fathoms east of Ross Island. 6 p.m. No good. Alas, Cape Crozier with all its attractions is denied us. We came up to the barrier 5 miles east of the Cape soon after 1 p.m. Note from the glossary. The barrier is the immense sheet of ice over 400 miles wide and of still greater length, which lies south of Ross Island to the west of Victoria Land. End of note. The swell from the east-northeast continued to the end. The barrier was not more than 60 feet in height. From the crow's nest one could see well over it, and noted that there was a gentle slope for at least a mile towards the edge. The land of Black, or White, Island could be seen distinctly behind, topping the huge lines of pressure ridges. We plotted the barrier edge from the point at which we met it to the Crozier cliffs. To the eye it seems scarcely to have changed since Discovery days, and Wilson thinks it meets the cliff in the same place. The barrier takes a sharp turn back at 2 or 3 miles from the cliffs, runs back for half a mile, then west again with a fairly regular surface until within a few hundred yards of the cliffs. The interval is occupied with a single high-pressure ridge, the evidences of pressure at the edge being less marked than I had expected. Ponting was very busy with cinematograph and camera. In the angle at the corner near the cliffs, Rennick got a sounding of 140 fathoms, and Nelson some temperatures and samples. When lowering the water bottle on one occasion, the line suddenly became slack at 100 metres. Then after a moment's pause began to run out again. We are curious to know the cause, and imagine the bottle struck a seal or whale. Meanwhile, one of the whale boats was lowered, and Wilson, Griffith, Taylor, Priestley, Evans and I were pulled towards the shore. The afterguard are so keen that the proper boat's crew are displaced, and the oars manned by Oates, Atkinson and Cherry Garrard, the latter catching several crabs. The swell made it impossible for us to land. I had hoped to see whether there was room to pass between the pressure ridge and the cliff, a route by which Royds once descended to the Emperor rookery. As we approached the corner, we saw that a large piece of sea-floe ice had been jammed between the barrier and the cliff, and had buckled up till its undersurface stood 3 or 4 feet above the water. On top of this old floe, we saw an old emperor moulting, and a young one shedding its down. The down had come off the head and flippers, and commenced to come off the breast in a vertical line, similar to the ordinary molt. This is an age and stage of development of the emperor chick, of which we have no knowledge, and it would have been a triumph to have secured the chick, but alas, there was no way to get at it. Another most curious sight was the feet and tails of 2 chicks and the flipper of an adult bird projecting from the ice on the underside of the jammed floe. They had evidently been frozen in above, and were being washed out under the floe. Finding it impossible to land owing to the swell, we pulled along the cliffs for a short way. These Crozier cliffs are remarkably interesting. The rock, mainly volcanic tuff, includes thick strata of columnar basalt, and one could see beautiful designs of jammed and twisted columns, as well as caves with whole and half pillars, very much like a miniature Giant's Causeway. Bands of bright yellow occurred in the rich brown of the cliffs, caused, to the geologists think, by the action of salts on the brown rock. In places the cliff overhung. In places the sea had eaten long low caves underneath them, and continued to break into them over a shelving beach. Icicles hung pendant everywhere, and from one fringe a continuous trickle of thaw water had swollen to a miniature waterfall. It was like a big hose playing over the cliff edge. We noticed a very clear echo as we passed close to a perpendicular rock face. Later we returned to the ship, which had been trying to turn into the bay. She is not very satisfactory in this respect, owing to the difficulty of starting the engines either ahead or astern. Several minutes often elapse after the telegraph has been put over, before there is any movement of the engines. It makes the position rather alarming when one is feeling one's way into some doubtful corner. When the whaler was hoisted, we proceeded round to the penguin rookery. Hopes of finding a quiet landing had now almost disappeared. Footnote. From Dr. Wilson's journal. We were to examine the possibilities of landing, but the swell was so heavy in its break among the floating blocks of ice along the actual beach and ice-foot that a landing was out of the question. We should have broken up the boat and have all been in the water together. But I assure you, it was tantalizing to me, for there, about 6 feet above us, on a small dirty piece of the old bay ice about 10 feet square, one living emperor penguin chick was standing disconsolately stranded, and close by stood one faithful old emperor parent asleep. This young emperor was still in the down, a most interesting fact in the bird's life history, at which we had rightly guessed, but which no one had actually observed before. It was in a stage never yet seen or collected, for the wings were already quite clean of down, and feathered as in the adult. Also a line down the breast was shed of down, and part of the head. The bird would have been a treasure to me, but we could not risk life for it, so it had to remain where it was. It was a curious fact that with as much clean ice to live on as they could have wished for, these destitute derelicts of a flourishing colony, now gone north to sea on floating bay ice, should have preferred to remain standing on the only piece of bay ice left, a piece about 10 feet square, and now pressed up 6 feet above water level, evidently wondering why it was taking so long in starting north with the general exodus, which must have taken place just a month ago. The whole incident was most interesting, and full of suggestion as to the slow working of the brain of these queer people. Another point was most weird to see, that on the underside of this very dirty piece of sea ice, which was about 2 feet thick, and which hung over the water as a sort of cave, we could see the legs and lower halves of dead emperor chicks hanging through, and even in one place a dead adult. I hoped to make a picture of the whole quaint incident, for it was a corner crammed full of imperial history in the light of what we already knew, and it would otherwise have been about as unintelligible as any group of animate or inanimate nature could possibly have been. As it is, it throws more light on the life history of this strangely primitive bird. We were joking in the boat as we rowed under these cliffs, and saying it would be a short-lived amusement to see the overhanging cliff part company and fall on us. So we were glad to find that we were rowing back to the ship, and already 200 or 300 yards away from the place, and in open water, when there was a noise like cracking thunder, and a huge plunge into the sea, and a smother of rock dust like the smoke of an explosion. We realized that the very thing had happened which we had just been talking about. Altogether it was a very exciting row, for before we got on board, we had the pleasure of seeing the ship shoved in so close to these cliffs by a belt of heavy pack ice, that to us it appeared a toss-up whether she got out again or got forced in against the rocks. She had no time or room to turn and get clear by backing out through the belt of pack stern first, getting heavy bumps under the counter and on the rudder as she did so, for the ice was heavy and the swell considerable. End of footnote. There were several small grounded bergs close to the rookery. Going close to these we got repeated soundings varying from 34 down to 12 fathoms. There is evidently a fairly extensive bank at the foot of the rookery. There is probably good anchorage behind some of the bergs, but none of these afford shelter for landing on the beach, on which the sea is now breaking incessantly. It would have taken weeks to land the ordinary stores, and heaven only knows how we could have got the ponies and motor sledges ashore. Reluctantly and sadly, we have had to abandon our cherished plan. It is 1,000 pities. Every detail of the shore promised well for a wintering party. Comfortable quarters for the hut, ice for water, snow for the animals, good slopes for skiing, vast tracts of rock for walks, proximity to the barrier and to the rookeries of 2 types of penguins, easy ascent of Mount Terror, good ground for biological work, good peaks for observation of all sorts, fairly easy approach to the southern road, with no chance of being cut off, and so forth. It is 1,000 pities to have to abandon such a spot. On passing the rookery, it seemed to me that we had been wrong in assuming that all the guano is blown away. I think there must be a pretty good deposit in places. The penguins could be seen very clearly from the ship. On the large rookery they occupy an immense acreage, and one imagines have extended as far as shelter can be found. But on the small rookery they are patchy, and there seems ample room for the further extension of the colonies. Such unused spaces would have been ideal for a wintering station, if only some easy way could have been found to land stores. I noted many groups of penguins on the snow slopes overlooking the sea far from the rookeries, and one finds it difficult to understand why they meander away to such places. A number of killer whales rose close to the ship when we were opposite the rookery. What an excellent time these animals must have, with thousands of penguins passing to and fro. We saw our old Discovery post office pole standing up as erect as when planted. We have been comparing all we have seen with old photographs. No change at all seems to have taken place anywhere, and this is very surprising in the case of the barrier edge. From the penguin rookeries to the west, it is a relentless coast with high ice cliffs, and occasional bare patches of rock showing through. Even if landing were possible, the grimmest crevassed snow slopes lie behind to cut one off from the barrier surface. There is no hope of shelter till we reach Cape Royds. Meanwhile, all hands are employed making a running survey. I give an idea of the programme opposite. Terror cleared itself of cloud some hours ago, and we have had some change in views of it. It is quite certain that the ascent would be easy. The bay on the north side of Erebus is much deeper than shown on the chart. The sun has been obstinate all day, peeping out occasionally and then shyly retiring. It makes a great difference to comfort. Programme. Bruce continually checking speed with hand log. Bowers taking altitudes of objects as they come abeam. Nelson noting results. Pennell taking verge plate bearings on bow and quarter. Cherry Garrard noting results. Evans taking verge plate bearings abeam. Atkinson noting results. Campbell taking distances abeam with rangefinder. Wright noting results. Rennick sounding with Thompson machine. Drake noting results. Beaufort Island looks very black from the south. 10:30. We find pack off Cape Bird. We have passed through some streams, and there is some open water ahead, but I'm afraid we may find the ice pretty thick in the strait at this date. Wednesday, January the 4th, 1 a.m. We are around Cape Bird and in sight of our destination, but it is doubtful if the open water extends so far. We have advanced by following an open water lead close along the land. Cape Bird is a very rounded promontory with many headlands. It is not easy to say which of these is the cape. The same grim, unattainable ice-clad coast extends continuously from the Cape Crozier rookery to Cape Bird. West of Cape Bird there is a very extensive expanse of land, and on it one larger and several small penguin rookeries. On the uniform dark reddish-brown of the land can be seen numerous grey spots. These are erratic boulders of granite. Through glasses one could be seen perched on a peak, at least 1,300 feet above the sea. Another group of killer whales were idly diving off the penguin rookery, an old one with a very high straight dorsal fin, and several youngsters. We watched a small party of penguins leaping through the water towards their enemies. It seemed impossible that they should have failed to see the sinister fins during their frequent jumps into the air, yet they seemed to take no notice whatsoever. Stranger still, the penguins must actually have crossed the whales, yet there was no commotion whatever, and presently the small birds could be seen leaping away on the other side. One can only suppose the whales are satiated. As we rounded Cape Bird, we came in sight of the old, well-remembered landmarks, Mount Discovery and the Western Mountains, seen dimly through a hazy atmosphere. It was good to see them again, and perhaps after all we are better this side of the island. It gives one a homely feeling to see such a familiar scene. 4 a.m. The steep exposed hillsides on the west side of Cape Bird look like high cliffs as one gets south of them, and form a most conspicuous landmark. We pushed past these cliffs into streams of heavy bay ice, making fair progress. As we proceeded the lanes became scarcer, the floes heavier, but the latter remained loose. Many of us spent the night on deck as we pushed through the pack. We have passed some very large floes, evidently frozen in the strait. This is curious, as all previous evidence has pointed to the clearance of ice sheets north of Cape Royds early in the spring. I have observed several floes with an entirely new type of surface. They are covered with scales, each scale consisting of a number of little flaky ice sheets superimposed, and all dipping at the same angle. It suggests to me a surface with sastrugi and layers of fine dust on which the snow has taken hold. We are within 5 miles of Cape Royds, and ought to get there. Wednesday, January the 4th, p.m. This work is full of surprises. At 6 a.m. we came through the last of the straight packs and 3 miles north of Cape Royds. We steered for the Cape, fully expecting to find the edge of the pack ice ranging westward from it. To our astonishment, we ran on past the Cape with clear water or thin sludge ice on all sides of us. Past Cape Royds, past Cape Barne, past the glacier on its south side, and finally round and past Inaccessible Island, a good 2 miles south of Cape Royds. The cape itself was cut off from the south. We could have gone farther, but the last sludge ice seemed to be increasing in thickness, and there was no wintering spot to aim for but Cape Armitage. Footnote: the extreme southern point of the island, a dozen miles farther, on one of whose minor headlands, Hut Point, stood the Discovery Hut. End of footnote. I have never seen the ice of the Sound in such a condition, or the land so free from snow. Taking these facts in conjunction with the exceptional warmth of the air, I came to the conclusion that it had been an exceptionally warm summer. At this point, it was evident that we had a considerable choice of wintering spots. We could have gone to either of the small islands, to the mainland, the glacier tongue, or pretty well anywhere except Hut Point. My main wish was to choose a place that would not be easily cut off from the barrier, and my eye fell on a cape which we used to call the Skewery, a little behind us. It was separated from old Discovery quarters by 2 deep bays on either side of the glacier tongue, and I thought that these bays would remain frozen until late in the season, and that when they froze over again, the ice would soon become firm. I called a council and put these propositions: to push on to the glacier tongue and winter there, to push west to the Tombstone ice, and to make our way to an inviting spot to the northward of the cape we used to call the Skewery. I favoured the latter course, and on discussion we found it obviously the best, so we turned back close around Inaccessible Island, and steered for the fast ice off the cape at full speed. After piercing a small fringe of thin ice at the edge of the fast floe, the ship's stem struck heavily on hard bay ice, about 1.5 miles from the shore. Here was a road to the cape and a solid wharf on which to land our stores. We made fast with ice anchors. Wilson, Evans, and I went to the cape, which I had now rechristened Cape Evans, in honour of our excellent second-in-command. A glance at the land showed, as we expected, ideal spots for our wintering station. The rock of the cape consists mainly of volcanic agglomerate, with olivine kenyte. It is much weathered, and the destruction had formed quantities of coarse sand. We chose a spot for the hut, on a beach facing northwest and well protected by numerous small hills behind. The spot seems to have all the local advantages, which I must detail later, for a winter station, and we realized that at length our luck had turned. The most favourable circumstance of all is the strong chance of communication with Cape Armitage being established at an early date. It was in connection with this fact that I had such a strong desire to go to Mount Terror, and such misgivings if we had been forced to go to Cape Royds. It is quite evident that the ice south of Cape Royds does not become secure till late in the season, probably in May. Before that, all evidence seems to show that the part between Cape Royds and Cape Barne is continually going out. How, I ask myself, was our depot party to get back to home quarters? I feel confident we can now get to the new spot we have chosen at a comparatively early date. It will probably only be necessary to cross the sea ice in the deep bays north and south of the glacier tongue, and the ice rarely goes out of there after it has first formed. Even if it should, both stages can be seen before the party ventures upon them. After many frowns, fortune has treated us to the kindest smile. For 24 hours we have had a calm with brilliant sunshine. Such weather in such a place comes nearer to satisfying my ideal of perfection than any condition that I have ever experienced. The warm glow of the sun, with the keen invigorating cold of the air, forms a combination which is inexpressibly health-giving and satisfying to me, whilst the golden light on this wonderful scene of mountain and ice satisfies every claim of scenic magnificence. No words of mine can convey the impressiveness of the wonderful panorama displayed to our eyes. Ponting is enraptured, and uses expressions which in anyone else, and alluding to any other subject, might be deemed extravagant. End of first part of chapter 3.
Section 7 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Armstrong. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 3, Land. The Landing. A week's work. Whilst we were on shore, Campbell was taking the first steps towards landing our stores. 2 of the motor sledges were soon hoisted out, and Day, with others, was quickly unpacking them. Our luck stood again. In spite of all the bad weather and the tons of sea-water which had washed over them, the sledges and all the accessories appeared as fresh and clean as if they had been packed on the previous day. Much credit is due to the officers, who protected them with tarpaulins and lashings. After the sledges came the turn of the ponies. There was a good deal of difficulty in getting some of them into the horse-box, but Oates rose to the occasion and got most in by persuasion, whilst others were simply lifted in by the sailors. Though all are thin and some few looked pulled down, I was agreeably surprised at the evident vitality which they still possessed. Some were even skittish. I cannot express the relief when the whole 17 were safely picketed on the floe. From the moment of getting on the snow, they seemed to take a new lease of life, and I haven't a doubt they will pick up very rapidly. It really is a triumph to have got them through safely, and as well as they are. Poor brutes! How they must have enjoyed their first roll, and how glad they must be to have freedom to scratch themselves. It is evident all have suffered from skin irritation. One can imagine the horror of suffering from such an ill for weeks without being able to get at the part that itched. I note that now they are picketed together, they administer kindly offices to each other. One sees them gnawing away at each other's flanks in most amicable and obliging manner. Mears and the dogs were out early, and have been running to and fro most of the day with light loads. The great trouble with them has been due to the fatuous conduct of the penguins. Groups of these have been constantly leaping onto our floe. From the moment of landing on their feet, their whole attitude expressed devouring curiosity, and a pig-headed disregard for their own safety. They waddle forward, poking their heads to and fro in their usually absurd way, in spite of a string of howling dogs straining to get at them. "Hello," they seem to say, "here's a game. What do all you ridiculous things want?" And they come a few steps nearer. The dogs make a rush as far as their leashes or harness allow. The penguins are not daunted in the least, but their ruffs go up, and they squawk with a semblance of anger, for all the world as though they were rebuking a rude stranger. Their attitude might be imagined to convey, "Oh, that's the sort of animal you are. Well, you've come to the wrong place. We aren't going to be bluffed and bounced by you." And then the final fatal steps forward are taken, and they come within reach. There is a spring, a squawk, a horrid red patch on the snow, and the incident is closed. Nothing can stop these silly birds. Members of our party rush to head them off, only to be met with evasions. The penguins squawk and duck as much as to say, "What's it got to do with you, you silly ass? Let us alone." With the first spilling of blood, the skua gulls assemble, and soon, for them at least, there is a gruesome satisfaction to be reaped. Oddly enough, they don't seem to excite the dogs. They simply alight within a few feet and wait for their turn in the drama, clamouring and quarrelling amongst themselves when the spoils accrue. Such incidents were happening constantly today, and seriously demoralizing the dog teams. Mears was exasperated again and again. The motor sledges were running by the afternoon, Day managing one and Nelson the other. In spite of a few minor breakdowns, they hauled good loads to the shore. It is early to call them a success, but they are certainly extremely promising. The next thing to be got out of the ship was the hut, and the large quantity of timber comprising it was got out this afternoon. And so, tonight, with the sun still shining, we look on a very different prospect from that of 48 or even 24 hours ago. I have just come back from the shore. The site for the hut is levelled, and the erecting party is living on shore in our large green tent, with a supply of food for 8 days. Nearly all the timber, etc., of the hut is on shore, the remainder halfway there. The ponies are picketed in a line on a convenient snow slope, so that they cannot eat sand. Oates and Anton are sleeping ashore to watch over them. The dogs are tied to a long length of chain stretched on the sand. They are coiled up after a long day, looking fitter already. Mears and Dmitri are sleeping in the green tent to look after them. A supply of food for ponies and dogs, as well as for the men, has been landed. 2 motor sledges, in good working order, are safely on the beach. A fine record for our first day's work. All hands start again at 6 a.m. tomorrow. It's splendid to see at last the effect of all the months of preparation and organisation. There is much snoring about me as I write, 2 p.m., from men tired after a hard day's work and preparing for such another tomorrow. I also must sleep, for I have had none for 48 hours, but it should be to dream happily. Thursday, January 5th. All hands were up at 5 this morning, and at work at 6. Words cannot express the splendid way in which everyone works, and gradually the work gets organised. I was a little late on the scene this morning, and thereby witnessed a most extraordinary scene. Some 6 or 7 killer whales, old and young, were skirting the fast flow edge ahead of the ship. They seemed excited and dived rapidly, almost touching the floe. As we watched, they suddenly appeared astern, raising their snouts out of water. I had heard weird stories of these beasts, but had never associated serious danger with them. Close to the water's edge lay the wire stern rope of the ship, and our 2 Eskimo dogs were tethered to this. I did not think of connecting the movements of the whales with this fact, and seeing them so close, I shouted to Ponting, who was standing abreast of the ship. He seized his camera and ran towards the floe edge to get a close picture of the beasts, which had momentarily disappeared. The next moment, the whole floe under him and the dogs heaved up and split into fragments. One could hear the booming noise as the whales rose under the ice and struck it with their backs. Whale after whale rose under the ice, setting it rocking fiercely. Luckily, Ponting kept his feet and was able to fly to security. By an extraordinary chance also, the splits had been made around and between the dogs, so that neither of them fell into the water. Then it was clear that the whales shared our astonishment, for one after another their huge, hideous heads shot vertically into the air through the cracks which they had made. As they reared them to a height of 6 or 8 feet, it was possible to see their tawny head markings, their small glistening eyes, and their terrible array of teeth, by far the largest and most terrifying in the world. There cannot be a doubt that they looked up to see what had happened to Ponting and the dogs. The latter were horribly frightened and strained to their chains, whining. The head of one killer must certainly have been within 5 feet of one of the dogs. After this, whether they thought the game insignificant or whether they missed Ponting is uncertain. But the terrifying creatures passed on to other hunting grounds, and we were able to rescue the dogs, and, what was even more important, our petrol, 5 or 6 tons of which was waiting on a piece of ice which was not split away from the main mass. Of course, we have known well that killer whales continually skirt the edge of the floes, and that they would undoubtedly snap up anyone who was unfortunate enough to fall into the water. But the fact that they could display such deliberate cunning, that they were able to break ice of such thickness, at least 2.5 feet, and that they could act in unison, were a revelation to us. It is clear that they are endowed with singular intelligence, and in future we shall treat that intelligence with every respect. Notes on the killer or grampus, Orca gladiator. One killed at Greenwich, 31 feet, teeth about 2.5 inches above the jaw, about 3.5 inches total length. British quadrupeds, Bell. The fierceness and voracity of the killer in which it surpasses all other known cetaceans. In stomach of a 21-foot specimen were found remains of 13 porpoises and 14 seals. A herd of white whales has been seen driven into a bay and literally torn to pieces. Teeth large, conical, and slightly recurred, 11 or 12 on each side of either jaw. Mammals, Flower and Lydecker. Distinguished from all their allies by great strength and ferocity, combine in packs to hunt down and destroy full-sized whales. Marine mammalia, Scammon. Adult males average 20 feet, females 15 feet. Strong, sharp, conical teeth which interlock. Combines great strength with agility. Spout low and bushy. Habits exhibit a boldness and cunning peculiar to their carnivorous propensities. 3 or 4 do not hesitate to grapple the largest baleen whales, who become paralyzed with terror, frequently evince no efforts to escape. Instances have occurred where a band of orcas laid siege to whales in tow, and although frequently lanced and cut with boat spades, made away with their prey. Inclined to believe it rarely attacks larger cetaceans. Possessed of great swiftness. Sometimes seen peering above the surface, with a seal in their bristling jaws, shaking and crushing their victims, and swallowing them, apparently with gusto. Tear white whales into pieces. Ponting has been ravished yesterday by a view of the ship seen from a big cave in an iceberg, and wished to get pictures of it. He succeeded in getting some splendid plates. This forenoon I went to the iceberg with him, and agreed that I had rarely seen anything more beautiful than this cave. It was really a sort of crevasse in a tilted berg, parallel to the original surface. The strata on either side had bent outwards. Through the back, the sky could be seen through a screen of beautiful icicles. It looked a royal purple, whether by contrast with the blue of the cavern, or whether from optical illusion, I do not know. Through the larger entrance could be seen, also partly through icicles, the ship, the western mountains, and a lilac sky. A wonderfully beautiful picture. Ponting is simply entranced with this view of Mount Erebus, and with the 2 bergs in the foreground and some volunteers, he works up foregrounds to complete his picture of it. I go to bed very satisfied with the day's work, but hoping for better results with the improved organisation and familiarity with the work. Today we landed the remainder of the woodwork of the hut, all the petrol, paraffin, and oil of all descriptions, and a quantity of oats for the ponies, besides odds and ends. The ponies are to begin work tomorrow. They did nothing today, but the motor sledges did well. They are steadying down to their work and made nothing but non-stop runs today. One begins to believe they will be reliable, but I'm still fearing that they will not take such heavy loads as we'd hoped. Day is very pleased and thinks he's going to do wonders, and Nelson shares his optimism. The dogs find the day work terribly heavy, and Mears is going to put them on to night work. The framework of the hut is nearly up. The hands worked till 1 a.m. this morning, and were at it again at 7 a.m., an instance of the spirit which actuates everyone. The men teams formed of the afterguard brought in good loads, but they are not yet in condition. The hut is about 11 or 12 feet above the water, as far as I can judge. I don't think spray can get so high in such a sheltered spot, even if we get a northerly gale when the sea is open. In all other respects, the situation is admirable. This work makes one very tired for diary writing. Friday, January 6th. We got to work at 6 again this morning. Wilson, Atkinson, Cherry Garrett and I took each a pony, returned to the ship, and brought a load ashore. We then changed ponies and repeated the process. We each took 3 ponies in the morning, and I took 1 in the afternoon. Bruce, after relief by Rennick, took 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Of the remaining 5, Oates deemed 2 unfit for work, and 3 requiring some breaking in before getting to serious business. I was astonished at the strength of the beasts I handled. 3 out of the 4 pulled hard the whole time and gave me much exercise. I brought back loads of 700 pounds, and on one occasion over 1,000 pounds. With ponies, motor sledges, dogs, and men parties, we have done an excellent day of transporting. Another such day should practically finish all the stores, and leave only fuel and fodder, 60 tons, to complete our landing. So far, it has been remarkably expeditious. The motor sledges are working well, but not very well. The small difficulties will be got over, but I rather fear they will never draw the loads we expect of them. Still, they promise to be a help, and they are lively and attractive features of our present scene, as they drone along over the floe. At a little distance, without silencers, they sound exactly like threshing machines. The dogs are getting better, but they only take very light loads still, and get back from each journey pretty dead beat. In their present state they don't inspire confidence, but the hot weather is much against them. The men parties have done splendidly. Campbell and his eastern party made 8 journeys in the day, a distance of over 24 miles. Everyone declares that the ski sticks greatly help pulling. It is surprising that we never thought of using them before. Atkinson is very bad with snow blindness tonight, also Bruce. Others have a touch of the same disease. It's well for people to get experience of the necessity of safeguarding their eyes. The only thing which troubles me at present is the wear on our sledges, owing to the hard ice. No great harm has been done so far, thanks to the excellent wood of which the runners are made, but we can't afford to have them worn. Wilson carried out a suggestion of his own tonight by covering the runners of a 9-foot sledge with strips from the skin of a seal, which he killed and flensed for the purpose. Note from the glossary: flence, to cut the blubber from a skin or carcass. I shouldn't wonder if this acted well, and if it does we will cover more sledges in a similar manner. We shall also try Day's new underrunners tomorrow. After 48 hours of brilliant sunshine, we have a haze over the sky. List of sledges: 12-foot, 11 in use, 14 spare. 10-foot, 10 not now used. 9-foot, 10 in use. Today I walked over our peninsula to see what the southern side was like. Hundreds of skuas were nesting and attacked in the usual manner as I passed. They fly round shrieking wildly until they have gained some altitude. They then swoop down with great impetus directly at one's head, lifting again when within a foot of it. The bolder ones actually beat on one's head with their wings as they pass. At first it is alarming, but experience shows that they never strike except with their wings. A skua is nesting on a rock between the ponies and the dogs. People pass every few minutes within a pace or two, yet the old bird has not deserted its chick. In fact, it seems gradually to be getting confidence, for it no longer attempts to swoop at the intruder. Today, Ponting went within a few feet, and by dint of patience managed to get some wonderful cinematograph pictures of its movements in feeding and tending its chick, as well as some photographs of these events at critical times. The main channel for thaw water at Cape Evans is now quite a rushing stream. Evans, Pennell and Rennick have got sight for meridian distance. We ought to get a good longitude fix. Saturday, January 7th. The sun has returned. Today it seemed better than ever, and the glare was blinding. There are quite a number of cases of snow blindness. We have done splendidly. Tonight all the provisions, except some in bottles, are ashore, and nearly all the working paraphernalia of the scientific people. No light item. There remains some hut furniture, 2.5 tons of carbide, some bottled stuff, and some odds and ends which should occupy only part of tomorrow. Then we come to the 2 last and heaviest items, coal and horse fodder. If we are not through in the week, we shall be very near it. Meanwhile, the ship is able to lay at the ice edge without steam, a splendid saving. There has been a steady stream of cases passing along the shore route all day, and transport arrangements are hourly improving. 2 parties of 4 and 3 officers made 10 journeys each, covering over 25 miles and dragging loads one way, which averaged 250 to 300 pounds per man. The ponies are working well now, but beginning to give some excitement. On the whole, they are fairly quiet beasts, but they get restive with their loads, mainly but indirectly owing to the smoothness of the ice. They know perfectly well that the swingle trees and traces are hanging about their hocks, and they hate it. I imagine it gives them the nervous feeling that they are going to be carried off their feet. This makes it hard to start them, and when going they seem to appreciate the fact that the sledges will overrun them should they hesitate or stop. The result is that they are constantly fretful, and the more nervous ones tend to become refractory and unmanageable. Oates is splendid with them. I do not know what we should do without him. A whole host of minor ills besides snow blindness have come upon us. Sore faces and lips, blistered feet, cuts and abrasions. There are few without some troublesome ailment, but of course such things are part of the business. The soles of my feet are infernally sore. Of course the elements are going to be troublesome, but it is good to know them as the only adversary, and to feel there is so small a chance of internal friction. Ponting had an alarming adventure about this time. Bent on getting artistic photographs with striking objects, such as hummocked floes or reflecting water in the foreground, he used to depart with his own small sledge, laden with cameras and cinematograph, to journey alone to the grounded icebergs. One morning, as he tramped along harnessed to his sledge, his snow glasses clouded with the mist of perspiration, he suddenly felt the ice giving under his feet. He describes the sensation as the worst he has ever experienced, and one can well believe it. There was no one near to have lent assistance had he gone through. Instinctively he plunged forward, the ice giving at every step, and the sledge dragging through water. Providentially, the weak area he had struck was very limited, and in a minute or 2 he pulled out on a firm surface. He remarked that he was perspiring very freely. Looking back, it is easy to see that we were terribly incautious in our treatment of this decaying ice. End of Chapter 3.
Section 8 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt Palmer. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 4, Settling In. Sunday, January 8th. A day of disaster. I stupidly gave permission for the 3rd motor to be got out this morning. This was done first thing and the motor placed on firm ice. Later, Campbell told me one of the men had dropped a leg through crossing a sludgy patch some 200 yards from the ship. I didn't consider it very serious, as I imagined the man had only gone through the surface crust. About 7 a.m. I started for the shore with a single-man load, leaving Campbell looking about for the best crossing for the motor. I sent Mears and the dogs over with a can of petrol on arrival. After some 20 minutes he returned to tell me the motor had gone through. Soon after, Campbell and Day arrived to confirm the dismal tidings. It appears that getting frightened of the state of affairs, Campbell got out a line and attached it to the motor. Then, manning the line well, he attempted to rush the machine across the weak place. A man on the rope, Wilkinson, suddenly went through to the shoulders, but was immediately hauled out. During the operation, the ice under the motor was seen to give, and suddenly it and the motor disappeared. The men kept hold of the rope, but it cut through the ice towards them with an ever-increasing strain, obliging one after another to let go. Half a minute later, nothing remained but a big hole. Perhaps it was lucky there was no accident to the men, but it's a sad incident for us in any case. It's a big blow to know that one of the two best motors, on which so much time and trouble have been spent, now lies at the bottom of the sea. The actual spot where the motor disappeared was crossed by its fellow motor with a very heavy load, as well as by myself with heavy ponies only yesterday. Meares took Campbell back and returned with the report that the ice in the vicinity of the accident was hourly getting more dangerous. It was clear that we were practically cut off, certainly as regards heavy transport. Bowers went back again with Meares and managed to ferry over some wind clothes and odds and ends. Since that, no communication has been held. The shore party have been working, but the people on board have had half a holiday. At 6 I went to the ice edge farther to the north. I found a place where the ship could come and be near the heavy ice over which sledging is still possible. I went near the ship and semaphored directions for her to get to this place as soon as she could, using steam if necessary. She is at present wedged in with the pack, and I think Pennell hopes to warp her along when the pack loosens. Meares and I marked the new trail with kerosene tins before returning. So here we are, waiting again till fortune is kinder. Meanwhile the hut proceeds. Altogether there are 4 layers of boarding to go on, 2 of which are nearing completion. It will be some time before the rest and the insulation is on. It's a big job getting settled in like this, and a tantalizing one when one is hoping to do some depot work before the season closes. We had a keen north wind tonight and a haze, but wind is dropping and sun shining brightly again. Today seemed to be the hottest we have yet had. After walking across I was perspiring freely, and later as I sat in the sun after lunch, one could almost imagine a warm summer day in England. This is my first night ashore. I'm writing in one of my new dome tents, which makes a very comfortable apartment. Monday, January 9. I didn't poke my nose out of my tent till 6:45, and the first object I saw was the ship, which had not previously been in sight from our camp. She was now working her way along the ice edge with some difficulty. I heard afterwards that she had started at 6:15, and she reached the point I marked yesterday at 8:15. After breakfast I went on board and was delighted to find a good solid road right up to the ship. A flag was hoisted immediately for the ponies to come out, and we commenced a good day's work. All day the sledges have been coming to and fro, but most of the pulling work has been done by the ponies. The track is so good that these little animals haul anything from 12 to 18 hundredweight. Both dogs and men parties have been a useful addition to the haulage. No party or no single man comes over without a load averaging 300 pounds per man. The dogs, working 5 to a team, haul 5 to 6 hundredweight, and of course they travel much faster than either ponies or men. In this way we transported a large quantity of miscellaneous stores. First about 3 tons of coal for present use, then 2.5 tons of carbide, all the many stores, chimney, and ventilators for the hut, all the biologist's gear, a big pile, the remainder of the physicist's gear and medical stores, and many old cases. In fact, a general clear-up of everything except the 2 heavy items of forage and fuel. Later in the day we made a start on the first of these, and got 7 tons ashore before ceasing work. We closed with a good day to our credit, marred by an unfortunate incident. One of the dogs, a good puller, was seen to cough after a journey. He was evidently trying to bring something up. 2 minutes later, he was dead. Nobody seems to know the reason, but a post-mortem is being held by Atkinson, and I suppose the cause of death will be found. We can't afford to lose animals of any sort. All the ponies except 3 have now brought loads from the ship. Oates thinks these 3 are too nervous to work over this slippery surface. However, he tried one of the hardest cases tonight, a very fine pony, and got him in successfully with a big load. Tomorrow we ought to be running some 12 or 13 of these animals. Griffith Taylor's bolted on 3 occasions, the first 2 times more or less due to his own fault, but the third owing to the stupidity of one of the sailors. Nevertheless, a third occasion couldn't be overlooked by his messmates, who made such merriment of the event. It was still funnier when he brought his final load, an exceptionally heavy one, with a set face and ardent pace, vouchsafing not a word to anyone he passed. We have achieved fair organization today, Evans is in charge of the road and periodically goes along searching for bad places and bridging cracks with boards and snow. Bowers checks every case as it comes on shore and dashes off to the ship to arrange the precedence of different classes of goods. He proves a perfect treasure. There is not a single case he does not know or a single article of any sort which he cannot put his hand on at once. Rennick and Bruce are working gallantly at the discharge of stores on board. Williamson and Lease load the sledges and are getting very clever and expeditious. Evans, seaman, is generally superintending the sledging and camp outfit. Ford, Cohane, and Abbott are regularly assisting the carpenter, whilst Day, Lashley, Lilly, and others give intermittent help. Wilson, Cherry Garrard, Wright, Griffith Taylor, Debenham, Crean, and Browning have been driving ponies, a task at which I have assisted myself once or twice. There was a report that the ice was getting rotten, but I went over it myself and found it sound throughout. The accident with the motor sledge has made people nervous. The weather has been very warm and fine on the whole, with occasional gleams of sunshine, but tonight there is a rather chill wind from the south. The hut is progressing famously. In 2 more working days we ought to have everything necessary on shore. Tuesday, January 10. We have been 6 days in McMurdo Sound, and tonight I can say we are landed. Were it impossible to land another pound, we could go on without hitch. Nothing like it has been done before, nothing so expeditious and complete. This morning the main loads were fodder. Sledge after sledge brought the bales, and early in the afternoon the last, except for about a ton stowed with Eastern Party shores, was brought on shore. Some addition to our patent fuel was made in the morning, and later in the afternoon it came in a steady stream. We have more than 12 tons and could make this do if necessity arose. In addition to this oddments have been arriving all day, instruments, clothing, and personal effects. Our camp is becoming so perfect in its appointments that I am almost suspicious of some drawback hidden by the summer weather. The hut is progressing apace, and all agree that it should be the most perfectly comfortable habitation. It amply repays the time and attention given to the planning. The sides have double boarding inside and outside the frames, with a layer of our excellent quilted seaweed insulation between each pair of boardings. But on the outside is a match boarding, then a layer of 2-ply rubberoid, then a layer of quilted seaweed, then a second match boarding, and finally a cover of 3-ply rubberoid. The first floor is laid, but over this there will be a quilting, a felt layer, a second boarding, and finally linoleum. As the plenteous volcanic sand can be piled well up on every side, it is impossible to imagine that drafts can penetrate into the hut from beneath, and it is equally impossible to imagine great loss of heat by contact or radiation in that direction. To add to the wall insulation, the south and east sides of the hut are piled high with compressed forage bales, whilst the north side is being prepared as a winter stable for the ponies. The stable will stand between the wall of the hut and a wall built of forage bales, 6 bales high and 2 bales thick. This will be roofed with rafters and tarpaulin, as we cannot find enough boarding. We shall have to take care that too much snow does not collect on the roof, otherwise the place should do excellently well. Some of the ponies are very troublesome, but all except 2 have been running today, and until this evening there were no excitements. After tea, Oates suggested leading out the 2 intractable animals behind other sledges. At the same time, he brought out the strong, nervous gray pony. I led one of the supposedly safe ponies, and all went well whilst we made our journey. 3 loads were safely brought in. But whilst one of the sledges was being unpacked, the pony tied to it suddenly got scared. Away he dashed with sled attached. He made straight for the other ponies, but finding the incubus still fast to him, he went in wider circles, galloped over hills and boulders, narrowly missing Ponting and his camera, and finally dashed downhill to camp again pretty exhausted. Oddly enough, neither sledge nor pony was much damaged. Then we departed again in the same order. Halfway over the floe, my rear pony got his foreleg foul of his halter, then got frightened, tugged at his halter, and lifted the unladen sledge to which he was tied. Then the halter broke, and away he went. But by this time the damage was done. My pony snorted wildly and sprang forward as the sledge banged to the ground. I just managed to hold him till Oates came up. Then we started again, but he was thoroughly frightened. All my blandishments failed when he reared and plunged a second time, and I was obliged to let go. He galloped back, and the party dejectedly returned. At the camp, Evans got hold of the pony, but in the moment it was off again, knocking Evans off his legs. Finally he was captured and led forth once more between Oates and Anton. He remained fairly well on the outward journey, but on the homeward grew restive again. Evans, who was now leading him, called for Anton, and both tried to hold him, but to no purpose. He dashed off, upset his load, and came back to camp with the sledge. All these troubles arose after he had made 3 journeys without a hitch, and we had come to regard him as a nice, placid, gritty pony. Now I'm afraid it will take a deal of trouble to get him safe again, and we have 3 very troublesome beasts instead of 2. I have written this in some detail to show the unexpected difficulties that arise with these animals and the impossibility of knowing exactly where one stands. The majority of our animals seem pretty quiet now, but any one of them may break out in this way if things go awry. There is no doubt that the bumping of the sledges close at the heels of the animals is the root of the evil. The weather has the appearance of breaking. We had a strongish northerly breeze at midday with snow and hailstorms, and now the wind has turned to the south and the sky is overcast with threatenings of a blizzard. The floe is cracking and pieces may go out. If so, the ship will have to get up steam again. The hail at noon made the surface very bad for some hours. The men and dogs felt it most. The dogs are going well, but Mears says he thinks that several are suffering from snow blindness. I never knew a dog to get it before, but Day says that Shackleton's dog suffered from it. The post-mortem on last night's death revealed nothing to account for it. Atkinson didn't examine the brain and wonders if the cause lay there. There is a certain satisfaction in believing that there is nothing infectious. Wednesday, January 11th. A week here today. It seems quite a month. So much has been crammed into a short space of time. The threatened blizzard materialized at about 4 o'clock this morning. The wind increased to force 6 or 7 at the ship and continued to blow with drift throughout the forenoon. Campbell and his sledging party arrived at the camp at 8 a.m., bringing a small load. There seemed little object, but I suppose they liked the experience of a march in the blizzard. They started to go back, but the ship being blotted out, turned and gave us their company at breakfast. The day was altogether too bad for outside work, so we turned our attention to the hut interior, with the result that tonight all the matchboarding is completed. The floor linoleum is the only thing that remains to be put down. Outside, the roof and ends have to be finished. Then there are several days of odd jobs for the carpenter, and all will be finished. It is a first-rate building in an extraordinarily sheltered spot. Whilst the wind was raging at this ship this morning, we enjoyed comparative peace. Campbell says there was an extraordinary change as he approached the beach. I sent 2 or 3 people to dig into the hard snowdrift behind the camp. They got into solid ice immediately, became interested in the job, and have begun the making of a cave which is to be our larder. Already they have tunneled 6 or 8 feet in and have begun side channels. In a few places they will have made quite a spacious apartment, an ideal place to keep our meat store. We had been speculating as to the origin of this solid drift and attached great antiquity to it, but the diggers came to a patch of earth with skua feathers, which rather knocks our theories on the head. The wind began to drop at midday, and after lunch I went to the ship. I was very glad to learn that she can hold steam at 2 hours' notice on an expenditure of 1,300 hundredweight. The ice anchors had held well during the blow. As far as I can see, the open water extends to an east and west line, which is a little short of the glacier tongue. Tonight the wind has dropped altogether, and we return to the glorious conditions of a week ago. I trust they may last for a few days, at least. Thursday, January 12th. Bright sun again all day, but in the afternoon a chill wind from the south-southwest. Again we are reminded of the shelter afforded by our position. Tonight the anemometers on Observatory Hill show a 20-mile wind. Down in our valley we only have mild puffs. Sledging began as usual this morning. 7 ponies and the dog teams were hard at it all the forenoon. I ran 6 journeys with 5 dogs, driving them in the Siberian fashion for the first time. It was not difficult, but I kept forgetting the Russian words at critical moments. Ki, meaning right. Chui, meaning left. Ita, right ahead. Here is a blank in my memory and in diary. Get along, paw, stop. Even my short experience makes me think that we may have to reorganize this driving to suit our particular requirements. I am inclined for smaller teams and the driver behind the sledge. However, it's early days to decide such matters, and we shall learn much on the Depot journey. Early in the afternoon, a message came from the ship to say that all stores had been landed. Nothing remains to be brought but mutton, books, and pictures, and the pianola. So at last we really are a self-contained party ready for all emergencies. We are landed 8 days after our arrival. A very good record. The hut could be inhabited at this moment, but probably we shall not begin to live in it for a week. Meanwhile, the carpenter will go on steadily fitting up the darkroom and various other compartments, as well as Simpson's corner. The grotto party are making headway into the ice for our larder, but it is slow and very arduous work. However, once made, it will be an admirable store in every way. Tomorrow we begin sending ballast off the ship. Some 30 tons will be sledged off by the ponies. The hut and grotto parties will continue, and the arrangements for the Depot journey will be commenced. I discussed these with Bowers this afternoon. He is a perfect treasure, enters into one's ideas at once, and evidently thoroughly understands the principles of the game. I have arranged to go to Hut Point with Mears and some dogs tomorrow to test the ice and see how the land lies. As things are at present, we ought to have little difficulty in getting the Depot party away any time before the end of the month, but the ponies will have to cross the Cape without loads. There is a way down on the south side straight across and another way around, keeping the land on the north side and getting on ice at the Cape itself. Probably the ship will take the greater part of the loads. Saturday, January 14. The completion of our station is approaching with steady progress. The wind was strong from south-southeast yesterday morning, sweeping over the camp. The temperature fell to 15 degrees. The sky became overcast. To the south, the land outlines were hazy with drift, so my dog tour was abandoned. In the afternoon, with some moderation of conditions, the ballast party went to work and wrought so well that more than 10 tons were got off before night. The organization of this work is extremely good. The loose rocks are piled up, some 30 or 40 up the hillside, placed on our heavy rough sledges, and rushed down to the floe on a snow track. Here they are laden on pony sledges and transported to the ship. I slept on board the ship and found it colder than the camp. The cabins were below freezing all night, and the only warmth existed in the cheery spirit of the company. The cold snap froze the water in the boiler, and Williams had to light one of the fires this morning. I shaved and bathed last night, the first time for 10 days, and wrote letters from breakfast till tea time today. Meanwhile, the ballast team has been going on merrily, and tonight Peril must have some 26 tons on board. It was good to return to the camp and see the progress which had been made, even during such a short absence. The grotto has been much enlarged and is, in fact, now big enough to hold all our mutton and a considerable quantity of seal and penguin. Close by, Simpson and Wright have been made surprising progress in excavating for the differential magnetic hut. They have already gone in 7 feet and, turning a corner, commenced the chamber, which is to be 13 feet by 5 feet. The hard ice of this slope is a godsend, and both grottos will be ideal for their purposes. The cooking range and stove have been placed in the hut, and now chimneys are being constructed. The porch is almost finished as well as the interior. The various carpenters are busy with odd jobs, and it will take them some time to fix up the many small fittings that different people require. I have been making arrangements for the Depot journey, telling off people for ponies and dogs, etc. Tomorrow will be our first rest day, but next week everything will be tending towards sledging preparations. I have also been discussing and writing about the provisions of animals to be brought down in the Terra Nova next year. The wind is very persistent from south-southeast, rising and falling. Tonight it has sprung up again and is rattling the canvas of the tent. Some of the ponies are not turning out so well as I expected. They are slow walkers and must inevitably impede the faster ones. 2 of the best had been told off for Campbell by Oates, but I must alter the arrangement. Then I am not quite sure they are going to stand the cold well, and on this first journey they may have to face pretty severe conditions. Then, of course, there is the danger of losing them on thin ice or by injuries sustained in rough places. Although we have 15 now, 2 having gone for the eastern party, it is not at all certain that we shall have such a number when the main journey is undertaken next season. One can only be careful and hope for the best. Sunday, January 15. We had decided to observe this day as a day of rest, and so it has been. At one time or another, the majority have employed their spare hours in writing letters. We rose late, having breakfast at 9. The morning promised well, and the day fulfilled the promise. We had bright sunshine and practically no wind. At 10 a.m., the men and officers streamed over from the ship, and we all assembled on the beach, and I read Divine Service, our first service at the camp, and impressive in the open air. After service, I told Campbell that I should have to cancel his 2 ponies and give him 2 others. He took it like the gentleman he is, thoroughly appreciating the reason. He had asked me previously to be allowed to go to Cape Royds over the glacier, and I had given permission. After our talk, we went together to explore the route, which we expected to find much crevassed. I only intended to go a short way, but on reaching the snow above the uncovered hills of our cape, I found the surface so promising and so free from cracks that I went quite a long way. Eventually I turned, leaving Campbell, Gran, and Nelson roped together and on ski to make their way onward, but not before I felt certain that the route to Cape Royds would be quite easy. As we topped the last rise, we saw Taylor and Wright some way ahead on the slope. They had come by a different route. Evidently, they are bound for the same goal. I returned to camp, and after lunch, Mears and I took a sledge and 9 dogs over to the Cape, to the sea ice on the south side, and started for Hut Point. We took a little provision and a cooker and our sleeping bags. Mears had found a way over the Cape, which was on snow all the way except 100 yards. The dogs pulled well, and we went towards the glacier tongue at a brisk pace. Found much of the ice uncovered. Towards the glacier tongue there were some heaps of snow, much wind-blown. As we rose the glacier we saw the Nimrod Depot some way to the right, and made for it. We found a good deal of compressed fodder and boxes of maize, but no grain crushed as expected. The open water was practically up to the glacier tongue. We descended by an easy slope, 1/4 mile from the end of the glacier tongue, but found ourselves cut off by an open crack some 15 feet across, and had to get on the glacier again and go some half-mile farther in. We came to a second crack, but avoided it by skirting to the west. From this point we had an easy run with difficulty to Hut Point. There was a small pool of open water and a longish crack off Hut Point. I got my feet very wet crossing the latter. We passed hundreds of seals at the various cracks. On the arrival at the hut, to my chagrin, we found it filled with snow. Shackleton reported that the door had been forced by the wind, but that he had made an entrance by the window and found shelter inside. Other members of his party used it for the shelter, but they actually went away and left the window, which they had forced, open. As a result, nearly the whole of the interior of the hut is filled with hard, icy snow, and it is now impossible to find shelter inside. Mears and I were able to clamber over the snow to some extent and to examine the neat pile of cases in the middle, but they will take much digging out. We got some asbestos sheeting from the magnetic hut and made the best shelter we could to boil our cocoa. There was something too depressing in finding the old hut in such a desolate condition. I had had so much interest in seeing all the old landmarks and huts apparently intact. To camp outside and feel that all the old comfort and cheer had departed was dreadfully heartrending. I went to bed thoroughly depressed. It stems a fundamental expression of civilized human sentiment, that men who come to such places as this should leave what comfort they can to welcome those who follow.
End of Chapter 4, Part 1.
Section 9 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt Palmer. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 4, Settling In. Monday, January 16. We slept badly till the morning and, therefore, late. After breakfast we went up the hills. There was a keen southeast breeze, but the sun shone and my spirits revived. There was very much less snow everywhere than I had ever seen. The ski run was completely cut through in 2 places, the Gap and Observation Hill almost bare. A great bare slope on the side of Arrival Heights, and on top of Crater Heights an immense bare tableland. How delighted we should have been to see it like this in the old days. The pond was thawed, and the confervae green and fresh water. The hole which we had dug in the mound in the pond was still there, as Meares discovered by falling into it up to his waist and getting very wet. On the south side we could see the pressure ridges beyond Pram Point, as of old Horseshoe Bay, calm and unpressed, the sea ice pressed on Pram Point and along the Gap ice foot, and a new ridge running around C. Armitage about 2 miles off. We saw Farrar's old thermometer tubes standing out of the snow slope as though they'd been placed yesterday. Vince's cross must have been placed yesterday. The paint was so fresh and the inscription so legible. The flagstaff was down, the stays having carried away, but in 5 minutes it could be put up again. We loaded some asbestos sheeting from the old magnetic hut on our sledges for Simpson, and by standing a quarter-mile off Hut Point, got a clear run to Glacier Tongue. I had hoped to get across the wide crack by going west, but found that it ran a great distance and had to get on the glacier at the place at which we had left it. We got to camp about tea time. I found our larder in the grotto completed and stored with mutton and penguins. The temperature inside has never been above 27 degrees, so that it ought to be a fine place for our winter store. Simpson has almost completed the differential magnetic cave next door. The hut stove was burning well and the interior of the building already warm and homelike. A day or two and we shall be occupying it. I took Ponting out to see some interesting thaw effects on the ice cliffs east of the camp. I noted that the ice layers were pressing out over thin dirt bands as though the latter made the cleavage lines over which the strata slid. It has occurred to me that although the sea ice may freeze in our bays early in March, it will be a difficult thing to get ponies across it owing to the cliff edges at the side. We must therefore be prepared to be cut off for a longer time than I had anticipated. I heard that all the people who journeyed towards C. Royds yesterday reached their destination in safety. Campbell, Levick, and Priestley had just departed when I returned. Tuesday, January 17. We took up our abode in the hut today and are simply overwhelmed with its comfort. After breakfast this morning I found Bowers making cubicles as I had arranged, but I soon saw these would not fit in, so instructed him to build a bulkhead of cases which shuts off the officer's space from the men's. I am quite sure to the satisfaction of both. The space between my bulkhead and the men's I allotted to 5. Bowers, Oates, Atkinson, Meares, and Cherry Garrard. These 5 are all special friends and have already made their dormitory very habitable. Simpson and Wright are near the instruments in their corner. Next come Day and Nelson in a space which includes the latter's lab, near the big window. Next to this is a space for 3, Debenham, Taylor, and Gran. They also have already made their space part dormitory and part workshop. It is fine to see the way everyone sets to work to put things straight. In a day or two the hut will become the most comfortable of the houses, and in a week or so the whole station, instruments, routine, men, and animals, will be in working order. It is really wonderful to realize the amount of work which has been got through of late. It will be a fortnight tomorrow since we arrived in McMurdo Sound, and here we are absolutely settled down and ready to start on our depot journey, directly the ponies have had a proper chance to recover from the effects of the voyage. I had no idea we should be so expeditious. It snowed hard all last night. There were about 3 or 4 inches of soft snow over the camp this morning, and Simpson tells me some 6 inches out by the ship. The camp looks very white. During the day it has been blowing very hard from the south, with a great deal of drift. Here in this camp, as usual, we do not feel it much, but we see the anemometer racing on the hill and the snow clouds sweeping past the ship. The floe is breaking between the point and the ship, though curiously it remains fast on a direct route to the ship. Now the open water runs parallel to our ship road and only a few hundred yards south of it. Yesterday the whaler was rowed in close to the camp, and if the ship had steam up, she could steam round to within 100 yards of us. The big wedge of ice to which the ship is holding on the outskirts of the bay can have very little grip to keep it in, and must inevitably go out very soon. I hope this may result in the ship finding a more sheltered and secure position close to us. A big iceberg sailed past the ship this afternoon. Atkinson declares it was the end of the Cape Barne Glacier. I hope they will know in the ship, as it would be interesting to witness the birth of a glacier in this region. It is clearing tonight, but still blowing hard. The ponies don't like the wind, but they are all standing the cold wonderfully, and all their sores are healed up. Wednesday, January 18. The ship had a poor time last night. Steam was ordered, but the floe began breaking up fast at 1 a.m., and the rest of the night was passed in struggling with ice anchors. Steam was reported ready just as the ship broke adrift. In the morning she secured to the ice edge on the same line as before, but a few hundred yards nearer. After getting things going at the hut, I walked over and suggested that Pennell should come around the corner close inshore. The ice anchors were tripped and we steamed slowly in, making fast to the floe within 200 yards of the ice foot and 400 yards of the hut. For the present, the position is extraordinarily comfortable. With a southerly blow, she would simply bind to the ice, receiving great shelter from the end of the cape. With a northerly blow, she might turn rather close to the shore, where the soundings run to 3 fathoms, but behind such a stretch of ice she could scarcely get a sea or swell without warning. It looks a wonderfully comfortable little nook, but of course one can be certain of nothing in this place. One knows from experience how deceptive the appearance of security may be. Pennell is truly excellent in his present position. He's invariably cheerful, unceasingly watchful, and continuously ready for emergencies. I have come to possess implicit confidence in him. The temperature fell to 4 degrees last night with a keen south-southeast breeze. It was very unpleasant outside after breakfast. Later in the forenoon the wind dropped and the sun shone forth. This afternoon it fell almost calm, but the sky clouded over again, and now there is a gentle, warm southerly breeze with light falling snow and an overcast sky. Rather significant of a blizzard if we had had not such a lot of wind lately. The position of the ship makes the casual transport that still proceeds very easy, but the ice is rather thin at the edge. In the hut, all is marching towards the utmost comfort. Bowers has completed a storeroom on the south side, an excellent place to keep our traveling provisions. Every day he conceives or carries out some plan to benefit the camp. Simpson and Wright are worthy of all admiration. They have been unceasingly active in getting things to the fore, and I think we will be ready for routine work much earlier than was anticipated. But, indeed, it is hard to specialize praise where everyone is working so indefatigably for the cause. Each man in his way is a treasure. Clissold, the cook, has started splendidly, has served seal, penguin, and skua now, and I can honestly say that I have never met these articles of food in such a pleasing guise. This point is of the greatest practical importance, as it means the certainty of good health for any number of years. Hooper was landed today, much to his joy. He got to work at once and will be a splendid help, freeing the scientific people of all dirty work. Anton and Dmitri are both most anxious to help on all occasions. They are excellent boys. Thursday, January 19. The hut is becoming the most comfortable dwelling place imaginable. We have made unto ourselves a truly seductive home, within the walls of which peace, quiet, and comfort reign supreme. Such a noble dwelling transcends the word hut, and we pause to give it a more fitting title only from lack of the appropriate suggestion. What shall we call it? The word hut is misleading. Our residence is really a house of considerable size, in every respect the finest that has ever been erected in the polar regions. 50 feet long by 25 feet wide and 9 feet to the eaves. If you can picture our house nestling below this small hill on a long stretch of black sand, with many tons of provisions, cases ranged in neat blocks in front of it, and the sea lapping the ice foot below, you'll have some idea of our immediate vicinity. As for our wider surroundings, it would be difficult to describe their beauty in sufficiently glowing terms. Cape Evans is one of the many spurs of Erebus and the one that stands closest under the mountains, so that always towering above us we have the grand snowy peak with its smoking summit. North and south of us are deep bays, beyond which great glaciers come rippling over the lower slopes to thrust high blue-walled snouts into the sea. The sea is blue before us, dotted with shining bergs of ice floes, while far over the sound, yet so bold and magnificent as to appear near, stand the beautiful western mountains, with their numerous lofty peaks, their deep glacial valley, and clear-cut scarps, a vision of mountain scenery that can have few rivals. Ponting is the most delighted of men. He declares this is the most beautiful spot he has ever seen, and spends all day and most of the night in what he calls, quote, gathering it in, quote, with camera and cinematograph. The wind has been boisterous all day, to advantage after the last snowfall, as it has been drifting the loose snow along and hardening the surfaces. The horses don't like it, naturally, but it wouldn't do to pamper them so soon before our journey. I think the hardening process must be good for animals, though not for men. Nature replies to it in the former by growing a thick coat with wonderful promptitude. It seems to me that the shaggy coats of our ponies are already improving. The dogs seem to feel the cold little so far, but they are not so exposed. A milder situation might be found for the ponies if we could only picket them off the snow. Bowers has completed his southern storeroom and brought the wing across the porch on the windward side, connecting the roofing with that of the porch. The improvement is enormous and will make the greatest difference to those who dwell near the door. The carpenter has been setting up standards and roof beams for the stables, which will be completed in a few days. Internal affairs have been straightening out as rapidly as before, and every hour seems to add some new touch for the better. This morning I overhauled all the fur sleeping bags and found them in splendid order. On the whole, the skins are excellent. Since that, I have been trying to work out sledge details, but my head doesn't seem half as clear on the subject as it ought to be. I have fixed the 25th as the date for our departure. Evans is to get all the sledges and gear ready whilst Bowers superintends the filling of provision bags. Griffith Taylor and his companions have been seeking advice as to their western trip. Wilson, dear chap, has been doing his best to coach them. Ponting has fitted up his own dark room, doing the carpentering work with extraordinary speed and to everyone's admiration. Tonight he made a window in the dark room in an hour or so. Mears has become enamored of the gramophone. We find we have a splendid selection of records. The pianola is being brought in sections, but I'm not at all sure it will be worth the trouble. Oates goes steadily on with the ponies. He is perfectly excellent and untiring in his devotion to the animals. Day and Nelson, having given much thought to the proper fitting up of their corner, have now begun work. There seems to be little doubt that these ingenious people will make the most of their allotted space. I have done quite a lot of thinking over the autumn journeys, and a lot remains to be done, mainly on account of the prospect of being cut off from our winter quarters. For this reason we must have a great deal of food for animals and men. Friday, January 20. Our house has assumed great proportions. Bowers' annex is finished, roof and all thoroughly snow-tight, an excellent place for spare clothing, furs, and ready-use stores, and its extension affording complete protection to the entrance porch of the hut. The stables are nearly finished, a thoroughly stout, well-roofed lean-to on the north side. Nelson has a small extension on the east side, and Simpson a prearranged projection on the southeast corner, so that on all sides the main building has thrown out its limbs. Simpson has almost completed his ice cavern, light-tight lining, niches, floor, and all. Wright and Ford have almost completed the absolute hut, a patchwork building for which the framework only was brought. But it will be very well adapted for our needs. Gran has been putting record on the ski runners. Record is a mixture of vegetable tar, paraffin, soft soap, and linseed oil, with some patent addition which prevents freezing. This according to Gran. P.O. Evans and Crean have been preparing sledges. Evans shows himself wonderfully capable, and I haven't a doubt as to the working of the sledges he has fitted up. We have been serving out some sledging gear and wintering boots. We are delighted with everything. First, the felt boots and felt slippers made by Jaeger, and then summer wind clothes and fur mitts. Nothing could be better than these articles. Finally, tonight we have overhauled and served out 2 pairs of finnesco, fur boots, to each traveler. They are excellent in quality. At first I thought they seemed small, but stiffness due to cold and dryness misled me. A little stretching and all was well. They are very good indeed. I have an idea to use puttees to secure our wind trousers to the finnesco, but indeed the whole time we are thinking of devices to make our traveling work easier. We have now tried most of our stores, and so far we have not found a single article that is not perfectly excellent in quality and preservation. We are well repaid for all the trouble which has taken in selecting the food list and the firms from which the various articles could best be obtained, and we are showering blessings on Mr. Wyatt's head for so strictly safeguarding our interests in these particulars. Our clothing is as good as good. In fact, first and last, running through the whole extent of our outfit, I can say with some pride that there is not a single arrangement which I would have altered. An emperor penguin was found on the Cape well advanced in molt, a good specimen skin. Atkinson found cysts formed by a tapeworm in the intestines. It seems clear that this parasite is not transferred from another host, and that its history is unlike that of any other known tapeworm. In fact, Atkinson scores a discovery in parasitology of no little importance. The wind has turned to the north tonight and is blowing quite fresh. I don't much like the position of the ship as the ice is breaking away all the time. The sky is quite clear, and I don't think the wind often lasts long under such conditions. The pianola has been erected by Rennick. He is a good fellow, and one feels for him much at such a time. It must be rather dreadful for him to be returning when he remembers that he was once practically one of the shore party. The pianola has been his special care, and it shows well that he should give so much pains in putting it right for us. Day has been explaining the manner in which he hopes to be able to cope with the motor sledge difficulty. He is hopeful of getting things right, but I fear it won't do to place more reliance on the machines. Everything looks hopeful for the Depôt journey if only we can get our stores and ponies past the glacier tongue. We had some real rissoles today, so extraordinarily well cooked that it was impossible to distinguish them from the best beef rissoles. I told two of the party they were beef, and they made no comment till I enlightened them after that they had eaten two each. It is the first time I have tasted seal without being aware of its particular flavor. But even its own flavor is acceptable in our cook's hands. He really is excellent. Saturday, January 21. My anxiety for the ship was not unfounded. Fearing a little trouble, I went out of the hut in the middle of the night and saw at once that she was having a bad time. The ice was breaking with a northerly swell and the wind increasing, with the ship on dead lee shore. Luckily, the ice anchors had been put well into the floe, and some still held. Pennell was getting up in steam and his men struggling to replace the anchors. We got out the men and gave some help. At 6, steam was up, and I was right glad to see the ship back out to windward, leaving us to recover anchors and hawsers. She stood away to the west, and almost immediately after a large berg drove in and grounded in the place she had occupied. We spent the day measuring our provisions and fixing up clothing arrangements for our journey. A good deal of progress has been made. In the afternoon the ship returned to the northern ice edge. The wind was still strong, about north 30 to the west, and loose ice all along the edge. Our people went out with the ice anchors, and I saw the ship pass west again. Then as I went out on the floe came the report that she was ashore. I ran out to the Cape with Evans and saw that the report was only too true. She looked to be firmly fixed and in a very uncomfortable position. It looked as though she had been trying to get round the Cape, and therefore I argued she must have been going at a good pace, as the drift was making rapidly to the south. Later, Pennell told me he had been trying to look behind the berg and had been going astern some time before he struck. My heart sank when I looked at her, and I sent Evans off in the whaler to sound, recovered the ice anchors again, set the people to work, and walked disconsolately back to the Cape to watch. Visions of the ship failing to return to New Zealand and of 60 people waiting here arose in my mind with sickening pertinacity, and the only consolation I could draw from such imaginations was the determination that the southern work should go on as before. Meanwhile, the least ill possible seemed to be an extensive lightening of the ship with boats, as the tide was evidently high when she struck, a terribly depressing prospect. Some 3 or 4 of us watched it gloomily from the shore whilst all was a bustle on board, the men shifting cargo aft. Pennell tells me they shifted 10 tons in a very short time. The first ray of hope came when by careful watching one could see that the ship was turning very slowly. Then one saw the men running from side to side and knew that an attempt was being made to roll her off. The rolling produced a more rapid turning movement at first, and then she seemed to hang again, but only for a short time. The engines had been going astern all the time, and presently a slight movement became apparent. But we only knew she was getting clear when we heard cheers on board and more cheers from the whaler. Then she gathered stern way and was clear. The relief was enormous. The wind dropped as she came off, and she is now securely moored off the northern ice edge, where I hope the greater number of her people are finding rest. For here and now I must record the splendid manner in which these men are working. I find it difficult to express my admiration for the manner in which the ship is handled and worked under these very trying circumstances. From Pennell down there is not an officer or man who has not done his job nobly during the past weeks, and it will be a glorious thing to remember the unselfish, loyal help they are giving us. Pennell has been over to tell me about it tonight. I think I like him more every day. Campbell and his party returned late this afternoon. I have not heard details. Mears and Oates went to the Glacier Tongue and satisfied themselves that the ice is good. It only has to remain another 3 days, and it would be poor luck if it failed in that time. Sunday, January 22nd. A quiet day with little to record. The ship lies peacefully in the bay. A brisk northerly breeze in the forenoon died to light airs in the evening. It is warm enough. The temperature in the hut was 63 degrees this evening. We have had a long, busy day at clothing. Everyone sewing away diligently. The Eastern Party ponies were put on board the ship this morning. Monday, January 23. Placid conditions last for a very short time in these regions. I got up at 5 this morning to find the weather calm and beautiful, but to my astonishment, an opening lane of water between the land and the ice in the bay. The latter was going out in a solid mass. The ship discovered it easily, got up her ice anchors, and sent a boat ashore, and put out to sea to dredge. We went on with our preparations, but soon Mears brought word that the ice in the South Bay was going in equally rapid fashion. This proved an exaggeration, but an immense piece of floe had separated from the land. Mears and I walked till we came to the first ice. Luckily, we found that it extends for some 2 miles along the rock of our cape, and we discovered a possible way to lead ponies down to it. It was plain that only the ponies could go by it, no loads. Since that, everything has been rushed, and a wonderful day's work has been resulted. We have got all the forage and food sledges and equipment off to the ship. The dogs will follow in an hour, I hope, with pony harness, etc. That is everything to do with our depot party, except the ponies. As at present arranged, they are to cross the Cape and try to get over to the southern road tomorrow morning. One breathes a prayer that the road holds for the few remaining hours. It goes in one place between a berg and open water and a large pool of the glacier face. It may be weak in that part, and at any moment the narrow isthmus may break away. We are doing it on a very narrow margin. If all is well, I go to the ship tomorrow morning after the ponies have started, and then to Glacier Tongue.
End of chapter 4.
Section 10 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 5. Depot Lane to 110 Camp. Tuesday, January 24th. People were busy in the hut all last night. We got away at 9 a.m. A boat from the Terra Nova fetched the western party and myself as the ponies were led out of the camp. Meares and Wilson went ahead of the ponies to test the track. On board the ship, I was taken in to see Lily's catch of sea animals. It was wonderful. Quantities of sponges, isopods, pentapods, large shrimps, corals, etc., etc. But the pièce de résistance was the capture of several buckets full of cephalodiscus, of which only 7 pieces had been previously caught. Lily is immensely pleased, feeling that it alone repays the whole enterprise. In the forenoon we skirted the island, getting 30 and 40 fathoms of water north and west of Inaccessible Island. With a telescope we could see the string of ponies steadily progressing over the sea ice past the Razorback Islands. As soon as we saw them well advanced, we steamed on to the Glacier Tongue. The open water extended just round the corner, and the ship made fast in the narrow angle made by the sea ice with the glacier, her port side flush with the surface of the latter. I walked over to meet the ponies whilst Campbell went to investigate a broad crack in the sea ice on the southern road. The ponies were got on the tongue without much difficulty, then across the glacier, and picketed on the sea ice close to the ship. Meanwhile Campbell informed me that the big crack was 30 feet across. It was evident we must get past it on the glacier, and I asked Campbell to peg out a road clear of cracks. Oates reported the ponies ready to start again after tea, and they were led along Campbell's road, their loads having already been taken on the floe. All went well until the animals got down on the floe level, and Oates led across an old snowed-up crack. His and the next pony got across, but the third made a jump at the edge, and sank to its stomach in the middle. It couldn't move, and with such struggles as it made, it sank deeper, till only its head and forelegs showed above the slush. With some trouble we got ropes on these, and hauling together, pulled the poor creature out, looking very weak and miserable, and trembling much. We led the other ponies round farther to the west, and eventually got all out on the floe, gave them a small feed, and started them off with their loads. The dogs meanwhile gave some excitement. Starting on hard ice with a light load, nothing could hold them, and they dashed off over everything. It seemed wonderful that we all reached the floe in safety. Wilson and I drive one team, whilst Evans and Meares drive the other. I withhold my opinion of the dogs in much doubt as to whether they are going to be a real success, but the ponies are going to be real good. They work with such extraordinary steadiness, stepping out briskly and cheerfully, following in each other's tracks. The great drawback is the ease with which they sink in soft snow. They go through in lots of places, where the men scarcely make an impression. They struggle pluckily when they sink, but it is trying to watch them. We came with the loads noted below, and 1 bale of fodder, 105 pounds, added to each sledge. We are camped 6 miles from the glacier, and 2 from Hut Point. A cold east wind. Tonight the temperature 19 degrees. Autumn party to start January 25th, 1911. 12 men, 8 ponies, 26 dogs. Footnote: viz. Atkinson and Crahan, who were left at Safety Camp. E. Evans, Ford, and Keohane, who returned with the weaker ponies on February 13th. Meares and Wilson with the dog teams, and Scott, Bowers, Oates, Cherry Garrard, and Lashley. End of footnote. First load estimated 5,385 pounds, including 14 weeks' food and fuel for men. Taken to cache, No. 1. Ship transports following to Glacier Tongue. 130 bales compressed fodder, 13,650 pounds. 24 cases dog biscuit, 1,400 pounds. 10 sacks of oats, 1,600 pounds, ? Total, 16,650 pounds. Teams returned to ship to transport this load to cache No. 1. Dog teams also take on 500 pounds of biscuit from Hut Point. Pony sledges, pounds. On all sledges. Sledge with straps and tank, 52 pounds. Pony furniture, 25 pounds. Driver ski and sleeping bag, etc., 40 pounds. Numbers 1 and 5. Cooker and Primus instruments, 40 pounds. Note from the glossary: Primus, a portable stove for cooking. End of note. Tank containing biscuit, 172. Sack of oats, 160. Tent and poles, 28. Alpine rope, 5. 1 oil can and spirit can, 15. Total, 537. Numbers 2 and 6. Oil, 100. Tank contents, food bags, 285. Ready provision bag, 63. 2 picks, 20. Total, 468. Numbers 3 and 7. Oil, 100. Tank contents, biscuit, 196. Sack of oats, 160. 2 shovels, 9. Total, 465. Numbers 4 and 8. box with tools, and such, 35. Cookers, and such, 105. Tank contents, food bags, 252. Sack of oats, 160. 3 long bamboos and spare gear, 15. Total, 567. Spare gear per man. 2 pairs under socks, 2 pairs outer socks, 1 pair hair socks, 1 pair night socks, 1 pajama jacket, 1 pajama trousers, 1 woolen mitts, 2 finnesko, skein equals 10 pounds, books, diaries, tobacco, and such, 2. Total 12 pounds. Dress, vest and drawers, woolen shirt, jersey, balaclava, windsuit, 2 pairs socks, ski boots. Dogs, number 1. Sledge straps and tanks, 54 pounds. Driver's ski and bags, 80. Cooker, primus, and instruments, 50. Tank contents, biscuit, 221. Alpine rope, 5. Lamps and candles, 4. 2 shovels, 9. Ready provision bag, 63. Sledge meter, 2. Total, 488 pounds. Number 2. Sledge straps and tanks, 54. Driver's ski and bags, 80. Tank contents, food bags, 324. Tent and poles, 33. Total, 491 pounds. 10-foot sledge, men's harness, extra tent. Thursday, January 26th. Yesterday I went to the ship with the dog team. All went well, till the dogs caught sight of a whale breaching in the 30-foot lead, and promptly made for it. It was all we could do to stop them before we reached the water. Spent the day writing letters and completing arrangements for the ship. A brisk northerly breeze sprang up in the night, and the ship bumped against the glacier until the pack came in as protection from the swell. Ponies and dogs arrived about 1 p.m., and at 5 we all went out for the final start. A little earlier, Pennell had the men aft, and I thanked them for their splendid work. They have behaved like bricks, and a finer lot of fellows never sailed in a ship. It was good to get their hearty send-off. Before we could get away, Ponting had his half-hour photographing us, the ponies and the dog teams. I hope he will have made a good thing of it. It was a little sad to say farewell to all these good fellows, and Campbell and his men. I do most heartily trust that all will be successful in their ventures, for indeed their unselfishness and their generous high spirit deserves reward. God bless them. So here we are, with all our loads. One wonders what the upshot will be. It will take 3 days to transport the loads to complete safety. The break-up of the sea ice ought not to catch us before that. The wind is from the southeast again tonight. Friday, January 27th, Camp 2. Started at 9:30 and moved a load of fodder 3 3/4 miles south. Returned to camp to lunch, then shifted camp and provisions. Our weights are now divided into 3 loads, 2 of food for ponies, 1 of men's provisions with some ponies' food. It is slow work, but we retreat slowly but surely from the chance of going out on the sea ice. We are camped about a mile south of C. Armitage. After camping I went to the east till abreast of Pram Point, finding the ice dangerously thin off C. Armitage. It is evident we must make a considerable detour to avoid danger. The rest of the party went to the Discovery hut to see what could be done towards digging it out. The report is unfavourable, as I expected. The drift inside has become very solid. It would take weeks of work to clear it. A great deal of biscuit and some butter, cocoa, and such was seen, so that we need not have any anxiety about provisions if delayed in returning to Cape Evans. The dogs are very tired tonight. I have definitely handed the control of the second team to Wilson. He was very eager to have it, and will do well, I'm sure. But certainly also the dogs will not pull heavy loads. 500 pounds proved a back-breaking load for 11 dogs today. They brought it at a snail's pace. Meares has estimated to give them 2/3 of a pound of biscuit a day. I have felt sure he will find this too little. The ponies are doing excellently. Their loads run up to 800 and 900 pounds, and they make very light of them. Oates says he could have gone on for some time tonight. Saturday, January 28th, Camp 2. The ponies went back for the last load at Camp 1, and I walked south to find a way round the great pressure ridge. The sea ice south is covered with confused, irregular sastrugi, well remembered from Discovery days. The pressure ridge is new. The broken ice of the ridge ended east of the spot I approached, and the pressure was seen only in a huge domed wave, the hollow of which, on my left, was surrounded with a countless number of seals. These lay about, sleeping or apparently gambolling in the shallow water. I imagine the old ice in this hollow has gone well under, and that the seals have a pool above it, which may be warmer on such a bright day. It was evident that the ponies could be brought round by this route, and I returned to camp to hear that one of the ponies, Keohane's, had gone lame. The soldier took a gloomy view of the situation, but he's not an optimist. It looks as though a tendon had been strained, but it is not at all certain. Bowers' pony is also weak in the forelegs, but we knew this before. It is only a question of how long he will last. The pity is that he is an excellently strong pony otherwise. Atkinson has a bad heel and laid up all day. His pony was tied behind another sledge and went well, a very hopeful sign. In the afternoon I led the ponies out 2 3/4 miles south to the crossing of the pressure ridge, then east 1 1/4 till we struck the barrier edge and ascended it. Going about half a mile in, we dumped the loads. The ponies sank deep just before the loads were dropped, but it looked as though the softness was due to some rise in the surface. We saw a dark object 1/4 mile north as we reached the barrier. I walked over, and found it to be the tops of 2 tents, more than half buried. Shackleton's tents, we suppose. A molting emperor penguin was sleeping between them. The canvas on one tent seemed intact, but half stripped from the other. The ponies pulled splendidly today, as also the dogs, but we have decided to load both lightly from now on, to march them easily, and to keep as much life as possible in them. There is much to be learnt as to their powers of performance. Keohane says, "Come on, lad, you'll be getting to the Pole," by way of cheering his animal. All the party is cheerful. There never were a better set of people. Sunday, January 29th, Camp 2. This morning, after breakfast, I read prayers. Excellent day. The 7 good ponies have made 2 journeys to the barrier, covering 18 geographical miles, half with good loads. None of them were at all done. Oates's pony, a spirited, nervous creature, got away at start when his head was left for a moment, and charged through the camp at a gallop. Finally his sledge cannoned into another. The swingle tree broke, and he galloped away, kicking furiously at the dangling trace. Oates fetched him when he had quieted down, and we found that nothing had been hurt or broken but the swingle tree. Gran tried going on ski with his pony. All went well while he was alongside, but when he came up from the back, the swish of the ski frightened the beast, who fled faster than his pursuer. That is, the pony and load were going better than the Norwegian on ski. Gran is doing very well. He has a lazy pony and a good deal of work to get him along, and does it very cheerfully. The dogs are doing excellently, getting into better condition every day. They ran the first load 1 mile 1,200 yards past the stores on the barrier, to the spot chosen for safety camp, the big home depot. I don't think that any part of the barrier is likely to go, but it's just as well to be prepared for everything, and our camp must deserve its distinctive title of safety. In the afternoon, the dogs ran a second load to the same place, covering over 24 geographical miles in the day. An excellent day's work. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's Journal, January 29th. The seals have been giving a lot of trouble. That is, just to Mary's and myself with our dogs. The whole teams go absolutely crazy when they sight them or get wind of them, and there are literally hundreds along some of the cracks. Occasionally, when one pictures oneself quite away from trouble of that kind, an old seal will pop his head up at a blowhole, a few yards ahead of the team, and they are all on top of him before one can say knife. Then one has to rush in with the whip, and every one of the team of 11 jumps over the harness of the dog next to him, and the harnesses become a muddle that takes much patience to unravel, not to mention care lest the whole team should get away with the sledge and its load and leave one behind to follow on foot at leisure. I never did get left the whole of this depot journey, but I was often very near it, and several times had only time to seize a strap or a part of the sledge, and be dragged along helter-skelter over everything that came in the way, till the team got sick of galloping, and one could struggle to one's feet again. One gets very wary and wide awake when one has to manage a team of 11 dogs and a sledge load by oneself. But it was a most interesting experience, and I had a delightful leader, Starik by name, Russian for old man, and he was the most wise old man. We have to use Russian terms with all our dogs. Kai means go to the right, Chui means go to the left, Eshto means lie down, and the remainder are mostly swear words which mean everything else which one has to say to a dog team. Dog driving like this, in the orthodox manner, is a very different thing to the beastly dog driving we perpetrated in the Discovery days. I got to love all my team, and they got to know me well, and my old leader, even now, 6 months after I have had anything to do with him, never fails to come and speak to me whenever he sees me, and he knows me and my voice ever so far off. He is quite a ridiculous old man, and quite the nicest, quietest, cleverest old dog I have ever come across. He looks and face as if he knew all the wickedness of all the world, and all its cares, and as if he were bored to death by them. End of footnote. Evans and I took a load out on foot over the pressure ridge. The camp load alone remains to be taken to the barrier. Once we get to safety camp, we can stay as long as we like before starting our journey. It is only when we start that we must travel fast. Most of the day it has been overcast, but tonight it has cleared again. There is very little wind. The temperatures of late have been ranging from 9° at night to 24° in the day. Very easy circumstances for sledging. Monday, January 30th, Camp 3, Safety Camp. Bearings, lat. 77.55. Cape Armitage north, 64 west. Camel's Hump of Blue Glacier left, extreme. Castle Rock north, 40 west. Called the camp at 7:30. Finally left with ponies at 11:30. There was a good deal to do, which partly accounts for delays, but we shall have to buck up with our camp arrangement. Atkinson had his foot lanced, and should be well in a couple of days. I led the lame pony. His leg is not swelled, but I fear he's developed a permanent defect. There are signs of ring bone, and the hoof is split. A great shock came when we passed the Depôt fodder and made for the camp. The ponies sank very deep and only brought on their loads with difficulty, getting pretty hot. The distance was but 1.5 miles, but it took more out of them than the rest of the march. We camped and held a council of war after lunch. I unfolded my plan, which is to go forward with 5 weeks' food for men and animals, to depot a fortnight's supply after 12 or 13 days, and return here. The loads for ponies thus arranged work out a little over 600 pounds, for the dog teams 700 pounds, both apart from sledges. The ponies ought to do it easily, if the surface is good enough for them to walk, which is doubtful. The dogs may have to be lightened, such as it is. It is the best we can do under the circumstances. This afternoon I went forward on ski to see if the conditions changed. In 2 or 3 miles I could see no improvement. Bowers, Garrard, and the 3 men went and dug out the Nimrod tent. They found a cooker and provisions, and remains of a hastily abandoned meal. One tent was half full of hard ice, the result of thaw. The Willisden canvas was rotten except some material used for the doors. The floor cloth could not be freed. The soldier doesn't like the idea of fetching up the remainder of the loads to this camp with the ponies. I think we will bring on all we can with the dogs, and take the risk of leaving the rest. The Nimrod camp was evidently made by some relief or ship party, and if that has stood fast for so long, there should be little fear for our stuff in a single season. Tomorrow we muster stores, build the depot, and pack our sledges. Tuesday, January 31st, Camp 3. We have everything ready to start, but this afternoon we tried our 1 pair of snowshoes on Weary Willie. The effect was magical. He strolled around as though walking on hard ground in places where he floundered woefully without them. Oates hasn't had any faith in these shoes at all, and I thought that even the quietest pony would need to be practised in their use. Immediately after our experiment, I decided that an effort must be made to get more, and within half an hour Meares and Wilson were on their way to the station more than 20 miles away. There is just the chance that the ice may not have gone out, but it is a very poor one, I fear. At present it looks as though we might double our distance with the snowshoes. Atkinson is better to-day, but not by any means well, so that the delay is in his favour. We cannot start on till the dogs return with or without the shoes. The only other hope for this journey is that the barrier gets harder farther out, but I feel that the prospect of this is not very bright. In any case, it is something to have discovered the possibilities of these shoes. Low temperature at night for first time, min 2.4 degree. Quite warm in tent. End of first part of Chapter 5. Section 11 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 5. Depot Lane to 1 Ton Camp. Wednesday, February 1st. Camp 3. A day of comparative inactivity and some disappointment. Meares and Wilson returned at noon, reporting the ice out beyond the Razorback Island. No return to Cape Evans. No pony snowshoes. Alas! I have decided to make a start tomorrow without them. Late tonight, Atkinson's foot was examined. It is bad, and there's no possibility of its getting right for some days. He must be left behind. I've decided to leave Crayon with him. Most luckily, we now have an extra tent and cooker. How the ponies are to be led is very doubtful. Well, we must do the best that circumstances permit. Poor Atkinson is in very low spirits. I sent Gran to the Discovery Hut with our last mail. He went on ski and was nearly 4 hours away, making me rather anxious, as the wind had sprung up and there was a strong surface drift. He narrowly missed the camp on returning, and I am glad to get him back. Our food allowance seems to be very ample, and if we go on, as at present, we shall thrive amazingly. Thursday, February 2nd, Camp 4. Made a start at last. Roused out at 7, left camp about 10:30. Atkinson and Crahan remained behind, very hard on the latter. Atkinson suffering much pain and mental distress at his condition. For the latter I fear I cannot have much sympathy, as he ought to have reported his trouble long before. Crean will manage to rescue some more of the forage from the barrier edge. I am very sorry for him. On starting with all the ponies, I leading Atkinson's, I saw with some astonishment that the animals were not sinking deeply, and to my pleased surprise we made good progress at once. This lasted for more than an hour, then the surface got comparatively bad again, but still most of the ponies did well with it, making 5 miles. Birdies, [Footnote: The favourite nickname for Bowers.] animal, however, is very heavy, and flounders where the others walk fairly easily. He is eager, and tries to go faster as he flounders. As a result, he was brought in a lather. I inquired for our one set of snowshoes, and found they had been left behind. The difference in surface from what was expected makes one wonder whether better conditions may not be expected during the night and in the morning, when the temperatures are low. My suggestion that we should take to night marching has met with general approval. Even if there is no improvement in the surface, the ponies will rest better during the warmer hours, and march better in the night. So we are resting in our tents, waiting to start tonight. Gran has gone back for the snowshoes. He volunteered good-naturedly. Certainly his expertness on ski is useful. Last night the temperature fell to -6°, after the wind dropped. Today it is warm and calm. Impressions. The seductive folds of the sleeping bag. The hiss of the primus and the fragrant steam of the cooker issuing from the tent ventilator. The small green tent and the great white road. The whine of a dog and the neigh of our steeds. The driving cloud of powdered snow. The crunch of footsteps which break the surface crust. The wind-blown furrows. The blue arch beneath the smoky cloud. The crisp ring of the pony's hoofs, and the swish of the following sledge. The droning conversation of the march as driver encourages or chides his horse. The patter of dog pads. The gentle flutter of our canvas shelter. Its deep booming sound under the full force of a blizzard. The drift snow like finest flour, penetrating every hole and corner, flickering up beneath one's head covering, pricking sharply as a sand blast. The sun with blurred image peeping shyly through the wreathing drift, giving pale, shadowless light. The eternal silence of the great white desert. Cloudy columns of snowdrift advancing from the south, pale yellow wraiths heralding the coming storm, blotting out one by one the sharp-cut lines of the land. The blizzard, nature's protest. The crevasse, nature's pitfall, that grim trap for the unwary. No hunter could conceal his snare so perfectly. The light rippled snow bridge gives no hint or sign of the hidden danger. Its position unguessable till man or beast is floundering, clawing and struggling for foothold on the brink. The vast silence broken only by the mellow sounds of the marching column. Friday, February the 3rd, 8 a.m. Camp 5. Roused the camp at 10 p.m. and we started marching at 12:30. At first surface bad, but gradually improving. we had 2 short spells and set up temporary camp to feed ourselves and ponies at 3:20. Started again at 5 and marched till 7. In all, covered 9 miles. Surface seemed to have improved during the last part of the march, till just before camping time, when Bowers, who was leading, plunged into soft snow. Several of the others following close on his heels shared his fate, and soon 3 ponies were plunging and struggling in a drift. Garrard's pony, which has very broad feet, found hard stuff beyond, and then my pony got round. Ford and Keohane led round on comparatively hard ground well to the right, and the entangled ponies were unharnessed, and led round from patch to patch, till firmer ground was reached. Then we camped, and the remaining loads were brought in. Then came the triumph of the snowshoe again. We put a set on Bowers' big pony. At first he walked awkwardly, for a few minutes only, then he settled down, was harnessed to his load, brought that in and another also, all over places into which he had been plunging. If we had more of these shoes, we could certainly put them on 7 out of 8 of our ponies, and after a little I think on the 8th, Oates's pony, as certainly the ponies so shod would draw their loads over the soft snow patches without any difficulty. It is trying to feel that so great a help to our work has been left behind at the station. Impressions. It is pathetic to see the ponies floundering in the soft patches. The first sink is a shock to them, and seems to brace them to action. Thus they generally try to rush through when they feel themselves sticking. If the patch is small, they land snorting and agitated on the harder surface with much effort, and if the patch is extensive, they plunge on gamely until exhausted. Most of them after a bit plunge forward with both forefeet together, making a series of jumps and bringing the sledge behind them with jerks. This is, of course, terribly tiring for them. Now and again they have to stop, and it is horrid to see them half engulfed in the snow, panting and heaving from the strain. Now and again one falls and lies trembling and temporarily exhausted. It must be terribly trying for them, but it is wonderful to see how soon they recover their strength. The quiet, lazy ponies have a much better time than the eager ones when such troubles arise. The soft snow which gave the trouble is evidently in the hollow of one of the big waves that continue through the pressure ridges at Cape Crozier towards the bluff. There are probably more of these waves, though we crossed several during the last part of the march. So far it seems that the soft parts are in patches only, and do not extend the whole length of the hollow. Our course is to pick away with the sure-footed beasts, and keep the others back till the road has been tested. What extraordinary uncertainties this work exhibits! Every day some new fact comes to light, some new obstacle which threatens the gravest obstruction. I suppose this is the reason which makes the game so well worth playing. Impressions. The more I think of our sledging outfit, the more certain I am that we have arrived at something near a perfect equipment for civilized man under such conditions. The border line between necessity and luxury is vague enough. We might save weight at the expense of comfort, but all possible saving would amount to but a mere fraction of one's loads. Supposing it were a grim struggle for existence, and we were forced to drop everything but the barest necessities, the total saving on this 3 weeks' journey would be: fuel for cooking, 100 pounds; cooking apparatus, 45; personal clothing and such, say 100; tent, say 30; instruments and such, 100; total 375 pounds. This is half of one of 10 sledge loads, or about 1/20th of the total weight carried. If this is the only part of our weights which, under any conceivable circumstances could be included in the category of luxuries, it follows the sacrifice to comfort is negligible. Certainly we could not have increased our mileage by making such a sacrifice. But beyond this, it may be argued that we have an unnecessary amount of food. 32 ounces per day per man is our allowance. I well remember the great strait of hunger to which we were reduced in 1903 after 4 or 5 weeks on 26 ounces, and am perfectly confident that we were steadily losing stamina at that time. Let it be supposed that 4 ounces per day per man might conceivably be saved. We have then 3 pounds a day saved in the camp, or 63 pounds, in the 3 weeks, or 1/100th part of our present loads. The smallness of the fractions on which the comfort and physical well-being of the men depend is due to the fact of travelling with animals, whose needs are proportionately so much greater than those of the men. It follows that it must be sound policy to keep the men of a sledge party keyed up to a high pitch of well-fed physical condition, as long as they have animals to drag their loads. The time for short rations, long marches, and carefulest scrutiny of detail comes when the men are dependent on their own traction efforts. 6 p.m. It has been blowing from the southwest, but the wind is dying away. The sky is overcast. I ride after 9 hours' sleep, the others still peacefully slumbering. Work with animals means long intervals of rest, which are not altogether easily occupied. With our present routine, the dogs remaining behind for an hour or more, trying to hit off their arrival in the new camp soon after the ponies have been picketed. The teams are pulling very well, Meares's especially. The animals are getting a little fierce. 2 white dogs in Meares's team have been trained to attack strangers. They were quiet enough on board ship, but now bark fiercely if anybody but their driver approaches the team. They suddenly barked at me as I was pointing out the stopping place to Meares, and Osman, my erstwhile friend, swept round and nipped my leg lightly. I had no stick, and there is no doubt that if Meares had not been on the sledge, the whole team, following the lead of the white dogs, would have been at me in a moment. Hunger and fear are the only realities in dog life. An empty stomach makes a fierce dog. There is something almost alarming in the sudden fierce display of natural instinct in a tame creature. Instinct becomes a blind, unreasoning, relentless passion. For instance, the dogs are as a rule all very good friends in harness. They pull side by side, rubbing shoulders. They walk over each other as they settle to rest. Relations seem quite peaceful and quiet. But the moment food is in their thoughts, however, their passions awaken. Each dog is suspicious of his neighbour, and the smallest circumstance produces a fight. With like suddenness, their rage flares out instantaneously if they get mixed up on the march. A quiet, peaceable team, which has been lazily stretching itself with wagging tails one moment, will become a set of raging, tearing, fighting devils the next. It is such stern facts that resign one to the sacrifice of animal life, in the effort to advance such human projects as this. The Corner Camp, bearings, Obbs Hill, less than, Bluff, 86 degrees. Obbs Hill less than Knoll, 80 1/2 degree. Mount Terror, north 4, west. Obbs Hill, north 69, west. Saturday, February 4th, 8 a.m., 1911. Camp 6. A satisfactory night march, covering 10 miles, and some hundreds of yards. Roused party at 10, when it was blowing quite hard from the southeast, with temperature below zero. It looked as though we should have a pretty cold start, but by the end of breakfast the wind had dropped and the sun shone forth. Started on a bad surface, ponies plunging a good deal for 2 miles or so. Bowers's, Uncle Bill, walking steadily on his snowshoes. After this the surface improved, and the marching became steadier. We camped for lunch after 5 miles. Going still better in the afternoon, except that we crossed several crevasses. Oates' pony dropped his legs into 2 of these, and sank into 1. Oddly, the other ponies escaped, and we were the last. Some 2 miles from our present position, the cracks appeared to cease, and in the last march we have got on to quite a hard surface, on which the ponies drag their loads with great ease. This part seems to be swept by the winds, which so continually sweep round Cape Crozier, and therefore it is doubtful if it extends far to the south. But for the present, the going should be good. Had bright moonshine for the march, but now the sky is clouded, and it looks threatening to the south. I think we may have a blizzard, though the wind is northerly at present. The ponies are in very good form. James Pigg remarkably recovered from his lameness. 8 p.m. It is blowing a blizzard. Wind moderate, temperature mild. Impressions. The deep, dreamless sleep that follows the long march and the satisfying supper. The surface crust which breaks with a snap and sinks with a snap, startling men and animals. Custom robs it of dread, but not of interest to the dogs, who come to imagine such sounds as the result of some strange freak of hidden creatures. They become all alert, and spring from side to side, hoping to catch the creature. The hope clings in spite of continual disappointment. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's Journal, February 15th. There were also innumerable subsidences of the surface, the breaking of crusts over air spaces under them, large areas of dropping 1/4 inch or so, with a hushing sort of noise or muffled report. My leader, Stareek, the nicest and wisest old dog in both teams, thought there was a rabbit under the crust, and every time one gave way close by him, and he would jump sideways with both feet on the spot and his nose in the snow. The action was like a flash, and never checked the team. It was most amusing. I have another funny little dog, Mukaka, small but very game and a good worker. He is paired with a fat, lazy, and very greedy black dog, Nugus by name, and in every march this sprightly little Mukaka will once or twice notice that Nugus is not pulling, and will jump over the trace, bite Nugus like a snap, and be back again in his own place before the fat dog knows what has happened. End of footnote. A dog must be either eating, asleep, or interested. His eagerness to snatch an interest, to chain his attention to something, is almost pathetic. The monotony of marching kills him. This is the fearfullest difficulty for the dog driver on a snow plain without leading marks or objects in sight. The dog is almost human in its demand for living interest, yet fatally less than human in its inability to foresee. The dog lives for the day, the hour, even the moment. The human being can live and support discomfort for a future. Sunday, February 5th, Corner Camp, No. 6. The blizzard descended on us at about 4 p.m. yesterday. For 24 hours it continued with moderate wind, then the wind, shifting slightly to the west, came with much greater violence. Now it is blowing very hard, and our small frail tent is being well tested. One imagines it cannot continue long as at present, but remembers our proximity to Cape Crozier and the length of the blizzards recorded in that region. As usual we sleep and eat, conversing as cheerfully as may be in the intervals. There is scant news of our small outside world, only a report of comfort, and a rumour that Bowers's pony has eaten one of its puttees. 11 p.m. Still blowing hard, a real blizzard now with dusty, flowery drift. 2 minutes in the open makes a white figure. What a wonderful shelter our little tent affords. We have just had an excellent meal, a quiet pipe, and fireside conversation within, almost forgetful for the time of the howling tempest without. Now, as we lie in our bags, warm and comfortable, one can scarcely realize that hell is on the other side of the thin sheet of canvas that protects us. Monday, February 6th. Corner Camp, No. 6 p.m. The wind increased in the night. It has been blowing very hard all day. No fun to be out of the tent, but there are no shirkers with us. Oates has been out regularly to feed the ponies, Meares and Wilson to attend to the dogs, the rest of us as occasion required. The ponies are fairly comfortable, though one sees now what great improvements could be made to the horse clothes. The dogs ought to be quite happy. They are curled snugly under the snow, and at meal times issue from steaming warm holes. The temperature is high, luckily. We are comfortable enough in the tent, but it is terribly trying to the patience. Over 50 hours already, and no sign of the end. The drifts about the camp are very deep, some of the sledges almost covered. It is the old story, eat and sleep, sleep and eat, and it's surprising how much sleep can be put in. Tuesday, February 7th, 5 p.m. Corner Camp, No. 6. The wind kept on through the night, commencing to lull at 8 a.m. At 10 a.m. one could see an arch of clear sky to the southwest and west, White Island, the bluff and the western mountains clearly defined. The wind had fallen very light, and we were able to do some camp work, digging out sledges and making the ponies more comfortable. At 11 a low dark cloud crept over the southern horizon, and there could be no doubt the wind was coming upon us again. At 1 p.m. the drift was all about us once more, and the sun obscured. One began to feel that fortune was altogether too hard on us. But now as I write, the wind has fallen again to a gentle breeze, the sun is bright, and the whole southern horizon clear. A good sign is the freedom of the bluff from cloud. One feels that we ought to have a little respite for the next week, and now we must do everything possible to tend and protect our ponies. All looks promising for the night march. Wednesday, February 8th, No. 7, Camp. Bearings, latitude 78°, 13', Mount Terror north, 3, west, Erebus, 23 1/2, Terror second peak from south, Peak 2, White Island, 74 Terror, Castle Rock, 43 Terror. Night march just completed. 10 miles, 200 yards. The ponies were much shaken by the blizzard. One supposes they did not sleep. All look listless, and 2 or 3 are visibly thinner than before. But the worst case by far is Ford's little pony. He was reduced to a weight little exceeding 400 pounds on his sledge, and caved in altogether on the second part of the march. The load was reduced to 200 pounds, and finally Ford pulled this in, leading the pony. The poor thing is a miserable scarecrow, and never ought to have been brought. It is the same pony that did so badly in the ship. Today it is very fine and bright. We are giving a good deal of extra food to the animals, and my hope is that they will soon pick up again. But they cannot stand more blizzards in their present state. I'm afraid we shall not get very far, but at all hazards we must keep the greater number of the ponies alive. The dogs are in fine form. The blizzard has only been a pleasant rest for them. Memo. Left No. 7 Camp, 2 bales of fodder. Thursday, February 9th, No. 8 Camp. Made good 11 miles. Good night march. Surface excellent, but we are carrying very light loads, with the exception of 1 or 2 ponies. Ford's poor Misery is improving slightly. It is very keen on its feed. Its fate is much in doubt. Keohane's Jimmy Pig is less lame than yesterday. In fact, there is a general buck-up all round. It was a coldish march with light head-wind, and temperature 5° or 6° below zero, but it was warm in the sun all yesterday, and promises to be warm again today. If such weather would hold, there would be nothing to fear for the ponies. We have come to the conclusion that the principal cause of their discomfort is the comparative thinness of their coats. We get the well-remembered glorious views of the western mountains, but now very distant. No crevasses today. I shall be surprised if we pass outside all sign of them. One begins to see how things ought to be worked next year if the ponies hold out. Ponies and dogs are losing their snow blindness. End of second part of Chapter 5.
Section 12 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Third part of Chapter 5. Depot laying to 1 Ton Camp. Friday, February 10th. Number 9 Camp. 12 miles, 200 yards. Cold march, very chilly wind. Overcast sky. Difficult to see surface or course. Noticed sledges, ponies, etc. cast shadows all around. Surface very good and animals did splendidly. We came over some undulations during the early part of the march, but the last part appeared quite flat. I think I remember observing the same fact on our former trip. The wind veers and backs from south to west and even to north, coming in gusts. The sastrugi are distinctly south-southwest. There isn't a shadow of doubt that the prevailing wind is along the coast, taking the curve of the deep bay south of the bluff. The question now is, shall we by going due southward keep this hard surface? If so, we shall have little difficulty in reaching the Beardmore Glacier next year. We turn out of our sleeping bags about 9 p.m. Somewhere about 11:30 I shout to the soldier, "How are things?" There is a response suggesting readiness, and soon after figures are busy amongst sledges and ponies. It is chilling work for the fingers and not too warm for the feet. The rugs come off the animals, the harness is put on, tents and camp equipment are loaded on the sledges, nose bags filled for the next halt. One by one the animals are taken off the picketing rope and yoked to the sledges. Oates watches his animal warily, reluctant to keep such a nervous creature standing in the traces. If one is prompt, one feels impatient and fretful whilst watching one's more tardy fellows. Wilson and Mears hang about ready to help with odds and ends. Still we wait. The picketing lines must be gathered up. A few pony putties need adjustment. A party has been slow striking their tent. With numbed fingers on our horse's bridle and the animal striving to turn its head from the wind, one feels resentful. At last all is ready. One says, "All right, Bowers, go ahead," and Bertie leaps his big animal forward, starting as he continues at a steady pace. The horses have got cold, and at the word they are off, the soldiers and 1 or 2 others with a rush. Finneskoe give poor foothold on the slippery sastrugi, and for a minute or two drivers have some difficulty in maintaining the pace on their feet. Movement is warming, and in 10 minutes the column has settled itself to steady marching. The pace is brisk, the light bad, and at intervals one or another of us suddenly steps on a slippery patch and falls prone. These are the only real incidents of the march. For the rest it passes with a steady tramp and slight variation of formation. The weaker ponies drop a bit, but not far, so that they are soon up to the line again when the first halt is made. We have come to a single halt in each half march. Last night it was too cold to stop long, and a very few minutes found us on the go again. As the end of the half march approaches I get out my whistle. Then at a shrill blast Bowers wheels slightly to the left, His tent mates lead still farther out to get the distance for the picket lines. Oates and I stop behind Bowers and Evans, the two other sledges of our squad behind the two other of Bowers. So we are drawn up in camp formation. The picket lines are run across at right angles to the line of advance and secured to the two sledges at each end. In a few minutes, ponies are on the lines, covered, tents up again, and cookers going. Meanwhile, the dog drivers, after a long, cold wait at the old camp, have packed the last sledge and come trotting along our tracks. They try to time their arrival in the new camp immediately after our own, and generally succeed well. The mid-march halt runs into an hour to an hour and a half, and at the end we pack up and tramp forth again. We generally make our final camp about 8 o'clock, and within an hour and a half most of us are in our sleeping bags. Such is at present the daily routine. At the long halt we do our best for our animals by building snow walls and improving their rugs, etc. Saturday, February 11th. Number 10 Camp. Bearings, latitude 78 degrees 47 minutes. Bluff, south 79, west. Left extreme, bluff 65 degrees. Bluff A, White Island near Sound. 11 miles. Covered 6 and 5 miles between halts. The surface has got a good deal softer. In the next 2 marches we should know more certainly, but it looks as though the conditions to the south will not be so good as those we have had hitherto. Blossom, Evans's pony, has very small hooves and has found the going bad. It is less a question of load than one of walking, and there is no doubt that some form of snowshoe would help greatly. The question is, what form? All the ponies were a little done when we stopped, but the weather is favorable for a good rest. There is no doubt this night marching is the best policy. Even the dogs found the surface more difficult today, but they are pulling very well. Meares has deposed Osman in favor of Rabchick, as the former was getting either very disobedient or very deaf. The change appears excellent. Rabchick leads most obediently. Memorandum for next year. A stout male bamboo shod with a spike to sound for crevices. Saturday, February 12th. Number 11 Camp. 10 miles. Depot 1 bale of fodder. Variation, 150 east-south true, north 30 east by compass. The surface is getting decidedly worse. The ponies sunk quite deep every now and again. We marched 6 1/4 miles before lunch, Blossom dropping considerably behind. He lagged more on the second march and we halted at 9 miles. Evans said he might be dragged for another mile and we went on for that distance and camped. The sky was overcast, very dark and snowy looking in the south, very difficult to steer a course. Mount Discovery is in line with the south end of the bluff from the camp and we are near the 79th parallel. We must get exact bearings for this is to be called the Bluff Camp and should play an important part in the future. Bearings, Bluff 36 degrees 13 minutes. Black Island, right X. I have decided to send E. Evans, Ford, and Cohane back with the 3 weakest ponies, which they have been leading. The remaining 5 ponies, which have been improving in condition, will go on for a few days at least, and we must see how near we can come to the 80th parallel. Tonight we have been making all the necessary arrangements for this plan. Cherry Gerard is to come into our tent. Monday, February 13th. Number 12 Camp. 9 miles, 150 yards. The wind got up from the south with drift before we started today, all appearance of a blizzard. But we got away at 12:30 and marched through drift for 7 miles. It was exceedingly cold at first. Just at starting the sky cleared in the wonderfully rapid fashion usual in these regions. We saw that our camp had the southern edge of the base rock of the bluff in line with Mount Discovery, and White Island well clear of the eastern slope of Mount Erebus, a fairly easy alignment to pick up. At lunchtime the sky lightened up and the drift temporarily ceased. I thought we were going to get in a good march, but on starting again the drift came thicker than ever and soon the course grew wild. We went on for 2 miles and then I decided to camp. So here we are, with a full blizzard blowing. I told Wilson I should camp if it grew thick, and hope he and Meares have stopped where they were. They saw Evans start back from number 11 camp before leaving. I trust they have got in something of a march before stopping. This continuous bad weather is exceedingly trying, but our ponies are quite comfortable this time, I'm glad to say. We have built them extensive snow walls behind which they seem to get quite comfortable shelter. We are 5 in a tent, yet fairly comfortable. Our ponies' coats are certainly getting thicker, and I see no reason why we shouldn't get to the 80th parallel if only the weather would give us a chance. Bowers is wonderful. Throughout the night he has worn no headgear but a common green felt hat, kept on with a chin strap, and affording no cover whatever for the ears. His face and ears remain bright red. The rest of us were glad to have thick balaclavas and wind helmets. I have never seen anyone so unaffected by the cold. Tonight he remained outside a full hour after the rest of us had got into the tent. He was simply pottering about the camp doing small jobs to the sledges, etc. Cherry Gerard is remarkable because of his eyes. He can only see through glasses and has to wrestle with all sorts of inconveniences in consequence. Yet one would never guess it, for he manages somehow to do more than his share of the work. Tuesday, February 14th. 13 Camp. 7 miles, 650 yards. A disappointing day. The weather had cleared, the night was fine, though cold, temperature well below zero with a keen southwest breeze. Soon after the start we struck very bad surface conditions. The ponies sank lower than their hocks frequently, and the soft patches of snow left by the blizzard lay in sandy heaps, making great friction for the runners. We struggled on, but found Gran with Weary Willie dropping to the rear. I consulted Oates as to the distance, and he cheerfully proposed 15 miles for the day. This piqued me somewhat, and I marched till the sledge meter showed 6.5 miles. By this time Weary Willie had dropped about 3/4 of a mile, and the dog teams were approaching. Suddenly we heard much barking in the distance, and later it was evident that something had gone wrong. Oates and I then hurried back. I met Mears, who told me the dogs of his team had got out of hand and attacked Weary Willie when they saw him fall. Finally they had been beaten off, and Weary Willie was being led without his sledge. Weary Willie had been much bitten, but luckily I think not seriously. He appears to have made a gallant fight, and bit and shook some of the dogs with his teeth. Gran did his best, breaking his ski stick. Mears broke his dog stick. One way and another the dogs must have had a rocky time, yet they seem to bear charmed lives when their blood is up, as apparently not one of them has been injured. After lunch, 4 of us went back and dragged up the load. It taught us the nature of the surface more than many hours of pony leading. The incident is deplorable and the blame widespread. I find Weary Willie's load was much heavier than that of the other ponies. I blame myself for not supervising these matters more effectively, and for allowing Weary Willie to get so far behind. We started off again after lunch, but when we had done 2/3 of a mile, Weary Willie's condition made it advisable to halt. He has been given a hot feed, a large snow wall, and some extra sacking. The day promises to be quiet and warm for him, and one can only hope that these measures will put him right again. But the whole thing is very annoying. Memorandum. Arrangements for ponies. 1. Hot bran or oat mashes. 2. Clippers for breaking wires of bales. 3. Pickets for horses. 4. Lighter ponies to take 10-foot sledges. The surface is so crusty and friable that the question of snowshoes again becomes of great importance. All the sastrugi are from southwest to south by southwest, and all the wind that we have experienced in this region, there cannot be a doubt that the wind sweeps up the coast at all seasons. A point has arisen as to the deposition. David called the crusts seasonal. This must be wrong. They mark blizzards, but after each blizzard fresh crusts are formed over only by the patchy heaps left by the blizzard. A blizzard seems to leave heaps which cover anything from 1/6 to 1/3 of the whole surface. Such heaps presumably turn hollows into mounds with fresh hollows between. These are filled in turn by ensuing blizzards. If this is so, the only way to get at the seasonal deposition would be to average the heaps deposited and multiply this by the number of blizzards in the year. Monday, February 15th. 14 Camp. 7 miles, 775 yards. The surface was wretched today. The 2 drawbacks of yesterday, the thin crusts which let the ponies through, and the sandy heaps which hang on the runners, if anything exaggerated. Bowers's pony refused to work at intervals for the first time. His hind legs sink very deep. Weary Willie is decidedly better. The soldier takes a gloomy view of everything, but I've come to see that this is a characteristic of him. In spite of it, he pays every attention to the weaker horses. We had frequent halts on the march, but managed 4 miles before lunch, and 3½ after. The temperature was -15 degrees at the lunch camp. It was cold sitting in the tents waiting for the ponies to rest. The thermometer is now -7 degrees, but there is a bright sun and no wind, which makes the air feel quite comfortable. One's socks and finnesko dry well. Our provision allowance is working out very well. In fact, all is well with us except the condition of the ponies. The more I see of the matter, the more certain I am that we must save all the ponies to get better value out of them next year. It would have been ridiculous to have worked some out this year as the soldier wished. Even now I feel we went too far with the first 3. One thing is certain. A good snowshoe would be worth its weight in gold on this surface, and if we can get something really practical we ought to greatly increase our distances next year. Memorandums. Storage of biscuit next year, lashing cases on sledges. Look into sledge meter. Picket lines for ponies. Food tanks to be size required. 2 sledges altered to take steel runners. Stowage of pony food. Enough sacks for ready bags. Thursday, February 16th. 6 miles, 1,450 yards. 15 camp. The surface a good deal better, but the ponies running out. 3 of the 5 could go on without difficulty. Bowers's pony might go on a bit, but Weary Willie is a good deal done up, and to push him further would be to risk him unduly, so tomorrow we turn. The temperature on the march tonight fell to -21 degrees with a brisk southwest breeze. Bowers started out as usual in his small felt hat, ears uncovered. Luckily I called a halt after a mile and looked at him. His ears were quite white. Cherry and I nursed them back whilst the patient seemed to feel nothing but intense surprise and disgust at the mere fact of possessing such unruly organs. Oates's nose gave great trouble. I got frostbitten on the cheek lightly, as also did Cherry Gerard. Tried to march in light woolen mitts to great discomfort. Friday, February 17th. Camp 15. Latitude 79 degrees, 28½ minutes south. It clouded over yesterday. The temperature rose and some snow fell. Wind from the south, cold and biting, as we turned. We started to build the depot. I had intended to go on half a march and return to same camp, leaving Weary Willie to rest, but under the circumstances did not like to take risk. Stores left in depot. Latitude 29 degrees, 29 minutes. Depot. 245 pounds, 7 weeks full provision bags for 1 unit. 12 pounds, 2 days provision bags for 1 unit. 8 pounds, 8 weeks tea. 31 pounds, 6 weeks extra butter. 176 pounds, biscuits, 7 weeks full biscuits. 85 pounds, 8½ gallons of oil, 12 weeks oil for 1 unit. 850 pounds, 5 sacks of oats. 424 pounds, 4 bales of fodder. 250 pounds, a tank of dog biscuit. 100 pounds, 2 cases of biscuit. Total, 2,181 pounds. 1 skein white line, 1 set breast harness, 2 12-foot sledges, 2 pair skis, 1 pair of ski sticks, 1 minimum thermometer, 1 tin Roundtree cocoa, 1 tin matches. With packing we have landed considerably over a ton of stuff. It is a pity we couldn't get to 80 degrees, but as it is we shall have a good leg up for next year and can at least feed the ponies full up to this point. Our Camp 15 is well marked, I think. Besides the flagstaff and black flag we have piled biscuit boxes, filled and empty, to act as reflectors, secured tea tins to the sledges, which are planted upright in the snow. The depot cairn is more than 6 foot above the surface, very solid and large. Then there are the pony protection walls. Altogether it should show up for many miles. I forgot to mention that looking back on the 15th we saw a cairn built on a camp 12½ miles behind. It was miraged up. It seems as though some of our party will find spring journeys pretty trying. Oates's nose is always on the point of being frostbitten. Mears has a refractory toe which gives him much trouble. This is the worst prospect for summit work. I've been wondering how I shall stick the summit again, as this cold spell gives ideas. I think I shall be all right, but one must be prepared for a pretty good doing. End of chapter 5.
Section 13 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ewan Bayliss. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 6. Adventure and Peril. Saturday, February 18. Camp 12. North 22 miles. 1,996 yards. I scattered some oats 50 yards east of Depôt. Footnote. This was done in order to measure on the next visit the results of wind and snow. End of footnote. The minimum thermometer showed minus 16 degrees when we left camp. Inform Simpson. The ponies started off well, Gran leading my pony with Weary Willie behind, the soldier leading his with Cherries behind, and Bowers steering course as before with a light sledge. Footnote. Scott, Wilson, Mears, and Cherry Garrard now went back swiftly with the dog teams to look after the return parties at Safety Camp. Having found all satisfactory, Scott left Wilson and Mears there with the dogs, and marched back with the rest to Corner Camp, taking more stores to the depot, and hoping to meet Bowers' rearguard party. End of footnote. We started half an hour later, soon overtook the ponies, and luckily picked up a small bag of oats which they had dropped. We went on for 10 3/4 miles and stopped for lunch. After lunch, to our astonishment, the ponies appeared, going strong. They were making for a camp some miles farther on, and meant to remain there. I am very glad to have seen them making the pace so well. They don't propose to stop for lunch at all, but to march right through 10 or 12 miles a day. I think they will have little difficulty in increasing this distance. For the dogs, the surface has been bad, and one or another of us on either sledge has been running a good part of the time. But we have covered 23 miles, 3 marches out. We have 4 days' food for them, and ought to get in very easily. As we camp late, the temperature is evidently very low, and there is a low drift. Conditions are beginning to be severe on the barrier, and I shall be glad to get the ponies into more comfortable quarters. Sunday, February 19. Started 10 p.m, camped 6:30. Nearly 26 miles to our credit. The dogs went very well, and the surface became excellent after the first 5 or 6 miles. At the Bluff Camp, number 11, we picked up Evans' track, and found that he must have made excellent progress. Number 10 camp was much snowed up. I should imagine our light blizzard was severely felt along this part of the route. We must look out tomorrow for signs of Evans being held up. The old tracks show better here than on the softer surface. During this journey, both ponies and dogs have had what under ordinary circumstances would have been a good allowance of food, yet both are desperately hungry. Both eat their own excrement. With the ponies it does not seem so horrid, as there must be a good deal of grain, etc., which is not fully digested. It is the worst side of dog driving. All the rest is diverting. The way in which they keep up a steady jog trot for hour after hour is wonderful. Their legs seem steel springs, fatigue unknown, for at the end of a tiring march any unusual incident will arouse them to full vigour. Osman has been restored to leadership. It is curious how these leaders come off and go off, all except old Starik, who remains as steady as ever. We are all acting like seasoned sledge travellers now. Such is the force of example. Our tent is up and cooker going in the shortest time after halt, and we are able to break camp in exceptionally good time. Cherry Garrard is cook. He is excellent and is quickly learning all the tips for looking after himself and his gear. What a difference such care makes is apparent now, but was more so when he joined the tent with all his footgear iced up, whilst Wilson and I nearly always have dry socks and finnesko to put on. This is only a point amongst many in which experience gives comfort. Every minute spent in keeping one's gear dry and free of snow is very well repaid. Monday, February 20. 29 miles. Lunch. Excellent run on hard wind-swept surface. Covered nearly 17 miles. Very cold at starting and during march. Suddenly wind changed and temperature rose so that at the moment of stopping for final halt it appeared quite warm, almost sultry. On stopping, found we had covered 29 miles, some 35 statute miles. The dogs are weary, but by no means played out. During the last part of the journey they trotted steadily, with a wonderfully tireless rhythm. I have been off the sledge a good deal, and trotting for a good many miles, so should sleep well. E. Evans has left the bale of forage at Camp 8, and has not taken on the one which he might have taken from the depot, facts which show that his ponies must have been going strong. I hope to find them safe and sound the day after tomorrow. We had the most wonderfully beautiful sky effects on the march, with the sun circling low on the southern horizon. Bright pink clouds hovered overhead on a deep grey-blue background. Gleams of bright sunlit mountains appeared through the stratus. Here it is most difficult to predict what is going to happen. Sometimes the southern sky looks dark and ominous, but within half an hour all has changed. The land comes and goes as the veil of stratus lifts and falls. It seems as though weather is made here rather than dependent on conditions elsewhere. It is all very interesting. Tuesday, February 21. New camp about 12 miles from safety camp, 15.5 miles. We made a start as usual about 10 p.m. The light was good at first, but rapidly grew worse till we could see little of the surface. The dogs showed signs of wearying. About an hour and a half after starting, we came on mistily outlined pressure ridges. We were running by the sledges. Suddenly Wilson shouted, "Hold on to the sledge!" and I saw him slip a leg into a crevasse. I jumped to the sledge but saw nothing. 5 minutes after, as the teams were trotting side by side, the middle dogs of our team disappeared. In a moment the whole team were sinking. 2 by 2 we lost sight of them, each pair struggling for foothold. Osmond, the leader, exerted all his great strength and kept a foothold. It was wonderful to see him. The sledge stopped and we leapt aside. The situation was clear in another moment. We had been actually travelling along the bridge of a crevasse. The sledge had stopped on it, whilst the dogs hung in their harness in the abyss, suspended between the sledge and the leading dog. Why the sledge and ourselves didn't follow the dogs we shall never know. I think a fraction of a pound of added weight must have taken us down. As soon as we grasped the position, we hauled the sledge clear of the bridge and anchored it. Then we peered into the depths of the crack. The dogs were howling dismally, suspended in all sorts of fantastic positions, and evidently terribly frightened. 2 had dropped out of their harness, and we could see them indistinctly on a snow bridge far below. The rope at either end of the chain had bitten deep into the snow at the side of the crevasse, and with the weight below it was impossible to move it. By this time, Wilson and Cherry Garrard, who had seen the accident, had come to our assistance. At first, things looked very bad for our poor team, and I saw little prospect of rescuing them. I had luckily inquired about the Alpine rope before starting the march, and now Cherry Garrard hurriedly brought this most essential aid. It takes one a little time to make plans under such sudden circumstances, and for some minutes our efforts were rather futile. We could get not an inch on the main trace of the sledge, or on the leading rope which was binding Osmond to the snow, with a throttling pressure. Then thoughts became clearer. We unloaded our sledge, putting in safety our sleeping bags with the tent and cooker. Choking sounds from Osmond made it clear that the pressure on him must soon be relieved. I seized the lashing off Meares' sleeping bag, passed the tent poles across the crevasse, and with Meares managed to get a few inches on the leading line. This freed Osmond, whose harness was immediately cut. Then, securing the Alpine rope to the main trace, we tried to haul up together. One dog came up and was unlashed, but by this time the rope had cut so far back at the edge that it was useless to attempt to get more of it. But we could now unbend the sledge and do that for which we should have aimed from the first, namely, run the sledge across the gap and work from it. We managed to do this, our fingers constantly numbed. Wilson held on to the anchored trace, whilst the rest of us laboured at the leader end. The leading rope was very small, and I was fearful of its breaking, so Meares was lowered down a foot or two to secure the Alpine rope to the leading end of the trace. This done, the work of rescue proceeded in better order. 2 by 2 we hauled the animals up to the sledge, and 1 by 1 cut them out of their harness. Strangely, the last dogs were the most difficult, as they were close under the lip of the gap, bound in by the snow-covered rope. Finally, with a grasp, we got the last poor creature onto firm snow. We had recovered 11 of the 13. Footnote: taking up the story from the point where 11 of the 13 dogs had been brought to the surface, Mr. Cherry Garrard's diary records, "This left the 2 at the bottom. Scott had several times wanted to go down. Bill said to me that he hoped he wouldn't, but now he insisted. We found the Alpine rope would reach, and then lowered Scott down to the platform 60 feet below. I thought it very plucky. We then hauled the 2 dogs up on the rope, leaving Scott below. Scott said the dogs were very glad to see him. They had curled up asleep. It was wonderful they had no bones broken. Then Meares' dogs, which were all wandering about loose, started fighting our team, and we all had to leave Scott to go and separate them, which took some time. They fixed on Nougis badly. We then hauled Scott up. It was all 3 of us could do, fingers a good deal frostbitten at the end. That was all the dogs. Scott has just said that at one time he never hoped to get back to 13, or even half of them. When he was down in the crevasse, he wanted to go off exploring, but we dissuaded him. Of course it was a great opportunity. He kept on saying, "I wonder why this is running the way it is. You expect to find them at right angles." Scott found inside the crevasse, warmer than above, but had no thermometer. It is a great wonder the whole sledge did not drop through. The inside was like the cliff of Dover. End of footnote. Then I wondered if the last 2 could not be got, and we paid down the Alpine rope to see if it was long enough to reach the snow bridge on which they were coiled. The rope is 90 feet, and the amount remaining showed that the depth of the bridge was about 65 feet. I made a bowline, and the others lowered me down. The bridge was firm, and I got hold of both dogs, which were hauled up in turn to the surface. Then I heard dim shouts and howls above. Some of the rescued animals had wandered to the second sledge, and a big fight was in progress. All my rope tenders had to leave to separate the combatants, but they soon returned, and with some effort I was hauled to the surface. All is well that ends well, and certainly this was a most surprisingly happy ending to a very serious episode. We felt we must have refreshment, so camped and had a meal, congratulating ourselves on a really miraculous escape. If the sledge had gone down, Mears and I must have been badly injured, if not killed outright. The dogs are wonderful, but have had a terrible shaking. 3 of them are passing blood, and have more or less serious internal injuries. Many were held up by a thin thong round the stomach, writhing madly to get free. One dog, better placed in its harness, stretched its legs full before and behind, and just managed to claw either side of the gap. It had continued attempts to climb throughout, giving vent to terrified howls. 2 of the animals, hanging together, had been fighting at intervals when they swung into any position which allowed them to bite one another. The crevasse for the time being was an inferno, and the time must have been all too terribly long for the wretched creatures. It was 20 minutes past 3 when we had completed the rescue work, and the accident must have happened before 1:30. Some of the animals must have been dangling for over an hour. I had a good opportunity of examining the crack. The section seemed such as I have shown. It narrowed towards the east and widened slightly towards the west. In this direction there were curious curved splinters. Below the snow bridge on which I stood the opening continued, but narrowing, so that I think one could not have fallen many more feet without being wedged. Twice I have owed safety to a snow bridge, and it seems to me that the chance of finding some obstruction or some saving fault in the crevasse is a good one, but I am far from thinking that such a chance can be relied upon, and it would be an awful situation to fall beyond the limits of the alpine rope. We went on after lunch and very soon got into soft snow and regular surface where crevasses are most unlikely to occur. We have pushed on with difficulty, for the dogs are badly cooked and the surface tries them. We are all pretty done, but luckily the weather favours us. A sharp storm from the south has been succeeded by ideal sunshine, which is flooding the tent as I write. It is the calmest, warmest day we have had since we started sledging. We are only about 12 miles from safety camp, and I trust we shall push on without accident tomorrow, but I am anxious about some of the dogs. We shall be lucky indeed if all recover. My companions today were excellent. Wilson and Cherry Garrard, if anything, the most intelligently and readily helpful. I begin to think that there is no avoiding the line of cracks running from the bluff to Cape Crozier, but my hope is that the danger does not extend beyond a mile or 2, and that the cracks are narrower on the pony road to Corner Camp. If 8 ponies can cross without accident, I do not think there can be great danger. Certainly we must rigidly adhere to this course on all future journeys. We must try and plot out the danger line. Footnote: the party had made a short cut, where in going out with the ponies they had made an elbow, and so had passed within this danger line. End of footnote. I begin to be a little anxious about the returning ponies. I rather think the dogs are being underfed. They have weakened badly in the last few days. More than such work ought to entail. Now they are absolutely ravenous. Mears has very dry feet. Whilst we others perspire freely and our skin remains pink and soft, his gets horny and scaly. He amused us greatly tonight by scraping them. The sound suggested the whittling of a hardwood block, and the action was curiously like an attempt to shape the feet to fit the finnesko. Summary of marches made on the Depôt journey. Distances in geographical miles. Variation 152 east. Safety number 3 to 4. East 4 miles 2,000 yards. 4 to 5. South 64 east 4 miles 500 yards. 4 to 5. South 77 east 1 mile 312 yards. 4 to 5. South 60 east 3 miles 1,575 yards. 5 to 6. South 48 east 10 miles 270 yards. Variation 149.5 east. Corner 6 to 7. South 10 miles 145 yards. 7 to 8. South 11 miles 198 yards. With a question mark. 8 to 9. South 12 miles 325 yards. 9 to 10. South 11 miles 118 yards. Bluff Camp 10 to 11. South 10 miles 226 yards. Variation 152.5 east. 11 to 12. South 9 miles 150 yards. 12 to 13. South 7 miles 650 yards. 13 to 14. South 7 miles 775 yards. 14 to 15. South 8 miles 1,450 yards. Total 111 miles 610 yards. Return 17th to 18th 15 to 12. North 22 miles 1,994 yards. 18th to 19th 12 to midway between 9 and 10. North 48 miles 1,825 yards. 19th to 20th. Lunch 8 camp. North 65 miles 1,720 yards. 19th to 20th. 7 camp. North 77 miles 1,820 yards. 20th to 21st. North 30 to 35 west 93 miles 950 yards. 21st to 22nd. Safety camp. North and west 107 miles 1,125 yards. Wednesday, February 22. Safety camp. Got away at 10 again. Surface fairly heavy. Dogs going badly. The dogs are as thin as rakes. They are ravenous and very tired. I feel this should not be, and that it is evident that they are underfed. The ration must be increased next year, and we must have some properly thought out diet. The biscuit alone is not good enough. Mears is excellent to a point, but ignorant of the conditions here. One thing is certain, the dogs will never continue to drag heavy loads with men sitting on the sledges. We must all learn to run with the teams, and the Russian custom must be dropped. Mears, I think, rather imagined himself racing to the pole and back on a dog sledge. The journey has opened his eyes a good deal. We reached safety camp, distance 14 miles, at 4:30 a.m. Found Evans and his party in excellent health, but alas, with only one pony. As far as I can gather, Ford's pony only got 4 miles back from the Bluff camp. Then a blizzard came on, and, in spite of the most tender care from Ford, the pony sank under it. Evans says that Ford spent hours with the animal, trying to keep it going, feeding it, walking it about, and at last he returned to the tent to say that the poor creature had fallen. They all tried to get it on its feet again, but their efforts were useless. It couldn't stand, and soon after it died. Then the party marched some 10 miles, but the blizzard had had a bad effect on Blossom. It seemed to have shriveled him up, and now he was terribly emaciated. After this march he could scarcely move. Evans describes his efforts as pathetic. He got on 100 yards, then stopped, with legs outstretched and nose to the ground. They rested him, fed him well, covered him with rugs, but again all efforts were unavailing. The last stages came with painful detail. So Blossom is also left on the southern road. The last pony, James Pig, as he is called, has thriven amazingly. Of course great care has been taken with him, and he is now getting full feed and very light work, so he ought to do well. The loss is severe, but they were the 2 oldest ponies of our team, and the 2 which Oates thought of least use. Atkinson and Crean have departed, leaving no trace, not even a note. Crean had carried up a good deal of fodder, and some seal meat was found buried. After a few hours' sleep, we are off for Hut Point. There are certain points in night marching, if only for the glorious light effects which the coming night exhibits. Wednesday, February 22, 10 p.m, Safety Camp. Turned out at 11 this morning, after 4 hours sleep. Wilson, Mears, Evans, Cherry Garrard and I went to Hut Point. Found a great enigma. The hut was cleared and habitable, but no one was there. A pencil line on the wall said that a bag containing a mail was inside, but no bag could be found. We puzzled much, then finally decided on the true solution, viz., that Atkinson and Crean had gone towards Safety Camp as we went to Hut Point. Later we saw their sledge track leading round on the sea ice. Then we returned towards Safety Camp and endured a very bad hour, in which we could see the 2 bell tents but not the domed. It was an enormous relief to find the dome securely planted, as the ice round Cape Armitage is evidently very weak. I have never seen such enormous waterholes off it. But every incident of the day pales before the startling contents of the mailbag which Atkinson gave me, a letter from Campbell setting out his doings, and the finding of Amundsen, established in the Bay of Whales. One thing only fixes itself definitely in my mind. The proper, as well as the wiser, course for us is to proceed exactly as though this had not happened, to go forward and do our best for the honour of the country, without fear or panic. There is no doubt that Amundsen's plan is a very serious menace to ours. He has a shorter distance to the pole by 60 miles. I never thought he could have got so many dogs safely to the ice. His plan for running them seems excellent, but above and beyond that, he can start his journey early in the season, an impossible condition with ponies. The ice is still in at the glacier tongue, a very late date. It looks as though it will not break right back this season, but off Cape Armitage it is so thin that I doubt if the ponies could safely be walked round. Thursday, February 23. Spent the day preparing sledges, etc., for party to meet Bowers at Corner Camp. It was blowing and drifting, and generally uncomfortable. Wilson and Mears killed 3 seals for the dogs. Friday, February 24. roused out at 6, started marching at 9. Self, Crean and Jerry Garrard 1 sledge and tent, Evans, Atkinson, Ford 2nd sledge and tent, Keohane leading his pony. We pulled on ski in the forenoon. The 2nd sledge couldn't keep up, so we changed about for half the march. In the afternoon we pulled on foot. On the whole, I thought the labour greater on foot, so did Crean, showing the advantage of experience. There is no doubt that very long days' work could be done by men in hard condition on ski. The hanging back of the 2nd sledge was mainly a question of condition, but to some extent due to the sledge. We have a 10-foot, whilst the other party has a 12-foot. The former is a distinct advantage in this case. It has been a horrid day. We woke to find a thick covering of sticky ice crystals on everything. A frost rime. I cleared my ski before breakfast and found more on afterwards. There was the suggestion of an early frost morning at home. Such a morning has developed into a beautiful sunshiny day. But in our case, alas, such hopes were shattered. It was almost damp, with temperature near 0 and a terribly bad light for travelling. In the afternoon, Erebus and Terror showed up for a while. Now it is drifting hard, with every sign of a blizzard. A beastly night. This marching is going to be very good for our condition, and I shall certainly keep people at it. Saturday, February 25. Fine bright day, easy marching, covered 9 miles and a bit yesterday, and the same today. Should reach Corner Camp before lunch tomorrow. Turned out at 3 a.m. and saw a short black line on the horizon towards White Island. Thought it an odd place for a rock exposure, and then observed movement in it. Walked 1.5 miles towards it, and made certain that it was Oates, Bowers and the ponies. They seemed to be going very fast, and evidently did not see our camp. Today we have come on their tracks, and I fear there are only 4 ponies left. James Pigg, our own pony, limits the length of our marches. The men haulers could go on much longer, and we all like pulling on ski. Everyone must be practised in this. End of first part of chapter 6. Section 14 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ewan Bayliss. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 6, Adventure and Peril. Sunday, February 26. Marched on Corner Camp, but second main party found going very hard, and eventually got off their ski and pulled on foot. James Pigg also found the surface bad, so we camped and had lunch after doing 3 miles. Except for our tent, the camp routine is slack. Shall have to tell people that we are out on business, not picnicking. It was another 3 miles to Depôt after lunch. Found signs of Bowers' party having camped there, and glad to see 5 pony walls. Left 6 full weeks' provision, 1 bag of oats, 3/4 of a bale of fodder. Then Cherry Garrard, Crean and I started for home, leaving the others to bring the pony by slow stages. We covered 6.25 miles in direct line, then had some tea and marched another 8. We must be less than 10 miles from safety camp. Pitched tent at 10 p.m. Very dark for cooking. Monday, February 27. Awoke to find it blowing a howling blizzard. Absolutely confined to tent at present. To step outside is to be covered with drift in a minute. We have managed to get our cooking things inside and have had a meal. Very anxious about the ponies and wondering where they can be. The return party has had 2 days and may have got them into some shelter. But more probably they were not expecting this blow. I wasn't. Footnote: Bowers, Oates and Gran with the 5 ponies. The 2 days had after all brought them to safety camp. End of footnote. The wind is blowing force 8 or 9, heavy gusts straining the tent. The temperature is evidently quite low. This is poor luck. Tuesday, February 28. Safety camp. Packed up at 6 a.m. and marched into safety camp. Found everyone very cold and depressed. Wilson and Mears had had continuous bad weather since we left. Bowers and Oates since their arrival. The blizzard had raged for 2 days. The animals looked in a sorry condition, but all were alive. The wind blew keen and cold from the east. There could be no advantage in waiting here, and soon all arrangements were made for a general shift to Hut Point. Packing took a long time. The snowfall had been prodigious, and parts of the sledge were 3 or 4 feet under drift. About 4 o'clock the 2 dog teams got safely away. Then the pony party prepared to go. As the clothes were stripped from the ponies, the ravages of the blizzard became evident. The animals, without exception, were terribly emaciated, and Weary Willie was in a pitiable condition. The plan was for the ponies to follow the dog tracks, our small party to start last and get in front of the ponies on the sea ice. I was very anxious about the sea ice passage owing to the spread of the water holes. The ponies started, but Weary Willie, tethered last without a load, immediately fell down. We tried to get him up and he made efforts, but was too exhausted. Then we rapidly reorganised. Cherry Garrard and Crean went on, whilst Oates and Gran stayed with me. We made desperate efforts to save the poor creature, got him once more on his legs, and gave him a hot oat mash. Then, after a wait of an hour, Oates led him off, and we packed the sledge and followed on ski. 500 yards away from the camp, the poor creature fell again, and I felt it was the last effort. We camped, built a snow wall round him, and did all we possibly could to get him on his feet. Every effort was fruitless, though the poor thing made pitiful struggles. Towards midnight we propped him up as comfortably as we could and went to bed. Wednesday, March 1 a.m. Our pony died in the night. It is hard to have got him back so far only for this. It is clear that these blizzards are terrible for the poor animals. Their coats are not good, but even with the best of coats, it is certain they would lose condition badly if caught in one, and we cannot afford to lose condition at the beginning of a journey. It makes a late start necessary for next year. Well, we have done our best and bought our experience at a heavy cost. Now, every effort must be bent on saving the remaining animals, and it will be good luck if we get 4 back at Cape Evans, or even 3. Jimmy Pig may have fared badly. Bowers' big pony is in a bad way after that frightful blizzard. I cannot remember such a bad storm in February or March. The temperature was -7 degrees. Bowers' incident. I note the events of the night of March the 1st while they are yet fresh in my memory. Thursday, March 2 a.m. The events of the past 48 hours bid fair to wreck the expedition, and the only one comfort is the miraculous avoidance of loss of life. We turned out early yesterday, Oates, Gran and I, after the dismal night of our pony's death, and pulled towards the forage depot on ski. Footnote: this was at a point on the barrier 1/2 mile from the edge, in a south-southeast direction from Hut Point. End of footnote. As we approached, the sky looked black and lowering, and mirage effects of huge broken floes loomed out ahead. At first, I thought it one of the strange optical illusions common in this region, but as we neared the depot, all doubt was dispelled. The sea was full of broken pieces of barrier edge. My thoughts flew to the ponies and dogs, and fearful anxieties assailed my mind. We turned to follow the sea edge, and suddenly discovered a working crack. Note from the glossary: working crack, an open crack which leaves the ice free to move with the movement of the water beneath. End of note. We dashed over this, and slackened pace again after a 1/4 mile. Then again cracks appeared ahead, and we increased pace as much as possible, not slackening again till we were in line between the safety camp and Castle Rock. Meanwhile, my first thought was to warn Evans. We set up tent, and Gran went to the depot with a note, as Oates and I disconsolately thought out the situation. I thought to myself that if either party had reached safety, either on the barrier or at Hut Point, they would immediately have sent a warning messenger to safety camp. By this time the messenger should have been with us. Some half-hour passed, and suddenly, with a "thank God," I made certain that 2 specks in the direction of Pram Point were human beings. I hastened towards them and found they were Wilson and Mears, who had led the homeward way with the dog teams. They were astonished to see me. They said they feared the ponies were adrift on the sea ice. They had seen them with glasses from Observation Hill. They thought I was with them. They had hastened out without breakfast. We made them cocoa and discussed the gloomiest situation. Just after cocoa, Wilson discovered a figure making rapidly for the depot from the west. Gran was sent off again to intercept. It proved to be Crean. He was exhausted and a little incoherent. The ponies had camped at 2:30 a.m. on the sea ice, well beyond the seal crack on the previous night. Friday, March 3 a.m. I was interrupted when writing yesterday, and continue my story this morning. In the middle of the night at 4:30, Bowers got out of the tent and discovered the ice had broken all round him. A crack ran under the picketing line, and one pony had disappeared. They had packed with great haste and commenced jumping the ponies from floe to floe, then dragging the loads over after. The 3 men must have worked splendidly and fearlessly. At length they had worked their way to heavier floes lying near the barrier edge, and at one time thought they could get up, but soon discovered that there were gaps everywhere off the high barrier face. In this dilemma, Crean, volunteering, was sent off to try and reach me. The sea was like a cauldron at the time of the break-up, and killer whales were putting their heads up on all sides. Luckily, they did not frighten the ponies. He travelled a great distance over the sea ice, leaping from floe to floe, and at last found a thick floe from which, with help of ski stick, he could climb the barrier face. It was a desperate venture, but luckily successful. As soon as I had digested Crean's news, I sent Gran back to Hut Point with Wilson and Mears, and started with my sledge, Crean and Oates, for the scene of the mishap. We stopped at Safety Camp to load some provisions and oil, and then, marching carefully round, approached the ice edge. To my joy, I caught sight of the lost party. We got our alpine rope, and with its help dragged the 2 men to the surface. I pitched camp at a safe distance from the edge, and then we all started salvage work. The ice had ceased to drift and lay close and quiet against the barrier edge. We got the men at 5:30 p.m. and all the sledges and effect onto the barrier by 4 a.m. As we were getting up the last loads, the ice showed signs of drifting off, and we saw it was hopeless to try and move the ponies. The 3 poor beasts had to be left on their floe for the moment, well fed. None of our party had had sleep the previous night, and all were dog-tired. I decided we must rest, but turned everyone out at 8:30 yesterday morning. Before breakfast, we discovered the ponies had drifted away. We had tried to anchor their floe with the alpine rope, but the anchors had drawn. It was a sad moment. At breakfast, we decided to pack and follow the barrier edge. This was the position when I last wrote, but the interruption came when Bowers, who had taken the binoculars, announced that he could see the ponies about a mile to the northwest. We packed and went on at once. We found it easy enough to get down to the poor animals, and decided to rush them for a last chance of life. Then there was an unfortunate mistake. I went along the barrier edge and discovered what I thought and what proved to be a practicable way to land a pony, but the others meanwhile, a little overwrought, tried to leap Punch across a gap. The poor beast fell in. Eventually we had to kill him. It was awful. I recalled all hands and pointed out my road. Bowers and Oates went out on it with a sledge and worked their way to the remaining ponies and started back with them on the same track. Meanwhile, Cherry and I dug a road at the barrier edge. We saved one pony. For a time I thought we should get both, but Bowers' poor animal slipped at a jump and plunged into the water. We dragged him out on some brash ice, killer whales all about us in an intense state of excitement. The poor animal couldn't rise, and the only merciful thing was to kill it. These incidents were terrible. At 5 p.m. we sadly broke our temporary camp and marched back to the one I had first pitched. Even here it seemed unsafe, so I walked nearly 2 miles to discover cracks. I could find none, and we turned in about midnight. So here we are, ready to start our sad journey to Hut Point. Everything out of joint with the loss of the ponies, but mercifully with all the party alive and well. Saturday, March 4 a.m. We had a terrible pull at the start yesterday, taking 4 hours to cover some 3 miles to march on the line between Safety Camp and Fodder Depot. From there, Bowers went to Safety Camp and found my notes to Evans had been taken. We dragged on after lunch to the place where my tent had been pitched when Wilson first met me, and where we had left our ski and other loads. All these had gone. We found sledge tracks leading in towards the land, and at length marks of a pony's hoofs. We followed these and some ski tracks right into the land, coming at length to the highest of the Pram Point ridges. I decided to camp here, and as we unpacked, I saw 4 figures approaching. They proved to be Evans and his party. They had ascended towards Castle Rock on Friday and found a good campsite on top of the ridge. They were in good condition. It was a relief to hear they had found a good road up. They went back to their camp later, dragging one of our sledges and a light load. Atkinson is to go to Hut Point this morning to tell Wilson about us. The rest ought to meet us and help us up the hill. Just off to march up the hill, hoping to avoid trouble with the pony. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's journal. February 28. Mears and I led off with a dog team each, and leaving the barrier we managed to negotiate the first long pressure ridge of the sea ice where the seals all lie without much trouble. The dogs were running well and fast, and we kept on the old tracks still visible by which we had come out in January, heading a long way out to make a wide detour round the open water off Cape Armitage, from which a very wide extent of thick black fog, frost smoke as we call it, was rising on our right. This completely obscured our view of the open water, and the only suggestion it gave me was that the thaw pool off the Cape was much bigger than when we passed it in January, and that we should probably have to make a detour of 3 or 4 miles around it to reach Hut Point instead of 1 or 2. I still thought it was not impossible to reach Hut Point this way, so we went on. But before we had run 2 miles on the sea ice, we noticed that we were coming on to an area broken up by fine thread-like cracks, evidently quite fresh, and as I ran along by the sledge, I paced them and found they curved regularly at every 30 paces, which could only mean that they were caused by a swell. This suggested to me that the thaw pool off Cape Armitage was even bigger than I thought, and that we were getting onto ice which was breaking up to flow north into it. We stopped to consider and found that the cracks in the ice we were on were the rise and fall of a swell. Knowing that the ice might remain like this, with each piece tight against the next only until the tide turned, I knew that we must get off it at once in case the tide did turn in the next half hour, when each crack would open up into a wide lead of open water, and we should find ourselves on an isolated floe. So we at once turned and went back as fast as possible to the unbroken sea ice. Obviously, it was now unsafe to go round to Hut Point by Cape Armitage, and we therefore made for the gap. It was between 8 and 9 in the evening when we turned, and we soon came in sight of the pony party, led as we thought by Captain Scott. We were within half a mile of them when we hurried right across their bows and headed straight for the gap, making a course more than a right angle off the course we had been on. There was the seal's pressure ridge of sea ice between us and them, but as I could see them quite distinctly, I had no doubt they could see us, and we were occupied more than once just then in beating the teams off stray seals, so that we didn't go by either very quickly or very silently. From here we ran into the gap, where there was some nasty pressed up ice to cross, and large gaps and cracks by the ice foot. But with the alpine rope and the rush, we got first one team over and then the other without mishap onto the land ice, and were then practically at Hut Point. However, expecting that the pony party was following us, we ran our teams up onto level ice, picketed them, and pitched our tent to remain there for the night, as we had a half-mile of rock to cross to reach the hut, and the sledges would have to be carried over this, and the dogs led by hand in couples, a very long job. Having done this, we returned to the ice foot with a pick and a shovel to improve the road up for horse party, as they would have to come over the same bad ice we had found difficult with the dogs, but they were nowhere to be seen close at hand as we had expected, for they were miles out, as we soon saw, still trying to reach Hut Point by the sea ice round Cape Armitage thaw pool, and on the ice which was showing a working crack at 30 paces. I couldn't understand how Scott could do such a thing, and it was only the next day that I found out that Scott had remained behind and had sent Bowers in charge of the pony party. Bowers, having had no experience of the kind, did not grasp the situation for some time, and as we watched him and his party, or as we thought, Captain Scott and his party of ponies, we saw them all suddenly realise that they were getting into trouble, and the whole party turned back, but instead of coming back towards the gap as we had, we saw them go due south towards the Barrier Edge and White Island. Then I thought they were all right, for I knew they would get onto safe ice and camp for the night. We therefore had our supper in the tent, and were turning in between 11 and 12 when I had a last look to see where they were, and found they had camped, as it appeared to me, on safe barrier ice, the only safe thing they could have done. They were now about 6 miles away from us, and it was lucky that I had my Goertz glasses with me, so that we could follow their movements. Now, as everything looked all right, Meares and I turned in and slept. At 5 a.m. I awoke, and as I felt uneasy about the party, I went out and along the gap to see where we could see their camp, and I was horrified to see that the whole of the sea ice was now on the move, and that it had broken up for miles further than when we turned in, and right back past where they had camped, and that the pony party was now, as we could see, adrift on a floe and separated by open water and a lot of drifting ice from the edge of the fast barrier ice. We could see with our glasses that they were running the ponies and sledges over as quickly as possible from floe to floe whenever they could, trying to draw nearer to the safe barrier ice again. The whole strait was now open water to the north of Cape Armitage, with the frost smoke rising everywhere from it, and full of pieces of floating ice, all going up north to Ross Sea. March 1, Ash Wednesday. The question for us was whether we could do anything to help them. There was no boat anywhere, and there was no one to consult with, for everyone was on the floating floe, as we believed, except Teddy Evans, Ford and Keohane, who, with one pony, were on their way back from Corner Camp. So we searched the barrier for signs of their tent, and then saw that there was a tent at Safety Camp, which meant evidently to us that they had returned. The obvious thing was to join up with them and go round to where the pony party was adrift and see if we could help them to reach the safe ice. So, without waiting for breakfast, we went off 6 miles to this tent. We couldn't go now by the gap, for the ice by which we had reached land yesterday was now broken up in every direction and all on the move up the strait. We had no choice now but to cross up by Crater Hill and down by Pram Point and over the pressure ridges and so onto the barrier and off to Safety Camp. We couldn't possibly take a dog sledge this way, so we walked, taking the alpine rope to cross the pressure ridges, which are full of crevasses. We got to this tent soon after noon, and were astonished to find that not Teddy Evans and his 2 seamen were here, but that Scott and Oates and Gran were in it, and no pony with them. Teddy Evans was still on his way back from Corner Camp, and had not arrived. It was now for the first time that we understood how the accident had happened. When we had left Safety Camp yesterday with the dogs, the ponies began their march to follow us, but one of the ponies was so weak after the last blizzard and so obviously about to die that Bowers, Cherry Garrard and Crean were sent on with the 4 capable ponies, while Scott, Oates and Gran remained at Safety Camp till the sick pony died, which happened apparently that night. He was dead and buried when we got there. We found that Scott had that morning seen the open water up to the barrier edge, and had been in a dreadful state of mind, thinking that Meares and I, as well as the whole pony party, had gone out into the strait on floating ice. He was therefore much relieved when we arrived, and he learned for the first time where the pony party was trying to get to fast ice again. We were now given some food, which we badly wanted, and while we were eating we saw in the far distance a single man coming hurriedly along the edge of the barrier ice from the direction of the catastrophe party and towards our camp. Gran went off on ski to meet him, and when he arrived we found it was Crean, who had been sent off by Bowers with a note, unencumbered otherwise, to jump from one piece of floating ice to another until he reached the fast edge of the barrier in order to let Captain Scott know what had happened. This he did, of course not knowing that we or anyone else had seen him go adrift, and being unable to leave the ponies and all his loaded sledges himself. Crean had considerable difficulty and ran a pretty good risk in doing this, but succeeded all right. There were now Scott, Oates, Crean, Gran, Mears and myself here, and only 3 sleeping bags, so the 3 first remained to see if they could help Bowers, Cherry Garrard and the ponies, while Mears, Gran and I returned to look after our dogs at Hut Point. Here we had only 2 sleeping bags for the 3 of us, so we had to take turns, and I remained up till 1 o'clock that night, while Gran had 6 hours in my bag. It was a bitterly cold job after a long day. We had been up at 5, with nothing to eat till 1 o'clock, and walked 14 miles. The nights are now almost dark. March 2. A very bitter wind blowing, and it was a cheerless job waiting for 6 hours to get asleep in the bag. I walked down from our tent to the hut and watched whales blowing in the semi-darkness out in the black water of the strait. When we turned out in the morning, the pony party was still on floating ice, but not any further from the barrier ice. By a merciful providence, the current was taking them rather along the barrier edge, where they went adrift, instead of straight out to sea. We could do nothing more for them, so we set to our work with the dogs. It was blowing a bitter gale of wind from the southeast, with some drift, and we made a number of journeys backwards and forwards between the gap and the hut, carrying our tent and camp equipment down, and preparing a permanent picketing line for the dogs. As the ice had all gone out of the strait, we were quite cut off from any return to Cape Evans until the sea should again freeze over, and this was not likely until the end of April. We rigged up a small fireplace in the hut and found some wood and made a fire for an hour or so at each meal. But as there was no coal and not much wood, we felt we must be economical with the fuel, and so also with matches and everything else, in case Bowers should lose his sledge loads, which had most of the supplies for the whole party to last 12 men for 2 months. The weather had now become too thick for us to distinguish anything in the distance, and we remained in ignorance as to the party adrift until Saturday. I had also lent my glasses to Captain Scott. This night I had first go in the bag, and turned out to shiver for 8 hours till breakfast. There was literally nothing in the hut that one could cover oneself with to keep warm, and we couldn't run to keeping the fire going. It was very cold work. There were heaps of biscuit cases here, which we had left in Discovery days, and with these we built up a small inner hut to live in. March 3. Spent the day in transferring dogs in couples from the gap to the hut. In the afternoon Teddy Evans and Atkinson turned up from over the hills, having returned from their corner camp journey with 1 horse and 2 seamen, all of which they had left encamped at Castle Rock, 3 miles off on the hills. They naturally expected to find Scott here and everyone else, and had heard nothing of the pony party going adrift, but having found only open water ahead of them, they turned back and came to land by Castle Rock slopes. We fed them, and I walked halfway back to Castle Rock with them. March 4. Mears, Gran and I walked up Ski Slope towards Castle Rock to meet Evan's party and pilot them and the dogs safely to Hut Point, but halfway we met Atkinson, who told us that they had now been joined by Scott and all the catastrophe party who were safe, but who had lost all the ponies except one, a great blow. However, no lives were lost, and the sledge loads and stores were saved, so Mears and I returned to Hut Point to make stables for the only 2 ponies that now remained, both in wretched condition, of the 8 with which we started. End of footnote. Sunday, March 5 a.m. Marched up the hill to Evans' camp under Castle Rock. Evans' party came to meet us and helped us up with the loads. It was a steep, stiff pull. The pony was led up by Oates. As we camped for lunch, Atkinson and Gran appeared, the former having been to Hut Point to carry news of the relief. I sent Gran on to Safety Camp to fetch some sugar and chocolate, left Evans, Oates and Keohane in camp, and marched on with the remaining 6 to Hut Point. It was calm at Evans' camp, but blowing hard on the hill, and harder at Hut Point. Found the hut in comparative order and slept there. End of chapter 6. Section 15 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ewan Bayliss. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 7. At Discovery Hut. Monday, March 6 a.m. Roused the hands at 7:30. Wilson, Bowers, Garrard and I went out to Castle Rock. We met Evans just short of his camp and found the loads had been dragged up the hill. Oates and Keohane had gone back to lead on the ponies. At the top of the ridge we harnessed men and ponies to the sledges and made rapid progress on a good surface towards the hut. The weather grew very thick towards the end of the march, with all signs of a blizzard. We unharnessed the ponies at the top of Ski Slope. Wilson guided them down from rock patch to rock patch. The remainder of us got down a sledge and necessaries over the slope. It is a ticklish business to get the sledge along the ice foot, which is now all blue ice, ending in a drop to the sea. One has to be certain that the party has good foothold. All reached the hut in safety. The ponies have admirably comfortable quarters under the verandah. After some cocoa, we fetched in the rest of the dogs from the gap and another sledge from the hill. It had ceased to snow and the wind had gone down slightly. Turned in with much relief to have all hands and the animals safely housed. Tuesday, March 7 a.m. Yesterday went over to Pram Point with Wilson. We found that the corner of sea ice in Pram Point Bay had not gone out. It was crowded with seals. We killed a young one and carried a good deal of the meat and some of the blubber back with us. Meanwhile, the remainder of the party had made some progress towards making the hut more comfortable. In the afternoon, we all set to in earnest, and by supper time had wrought wonders. We have made a large L-shaped inner apartment with packing cases, the intervals stopped with felt. An empty kerosene tin and some fire bricks have been made into an excellent little stove, which has been connected to the old stovepipe. The solid affair of our meals is either stewed or fried on this stove, whilst the tea or cocoa is being prepared on a primus. The temperature of the hut is low, of course, but in every other respect we are absolutely comfortable. There is an unlimited quantity of biscuit, and our discovery at Pram Point means an unlimited supply of seal meat. We have heaps of cocoa, coffee and tea, and a sufficiency of sugar and salt. In addition, a small store of luxuries, chocolate, raisins, lentils, oatmeal, sardines and jams, which will serve to vary the fare. One way and another, we shall manage to be very comfortable during our stay here, and already we can regard it as a temporary home. Thursday, March 9 a.m. Yesterday and today very busy about the hut and overcoming difficulties fast. The stove threatened to exhaust our store of firewood. We have redesigned it so that it takes only a few chips of wood to light it, and then continues to give great heat with blubber alone. Today there are to be further improvements to regulate the draught and increase the cooking range. We have further housed in the living quarters with our old Discovery winter awning, and begin already to retain the heat which is generated inside. We are beginning to eat blubber and find biscuits fried in it to be delicious. We really have everything necessary for our comfort, and only need a little more experience to make the best of our resources. The weather has been wonderfully, perhaps ominously, fine during the last few days. The sea has frozen over and broken up several times already. The warm sun has given a grand opportunity to dry all gear. Yesterday morning, Bowers went with a party to pick up the stores rescued from the floe last week. Evans volunteered to join the party with Mears, Keohane, Atkinson and Gran. They started from the hut about 10 a.m. We helped them up the hill, and at 7:30 I saw them reach the camp containing the gear, some 12 miles away. I don't expect them in till tomorrow night. It is splendid to see the way in which everyone is learning the ropes, and the resource which is being shown. Wilson, as usual, leads in the making of useful suggestions, and in generally providing for our wants. He is a tower of strength in checking the ill usage of clothes, what I have come to regard as the greatest danger with Englishmen. Friday, March 10 a.m. Went yesterday to Castle Rock with Wilson to see what chance there might be of getting to Cape Evans. Footnote, i.e. by land now that the sea ice was out. End of footnote. The day was bright and it was quite warm walking in the sun. There is no doubt the route to Cape Evans lies over the worst corner of Erebus. From this distance the whole mountain side looks a mass of crevasses, but a route might be found at a level of 3,000 or 4,000 feet. The hut is getting warmer and more comfortable. We have very excellent nights. It is cold only in the early morning. The outside temperatures range from 8 degrees or so in the day to 2 degrees at night. Today there is a strong southeasterly wind with drift. We are going to fetch more blubber for the stove. Saturday, March 11 a.m. Went yesterday morning to Pram Point to fetch in blubber. Wind very strong to Gap, but very little on Pram Point side. In the evening went halfway to Castle Rock. Strong bitter cold wind on summit. Could not see the sledge party, but after supper they arrived, having had very hard pulling. They had had no wind at all till they approached the hut, Their temperatures had fallen to -10° and -15°, but with bright clear sunshine in the daytime. They had thoroughly enjoyed their trip and the pulling on ski. Life in the hut is much improved, but if things go too fast, there will be all too little to think about and give occupation in the hut. It is astonishing how the miscellaneous assortment of articles remaining in and about the hut have been put to useful purpose. This deserves description. Footnote: from Dr. Wilson's journal, March 12. Thawed out some old magazines and picture papers which were left here by the Discovery, and gave us very good reading. End of footnote. Monday, March 13 AM. The weather grew bad on Saturday night, and we had a mild blizzard yesterday. The wind went to the south and increased in force last night, and this morning there was quite a heavy sea breaking over the ice foot. The spray came almost up to the dogs. It reminds us of the gale in which we drove ashore in the Discovery. We have had some trouble with our blubber stove and got the hut very full of smoke on Saturday night. As a result, we are all as black as sweeps, and our various garments are covered with oily soot. We look a fearful gang of ruffians. The blizzard has delayed our plans, and everyone's attention is bent on the stove, the cooking, and the various internal arrangements. Nothing is done without a great deal of advice received from all quarters, and consequently things are pretty well done. The hut has a pungent odour of blubber and blubber smoke. We have grown accustomed to it, but imagine that ourselves and our clothes will be given a wide berth when we return to Cape Evans. Wednesday, March 15 AM. It was blowing continuously from the south throughout Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. I never remember such a persistent southerly wind. Both Monday and Tuesday I went up Crater Hill. I feared that our floe at Pram Point would go, but yesterday it still remained, though the cracks are getting more open. We should be in a hole if it went. Footnote: because the seals would cease to come up. End of footnote. As I came down the hill yesterday, I saw a strange figure advancing, and found it belonged to Griffith Taylor. He and his party had returned safely. They were very full of their adventures. The main part of their work seems to be rediscovery of many facts which were noted but perhaps passed over too lightly in the Discovery. But it is certain that the lessons taught by the physiographical and ice features will now be thoroughly explained. A very interesting fact lies in the continuous bright sunshiny weather which the party enjoyed during the first 4 weeks of their work. They seem to have avoided all our stormy winds and blizzards. But I must leave Griffith Taylor to tell his own story, which will certainly be a lengthy one. The party gives Evans, petty officer, a very high character. Today we have a large seal-killing party. I hope to get in a good fortnight's allowance of blubber as well as meat, and pray that our floe will remain. Friday, March 17 AM. We killed 11 seals at Pram Point on Wednesday, had lunch on the point, and carried some half-ton of the blubber and meat back to camp. It was a stiff pull up the hill. Yesterday the last corner party started. Evans, Wright, Crean and Ford in one team, Bowers, Oates, Cherry Garrard and Atkinson in the other. It was very sporting of Wright to join in after only a day's rest. He is evidently a splendid puller. Debenham has become principal cook and evidently enjoys the task. Taylor is full of good spirits and anecdote, an addition to the party. Yesterday, after a beautifully fine morning, we got a strong northerly wind, which blew till the middle of the night, crowding the young ice up the strait. Then the wind suddenly shifted to the south, and I thought we were in for a blizzard. But this morning the wind has gone to the southeast. The stratus cloud formed by the north wind is dissipating, and the damp snow deposited in the night is drifting. It looks like a fine evening. Steadily we are increasing the comforts of the hut. The stove has been improved out of all recognition. With extra stovepipes we get no backdrafts, no smoke inside, whilst the economy of fuel is much increased. Insulation inside and out is the subject we are now attacking. The young ice is going to and fro, but the sea refuses to freeze over so far, except in the region of Pram Point, where a bay has remained for some 4 days, holding some pieces of barrier in its grip. These pieces have come from the edge of the barrier, and some are crumbling already, showing a deep and rapid surface deposit of snow, and therefore the probability that they are drifted sea ice not more than a year or 2 old, the depth of the drift being due to proximity to an old barrier edge. I have just taken to pyjama trousers and shall don an extra shirt. I have been astonished at the warmth which I have felt throughout in light clothing. So far I have had nothing more than a singlet and jersey under pyjama jacket and a single pair of drawers under wind trousers. A hole in the drawers of ancient date means that one place has had no covering but the wind trousers, yet I have never felt cold about the body. In spite of all little activities, I am impatient of our wait here, but I shall be impatient also in the main hut. It is ill to sit still and contemplate the ruin which has assailed our transport. The scheme of advance must be very different from that which I first contemplated. The pole is a very long way off, alas. Bit by bit I am losing all faith in the dogs. I am afraid they will never go the pace we look for. Saturday, March 18 a.m. Still blowing and drifting. It seems as though there can be no peace at this spot till the sea is properly frozen over. It blew very hard from the southeast yesterday. I could scarcely walk against the wind. In the night it fell calm. The moon shone brightly at midnight. Then the sky became overcast and the temperature rose to plus 11 degrees. Now the wind is coming in spurts from the south, all indications of a blizzard. With the north wind of Friday, the ice must have pressed up on Hut Point. A considerable floe of pressed up young ice is grounded under the point, and this morning we found a seal on this. Just as the party started out to kill it, it slid off into the water. It had evidently finished its sleep, but it is encouraging to have had a chance to capture a seal so close to the hut. Monday, March 20. On Saturday night it blew hard from the south, thick overhead, low stratus and drift. The sea spray again came over the ice foot and flung up almost to the dogs. By Sunday morning the wind had veered to the southeast, and all yesterday it blew with great violence, and temperature down to minus 11 degrees and minus 12 degrees. We were confined to the hut and its immediate environs. Last night the wind dropped, and for a few hours this morning we had light airs only, the temperature rising to minus 2 degrees. The continuous bad weather is very serious for the dogs. We have strained every nerve to get them comfortable, but the changes of wind made it impossible to afford shelter in all directions. Some 5 or 6 dogs are running loose, but we dare not allow the stronger animals such liberty. They suffer much from the cold, but they don't get worse. The small white dog which fell into the crevasse on our home journey died yesterday. Under the best circumstances, I doubt if it could have lived, as there had evidently been internal injury, and an external sore had grown gangrenous. 3 other animals are in a poor way, but may pull through with luck. We had a stroke of luck today. The young ice pressed up off Hut Point has remained fast, a small convenient platform jutting out from the point. We found 2 seals on it today and killed them, thus getting a good supply of meat for the dogs and some more blubber for our fire. Other seals came up as the first 2 were being skinned, so that one may now hope to keep up all future supplies on this side of the ridge. As I write, the wind is blowing up again and looks like returning to the south. The only comfort is that these strong cold winds, with no sun, must go far to cool the waters of the Sound. The continuous bad weather is trying to the spirits, but we are fairly comfortable in the hut, and only suffer from lack of exercise to work off the heavy meals our appetites demand. Tuesday, March 21. The wind returned to the south at 8 last night. It gradually increased in force until 2 a.m, when it was blowing from the south-southwest, force 9 to 10. The sea was breaking constantly and heavily on the ice foot. The spray carried right over the point, covering all things and raining on the roof of the hut. Poor Vince's cross, some 30 feet above the water, was enveloped in it. Of course the dogs had a very poor time, and we went and released 2 or 3, getting covered in spray during the operation, our wind clothes very wet. This is the 3rd gale from the south since our arrival here. Any one of these would have rendered the bay impossible for a ship, and therefore it is extraordinary that we should have entirely escaped such a blow when the Discovery was in it in 1902. The effects of this gale are evident, and show that it is a most unusual occurrence. The rippled snow surface of the ice foot is furrowed in all directions, and covered with briny deposit, a condition we have never seen before. The ice foot at the southwest corner of the bay is broken down, bare rock appearing for the first time. The sledges, magnetic huts, and in fact every exposed object on the point are thickly covered with brine. Our seal floe has gone, so it is goodbye to seals on this side for some time. The dogs are the main sufferers by this continuance of phenomenally terrible weather. At least 4 are in a bad state. Some 6 or 7 others are by no means fit and well, but oddly enough some 10 or a dozen animals are as fit as they can be. Whether constitutionally harder, or whether better fitted by nature or chance to protect themselves, it is impossible to say. Osman, Chigane, Krisravitsa, Hohol, and some others are in first-rate condition, whilst Lappa is better than he has ever been before. It is so impossible to keep the dogs comfortable in the traces, and so laborious to be continually attempting it, that we have decided to let the majority run loose. It will be wonderful if we can avoid 1 or 2 murders, but on the other hand probably more would die if we kept them in leash. We shall try and keep the quarrelsome dogs chained up. The main trouble that seems to come on the poor wretches is the icing up of their hind quarters. Once the ice gets thoroughly into the coat, the hind legs get half paralysed with cold. The hope is that the animals will free themselves of this by running about. Well, well, fortune is not being very kind to us. This month we'll have sad memories. Still, I suppose things might be worse. The ponies are well housed and are doing exceedingly well, though we have slightly increased their food allowance. Yesterday afternoon we climbed Observation Hill to see some examples of spheroidal weathering. Wilson knew of them and guided. The geologists state that they indicate a columnar structure, the tops of the columns being weathered out. The specimens we saw were very perfect. Had some interesting instruction in geology in the evening. I should not regret a stay here with our two geologists, if only the weather would allow us to get about. This morning the wind moderated and went to the southeast. The sea naturally fell quickly. The temperature this morning was plus 17 degrees, minimum plus 11 degrees, but now the wind is increasing from the southeast, and it is momentarily getting colder. Thursday, March 23 AM. No signs of Depôt party, which tonight will have been a week absent. On Tuesday afternoon we went up to the big boulder above Ski Slope. The geologists were interested, and we others learnt something of olivines, green in crystal form, or oxidized to bright red, granites or granulites or quartzites, hornblende and feldspars, ferrous and ferric oxides of lava acid, basic, plutonic, igneous, eruptive schists, basalts, etc. All such things I must get clearer in my mind. Footnote: as a step towards getting these things clearer in his mind, 2 spare pages of the diary are filled with neat tables showing the main classes into which rocks are divided, and their natural subdivisions: the sedimentary, according to mode of deposition, chemical, organic or aqueous; the metamorphic, according to the kind of rock altered by heat; the igneous, according to their chemical composition. End of footnote. Tuesday afternoon a cold southeasterly wind commenced and blew all night. Yesterday morning it was calm, and I went up Crater Hill. The sea of stratus cloud hung curtain-like over the strait, blue sky east and south of it, and the western mountains bathed in sunshine, sharp, clear, distinct, a glorious glimpse of grandeur on which the curtain gradually descended. In the morning it looked as though great pieces of barrier were drifting out. From the hill one found these to be but small fragments which the late gale had dislodged, leaving in places a blue wall very easily distinguished from the general white of the older fractures. The old floe and a good extent of new ice had remained fast in Pram Point Bay. Great numbers of seals up as usual. The temperature was up to plus 20 degrees at noon. In the afternoon a very chill wind from the east, temperature rapidly dropping till 0 in the evening. The strait obstinately refuses to freeze. We are scoring another success in the manufacture of blubber lamps, which relieves anxiety as to lighting as the hours of darkness increase. The young ice in Pram Point Bay is already being pressed up. Friday, March 24 AM. Skuas still about. A few very shy, very dark in colour after moulting. Went along Arrival Heights yesterday, with very keen over-ridge wind. It was difficult to get shelter. In the evening it fell calm, and has remained all night with temperature up to plus 18 degrees. This morning it is snowing with fairly large flakes. Yesterday, for the first time, saw the ice foot on the south side of the bay, a wall some 5 or 6 feet above water, and 12 or 14 feet below, the sea bottom quite clear with the white wall resting on it. This must be typical of the ice foot all along the coast, and the wasting of caves at sea level alone gives the idea of an overhanging mass. Very curious and interesting erosion of surface of the ice foot by waves during recent gale. The Depôt party returned yesterday morning. They had thick weather on the outward march and missed the track, finally doing 30 miles between Safety Camp and Corner Camp. They had a hard blow up to force 8 on the night of our gale. Started northwesterly and strongest south-southeasterly. The sea wants to freeze. A thin coating of ice formed directly the wind dropped, but the high temperature does not tend to thicken it rapidly, and the tide makes many an open lead. We have been counting our resources and arranging for another 20 days' stay. Saturday, March 25 AM. We have had 2 days of surprisingly warm weather, the sky overcast, snow falling, wind only in light airs. Last night the sky was clearing with a southerly wind, and this morning the sea was open all about us. It is disappointing to find the ice so reluctant to hold. At the same time, one supposes that the cooling of the water is proceeding, and therefore that each day makes it easier for the ice to form. The sun seems to have lost all power, but I imagine its rays still tend to warm the surface water about the noon hours. It is only a week now to the date, which I thought would see us all at Cape Evans. The warmth of the air has produced a comparatively uncomfortable state of affairs in the hut. The ice on the inner roof is melting fast, dripping on the floor and streaming down the sides. The increasing cold is checking the evil even as I write. Comfort could only be ensured in the hut either by making a clean sweep of all the ceiling ice or by keeping the interior at a critical temperature little above freezing point. Sunday, March 26 PM. Yesterday morning went along Arrival Heights in very cold wind. Afternoon to east side Observation Hill. As afternoon advanced, wind fell. Glorious evening, absolutely calm, smoke ascending straight. Sea frozen over, looked very much like final freezing, but in night wind came from southeast, producing open water all along shore. Wind continued this morning with drift, slackened in afternoon, walked over Gap and back by Crater Heights to Arrival Heights. Sea east of Cape Armitage pretty well covered with ice, some open pools, sea offshore west of the Cape frozen in pools, open lanes close to shore as far as Castle Rock. Bays either side of Glacier Tongue look fairly well frozen. Hut still dropping water badly. Held service in hut this morning, read litany. 1 skua seen today. Monday, March 27 PM. Strong easterly wind on ridge today, rushing down over slopes on western side. Ice holding south from about Hut Point, but cleared 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile from shore to northward. Cleared in patches also. I am told on both sides of Glacier Tongue, which is annoying. A regular local wind. The barrier edge can be seen clearly all along, showing there is little or no drift. Have been out over the gap for walk. Glad to say majority of people seem anxious to get exercise, but 1 or 2 like the fire better. The dogs are getting fitter each day, and all save one or two have excellent coats. I was very pleased to find one or two of the animals voluntarily accompanying us on our walk. It is good to see them trotting against a strong drift. Tuesday, March 28. Slowly but surely the sea is freezing over. The ice holds and thickens south of Hut Point in spite of strong easterly wind, and in spite of isolated water holes which obstinately remain open. It is difficult to account for these. One wonders if the air currents shoot downward on such places. But even so, it is strange that they do not gradually diminish in extent. A great deal of ice seems to have remained in and about the northern islets, but it is too far to be sure that there is a continuous sheet. We are building stabling to accompany 4 more ponies under the eastern veranda. When this is complete, we shall be able to shelter 7 animals, and this should be enough for winter and spring operations. Thursday, March 30. The ice holds south of Hut Point, though not thickening rapidly. Yesterday was calm, and the same ice conditions seem to obtain on both sides of the glacier tongue. It looks as though the last part of the road to become safe will be the stretch from Hut Point to Turtleback Island. Here the sea seems disinclined to freeze, even in calm weather. Today there is more strong wind from the east. White horse all along under the ridge. The period of our stay here seems to promise to lengthen. It is trying, but we can live, which is something. I should not be greatly surprised if we had to wait till May. Several skuas were about the camp yesterday. I have seen none today. 2 rorquals were rising close to Hut Point this morning. Although the ice is nowhere thick, it was strange to see them making for the open leads and thin places to blow. End of first part of Chapter 7.
Section 16 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hollis Hanover. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 7, at Discovery Hut. Friday, March 31st. I studied the wind blowing along the ridge yesterday and came to the conclusion that a comparatively thin shaft of air was moving along the ridge from Erebus. On either side of the ridge it seemed to pour down from the ridge itself. There was practically no wind on the sea ice off Pram Point, and to the westward of Hut Point the frost smoke was drifting to the northwest. Note from the glossary. Frost smoke. A mist of water vapor above the open leads, condensed by the severe cold. End of note. The temperature ranges about 0. It seems to be almost certain that the perpetual wind is due to the open winter. Meanwhile, the sea refuses to freeze over. Wright pointed out the very critical point which 0 temperature represents in the freezing of salt water, being the freezing temperature of concentrated brine. A very few degrees above or below 0 would make all the difference to the rate of increase of the ice thickness. Yesterday the ice was 8 inches in places east of Cape Armitage and 6 inches in our bay. It was said to be fast to the south of the glacier tongue, well beyond Turtleback Island, and to the north out of the islands, except for a strip of water immediately north of the tongue. We are good for another week in pretty well every commodity and shall then have to reduce luxuries. but we have plenty of seal meat, blubber, and biscuit, and can therefore remain for a much longer period if needs be. Meanwhile, the days are growing shorter and the weather colder. Saturday, April 1st. The wind yesterday was blowing across the ridge from the top down on the sea to the west. Very little wind on the eastern slopes and practically none at Pram Point. A seal came up in our bay and was killed. Taylor found a number of fish frozen into the sea ice. He says there are several in a small area. The pressure ridges in Pram Point Bay are estimated by Wright to have set up about 3 feet. This ice has been in about 10 days. It is now safe to work pretty well anywhere south of Hut Point. Went to Third Crater, next Castle Rock, yesterday. The ice seems to be holding in the near bay from a point near Hulton Rocks to Glacier. Also in the whole of the North Bay except for a tongue of open water immediately north of the glacier. The wind is the same today as yesterday and the open water apparently not reduced by a square yard. I'm feeling impatient. Sunday, April 2 a.m. Went round Cape Armitage to Pram Point on sea ice for first time yesterday afternoon. Ice solid everywhere, except off the Cape where there are numerous open pools. Can only imagine layers of comparatively warm water brought to the surface by shallows. The ice between the pools is fairly shallow. 1 emperor killed off the Cape. Several skuas seen. 3 seals up in our bay. Several off Pram Point in the shelter of Horseshoe Bay. A great many fish on sea ice, mostly small, but a second species 5 or 6 inches long. Imagine they are chased by seals and caught in brashy ice where they are unable to escape. Came back over hill, glorious sunset, brilliant crimson clouds in west. Returned to find wind dropping the first time in 3 days. It turned to north in the evening. Splendid aurora in the night, a bright band of light from south-southwest to east-northeast, passing within 10 degrees of the zenith with 2 waving spirals at the summit. This morning sea to north covered with ice. Minimum temperature for night -5 degrees, but I think most of the ice was brought in by the wind. Things look more hopeful. Ice now continuous to Cape Evans, but very thin as far as Glacier Tongue. 3 or 4 days of calm or light winds should make everything firm. Wednesday, April 5 a.m. The east wind has continued with a short break on Sunday for 5 days, increasing in violence and gradually becoming colder and more charged with snow until yesterday when we had a thick overcast day with falling and driving snow and temperature down to -11 degrees. Went beyond Castle Rock on Sunday and Monday mornings with Griffith Taylor. Think the wind fairly local and that the strait has frozen over to the north as streams of drift snow and ice crystals off the cliffs were building up on the ice sheet toward the wind. Monday we could see the approaching white sheet. Yesterday it was visibly closer to land, though the wind had not decreased. Walking was little pleasure on either day. Yesterday climbed about hills to see all possible. No one else left the hut. In the evening the wind fell and freezing continued during the night, minimum -17 degrees. This morning there is ice everywhere. I cannot help thinking it has come to stay in. In Arrival Bay it is 6 to 7 inches thick, but the new pools beyond have only 1 inch of the regular elastic, sludgy new ice. The sky cleared last night, and this morning we have sunshine for the first time for many days. If this weather holds for a day, we shall be all right. We are getting towards the end of our luxuries, so that it is quite time we made a move. We are very near the end of the sugar. The skuas seem to have gone. The last was seen on Sunday. These birds were very shy toward the end of their stay, also very dark in plumage. They did not seem hungry, and yet it must have been difficult for them to get food. The seals are coming up in our bay, 5 last night. Luckily the dogs have not yet discovered them, or the fact that the sea ice will bear them. Had an interesting talk with Taylor on agglomerate and basaltic dikes of Castle Rock. The perfection of the small cone craters below Castle Rock seem to support the theory we have come to, that there have been volcanic disturbances since the recession of the greater ice sheet. It is a great thing having Wright to fog out the ice problems, and he has had a good opportunity of observing many interesting things here. He is keeping notes of ice changes and a keen eye on ice phenomena. We have many discussions. Yesterday, Wilson prepared a fry of seal meat with penguin blubber. It had a flavor like cod liver oil and was not much appreciated. Some ate their share, and I think all would have done so if we had had sledging appetites. Shades of Discovery Days. Footnote from Dr. Wilson's journal. April 4. Fun over a fry I made in my new penguin lard. It was quite a success and tasted like very bad sardine oil. End of footnote. This emperor weighed anything from 88 to 96 pounds and therefore approximated to or exceeded the record. The dogs are doing pretty well with one or two exceptions. Deke is the worst, but I begin to think all will pull through. Thursday, April 6, a.m. The weather continued fine and clear yesterday, one of the very few fine days we have had since our arrival at the hut. The sun shone continuously from early morning till it set behind the northern hills about 5 p.m. The sea froze completely, but with only a thin sheet to the north. A fairly strong northerly wind sprang up, causing this thin ice to override and to leave several open leads near the land. In the forenoon I went to the edge of the new ice with Wright. It looked at the limit of safety and we did not venture far. The overriding is interesting. The edge of one sheet splits as it rises and slides over the other sheet in long tongues which creep onward impressively. Whilst motion lasts, there is continuous music, a medley of high-pitched but tuneful notes. One might imagine small birds chirping in a wood. The ice sings, we say. P.M. In the afternoon went nearly 2 miles to the north over the young ice. Found it about 3 1/2 inches thick. At supper, arranged program for shift to Cape Evans. Men to go on Saturday, dogs Sunday, ponies Monday. All subject to maintenance of good weather, of course. Friday, April 7. Went north over ice with Atkinson, Bowers, Taylor, Cherry, Gerard. Found the thickness nearly 5 inches everywhere except in open water leads, which remain open in many places. As we got away from the land, we got on an interesting surface of small pancakes, much capped and pressed up, a sort of mosaic. This is the ice which was built up from lee side of the strait, spreading across to windward against the strong winds of Monday and Tuesday. Another point of interest was the manner in which the overriding ice sheets had scraped the underflows. Taylor fell in when rather foolishly trying to cross a thinly covered lead. He had a very scared face for a moment or two whilst we hurried to the rescue, but hauled himself out with his ice axe without our help and walked back with Cherry. The remainder of us went on till abreast of the sulphur cones under Castle Rock, when we made for the shore, and with a little mutual help climbed the cliff and returned by land. As far as one can see, all should be well for our return tomorrow, but the sky is clouding tonight, and a change of weather seems imminent. 3 successive fine days seem near the limit in this region. We have picked up quite a number of fish frozen in the ice, the larger ones about the size of a herring and the smaller of a minnow. We imagined both had been driven into the slushy ice by seals, but today Gran found a large fish frozen in the act of swallowing a small one. It looks as though both small and large are caught when one is chasing the other. We have achieved such great comfort here that one is half sorry to leave. It is a fine, healthy existence with many hours spent in the open and generally some interesting object for our walks abroad. The hill climbing gives excellent exercise. We shall miss much of it at Cape Evans. but I am anxious to get back and see that all is well at the latter, as for a long time I have been wondering how our beach has withstood the shocks of northerly winds. The thought that the hut may have been damaged by the sea in one of the heavy storms will not be banished. A sketch of the life at Hut Point. We gather around the fire, seated on packing cases, to receive them with a hunk of butter and a steaming pannikin of tea. Life is well worth living. After lunch we are out and about again. There is little to tempt a long stay indoors, and exercise keeps us all the fitter. The falling light and approach of supper drives us home again with good appetites about 5 or 6 o'clock, and then the cooks rival one another in preparing succulent dishes of fried seal liver. A single dish may not seem to offer much opportunity of variation, but a lot can be done with a little flour, a handful of raisins, a spoonful of curry powder, or the addition of a little boiled pea meal. Be this as it may, we never tire of our dish, and exclamations of satisfaction can be heard every night, or nearly every night. For 2 nights ago, April 4, Wilson, who has proved a genius in the invention of plats, almost ruined his reputation. He proposed to fry the seal liver in penguin blubber, suggesting that the latter could be freed from all rankness. The blubber was obtained and rendered down with great care. The result appeared as delightfully pure fat, free from smell, but appearances were deceptive. The fry proved redolent of penguin, a concentrated essence of that peculiar flavor which faintly lingers in the meat and should not be emphasized. 3 heroes got through their pannikins, but the rest of us decided to be contented with cocoa and biscuit after tasting the first mouthful. After supper we have an hour or so of smoking and conversation, a cheering, pleasant hour, in which reminiscences are exchanged by a company which has very literally had worldwide experience. There is scarce a country under the sun which one or another of us has not travelled in, so diverse are our origins and occupations. An hour or so after supper we tail off one by one, spread out our sleeping bags, take off our shoes, and creep into comfort, for our reindeer bags are really warm and comfortable now that they have had a chance of drying, and the hut retains some of the heat generated in it. Thanks to the success of the blubber lamps and to a fair supply of candles, we can muster ample light to read for another hour or 2, and so tucked up in our furs we study the social and political questions of the past decade. We muster no less than 16. 7 of us pretty well covers the floor of one wing of the L-shaped enclosure. 4 sleep in the other wing, which also holds the store, whilst the remaining 5 occupy the annex and affect to find the colder temperature more salubrious. Everyone can manage 8 or 9 hours sleep without a break, and not a few would have little difficulty in sleeping the clock round, which goes to show that our extremely simple life is an exceedingly healthy one, though with faces and hands blackened with smoke, appearances might not lead an outsider to suppose it. Sunday, April 9 a.m. On Friday night it grew overcast, and the wind went to the south. During the whole of yesterday and last night it blew a moderate blizzard. The temperature at highest, plus 5 degrees, a relatively small amount of drift. On Friday night, the ice in the strait went out from a line meeting the shore 3/4 mile north of Hut Point. A crack off Hut Point and curving to northwest opened to about 15 or 20 feet, the opening continuing on the north side of the point. It is strange that the ice thus opened and should have remained. Ice cleared out to the north directly wind commenced. It didn't wait a single instant, showing that our journey over it earlier in the day was a very risky proceeding. The uncertainty of these conditions is beyond words, but there shall be no more of this foolish venturing on young ice. The decision seems to put off the return of the ponies to a comparatively late date. Yesterday went to the second crater, Arrival Heights, hoping to see the condition of the northern bays, but could see little or nothing owing to drift. A white line dimly seen on the horizon seemed to indicate that the ice drifted out and has not gone far. Some skuas were seen yesterday, a very late date. The seals disinclined to come on the ice. One can be seen at Cape Armitage this morning, but it is 2 or 3 days since there was one up in our bay. It will certainly be some time before the ponies can be got back. Monday, April 10 p.m. Intended to make for Cape Evans this morning. Called hands early, but when we were ready for departure after breakfast, the sky became more overcast and snow began to fall. It continued off and on all day, only clearing as the sun set. It would have been the worst condition possible for our attempt, as we could not have been more than 100 yards. Conditions look very unfavorable for the continued freezing of the strait. Thursday, April 13. Started from Hut Point 9 a.m. Tuesday. Party consisted of self, Bowers, P.O. Evans, Taylor, 1 tent, Evans, Gran, Crean, Debenham, and Wright, 2nd tent. Left Wilson in charge at Hut Point with Mears, Ford, Keohane, Oates, Atkinson, and Cherry Garrard. All gave us a pull up the ski slope. It had become a point of honor to take this slope without a breather. I find such an effort trying in the early morning, but had to go through with it. Weather fine. We marched past Castle Rock. East of it, the snow was soft on the slopes, showing the shelter afforded. Continued to traverse the ridge for the first time. Found quite good surface, much windswept. Passed both cones on the ridge on the west side. Caught a glimpse of fast ice in the bays either side of Glacier as expected, but in the near bay its extent was very small. Evidently we should have to go well along the ridge before descending, and then the problem would be how to get down over the cliffs. On to Houghton Rocks, 7 1/2 miles from the start. Here it was very icy and windswept, inhospitable. The wind got up and light became bad just at the critical moment. So we camped and had some tea at 2 p.m. A clearance half an hour later allowed us to see a possible descent to the ice cliffs, but between Hulton Rocks and Erebus all the slope was much cracked and crevassed. We chose a clear track to the edge of the cliffs, but could find no low place in these, the lowest part being 24 feet sheer drop. Arriving here the wind increased, the snow drifting off the ridge. We had to decide quickly. I got myself to the edge and made standing places to work the rope, dug away at the cornice, well situated for such work in harness. Got 3 people lowered by the alpine rope, Evans, Bowers, and Taylor, then sent down the sledges, which went down in fine style, fully packed, then the remainder of the party. For the last 3, drove a stake hard down in the snow and used the rope round it, the men being lowered by people below. Came down last myself. Quite a neat and speedy bit of work, and all done in 20 minutes without serious frostbite. Quite pleased with the result. We found pulling to Glacier Tongue very heavy over the surface of ice covered with salt crystals, and reached Glacier Tongue about 5:30. Found a low place and got the sledges up the 6-foot wall pretty easily. Stiff incline, but easy pulling on hard surface. The light was failing and the surface crisscrossed with innumerable cracks. Several of us fell in these with risk of strain, but the north side was well snow-covered and easy, with a good valley leading to a low ice cliff. Here a broken piece afforded easy descent. I decided to push on for Cape Evans, so camped for tea at 6. At 6:30 found darkness suddenly arrived. It was very difficult to see anything. We got down on the sea ice, very heavy pulling, but plodded on for some hours. At 10 arrived close under Little Razorback Island, and not being able to see anything ahead decided to camp and got to sleep at 11:30 in no very comfortable circumstances. The wind commenced to rise during the night. We found a roaring blizzard in the morning. We had many alarms for the safety of the ice on which the camp was pitched. Bowers and Taylor climbed the island, reported wind terrific on the summit, sweeping on either side but comparatively calm immediately to windward and to leeward. Waited all day in hopes of a lull. At 3 I went round the island myself with Bowers and found a little ice platform close under the weather side. Resolved to shift camp here. It took 2 very cold hours, but we gained a great shelter, the cliffs rising almost sheer from the tents. Only now and again a whirling wind current eddied down on the tents, which were well secured, but the noise of the wind sweeping over the rocky ridge above our heads was deafening. We could scarcely hear ourselves speak. Settled down for our second night with little comfort, and slept better, knowing we could not be swept out to sea, but provisions were left only for one more meal. During the night the wind moderated, and we could just see the outline of land. I roused the party at 7 a.m., and we were soon under way with a desperately cold and stiff breeze and frozen clothes. It was very heavy pulling, but the distance only 2 miles. Arrived off the point about 10 and found sea ice continued around it. It was a very great relief to see the hut on rounding it and to hear that all was well. Another pony, Hackenschmidt, and 1 dog reported dead, but this certainly is not worse than expected. All the other animals are in good form. Delighted with everything I see in the hut. Simpson has done wonders, but indeed so has everyone else, and I must leave description to a future occasion. Friday, April 14, Good Friday. Peaceful day, wind continuing 20 to 30 miles per hour. Had divine service. Saturday, April 15. Weather continuing thoroughly bad, wind blowing from 30 to 40 miles an hour all day, drift bad, and tonight snow falling. I am waiting to get back to Hut Point with relief stores. Tonight sent up signal light to inform them there of our safe arrival, and answering flare was shown. Sunday, April 16. Same wind as yesterday up to 6 o'clock when it fell calm with gusts from the north. Have exercised the ponies today and got my first good look at them. I scarcely like to express the mixed feelings with which I am able to regard this remnant. Freezing of bays, Cape Evans. March 15, general young ice formed. March 19, bay cleared except strip inside inaccessible and Razorback Islands to corner Turk's Head. March 20, everything cleared. March 25, sea froze over inside islands for good. March 28, sea frozen as far as seen. March 30, remaining only inside islands. April 1, limit Cape to island. April 6, present limit freezing in Strait and in North Bay. April 9, Strait cleared except former limit and some ice in North Bay likely to remain. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Hollis Hanover.
Section 17 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 8. Home Impressions and an Excursion. Impressions on returning to the hut, April 13, 1911. In choosing the site of the hut on our home beach, I had thought of the possibility of northerly winds bringing a swell, but had argued, firstly, that no heavy northerly swell had ever been recorded in the Sound; secondly, that a strong northerly wind was bound to bring pack which would damp the swell; thirdly, that the locality was excellently protected by the Barne Glacier; and finally, that the beach itself showed no signs of having been swept by the sea, the rock fragments composing it being completely angular. When the hut was erected and I found that its foundation was only 11 feet above the level of the sea ice, I had a slight misgiving, but reassured myself again by reconsidering the circumstances that afforded shelter to the beach. The fact that such question had been considered makes it easier to understand the attitude of mind that readmitted doubt in the face of phenomenal conditions. The event has justified my original arguments, but I must confess a sense of having assumed security without sufficient proof, in a case where an error of judgment might have had dire consequences. It was not until I found all safe at the home station that I realized how anxious I had been concerning it. In a normal season, no thought of its having been in danger would have occurred to me, but since the loss of the ponies and the breaking of the glacier tongue, I could not rid myself of the fear that misfortune was in the air, and that some abnormal swell had swept the beach. Gloomy thoughts of the havoc that might have been wrought by such an event would arise in spite of the sound reasons which had originally led me to choose the site of the hut as a safe one. The late freezing of the sea, the terrible continuance of wind, and the abnormalities to which I have referred, had gradually strengthened the profound distrust with which I had been forced to regard our mysterious Antarctic climate, until my imagination conjured up many forms of disaster as possibly falling on those from whom I had parted for so long. We marched towards Cape Evans under the usually miserable conditions, which attend the breaking of camp in a cold wind after a heavy blizzard. The outlook was dreary in the grey light of early morning, our clothes were frozen stiff, and our fingers, wet and cold in the tent, had been frostbitten in packing the sledges. A few comforting signs of life appeared as we approached the cape, some old footprints in the snow, a long silk thread from the meteorologist's balloon, but we saw nothing more as we neared the rocks of the promontory and the many grounded bergs which were scattered off it. To my surprise, the fast ice extended past the cape, and we were able to round it into the North Bay. Here we saw the weather screen on Wind Vane Hill, and a moment later turned a small headland and brought the hut in full view. It was intact, stables, outhouses, and all. Evidently the sea had left it undisturbed. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. We watched two figures at work near the stables, and wondered when they would see us. In a moment or two they did so, and fled inside the hut to carry the news of our arrival. 3 minutes later, all 9 occupants, Simpson, Nelson, Day, Ponting, Lashley, Clissold, Hooper, Anton, and Dmitri, were streaming over the floe towards us with shouts of welcome. There were eager inquiries as to mutual welfare, and it took but a minute to learn the most important events of the quiet station life which had been led since our departure. Those under the circumstances might well be considered the deaths of 1 pony and 1 dog. The pony was that which had been nicknamed Hackenschmidt from his vicious habit of using both fore and hind legs in attacking those who came near him. He had been obviously of different breed from the other ponies, being of lighter and handsomer shape, suggestive of a strain of Arab blood. From no cause which could be discovered either by the symptoms of his illness or the post-mortem held by Nelson could a reason be found for his death. In spite of the best feeding and every care, he had gradually sickened until he was too weak to stand, and in this condition there had been no option but to put him out of misery. Anton considers the death of Hackenschmidt to have been an act of cussedness, the result of a determination to do no work for the expedition. Although the loss is serious, I remember doubts which I had as to whether this animal could be anything but a source of trouble to us. He had been the most difficult to handle all through, showing a vicious, intractable temper. I had foreseen great difficulties with him, especially during the early part of any journey on which he was taken, and this consideration softened the news of his death. The dog had been left behind in a very sick condition, and this loss was not a great surprise. These items were the worst of the small budget of news that awaited me. For the rest, the hut arrangements had worked out in the most satisfactory manner possible, and the scientific routine of observations was in full swing. After our primitive life at Cape Armitage, it was wonderful to enter the precincts of our warm, dry Cape Evans home. The interior space seemed palatial, the light resplendent, and the comfort luxurious. It was very good to eat in civilized fashion, to enjoy the first bath for 3 months, and have contact with clean, dry clothing. Such fleeting hours of comfort, for customs soon banish their delight, are the treasured remembrance of every polar traveller. They throw into sharpest contrast the hardships of the past and the comforts of the present, and for the time he revels in the unaccustomed physical contentment that results. It was not many hours or even minutes in the hut before I was hailed round to observe in detail the transformation which had taken place during my absence, and in which a very proper pride was taken by those who had wrought it. Simpson's Corner was the first visited. Here the eye travelled over numerous shelves laden with a profusion of self-recording instruments, electric batteries and switchboards, whilst the ear caught the ticking of many clocks, the gentle whir of a motor, and occasionally the trembling note of an electric bell. But such sights and sounds conveyed only an impression of the delicate methodological means by which the daily and hourly variations of our weather conditions were being recorded, a mere glimpse of the intricate arrangements of a first-class meteorological station, the one and only station of that order which has been established in polar regions. It took me days and even months to realize fully the aims of our meteorologist and the scientific accuracy with which he was achieving them. When I did so to an adequate extent, I wrote some description of his work which will be found in the following pages of this volume. The first impression which I am here describing was more confused. I appreciated only that by going to Simpson's Corner one could ascertain at a glance how hard the wind was blowing, and had been blowing, how the barometer was varying, to what degree of cold the thermometer had descended. If one were still more inquisitive, he could further inform himself as to the electrical tension of the atmosphere and other matters of like import. That such knowledge could be gleaned without a visit to the open air was an obvious advantage to those who were clothing themselves to face it, whilst the ability to study the variation of a storm without exposure savoured of no light victory of mind over matter. The dark room stands next to the parasitologist's side of the bench which flanks Sunny Jim's corner, an involved sentence. To be more exact, the physicists adjust their instruments and write up books at a bench which projects at right angles to the end wall of the hut. The opposite side of this bench is allotted to Atkinson, who is to write with his back to the dark room. Atkinson being still absent, his corner was unfurnished, and my attention was next claimed by the occupant of the dark room beyond Atkinson's limit. The art of photography has never been so well housed within the polar regions, and rarely without them. Such a palatial chamber for the development of negatives and prints can only be justified by the quality of the work produced in it, and is only justified in our case by the possession of such an artist as Ponting. He was eager to show me the results of his summer work, and meanwhile my eye took in the neat shelves with their array of cameras, etc., the porcelain sink and automatic water tap, the 2 acetylene gas burners with their shading screens, and the general obviousness of all conveniences of the photographic art. Here indeed was encouragement for the best results, and to the photographer be all praise, for it is mainly his hand which has executed the designs which his brain conceived. In this may be clearly seen the advantage of a traveller's experience. Ponting has had to fend for himself under primitive conditions in a new land. The result is a handy man with every form of tool and in any circumstances. Thus, when building operations were to the fore and mechanical labour scarce, Ponting returned to the shell of his apartment with only the raw material for completing it. In the shortest possible space of time, shelves and tanks were erected, doors hung and windows framed, and all in a workmanlike manner commanding the admiration of all beholders. It was well that speed could be commanded for such work, since the fleeting hours of the summer season had been altogether too few to be spared from the immediate service of photography. Ponting's nervous temperament allowed no waste of time. For him fine weather meant no sleep. He decided that lost opportunities should be as rare as circumstances would permit. This attitude was now manifested in the many yards of cinematographic film remaining on hand, and yet greater number recorded as having been sent back in the ship, in the boxes of negatives lying on the shelves, and in a well-filled album of prints. Of the many admirable points in this work perhaps the most notable are Ponting's eye for a picture, and the mastery he has acquired of ice subjects. The composition of most of his pictures is extraordinarily good. He seems to know by instinct the exact value of foreground and middle distance, and of the introduction of life, whilst more technical skill in the manipulation of screens and exposures he emphasizes the subtle shadows of the snow and reproduces its wondrously transparent texture. He is an artist in love with his work, and it was good to hear his enthusiasm for results of the past and plans for the future. Long before I could gaze my fill at the contents of the dark room, I was led to the biologist's cubicle. Nelson and Day had from the first decided to camp together, each having a habit of methodical neatness. Both were greatly relieved when the arrangement was approved, and they were freed from the chance of an untidy companion. No attempt had been made to furnish this cubicle before our departure on the autumn journey, but now on my return I found it an example of the best utilization of space. The prevailing note was neatness. The biologist's microscope stood on a neat bench surrounded by enamel dishes, vessels, and books neatly arranged. Behind him, when seated, rose 2 neat bunks with neat, closely curtained drawers for clothing, and neat reflecting sconces for candles. Overhead was a neat arrangement for drying socks with several nets, neatly bestowed. The carpentering to produce this effect had been of quite a high order, and was in very marked contrast with that exhibited for the hasty erections in other cubicles. The pillars and boarding of the many bunks had carefully finished edges, and were stained to mahogany brown. Nelson's bench is situated very conveniently under the largest of the hut windows, and had also an acetylene lamp, so that both in summer and winter he has all conveniences for his indoor work. Day appeared to have been unceasingly busy during my absence. Everyone paid tribute to his mechanical skill and expressed gratitude for the help he had given in adjusting instruments and generally helping forward the scientific work. He was entirely responsible for the heating, lighting, and ventilating arrangements, and as all these appear satisfactory he deserved much praise. Particulars concerning these arrangements I shall give later. As a first impression it is sufficient to note that the warmth and lighting of the hut seemed as good as could be desired, whilst for our comfort the air seemed fresh and pure. Day had also to report some progress with the motor sledges, but this matter also I leave for future consideration. My attention was very naturally turned from the heating arrangements to the cooking stove and its custodian, Clissold. I had already heard much of the surpassingly satisfactory meals which his art had produced, and had indeed already a first experience of them. Now I was introduced to the cook's corner with its range and ovens, its pots and pans, its side tables and well-covered shelves. Much was to be gathered therefrom, although a good meal by no means depends only on kitchen conveniences. It was gratifying to learn that the stove had proved itself economical, and the patent fuel blocks a most convenient and efficient substitute for coal. Save for the thickness of the furnace cheeks and the size of the oven, Clissold declared himself wholly satisfied. He feared that the oven would prove too small to keep up a constant supply of bread for all hands. Nevertheless, he introduced me to this oven with an air of pride which I soon found to be fully justified. For connected therewith there was a contrivance for which he was entirely responsible, and which in its ingenuity rivalled any of which the hut could boast. The interior of the oven was so arranged that the rising of the bread completed an electric circuit, thereby ringing a bell and switching on a red lamp. Clissold had realized that the continuous ringing of the bell would not be soothing to the nerves of our party, nor the continuous burning of the lamp calculated to prolong its life, and he had therefore added the clockwork mechanism which automatically broke the circuit after a short interval of time. Further, this clockwork mechanism could be made to control the emersions of the same warning signals at intervals of time, varied according to the desire of the operator. Thus because, when in bed, he would desire a signal at short periods, but if absent from the hut he would wish to know at a glance what had happened when he returned. Judged by any standard it was a remarkably pretty little device, but when I learnt that it had been made from odds and ends, such as a cog-wheel or spring here and a cell or magnet there, begged from other departments, I began to realize that we had a very exceptional cook. Later, when I found that Clissold was called in to consult on the ailments of Simpson's motor, and that he was capable of constructing a dog sledge out of packing cases, I was less surprised, because I knew by this time that he had had considerable training in mechanical work, before he turned his attention to pots and pans. My first impressions include matters to which I was naturally eager to give an early half-hour, namely the housing of our animals. I found herein that praise was as justly due to our Russian boys as to my fellow Englishmen. Anton, with Lashly's help, had completed the furnishing of the stables. Neat stalls occupied the whole length of the lean-to, the sides so boarded that sprawling legs could not be entangled beneath the front well covered with tin sheet, to defend the cribbers. I could but sigh again to think of the stalls that must now remain empty, whilst appreciating that there was ample room for the safe harbouring of the 10 beasts that remain, be the winter never so cold or the winds so wild. Later we have been able to give double space to all but 2 or 3 of our animals, in which they can lie down if they are so inclined. The ponies looked fairly fit considering the low diet on which they had been kept. Their coats were surprisingly long and woolly in contrast with those of the animals I had left at Hut Point. At this time they were being exercised by Lashly, Anton, Dmitri, Hooper, and Clissold, and as a rule were ridden, the sea having only recently frozen. The exercise ground had lain on the boulder-strewn sand of the home beach, and extending towards the Skua Lake, and across these stretches I soon saw bare-backed figures dashing at speed, and not a few amusing incidents in which horse and rider parted with abrupt lack of ceremony. I didn't think this quite the most desirable form of exercise for the beasts, but decided to leave matters as they were till our pony manager returned. Dmitri had only 5 or 6 dogs left in charge, but these looked fairly fit, all things considered, and it was evident the boy was bent on taking every care of them, for he had not only provided shelters, but had built a small lean-to, which would serve as a hospital for any animal whose stomach or coat needed nursing. Such were the broad outlines of the impressions I received on my first return to our home station. They were almost wholly pleasant, and, as I have shown, in happy contrast with the fears that had assailed me on the homeward route. As the days went by, I was able to fill in the detail in equally pleasant fashion, to watch the development of fresh arrangements and the improvement of old ones. Finally, in this way I was brought to realize what an extensive and intricate but eminently satisfactory organization I had made myself responsible for. Notes on flyleaf of fresh manuscript book. Genus Homo, species sapiens, flotsam. William Barrett's house in Novaya Zemlya, built 1596. Found by Captain Carlson 1871, 275 years later, intact. Everything inside is left. What of this hut? The ocean-girt continent. Might have seemed almost heroic if any higher end than excessive love of gain and traffic had animated the design. Milton. He is not worthy to live at all, who, for fear and danger of death, shunneth his country's service or his own honour, since death is inevitable and the fame of virtue immortal. Sir Humphrey Gilbert. There is no part of the world that cannot be reached by man. When the can be is turned to has been, the geographical society will have altered its status. At the whirring loom of time unawed, I weave the living garment of God. Goethe. By all means think yourself big, but don't think everyone else small. The man who knows everyone's job isn't much good at his own. When you are attacked unjustly, avoid the appearance of evil, but also avoid the appearance of being too good. A man can't be too good, but he can appear too good. Monday, April 17th. Started from C. Evans with 2 10-foot sledges. Party 1. Self, Lashley, Day, Dmitri. Party 2. Bowers, Nelson, Crean, Hooper. We left at 8 a.m., taking our personal equipment, a week's provision of sledging food, and butter, oatmeal, flour, lard, chocolate, etc. for the hut. 2 of the ponies hauled the sledges to within a mile of the glacier tongue. The wind, which had been north, here suddenly shifted to southeast, very biting. The wind remained north at C. Evans during the afternoon, the ponies walked back into it. Sky overcast, very bad light. Found the place to get on the glacier, but then lost the track, crossed more or less direct, getting amongst many cracks. Came down in bay near the open water. Stumbled over the edge to an easy drift. More than once on these trips, I, as leader, have suddenly disappeared from the sight of the others, affording some consternation till they got close enough to see what has happened. The pull over sea ice was very heavy, and in face of strong wind and drift. Every member of the party was frostbitten about the face, several with very cold feet. Pushed on after repairs. Found drift streaming off the ice cliff, a new cornice formed and our rope buried at both ends. The party getting cold, I decided to camp, have tea, and shift footgear. Whilst tea was preparing, Bowers and I went south, then north, along the cliffs to find a place to ascend. Nearly everywhere ascent seemed impossible in the vicinity of Hulton Rocks or north, but eventually we found an overhanging cornice close to our rope. After lunch we unloaded a sledge, which, held high on end by 4 men, just reached the edge of the cornice. Clambering up over backs and up sledge, I used an ice axe to cut steps over the cornice, and thus managed to get on top, then cut steps and surmounted the edge of the cornice. Helped Bowers up with the rope, others followed. Then the gear was hauled up piecemeal. For Crean, the last man up, we lowered the sledge over the cornice, and used a bowline on the other end of the rope on top of it. He came up grinning with delight, and we all thought the ascent rather a cunning piece of work. It was fearfully cold work, but everyone working with rare intelligence, we eventually got everything up and repacked the sledge, glad to get in harness again. Then a heavy pull up a steep slope in wretched light, making detour to left to avoid crevices. We reached the top and plodded on past the craters as nearly as possible as on the outward route. The party was pretty exhausted and very wet with perspiration. Approaching Castle Rock, the weather and light improved. Camped on Barrier Slope, north of Castle Rock, about 9 p.m. Night cold but calm, -38° during the night. Slept pretty well. Tuesday, April 18th. Hut Point. Good moonlight at 7 a.m., had breakfast. Broke camp very quickly. Lashley splendid at camp work as of old. Very heavy pull up to Castle Rock. Sweated much. This sweating in cold temperature is a serious drawback. Reached Hut Point 1 p.m. Found all well in excellent spirits. Didn't seem to want us much. Party reported very bad weather since we left. Cold blizzard, then continuous southwest wind with -20 and below. The open water was right up to Hut Point. Wind absolutely preventing all freezing along shore. Wilson reported skua gull seen Monday. Found party much shorter of blubber than I had expected. They were only just keeping themselves supplied with a seal killed 2 days before, and one as we arrived. Actually less fast ice than when we left. Wednesday, April 19th. Hut Point. Calm during the night. Sea froze over at noon, 4½ inches thick off Hut Point, showing how easily the sea will freeze when the chance is given. 3 seals reported on the ice. All hands out after breakfast, and the liver and blubber of all 3 seals were brought in. This relieves one of a little anxiety, leaving a 12 days' stock, in which time other seals ought to be coming up. I am making arrangements to start back tomorrow, but at present it is overcast and wind coming up from the south. This afternoon, all ice frozen last night went out quietly. The sea tried to freeze behind it, but the wind freshened soon. The ponies were exercised yesterday and today. They look pretty fit, but their coats are not so good as those in winter quarters. They want fatty foods. Am preparing to start tomorrow, satisfied that the Discovery hut is very comfortable and life very livable in it. The dogs are much the same, all looking pretty fit except Viata and Rabchik, neither of which seem to get good coats. I am greatly struck with the advantages of experience in Crean and Lashley for all work about camps. Thursday, April 20th. Hut Point. Everything ready for starting this morning, but at course it blizzed. Weather impossible, much wind and drift from the south. Wind turned to southeast in the afternoon, temperatures low. Went for walk to Cape Armitage, but it is really very unpleasant. The wind blowing around the Cape is absolutely blighting, force 7 and temperature below -30°. Sea a black cauldron covered with dark frost smoke. No ice can form in such weather. Friday, April 21st. Started homeward at 10:30. Left Meagers in charge of station with Dimitri to help with dogs, Lashley and Cohane to look out for ponies, Nelson and Day and Ford to get some idea of the life and experience. Homeward party, therefore, self, Bowers, Wilson, Oates, Atkinson, Cherry Gerard, Crean, and Hooper. As usual, all hands pulled up Ski Slope, which we took without a halt. Lashley and Dimitri came nearly to Castle Rock. Very cold side wind and some frostbites. We reached the last downward slope about 2:30. At the cliff edge found the cornice gone. Heavy wind and drift worse than before, if anything. We bustled things, and after tantalizing delays with the rope got Bowers and some others on the floe, then lowered the sledges, packed. 3 men, including Crean and myself, slid down last on the alpine rope, doubled and taken round an ash stave, so that we were able to unreeve the end and recover the rope. We recovered also most of the old alpine rope, all except a piece buried in snow on the sea ice and dragged down under the slush, just like the Discovery boats. I could not have supposed this could happen in so short a time. Footnote. Voyage of the Discovery, Chapter 9. The question of the moment is, what has become of our boats? Early in the winter they were hoisted out to give more room for the awning, and were placed in a line about 100 yards from the ice foot on the sea ice. The earliest gale drifted them up nearly gunwale high, and thus for 2 months they remained in sight whilst we congratulated ourselves on their security. The last gale brought more snow, and piling it in drifts at various places in the bay, chose to be especially generous with it in the neighbourhood of our boats, so that afterwards they were found to be buried 3 or 4 feet beneath the new surface. Although we had noted with interest the manner in which the extra weight of snow in other places was pressing down the surface of the original ice, and were even taking measurements of the effect thus produced, we remained fatuously blind to the risks our boats ran under such conditions. It was from no feeling of anxiety, but rather to provide occupation, that I directed that the snow on top of them should be removed, and it was not until we had dug down to the first boat that the true state of affairs dawned on us. She was found lying in a mass of slushy ice, with which also she was nearly filled. For the moment we had a wild hope that she could be pulled up, but by the time we could rig shears the air temperature had converted the slush into hardened ice, and she was found to be stuck fast. At present there is no hope of recovering any of the boats. As fast as one could dig out the sodden ice, more sea water would flow in and freeze. The danger is that fresh gales bring more snow will sink them so far beneath the surface that we shall be unable to recover them at all. Stuck solid in the floe, they must go down with it, and every effort must be devoted to preventing the floe from sinking. As regards the rope, it is a familiar experience that dark objects which absorb heat will melt their way through the snow or ice on which they lie. End of footnote. By the time all stores were on the floe, with swirling drift about us, everyone was really badly cold. One of those moments for quick action. We harnessed and dashed for the shelter of the cliffs, up tents and hot tea as quick as possible. After this and some shift of footgear all were much better. Heavy plod over the sea ice, starting at 4:30. Very bad light on the glacier, and we lost our way as usual, stumbling into many crevices, but finally descending in the old place. By this time sweating much. Crean reported our sledge pulling much more heavily than the other one. Marched on to Little Razor-Back Island without halt, our own sledge dragging fearfully. Crean said there was great difference in the sledges, though loads were equal. Bowers politely assented when I voiced this sentiment, but I'm sure he and his party thought it was the plea of tired men. However, there was nothing like proof, and he readily assented to change sledges. The difference was really extraordinary. We felt the new sledge a featherweight compared with the old, and set up a pace for the home quarters regardless of how much we perspired. We arrived at the hut, 2 miles away, 10 minutes ahead of the others, who by this time were quite convinced as to the difference in the sledges. The difference was only marked when pulling over the salt-covered sea ice. On snow the sledges seemed pretty much the same. It is due to the grain of the wood in the runners and is worth looking into. We all arrived bathed in sweat. Our garments were soaked through, and as we took off our wind clothes showers of ice fell on the floor. The accumulation was almost incredible and shows the whole trouble of sledging in cold weather. It would have been very uncomfortable to have camped in the open under such conditions, and assuredly a winter and spring party cannot afford to get so hot if they wish to retain any semblance of comfort. Our excellent cook had just the right meal prepared for us, an enormous dish of rice and figs, and cocoa in a bucket. The hut party were all very delighted to see us, and the fittings and comforts of the hut are amazing to the newcomers. Saturday, April 22nd. Camp Evans, winter quarters. The sledging season is at an end. It's good to be back in spite of all the losses we have sustained. Today we enjoy a very exceptional calm. The sea is freezing over, of course, but unfortunately our view from Observatory Hill is very limited. Oates and the rest are exercising the ponies. I have been sorting my papers and getting ready for the winter work. End of Chapter 8.
Section 18 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 9, The Work and the Workers. Sunday, April 23. Winter Quarters. The last day of the sun and a very glorious view of its golden light over the Barne Glacier. We could not see the sun itself on account of the glacier, the fine ice cliffs of which were in deep shadow under the rosy rays. Impression. The long, mild twilight which like a silver clasp unites today with yesterday, when morning and evening sit together hand in hand beneath the starless sky of midnight. It blew hard last night, and most of the young ice is gone as expected. Patches seem to be remaining south of the glacier tongue and the island and off our own bay. In this very queer season it appears as though the final freezing is to be reached by gradual increments through the firmly established ice. Had divine service. Have only 7 hymn books, those brought on shore for our first service being very stupidly taken back to the ship. I begin to think that we are too comfortable in the hut, and hope it will not make us slack, but it is good to see everyone in such excellent spirits. So far not a rift in the social arrangements. Monday, April 24. A night watchman has been instituted mainly for the purpose of observing the aurora, of which the displays have been feeble so far. The observer is to look round every hour or oftener if there is aught to be seen. He is allowed cocoa and sardines with bread and butter. The cocoa can be made over an acetylene Bunsen burner, part of Simpson's outfit. I took the first turn last night. The remainder of the afterguard follow in rotation. The long night hours give time to finish up a number of small tasks. The hut remains quite warm, though the fires are out. Simpson has been practicing with balloons during our absence. This morning he sent one up for trial. The balloon is of silk and has a capacity of 1 cubic meter. It is filled with hydrogen gas, which is made in a special generator. The generation is a simple process. A vessel filled with water has an inverted vessel within it. A pipe is led to the balloon from the latter, and a tube of India rubber is attached which contains calcium hydrate. By tipping the tube, the amount of calcium hydrate required can be poured into the generator. As the gas is made, it passes into the balloon or is collected in the inner vessel, which acts as a bell jar if the stopcock to the balloon is closed. The arrangements for utilizing the balloons are very pretty. An instrument weighing only 2 1/4 ounces and recording the temperature and pressure is attached beneath a small flag and hung 10 to 15 feet below the balloon with balloon silk thread. This silk thread is of such fine quality that 5 miles of it weighs only 4 ounces, while its breaking strain is 1 1/4 pounds. The lower part of the instrument is again attached to the silk thread, which is cunningly wound on cone bobbins from which the balloon unwinds it without hitch or friction as it ascends. In order to spare the silk any jerk as the balloon is released, 2 pieces of string united with a slow match carry the strain between the instrument and the balloon until the slow match is consumed. The balloon takes about 1/4 of an hour to inflate. The slow match is then lit and the balloon released. With a weight of 8 ounces and a lifting power of 2 1/2 pounds, it rises rapidly. After it is lost to ordinary vision, it can be followed with glasses as mile after mile of thread runs out. Theoretically, if strain is put on the silk thread, it should break between the instrument and the balloon, leaving the former free to drop while the thread can be followed up and the instrument with its record recovered. Today this was tried with a dummy instrument, but the thread broke close to the bobbins. In the afternoon a double thread was tried, and this acted successfully. Today I allotted the ponies for exercise. Bowers, Cherry Garrard, Hooper, Crisel, P.O. Evans, and Crean take animals, besides Anton and Oates. I have had to warn people that they will not necessarily lead the ponies which they now tend. Wilson is very busy making sketches. Tuesday, April 28. It was comparatively calm all day yesterday and last night, and there have been light airs only from the south today. The temperature, at first comparatively high at -5 degrees, has gradually fallen to -13. As a result, the strait has frozen over at last, and it looks as though the Hut Point party should be with us before very long. If the blizzards hold out for another 3 days, the crossing should be perfectly safe, but I don't expect Meares to hurry. Although we had very good sunset effects at Hut Point, Ponting and others were much disappointed with the absence of such effects at Cape Evans. This was probably due to the continual interference of frost smoke. Since I returned here, and especially yesterday and today, the sky and sea have been glorious in the afternoon. Ponting has taken some colored pictures, but the result is not very satisfactory, and the plates are much spotted. Wilson is very busy with pencil and brush. Atkinson is unpacking and setting up his sterilizers and incubators. Wright is wrestling with the electrical instruments. Evans is busy surveying the Cape and its vicinity. Oates is reorganizing the stable, making bigger stalls, etc. Cherry Garrard is building the stone house for taxidermy and with a view to getting hints for making a shelter at Cape Crozier during the winter. Debenham and Taylor are taking advantage of the last of the light to examine the topography of the peninsula. In fact, everybody is extraordinarily busy. I came back with the impression that we should not find our winter walk so interesting as though at Hut Point, but I'm rapidly altering my opinion. We may miss the hill climbing here, but in every direction there is abundance of interest. Today I walked round the shores of the North Bay examining the Kenite cliffs and great masses of morainic material of the Barne Glacier, then on under the huge blue ice cliffs of the glacier itself. With the sunset lights, deep shadows, the black islands and white bergs, it was all very beautiful. Simpson and Bowers sent up a balloon today with a double thread and instrument attached. The line was checked at about 3 miles, and soon after the instrument was seen to disengage. The balloon at first went north with a light southerly breeze till it reached 300 or 400 feet. Then it turned to the south but did not travel rapidly. When 2 miles of thread had gone, it seemed to be going north again or rising straight upward. In the afternoon, Simpson and Bowers went to recover their treasure, but somewhere south of Inaccessible Island they found the thread broken, and the light was not good enough to continue the search. The sides of the galley fire have caved in. There should have been cheeks to prevent this. We got some fire clay cement today and plastered up the sides. I hope this will get over the difficulty, but have some doubts. Wednesday, April 26. Calm. Went round Cape Evans. Remarkable effects of icicles on the ice foot, formed by spray of southern gales. Thursday, April 27. The 4th day in succession without wind, but overcast. Light snow is falling during the day. Tonight the wind comes from the north. We should have our party back soon. The temperature remains about -5 degrees, and the ice should be getting thicker with rapidity. Went round the bergs off Cape Evans. They are very beautiful, especially one which is pierced to form a huge arch. It will be interesting to climb around these monsters as the winter proceeds. Today I have organized a series of lectures for the winter. The people seem keen, and it ought to be exceedingly interesting to discuss so many diverse subjects with experts. We have an extraordinary diversity of talent and training in our people. It would be difficult to imagine a company composed of experiences which differed so completely. We find one hut contains an experience of every country and every clime. What an assemblage of motley knowledge. Friday, April 28. Another comparatively calm day, temperature -12 degrees, clear sky. Went to ice caves on glacier south of Cape. These are really very wonderful. Ponton took some photographs with long exposure, and Wright got some very fine ice crystals. The glacier tongue comes close around the high bluff headland of Kenite. It is much cracked and curiously composed with a broad wedge of white névé over blue ice. The faults in the dust strata in these surfaces are very mysterious and should be instructive in the explanation of certain ice problems. It looks as though the sea has frozen over for good. If no further blizzard clears the strait, it can be said for this season that the bays froze over on March 25. The strait froze over on April 22. The strait dissipated on April 29. The strait froze over on April 30. Later, the Hut Point record of freezing is night 24th, 25th. Ice forming midday 25th opened with leads. 26th. Ice all out, sound apparently open. 27th. Strait apparently freezing. Early 28th. Ice over whole strait. 29th. All ice gone. 30th. Freezing over. May 4th. Broad lead opened along land to Castle Rock, 300 to 400 yards wide. Party intended to start on 11th if weather fine. Very fine display of aurora tonight, one of the brightest I have ever seen over Erebus. It is conceded that a red tinge is seen after the movement of light.
Saturday,
April 29. Went to Inaccessible Island with Wilson. The agglomerates, kenytes, and lavas are much the same as those at Cape Evans. The island is 540 feet high, and it is a steep climb to reach the summit over very loose sand and boulders. From the summit one has an excellent view of our surroundings and the ice in the strait, which seemed to extend far beyond Cape Royds, but had some ominous cracks beyond the island. We climbed round the ice foot after descending the hill, and found it much broken up on the south side. The sea spray had washed far up on it. It is curious to find that all the heavy seas come from the south, and that it is from this direction that protection is most needed. There is some curious weathering on the ice blocks on the north side. Also the snow drifts show interesting dirt bands. The island had a good sprinkling of snow, which will all be gone, I expect, tonight. For as we watched the summit, we saw a storm approaching from the south. It had blotted out the bluff, and we watched it covering Black Island, then Hut Point and Castle Rock. By the time we started homeward, it was upon us, making a harsh chatter as it struck the high rocks and sweeping along the drift on the floe. The blow seems to have passed over tonight, and the sky is clear again, but I much fear the ice has gone out in the strait. There is an ominous black look to the westward. Sunday, April 30. As I feared last night, the morning light revealed the havoc made in the ice by yesterday's gale. From Wind Vane Hill, 66 feet, it appeared that the strait had not opened up beyond the island, but after church I went up the ramp with Wilson and steadily climbed over the glacier ice to a height of about 650 feet. Note from the glossary. Ramp, a great embankment of morainic material with ice beneath, once part of the glacier, on the lowest slopes of Erebus at the landward end of Cape Evans. End of note. From this elevation one could see that a broad belt of sea ice had been pushed bodily to seaward, and it was evident that last night the whole stretch of water from Hut Point to Turtle Island must have been opened, so that our poor people at Hut Point are just where they were. The only comfort is that the strait is already frozen again, but what is to happen if every blow clears the sea like this? Had an interesting walk. One can go at least a mile up the glacier slope before coming to crevasses, and it does not appear that these would be serious for a good way farther. The view is magnificent, and on a clear day like this, one still enjoys some hours of daylight, or rather twilight, when it is possible to see everything clearly. Have had talks of the curious cones which are such a feature of the ramp. They are certainly partly produced by the ice, and partly by weathering. The ponds and various forms of ice grains interest us. Tonight have been naming all the small land features of our vicinity. Tuesday, May 2. It was calm yesterday. A balloon was sent up in the morning, but only reached a mile in height before the instrument was detached by slow match. In the afternoon went out with Bowers and his pony to pick up the instrument, which was close to the shore in the South Bay. Went on past Inaccessible Island. The ice outside the bergs has grown very thick, 14 inches or more, but there were freshly frozen pools beyond the island. In the evening, Wilson opened the lecture series with a paper on Antarctic flying birds. Considering the limits of the subject, the discussion was interesting. The most attractive point raised was that of pigmentation. Does the absence of pigment suggest absence of reserve energy? Does it increase the insulating properties of the hair or feathers? Or does the animal clothed in white radiate less of his internal heat? The most interesting example of polar coloring is the increased proportion of albinos amongst the giant petrels found in high latitudes. Today have had our first game of football. A harassing southerly wind sprang up, which helped my own side to the extent of 3 goals. The same wind came with a clear sky and jumped up and down in force throughout the afternoon, but has died away tonight. In the afternoon I saw an ominous lead outside the island, which appeared to extend a long way south. I'm much afraid it may go across our pony track from Hut Point. I am getting anxious to have the hut party back, and begin to wonder if the ice to the south will ever hold in permanently, now that the glacier tongue has gone. Wednesday, May 3. Another calm day, very beautiful and clear. Wilson and Bowers took our few dogs for a run in a sledge. Walked out myself over ice in North Bay. There were many good cracks and pressures with varying thickness of ice, showing how tide and wind shift the thin sheets. The newest leads held young ice of 4 inches. The temperature remains high, the lowest yesterday, -14 degrees. It should be much lower with such calm weather and clear skies. A strange fact is now very commonly noticed. In calm weather there is usually a difference of 4 degrees or 5 degrees between the temperature at the hut and that on Wind Vane Hill, 64 feet, the latter being the higher. This shows an inverted temperature. As I returned from my walk, the southern sky seemed to grow darker, and later stratus cloud was undoubtedly spreading up from that direction. This at about 5 p.m. About 7, a moderate north wind sprang up. This seemed to indicate a southerly blow, and at about 9 the wind shifted to that quarter and blew gustily 25 to 35 miles per hour. One cannot see the result on the strait, but I fear it means that the ice has gone out again in places. The wind dropped as suddenly as it had arisen soon after midnight. In the evening Simpson gave us his first meteorological lecture, the subject coronas, halos, rainbows, and auroras. He has a remarkable power of exposition, and taught me more of these phenomena in the hour than I had learned by all previous interested inquiries concerning them. I note 1 or 2 points concerning each phenomenon. Corona. White to brown inside ring called aureola. Outside are sometimes seen 2 or 3 rings of prismatic light in addition. Caused by diffraction of light round drops of water or ice crystals, the diameter of the rings inversely proportional to the size of drops or crystals. Mixed sizes of ditto causes aureola without rings. Halos, caused by refraction and reflection through and from ice crystals. In this connection, the hexagonal tetrahedral type of crystallization is the first to be noted, then the infinite number of forms in which this can be modified together with the result of fractures. 2 forms predominate, the plate and the needle. These forms falling through air assume definite position. The plate falls horizontally, swaying to and fro. The needle turns rapidly about its longer axis, which remains horizontal. Simpson showed excellent experiments to illustrate. Consideration of these facts and refraction of light striking crystals clearly leads to explanation of various complicated halo phenomena, such as recorded and such as seen by us on the Great Barrier, and draws attention to the critical refraction angles of 32 degrees and 46 degrees, the radius of inner and outer rings, the position of mock suns, contra-suns, zenith circles, etc. Further measurements are needed, for instance the streamers from mock suns and an examination of ice crystals. Record of ice crystals seen on barrier surface. Rainbows, caused by reflection and refraction from and through drops of water. Colors vary with size of drops. The smaller the drop, the lighter the colors, and nearer to the violet end of the spectrum. Hence white rainbows as seen on the barrier, very small drops. Double bows. Diameters must be 84 degrees and 100 degrees. again from the laws of refraction. Colors: inner, red outside, outer, red inside. That is, reds come together. Wanted to see more rainbows on Barrier. In this connection, a good rainbow was seen to northwest in February from winter quarters. Reports should note colors and relative widths of bands of color. Iridescent clouds, not yet understood, observations required, especially angular distance from the sun. Auroras, clearly the most frequent and intense in years of maximum sunspots. This argues connection with the sun. Points noted requiring confirmation.
Arch, center of arch in magnetic meridian.
Shaft, take direction of dipping needle. Bands and curtains with convolutions, not understood. Corona, shafts meeting to form. Notes required on movement and direction of movement, colors seen, supposedly red and possibly green rays preceding or accompanying movements. Auroras are sometimes accompanied by magnetic storms, but not always, and vice versa, in general significant signs of some connection, possible common dependence on a third factor. The phenomenon further connects itself in form with lines of magnetic force about the Earth. Curious apparent connection between spectrum of aura and that of a heavy gas argon. Maybe coincidence. Two theories enunciated. Arrhenius, bombardments of minute charged particles from the sun gathered into the magnetic field of the Earth. Birkeland, bombardment of free negative electrons gathered into the magnetic field of the Earth. It is experimentally shown that minute drops of water are deflected by light. It is experimentally shown that ions are given off by dried calcium, which the sun contains. Professor Stromer has collected much material showing connection of the phenomena with lines of magnetic force. Thursday, May 4. From the small height of Wind Vane Hill, 64 feet, it was impossible to say if the ice in the strait had been out after yesterday's wind. The sea was frozen, but after 12 hours calm it would be in any case. The dark appearance of the ice is noticeable, but this has been the case of late since the light is poor, little snow has fallen or drifted, and the ice flowers are very sparse and scattered. We had an excellent game of football again today. The exercise is delightful and we get very warm. Atkinson is by far the best player, but Hooper, P.O. Evans, and Crean are also quite good. It has been calm all day again. Went over the sea ice beyond the Archberg. The ice half a mile beyond is only 4 inches. I think this must have been formed since the blow of yesterday, that is, in 16 hours or less. Such rapid freezing is a hopeful sign, but the prompt dissipation of the floe under a southerly wind is distinctively the reverse. I am anxious to get our people back from Hunt Point, mainly on account of the 2 ponies. With so much calm weather there should have been no difficulty for the party in keeping up its supply of blubber, an absence of which is the only circumstance likely to discomfit it. The new ice over which I walked is extraordinarily slippery and free from efflorescence. I think this must be a further sign of rapid formation. End of first part of Chapter 9.
Section 19 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 9, The Work and the Workers. Friday, May 5. Another calm day following a quiet night. Once or twice in the night a light northerly wind soon dying away. The temperature down to -12 degrees. What is the meaning of this comparative warmth? As usual in calms, the wind vane hill temperature is 3 degrees or 4 degrees higher. It is delightful to contemplate the amount of work which is being done at the station. No one is idle, all hands are full, and one cannot doubt that the labor will be productive of remarkable result. I do not think there can be any life quite so demonstrative of character as that which we had on these expeditions. One sees a remarkable reassortment of values. Under ordinary conditions it is so easy to carry a point with a little bounce. Self-assertion is a mask which covers many a weakness. As a rule, we have neither the time nor the desire to look beneath it, and so it is that commonly we accept people on their own valuation. Here the outward show is nothing. It is the inward purpose that counts. So the gods dwindle, and the humble supplant them. Pretense is useless. One sees Wilson busy with pencil and color box, rapidly and steadily adding to his portfolio of charming sketches, and at intervals filling the gaps in his zoological work of discovery times, withal ready and willing to give advice and assistance to others at all times, his sound judgment appreciated and therefore a constant referee. Simpson, master of his craft, untiringly attentive to the working of his numerous self-recording instruments, observing all changes with scientific acumen, doing the work of 2 observers at least, and yet ever seeking to correlate and expand its scope. So the current meteorological and magnetic observations are taken as never before by polar expeditions. Wright, good-hearted, strong, keen, striving to saturate his mind with the ice problems of this wonderful region. He has taken the electrical work in hand with all its modern interest of association with radio activity. Evans, with a clear-minded zeal in his own work, does it all with the successive result which comes from the taking of pains. Therefrom we derive a singularly exact preservation of time, an important consideration to all, but especially necessary for the physical work. Therefrom also, and including more labor, we have an accurate survey of our immediate surroundings and can trust to possess the correctly mapped results of all surveying data obtained. He has Gran for assistant. Taylor's intellect is omnivorous and versatile. His mind is unceasingly active, his grasp wide. Whatever he writes will be of interest. His pen flows well. Debenham's is clearer. Here we have a well-trained, sturdy worker with a quiet meaning that carries conviction. He realizes the conceptions of thoroughness and conscientiousness. To Bauer's practical genius is owed much of the smooth working of our station. He has a natural method in line with which all arrangements fall, so that expenditure is easily and exactly adjusted to supply, and I have the inestimable advantage of knowing the length of time which each of our possessions will last us, and the assurance that there can be no waste. Active mind and active body were never more happily blended. It is a restless activity, admitting no idle moments, and ever budding into new forms. So we see the balloons ascending under his guidance, and anon he is away over the floe, tracking the silk thread which held it. Such a task completed, he is away to exercise his pony and later out again with the dogs, the last typically self-suggested because for the moment there is no one else to care for these animals. Now, in a similar manner, he is spreading thermometer screens to get comparative readings with the home station. He is for the open air, seemingly incapable of realizing any discomfort from it, and yet his hours within doors spent with equal profit. For he is intent on tracking the problems of sledging food and clothing to their innermost bearings, and is becoming an authority on past records. This will be no small help to me, and one which others could never have given. Adjacent to the physicist corner of the hut, Atkinson is quietly pursuing the subject of parasites. Already he is in a new world. The laying out of the fish trap was his action, and the catches are his field of labor. Constantly he comes to ask if I would like to see some new form, and I am taken to see some protozoa or ascidian isolated on the slide plate of his microscope. The fishes themselves are comparatively new to science. It is strange that their parasites should have come under investigation so soon. Atkinson's bench with its array of microscopes, test tubes, spirit lamps, etc., is next to the dark room in which Ponting spends the greater part of his life. I would describe him as sustained by artistic enthusiasm. This world of ours is a different one to him than it is to the rest of us. He gauges it by its picturesqueness. His joy is to reproduce its pictures artistically, his grief to fail to do so. No attitude could be happier for the work which he has undertaken, and one cannot doubt its productiveness. I would not imply that he is out of sympathy with the works of the other, which is far from being the case, but that his energies center devotedly on the minutiae of his business. Cherry Garrard is another of the open-air, self-effacing, quiet workers. His whole heart is in the life, with profound eagerness to help everyone. One has caught glimpses of him in tight places, sound all through and pretty hard also. Indoors he is editing our polar journals. Out of doors he is busy making trial stone huts and blubber stoves, primarily with a view to the winter journey to Cape Crozier, but incidentally these are instructive experiments for any party which may get into difficulty by being cut off from the home station. It is well to know how best to use the scant resources that nature provides in these regions. In this connection I have been studying our Arctic library to get details concerning snow hut building and the implements used for it. Oates' whole heart is in the ponies. He is really devoted to their care, and I believe will produce them in the best possible form for the sledging season. Opening out the stores, installing a blubber stove, etc., has kept him busy, while his satellite, Anton, is ever at work in the stables. An excellent little man. Evans and Crean are repairing sleeping bags, covering felt boots, and generally working on sledging kit. In fact, there is no one idle, and no one who has the least prospect of idleness. Saturday, May 6. 2 more days of calm interrupted with occasional gusts. Yesterday, Friday evening, Taylor gave an introductory lecture on his remarkably fascinating subject, modern physiography. These modern physiographers set out to explain the forms of land erosion on broad common-sense lines, heedless of geographical support. They must, in consequence, have their special language. River courses, they say, are not temporary. In the main, they are archaic. In conjunction with land elevations they have worked through, geographical cycles, perhaps many. In each geographical cycle they have advanced from infantile, V-shaped forms, the courses broaden and deepen, the bank slopes reduce in angle as maturer stages are reached until the level of sea surface is more and more nearly approximated. In senile stages, the river is a broad, sluggish stream flowing over a plain with little inequality of level. The cycle has formed a peneplain. Subsequently, with fresh elevation, a new cycle is commenced. So much for the simple case, but in fact nearly all cases are modified by unequal elevations due to landslips, by variations in hardness of rock, etc. Hence modifications in positions of river courses and the fact of different parts of a single river being in different stages of cycle. Taylor illustrated his explanations with examples. The Red River, Canada, plain, flat though elevated. Water lies in pools, river flows in V infantile form. The Rhine Valley, the gorgeous scenery from Maine down due to infantile form in recently elevated region. The Russian Plains, examples of senility. Greater complexity in the Blue Mountain. These are undoubted earth folds. The Nepean River flows through an offshoot of a fold, the valley being made as the fold was elevated. curious valleys made by erosion of hard rock overlying soft. River piracy, domestic, the short-circuiting of a meander such as at Coo and the Ardennes. Foreign, such as Shoalhaven River, Australia. Stream has captured river. Landslips have caused the isolation of Lake George and altered the watershed of the whole country to the south. Later on, Taylor will deal with the effects of ice and latest to the formation of the scenery of our own region, and so we shall have much to discuss. Sunday, May 7. Daylight now very short. One wonders why the Hut Point party does not come. Bowers and Cherry Garrard have set up a thermometer screen containing maximum thermometers and thermographs on the sea flow about 3/4 minute northwest of the hut. Another smaller one is to go on top of the ramp. They took the screen out of one of Day's bicycle wheel carriages and found it ran very easily over the salty ice where the sledges give so much trouble. This vehicle is not easily turned, but may be very useful before there is much snowfall. Yesterday a balloon was sent up and reached a very good height, probably 2 to 3 miles, before the instrument disengaged. The balloon went almost straight up and the silk fell in festoons over the rocky part of the cape, affording a very difficult clue to follow. But whilst Bowers was following it, Atkinson observed the instrument fall a few hundred yards out on the bay. It was recovered and gives the first important record of upper air temperature. Atkinson and Crean put out the fish trap yesterday in about 3 fathoms of water off the west beach. Both yesterday morning and yesterday evening, when the trap was raised, it contained over 40 fish, whilst this morning and this evening the catches in the same spot have been from 20 to 25. We had fish for breakfast this morning, but an even more satisfactory result of the catches has been revealed by Atkinson's microscope. He had discovered quite a number of new parasites and found work to last quite a long time. Last night it came my turn to do night watchman again, so that I shall be glad to have a good sleep tonight. Yesterday we had a game of football. It is pleasant to mess about, but the light is failing. Crisald is still producing food novelties. Tonight we had galantine of seal. It was excellent. Monday, May 8th, Tuesday, May 9th. As one of the series of lectures, I gave an outline of my plan for next season on Monday evening. Everyone was interested naturally. I could not help but hint that in my opinion the problem of reaching the pole can best be solved by relying on the ponies and man haulage. With this sentiment the whole company appeared to be in sympathy. Everyone seems to distrust the dogs when it comes to glacier and summit. I have asked everyone to give thought to the problem, to freely discuss it, and bring suggestions to my notice. It's going to be a tough job. That is better realized the more one dives into it. Today, Tuesday, Debenham has been showing me his photographs taken west. With Wright's and Taylor's, these will make an extremely interesting series. The ice forms, especially in the region of Koettlitz Glacier, are unique. The strait has been frozen over a week. I cannot understand why the Hut Point party doesn't return. The weather continues wonderfully calm, though now looking a little unsettled. Perhaps the unsettled look stops the party, or perhaps it waits for the moon, which will be bright in a day or 2. Anyway, I wish it would return, and shall not be free from anxiety till it does. Cherry Garrard is experimenting in stone huts and with blubber fires, all with a view to prolonging the stay at Cape Crozier. Bowers has placed one thermometer screen on the floe about 3/4 minute out, and another smaller one above the ramp. Oddly, the floe temperature seems to agree with that on Windvane Hill, whilst the hut temperature is always 4 degrees or 3 degrees colder in calm weather. To complete the records, the thermometer is to be placed in South Bay. Science, the rock foundation of all effort. Wednesday, May 10. It has been blowing from the south 12 to 20 miles per hour since last night. The ice remains fast. The temperature -12 degrees to -19 degrees. The party does not come. I went well beyond Inaccessible Island till Hut Point and Castle Rock appeared beyond Tent Island, that is, well out into the space which was last seen as open water. The ice is 9 inches thick, not much for 8 or 9 days freezing, but it is very solid. The surface wet but very slippery. I suppose Meares waits for 12 inches in thickness, or fears the floe is too slippery for the ponies. Yet I wish he would come. I took a thermometer on my walk today. The temperature was -12 degrees inside Inaccessible Island, but only -8 degrees on the sea ice outside. The wind seemed less outside. Coming in under lee of island and bergs, I was reminded of the difficulty of finding shelter in these regions. The weather side of hills seems to afford better shelter than the lee side, as I have remarked elsewhere. May it be in part because all the lee sides tend to be filled by drift snow, blown and weathered rock debris? There was a good lee under one of the bergs, and one corner of the ice sloped out over me and on either side, forming a sort of grotto. Here the air was absolutely still. Ponting gave us an interesting lecture on Burma, illustrated with fine slides. His descriptive language is florid, but shows the artistic temperament. Bowers and Simpson were able to give personal reminiscences on this land of pagodas, and the discussion led to interesting statements on the religion, art, and education of its people, their philosophic idleness, etc. Our lectures are a real success. Friday, May 12. Yesterday morning was quiet. Played football in the morning. Wind got up in the afternoon and evening. All day it has been blowing hard, 30 to 60 miles an hour. It has never looked very dark overhead, but a watery cirrus has been in evidence for some time, causing well-marked paraselene. I have not been far from the hut, but had a great fear on one occasion that the ice had gone out in the strait. The wind is dropping this evening, and I have been up to Windvane Hill. I now think the ice has remained fast. There has been astonishing little drift with the wind, probably due to the fact that there has been so very little snowfall of late. Atkinson is pretty certain that he has isolated a very motile bacterium in the snow. It is probably airborne, and though no bacteria have been found in the air, this may be carried in upper currents and brought down by the snow. If correct, it is an interesting discovery. Tonight Benningham gave a geological lecture. It was elementary. He gave little more than the rough origin and classification of rocks, with a view to making his further lectures better understood. Saturday, May 13. The wind dropped about 10 last night. This morning it was calm and clear save for a light misty veil of ice crystals through which the snow shone with scarce clouded brilliancy, surrounded with bright cuneiform halo and white paraselene. Mock moons with prismatic patches of color appeared in the radiant ring, echoes of the main source of light. Wilson has a charming sketch of the phenomenon. I went to Inaccessible Island, and climbing some way up the steep western face, reassured myself concerning the ice. It was evident that there had been no movement in consequence of yesterday's blow. In climbing, I had to scramble up some pretty steep rock faces and screens, and held on only in anticipation of gaining the top of the island and an easy descent. Instead of this, I came to an impossible overhanging cliff of lava, and was forced to descend as I had come up. It was no easy task, and I was glad to get down with only one slip, when I brought myself up with my ice axe in the nick of time to prevent a fall over a cliff. This island is very steep on all sides. There is only one known place of ascent. It will be interesting to try and find others. After tea, Atkinson came in with the glad tidings that the dog team were returning from Hut Point. We were soon on the floe to welcome the last remnant of our wintering party. Meares reported everything well, and the ponies not far behind. The dogs were unharnessed and tied up to the chains. They are all looking remarkably fit. Apparently they have given no trouble at all of late. There have not even been any fights. Half an hour later, Day, Lashley, Nelson, Ford, and Keohane arrived with the 2 ponies, men and animals in good form. It is a great comfort to have the men and dogs back, and a greater to contemplate all the 10 ponies comfortably stabled for the winter. Everything seems to depend on these animals. I have not seen the meteorological record brought back, but it appears that the party had had very fine calm weather since we left them, except during the last 3 days when wind has been very strong. It is curious that we should have got only 1 day with wind. I am promised the sea freezing record tomorrow. 4 seals were got on April 22, the day after we left, and others have been killed since, so that there is a plentiful supply of blubber and seal meat at the hut. The rest of the supplies seem to have been pretty well run out. Some more forage had been fetched in from the depot. A young sea leopard had been killed on the sea ice near Castle Rock 3 days ago, this being the second only found in the Sound. It is a strange fact that none of the returning parties seem to greatly appreciate the food luxuries they have had since their return. It would have been the same with us had we not had a day or 2 in tents before our return. It seems more and more certain that a very simple fare is all that is needed here. Plenty of seal meat, flour and fat, with tea, cocoa, and sugar. These are the only real requirements for a comfortable existence. The temperatures at Hut Point have not been as low as I expected. There seems to have been an extraordinary heat wave during the spell of calm recorded since we left, the thermometer registering little below 0 until the wind came when it fell to -20 degrees. Thus, as an exception, we have had a fall instead of a rise of temperature with wind. Parenthetically, the exact inventory of stores at Hut Point here recorded has no immediate bearing on the history of the expedition, but may be noted as illustrating the care and thoroughness with which all operations were conducted. Other details as to the carbide consumed in making acetylene gas may be briefly quoted. The first tin was opened on February 1, the second on March 26, the 7th on May 20, the next 8 at an average interval of 9 1/2 days. End of parentheses. Sunday, May 14th, gray and dull in the morning. Exercised the ponies and held the usual service. This morning I gave Wright some notes containing speculations on the amount of ice on the Antarctic continent and on the effects of winter movement in the sea ice. I want to get into his head the larger bearing of the problems which our physical investigations involve. He needs 2 years here to fully realize these things, and with all his intelligence and energy will produce little unless he has that extended experience. The sky cleared at noon, and this afternoon I walked over the North Bay to the ice cliffs. Such a very beautiful afternoon and evening. The scene bathed in moonlight, so bright and pure as to be almost golden, a very wonderful scene. At such times the bay seems strangely homely, especially when the eye rests on our camp with the hut and lighted windows. I am very much impressed with the extraordinary and general cordiality of the relations which exist amongst our people. I do not suppose that a statement of the real truth, namely that there is no fiction at all, will be credited. It is so generally thought that the many rubs of such a life as this are quietly and purposely sunk in oblivion. With me there is no need to draw a veil, there is nothing to cover. There are no strained relations in this hut, and nothing more emphatically evident than the universally amiable spirit which is shown on all occasions. Such a state of affairs would be delightfully surprising under any conditions, but it is much more so when one remembers the diverse assortment of our company. The theme is worthy of expansion. Tonight Oates, captain in a smart cavalry regiment, has been scrapping over chairs and tables with Debenham, a young Australian student. It is a triumph to have collected such men. The temperature has been down to -23 degrees, the lowest yet recorded here. Doubtless we shall soon get lower, for I find an extraordinary difference between this season as far as it has gone and those of 1902, 3. End of Chapter 9. Recorded by Tom Crawford, Cool, California, USA, May 2009.
Section 20 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 10. In Winter Quarters, Modern Style. Monday, May 15th. The wind has been strong from the north all day, about 30 miles an hour. A bank of stratus cloud about 6,000 or 7,000 feet, measured by Erebus, has been passing rapidly overhead towards the north. It is nothing new to find the overlaying layers of air moving in opposite directions, but it is strange that the phenomenon is so persistent. Simpson has frequently remarked as a great feature of weather conditions here the seeming reluctance of the air to mix. The fact seems to be the explanation of many curious fluctuations of temperature. Went for a short walk, but it was not pleasant. Wilson gave an interesting lecture on penguins. He explained the primitive characteristics in the arrangement of feathers on wings and body, the absence of primaries and secondaries or bare tracks, the modification of the muscles of the wings and in the structure of the feet, the metatarsal joint. He pointed out, and the subsequent discussion seemed to support him, that these birds probably branched at a very early stage of bird life, coming pretty directly from the lizard bird Archaeopteryx of the Jurassic Age. Fossils of giant penguins of Eocene and Miocene ages show that there has been extremely little development since. He passed on to the classification and habitat of different genera, nest-making habits, eggs, etc. Then to a brief account of the habits of the emperors and the adeles, which was of course less novel ground for the old hands. Of special points of interest I recall his explanation of the desirability of embryonic study of the emperor to throw further light on the development of the species in the loss of teeth, etc., and Ponting's contribution and observation of adult adeles teaching their young to swim. This point has been obscure. It has been said that the old birds push the young into the water, and per contra, that they leave them deserted in the rookery. Both statements seemed unlikely. It would not be strange if the young Adelie had to learn to swim. It is a well-known requirement of the northern fur seal, sea bear, but it will be interesting to see in how far the adult birds lay themselves out to instruct their progeny. During our trip to the ice and sledge journey, one of our dogs, Veda, was especially distinguished for his savage temper and generally uncouth manners. He became a bad wreck with his poor coat at Hut Point, and in this condition I used to massage him. At first the operation was mistrusted and only continued to the accompaniment of much growling, but later he evidently grew to like the warming effect and sidled up to me whenever I came out of the hut, though still with some suspicion. On returning here he seemed to know me at once, and now comes and buries his head in my legs whenever I go out of doors. He allows me to rub him and push him about without the slightest protest, and scampers about me as I walk abroad. He is a strange beast, I imagine so unused to kindness that it took him time to appreciate it. Tuesday, May 16th. The north wind continued all night but dropped this forenoon. Conveniently it became calm at noon and we had a capital game of football. The light is good enough, but not much more than good enough for this game. Had some instruction from Wright this morning on the electrical instruments. Later, went into our carbide expenditure with Day. I am glad to find it sufficient for 2 years, but I am not making this generally known as there are few things in which less economy is studied than light, if regulations allow of waste. Electrical instruments. For measuring the ordinary potential gradient, we have 2 self-recording quadrant electrometers. The principle of this instrument is the same as that of the old Kelvin instrument. The clockwork attached to it unrolls a strip of paper wound on a roller. At intervals, the needle of the instrument is depressed by an electromagnet, and makes a dot on the moving paper. The relative position of these dots forms the record. One of our instruments is adjusted to give only 1/10 the refinement of the measurement of the other by means of reduction in the length of the quartz fiber. The object of this is to continue the record in snowstorms, etc., when the potential difference of air and earth is very great. The instruments are kept charged with batteries of small Daniels cells. The clocks are controlled by a master clock. The instrument available for radioactivity measurements is a modified type of the old gold-leaf electroscope. The measurement is made by the mutual repulsion of quartz fibers acting against a spring. The extent of the repulsion is very clearly shown against a scale magnified by a telescope. The measurements to be made with the instrument are various. The ionization of the air. A length of wire charged with 2000 volts negative is exposed to the air for several hours. It is then coiled on a frame and its rate of discharge measured by the electroscope. The radioactivity of the various rocks of our neighborhood, this by direct measurement of the rock. The conductivity of the air, that is, the relative movement of ions in the air, by movement of air past charged surface. Rate of absorption of positive and negative ions is measured, the negative ion traveling faster than the positive. Wednesday, May 17th. For the first time this season we have a rise of temperature with a southerly wind. The wind force has been about 30 since yesterday evening. The air is fairly full of snow and the temperature has risen to -6 from -18 degrees. I heard one of the dogs barking in the middle of the night, and on inquiry learned that it was one of the Serres, the white dogs, that he seemed to have something wrong with his hind leg, and that he had been put under shelter. This morning the poor brute was found dead. I'm afraid we can place but little reliance on our dog teams, and reflect ruefully on the misplaced confidence with which I regarded the provision of our transport. Well, one must suffer for errors of judgment. This afternoon Wilson held a post-mortem on the dog. He could find no sufficient cause of death. This is the third animal that has died at winter quarters without apparent cause. Wilson, who is nettled, proposes to examine the brain of this animal tomorrow. Went up the ramp this morning. There was light enough to see our camp, and it looked homely, as it does from all sides. Somehow we loom larger here than at Cape Armitage. We seem to be more significant. It must be from contrast of size. The larger hills tend to dwarf the petty human element. Tonight the wind has gone back to the north and is now blowing fresh. This sudden and continued complete change of direction is new to our experience. Oates has just given us an excellent little lecture on the management of horses. He explained his plan of feeding our animals soft during the winter and hardening them up during the spring. He pointed out that the horse's natural food being grass and hay, he would naturally employ a great number of hours in the day filling a stomach of small capacity with food from which he could derive only a small percentage of nutriment. Hence it is desirable to feed horses often and light. His present routine is as follows. Morning, chaff. Noon after exercise, snow. Chaff and either oats or oil cake alternate days. Evening, 5 p.m. Snow, hot bran mash with oat cake or boiled oats and chaff, finally a small quantity of hay. This sort of food should be causing the animals to put on flesh, but is not preparing them for work. In October he proposes to give hard food, all cold, and to increase the exercising hours. As concerning the food we possess, he thinks, the chaff made of young wheat and hay is doubtful. There does not seem to be any grain with it, and would farmers cut young wheat? There does not seem to be any fat in this food, but it is very well for ordinary winter purposes. N.B. It seems to me this ought to be inquired into. Bran much discussed, but good because it causes horses to chew the oats with which mixed. Oil cake, greasy, producing energy, excellent for horses to work on. Oats, of which we have two qualities, also very good working food. Our white quality much better than the brown. Our trainer went on to explain the value of training horses, of getting them balanced to pull with less effort. He owns it is very difficult when one is walking horses only for exercise, but thinks something can be done by walking them fast and occasionally making them step backwards. Oates referred to the deeds that had been done with horses by foreigners in shows and with polo ponies by Englishmen when the animals were trained. It is, he said, a sort of gymnastic training. The discussion was very instructive, and I have only noted the salient points. Thursday, May 18th. The wind dropped in the night. Today it is calm, with slight snowfall. We have had an excellent football match, the only outdoor game possible in this light. I think our winter routine very good. I suppose every leader of a party has thought that, since he has the power of altering it. On the other hand, routine in this connection must take into consideration the facilities of work and play afforded by the preliminary preparations for the expedition. The winter occupations of most of our party depend on the instruments and implements, the clothing and sledging outfit, provided by forethought, and the routine is adapted to these occupations. The busy winter routine of our party may therefore be excusably held as a subject for self-congratulation. Friday, May 19th. Wind from the north in the morning, temperature comparatively high, about -6. We played football during the noon hour. The game gets better as we improve our football condition and skill. In the afternoon the wind came from the north, dying away again late at night. In the evening Wright lectured on ice problems. He had a difficult subject and was nervous. He is young and has never done original work, is only beginning to see the importance of his task. He started on the crystallization of ice, and explained with very good illustrations the various forms of crystals, the manner of their growth under different conditions and different temperatures. This was instructive. Passing to the freezing of salt water, he was very clear. Then on to glaciers and their movements, theories for the same and observations in these regions. There was a good deal of disconnected information, silt bands, crevices were mentioned. Finally he put the problems of larger aspect. The upshot of the discussion was a decision to devote another evening to the larger problems such as the great ice barrier and the interior ice sheet. I think I will write the paper to be discussed on this occasion. I note with much satisfaction that the talks on ice problems and the interest shown in them has had the effect of making Wright devote the whole of his time to them. That may mean a great deal, for he is a hard and conscientious worker. Atkinson has a new hole for his fish trap in 15 fathoms. Yesterday morning he got a record catch of 43 fish, but oddly enough yesterday evening there were only 2 caught. Saturday, May 20th. Blowing hard from the south, with some snow and very cold. Few of us went far. Wilson and Bowers went to the top of the ramp and found the wind there force 6 to 7, temperature -24 degrees. As a consequence they got frostbitten. There was lively cheering when they reappeared in this condition, such is the sympathy which is here displayed for affliction, but with Wilson much of the amusement arises from his peculiarly scant headgear and the confessed jealousy of those of us who cannot face the weather with so little face protection. The wind dropped at night. Sunday, May 21st. Observed as usual. It blew from the north in the morning. Had an idea to go to Cape Royds this evening, but it was reported that the open water reached to the Barne Glacier, and last night my own observation seemed to confirm this. This afternoon I started out for the open water. I found the ice solid off the Barne Glacier tongue, but always ahead of me a dark horizon as though I was within a very short distance of its edge. I held on with this appearance, still holding up to Cape Barne itself, and then passed the cape and half-way between it and Cape Royds. This was far enough to make it evident that the ice was continuous to Cape Royds, and has been so for a long time. Under these circumstances the continual appearance of open water to the north is most extraordinary and quite inexplicable. Have had some very interesting discussions with Wilson, Wright, and Taylor on the ice formations to the west. How to account for the marine organisms found on the weathered glacier ice north of the Cutlitz Glacier. We have been elaborating a theory under which this ice had once a negative buoyancy due to the morainic material on top and in the lower layers of the ice mass, and had subsequently floated when the greater amount of this material had weathered out. Have arranged to go to Cape Royds tomorrow. The temperatures have sunk very steadily this year. For a long time they hung about 0, then for a considerable interval remained about -10 degrees. Now they are down in the -20s, with signs of falling. Today, -24. Bowers' meteorological stations have been amusingly named Archibald, Bertram, Clarence. They are entered by the initial letter, but spoken of by full title. Tonight we had a glorious auroral display, quite the most brilliant I have seen. At one time the sky from north-northwest to south-southeast, as high as the zenith, was massed with arches, bands, and curtains, always in rapid movement. The waving curtains were especially fascinating. A wave of bright light would start at one end and run along to the other, or a patch of brighter light would spread as if to reinforce the falling light of the curtain. Auroral notes. The auroral light is of a palish green color, but we now see distinctly a red flush preceding the motion of any bright light. The green ghostly light seems suddenly to spring to life with rosy blushes. There is infinite suggestion in this phenomenon, and in that lies its charm, the suggestion of life, form, color, and movement never less than evanescent, mysterious, no reality. It is the language of mystic signs and portents, the inspiration of the gods, wholly spiritual, divine signalling. Remindful of superstition, provocative of imagination. Might not the inhabitants of some other world, Mars, controlling mighty forces thus surround our globe with fiery symbols, a golden writing which we have not the key to decipher? There is argument on the confession of Ponting's inability to obtain photographs of the aurora. Professor Stormer of Norway seems to have been successful. Simpson made notes of his method, which seems to depend merely on the rapidity of lens and plate. Ponting claims to have greater rapidity in both, yet gets no result even with long exposure. It is not only a question of aurora, the stars are equally reluctant to show themselves on Ponting's plate. Even with 5 seconds exposure the stars become short lines of light on the plate of fixed camera. Stormer's stars are points and therefore his exposure must have been short, yet there is detail in some of his pictures which it seems impossible could have been got with a short exposure. It is all very puzzling. End of first part of Chapter 10.
Section 21 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hollis Hanover. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1, The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 10, In Winter Quarters, Modern Style. Monday, May 22. Wilson, Bowers, Atkinson, Evans, P.O., Clissold, and self went to Searoyd's with a go-kart, carrying our sleeping bags, a cooker, and a small quantity of provision. The go-kart consists of a framework of steel tubing supported on 4 bicycle wheels. The surface of the floes carries 1 to 2 inches of snow, barely covering the salt ice flowers, and for this condition this vehicle of days is excellent. The advantage is that it meets the case where the salt crystals form a heavy frictional surface for wood runners. I'm inclined to think that there are great numbers of cases when wheels would be more efficient than runners on the sea ice. We reached Cape Royds in 2½ hours, killing an emperor penguin in the bay beyond Sea Barn. This bird was in splendid plumage, the breast reflecting the dim northern light like a mirror. It was fairly dark when we stumbled over the rocks and dropped on to Shackleton's hut. Clissold started the cooking range. Wilson and I walked over to the Black Beach and round back by Blue Lake. The temperature was down at -31 degrees, and the interior of the hut was very cold. Tuesday, May 23. We spent the morning mustering the stores within and without the hut, after a cold night which we passed very comfortably in our bags. We found a good quantity of flour and Danish butter and a fair amount of paraffin with smaller supplies of assorted articles, the whole sufficient to afford provision for such a party as ours for about 6 or 8 months, if well administered. In case of necessity, this would undoubtedly be very useful reserve to fall back upon. These stores are somewhat scattered, and the hut has a dilapidated, comfortless appearance due to its tenantless condition, but even so it seemed to me much less inviting than our old Discovery hut at Sea Armitage. After a cup of cocoa there was nothing to detain us, and we started back, the only useful articles added to our weights being a scrap or 2 of leather and 5 hymn books. Hitherto we have been only able to muster 7 copies. This increase will improve our Sunday services. Wednesday, May 24. A quiet day with northerly wind. The temperature rose gradually to 0. Having the night duty, did not go out. The moon has gone and there is little to attract one out of doors. Atkinson gave us an interesting little discourse on parasitology, with a brief account of the life history of some ecto and some endo parasites, nematodes, trematodes. He pointed out how that in nearly every case there was a secondary host, how in some cases disease was caused, and in others the presence of the parasite was even helpful. He acknowledged the small progress that has been made in this study. He mentioned ankylostomiasis, blood-sucking worms, bilhartsia, trematode, attacking bladder, Egypt, filaria, round tapeworm, guinea worm, trichina, pork, and others, pointing to diseases caused. From worms he went to protozoa, trypanosomes, sleeping sickness, host tsetse fly, showed life history comparatively, propagated in secondary host or encysting in primary host, similarly malarial germs spread by Anopheles mosquitoes, all very interesting. In the discussion following, Wilson gave some account of the grouse disease worm and especially of the interest in finding free-living species almost identical. Also part of the life of disease worm is free-living. Here we approached a point pressed by Nelson concerning the degeneration consequent on adoption of the parasitic habit. All parasites seem to have descended from free-living beasts. One asks, what is degeneration, without receiving a very satisfactory answer. After all, such terms must be empirical. Thursday, May 25. It has been blowing from south with heavy gusts and snow. Temperature extraordinarily high, -6 degrees. This has been a heavy gale. The weather conditions are certainly very interesting. Simpson has again called attention to the wind in February, March, and April at Cape Evans. The record shows an extraordinary large percentage of gales. It is quite certain that we scarcely got a fraction of the wind on the barrier, and doubtful if we got as much at Hut Point. Friday, May 26, a calm and clear day. A nice change from recent weather. It makes an enormous difference to the enjoyment of this life if one is able to get out and stretch one's legs every day. This morning I went up the ramp. No sign of open water, so that my fears for a broken highway in the coming season are now at rest. In future, gales can only be a temporary annoyance. Anxiety as to their result is finally allayed. This afternoon I searched out ski and ski sticks and went for a short run over the floe. The surface is quite good since the recent snowfall and wind. This is satisfactory, as sledging can now be conducted on ordinary lines, and if convenient our parties can pull on ski. The young ice troubles of April and May have passed away. It is curious that circumstances caused us to miss them altogether during our stay in the Discovery. We are living extraordinarily well. At dinner last night we had some excellent thick seal soup, very much like thick hare soup. This was followed by an equally tasty seal steak and kidney pie and a fruit jelly. The smell of frying greeted us on awakening this morning, and at breakfast each of us had 2 of our nutty little notothenia fish after our bowl of porridge. These little fish have an extraordinarily sweet taste. Bread and butter and marmalade finished the meal. At the midday meal we had bread and butter, cheese, and cake, and tonight I smell mutton in the preparation. Under the circumstances it would be difficult to conceive more appetizing repasts or a regime which is likely to produce scorbutic symptoms. I cannot think we shall get scurvy. Nelson lectured us tonight, giving a very able little elementary sketch of the objects of the biologist. A fact struck one in his explanation of the rates of elimination. 2 of the offspring of 2 parents alone survive, speaking broadly. This is the same of the human species, or the ling, with 24 million eggs in the row of each female. He talked much of evolution, adaptation, etc. Mendelism became the most debated point of the discussion. The transmission of characters has a wonderful fascination for the human mind. There was also a point striking deep in the debate on Professor Loeb's experiment with sea urchins. How far had he succeeded in reproducing the species without the male spermatozoa? Not very far, it seemed, when all was said. A theme for a pen would be the expansion of interest in polar affairs. Compare the interests of a winter spent by the old Arctic voyagers with our own, and look into the causes. The aspect of everything changes as our knowledge expands. The expansion of human interest in rude surroundings may perhaps best be illustrated by comparisons. It will serve to recall such a simple case as the fact that our ancestors applied the terms horrid, frightful, to mountain crags, which in our own day are more justly admired as lofty, grand, and beautiful. The poetic conception of this natural phenomenon has followed not so much an inherent change of sentiment as the intimacy of wider knowledge and the death of superstitious influence. One is much struck by the importance of realizing limits. Saturday, May 27. A very unpleasant, cold, and windy day. Annoyed with the conditions, so did not go out. In the evening, Bowers gave his lecture on sledging diets. He has shown great courage in undertaking the task, great perseverance in unearthing facts from books, and a considerable practical skill in stringing these together. It is a thankless task to search polar literature for dietary facts, and still more difficult to attach due weight to varying statements. Some authors omit discussion of this important item altogether. Others fail to note alterations made in practice or additions afforded by circumstances. Others, again, forget to describe the nature of various foodstuffs. Our lecturer was both entertaining and instructive when he dealt with old-time rations, but he naturally grew weak in approaching the physiological aspect of the question. He went through with it manfully and with a touch of humor much appreciated, whereas, for instance, he deduced facts from the equivalent of Mr. Joule, a gentleman whose statements he had no reason to doubt. Wilson was the mainstay of the subsequent discussion and put all doubtful matters in a clearer light. Increase your fats, carbohydrate, is what science seems to say, and practice with conservatism is inclined to step cautiously in response to this urgence. I shall, of course, go into the whole question as thoroughly as available information and experience permits. Meanwhile, it is useful to have had a discussion which aired the popular opinions. Feeling went deepest on the subject of tea versus cocoa. Admitting all that can be said concerning stimulation and reaction, I am inclined to see much in favor of tea. Why should not one be mildly stimulated during the marching hours if one can cope with reaction by profounder rest during the hours of inaction? Sunday, May 28. Quite an excitement last night. One of the ponies, the gray which I led last year and salved from the floe, either fell or tried to lie down in his stall, his head being lashed up to the stanchions on either side. In this condition he struggled and kicked till his body was twisted right round and his attitude extremely uncomfortable. Very luckily his struggles were heard almost at once, and his head ropes being cut, Oates got him on his feet again. He looked a good deal distressed at the time, but is now quite well again and has been out for his usual exercise. Held service as usual. This afternoon went on ski around the bay and back across. Little or no wind, sky clear, temperature minus 25 degrees. It was wonderfully mild considering the temperature. This sounds paradoxical, but the sensation of cold does not conform to the thermometer. It is obviously dependent on the wind and less obviously on the humidity of the air and the ice crystals floating in it. I cannot very clearly account for this effect, but as a matter of fact, I have certainly felt colder in still air at minus 10 degrees than I did today when the thermometer was down to minus 25 degrees, other conditions apparently equal. The amazing circumstance is that by no means can we measure the humidity, or indeed the precipitation or evaporation. I have just been discussing with Simpson the insuperable difficulties that stand in the way of experiment in this direction, since cold air can only hold the smallest quantities of moisture, and saturation covers an extremely small range of temperature. Monday, May 29. Another beautiful calm day. Went out both before and after the midday meal. This morning with Wilson and Bowers toward the thermometer off Inaccessible Island. On my way, my companionable dog was heard barking and dimly seen. We went toward him and found that he was worrying a young seal leopard. This is the second found in the strait this season. We had to secure it as a specimen, but it was sad to have to kill. The long, lithe body of this seal makes it almost beautiful in comparison with our stout, bloated Weddells. This poor beast turned swiftly from side to side as we strove to stun it with a blow on the nose. As it turned, it gaped its jaws wide, but oddly enough, not a sound came forth, not even a hiss. After lunch, a sledge was taken out to secure the prize, which had been photographed by flashlight. Ponting has been making great advances in flashlight work and has opened up quite a new field in which artistic results can be obtained in the winter. Lecture. Japan. Tonight Ponting gave us a charming lecture on Japan with wonderful illustrations of his own. He is happiest in his descriptions of the artistic side of the people with which he is in fullest sympathy. So he took us to see the flower pageants, the joyful festivals of the cherry blossom, the wisteria, the iris and chrysanthemum, the somber colors of the beech blossom, and the paths about the lotus gardens, where mankind meditated in solemn mood. We had pictures, too, of Nikko and its beauties, of temples and great Buddhas. Then in more touristy strain of volcanoes and their craters, waterfalls and river gorges, tiny tree-clad islets, that feature of Japan, baths and their bathers, Anos, and so on. His descriptions were well given, and we all of us thoroughly enjoyed our evening. Thursday, May 30. Am busy with my physiological investigations. Footnote, i.e., in relation to sledging ration. End of footnote. Atkinson reported a sea leopard at the tide crack. It proved to be a crab-eater, young and very active. In curious contrast to the sea leopard of yesterday, in snapping around it uttered considerable noise, a gaspingly throaty growl. Went out to the outer berg, where there was quite a collection of people, mostly in connection with Ponting, who had brought camera and flashlight. It was beautifully calm and comparatively warm. It was good to hear the gay chatter and laughter and see ponies and their leaders come up out of the gloom to add liveliness to the scene. The sky was extraordinarily clear at noon, and to the north very bright. We have had an exceptionally large tidal range during the last 3 days. It has upset the tide gauge arrangements and brought a little doubt on the method. Day is going into the question, which we thoroughly discussed today. Tidal measurements will be worse than useless unless we can be sure of the accuracy of our methods. Pools of salt water have formed over the beach floes in consequence of the high tide, and in the chase of the crab-eater today, very brilliant flashes of phosphorescent light appeared in these pools. We think it due to a small Cape pod. I have just found a reference to the same phenomena in Nordenskiöld's Vega. He, and apparently Belleau before him, noted the phenomenon, an interesting instance of bipolarity. Another interesting phenomenon observed today was a cirrus cloud lit by sunlight. It was seen by Wilson and Bowers 5 degrees above the northern horizon. The sun is 9 degrees below our horizon, and without refraction we calculated a cloud could be seen which was 12 miles high. Allowing refraction, the phenomenon appears very possible. Wednesday, May 31. The sky was overcast this morning and the temperature up to minus 13 degrees. Went out after lunch to Land's End. The surface of snow was sticky for ski except where drifts were deep. There was an oppressive feel in the air and I got very hot, coming in with head and hands bare. At 5, from dead calm, the wind suddenly sprang up from the south, force 40 miles per hour, and since that it has been blowing a blizzard. Wind very gusty from 20 to 60 miles. I have never known a storm come on so suddenly, and it shows what possibility there is of individuals becoming lost, even if they go only a short way from the hut. Tonight, Wilson has given us a very interesting lecture on sketching. He started by explaining his methods of rough sketch and written color record, and explained its suitability to this climate as opposed to colored chalks, etc. A very practical method for cold fingers, and one that becomes more accurate with practice and observation. His theme then became the extreme importance of accuracy, his mode of expression and explanation frankly Ruskinesque. Don't put in meaningless lines. Every line should be from observation. So with contrast of light and shade, fine shading, subtle distinction, everything, impossible without care, patience, and trained attention. He raised a smile by generalizing failures and sketches of others of our party which had been brought to him for criticism. He pointed out how much had been put in from preconceived notion. He will draw a berg faithfully as it is now and as he studies it, but he leaves sea and sky to be put in afterwards, as he thinks they must be like sea and sky everywhere else, and he is content to try and remember how these should be done. Nature's harmonies cannot be guessed at. He quoted much from Ruskin, leading on a little deeper to composition, paying a hearty tribute to Ponting. The lecture was delivered in the author's usual modest strain, but unconsciously it was expressive of himself and his whole-hearted thoroughness. He stands very high in the scale of human beings. How high I scarcely knew till the experience of the past few months. There is no member of our party so universally esteemed. Only tonight I realize how patiently and consistently he has given time and attention to help the efforts of the other sketchers, and so it is all through. He has had a hand in almost every lecture given, and has been consulted in almost every effort which has been made toward the solution of the practical or theoretical problems of our polar world. The achievement of a great result by patient work is the best possible object lesson for struggling humanity, for the results of genius, however admirable, can rarely be instructive. The chief of the scientific staff sets an example which is more potent than any other factor in maintaining that bond of good fellowship which is the marked and beneficent characteristic of our community. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Hollis Hanover.
Section 22 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 11. To Midwinter Day. Thursday, June 1st. The wind blew hard all night, arising to 72 miles per hour. The anemometer choked 5 times. Temperature plus 9°. It is still blowing this morning. Incidentally, we have found that these heavy winds react very conveniently on our ventilating system. A fire is always a good ventilator, ensuring the circulation of inside air and the indraft of fresh air. Its defect as a ventilator lies in the low level at which it extracts inside air. Our ventilating system utilizes the normal fire draft, but also by suitable holes in the funneling, causes the same draft to extract foul air at higher levels. I think this is the first time such a system has been used. It is a bold step to make holes in the funneling, as obviously any uncertainty of draught might fill the hut with smoke. Since this does not happen with us, it follows that there is always strong suction through our stovepipes, and this is achieved by their exceptionally large dimensions and by the length of the outer chimney pipe. With wind this draught is greatly increased, and with high winds the draught would be too great for the stoves if it were not for the relief of the ventilating holes. In these circumstances, therefore, the rate of extraction of air automatically rises, and since high wind is usually accompanied with marked rise of temperature, the rise occurs at the most convenient season, when the interior of the hut would otherwise tend to become oppressively warm. The practical result of the system is that, in spite of the numbers of people living in the hut, the cooking and the smoking, the inside air is nearly always warm, sweet, and fresh. There is usually a drawback to the best of arrangements, and I have said nearly always. The exceptions in this connection occur when the outside air is calm and warm, and the gallery fire, as in the early morning, needs to be worked up. It is necessary under these conditions to temporarily close the ventilating holes, and if at this time the cook is intent on preparing our breakfast with a frying pan, we are quickly made aware of his intentions. A combination of this sort is rare and lasts only for a very short time, for directly the fire is aglow, the ventilator can be opened again, and the relief is almost instantaneous. This very satisfactory condition of inside air must be a highly important factor in the preservation of health. I have today regularized the pony nicknames. I must leave it to Drake to pull out the relation to the proper names according to our school contracts. Footnote: officially the ponies were named after the several schools which had subscribed for their purchase, but sailors are inveterate nicknamers, and the unofficial humour prevailed. End of footnote. The nicknames are as follows: James Pig, Keohane, Bones, Crean, Michael, Clissold, Snatcher, Evans, P.O. in parentheses, Jehu, no entry, China, no entry, Christopher, Hooper, Victor, Bowers, Snippets, Windsucker in parentheses, Nobby, Lashley. Friday, June 2nd. The wind still high. The drift ceased at an early hour yesterday. It is difficult to account for the fact. At night the sky cleared. Then and this morning we had a fair display of aurora streamers to the north, and a faint arch east. Curiously enough, the temperature still remains high, about +7°. The meteorological conditions are very puzzling. Saturday, June 3rd. The wind dropped last night, but at 4 a.m. suddenly sprang up from a dead calm to 30 miles an hour. Almost instantaneously, certainly within the space of 1 minute, there was a temperature rise of 9 degrees. It is the most extraordinary and interesting example of a rise of temperature with a southerly wind that I can remember. It is certainly difficult to account for, unless we imagine that during the calm the surface layer of cold air is extremely thin, and that there is a steep inverted gradient. When the wind arose, the sky overhead was clearer than I ever remember to have seen it, the constellations brilliant, and the Milky Way like a bright auroral streamer. The wind has continued all day, making it unpleasant out of doors. I went for a walk over the land. It was dark, the rock very black, very little snow lying. Old footprints in the soft, sandy soil were filled with snow, showing quite white on a black ground. Have been digging away at food statistics. Simpson has just given us a discourse, in the ordinary lecture series, on his instruments. Having already described these instruments, there is little to comment upon. He is excellently lucid in his explanations. As an analogy to the attempt to make a scientific observation, when the condition under consideration is affected by the means employed, he rather quaintly cited the impossibility of discovering the length of trousers by bending over to see. The following are the instruments described. Features: the outside, bimetallic in parentheses, thermograph. The inside, thermograph, alcohol in parentheses. Alcohol in spiral, small lead pipe, float vessel. The electrically recording anemometer. Cam device with contact on wheel, slowing arrangement, inertia of wheel. The Dines anemometer. Parabola on immersed float. The recording wind vane, metallic pen. The magnetometer. Horizontal force measured in 2 directions, vertical force in 1, timing arrangement. the high and low potential apparatus of the balloon thermograph, spotting arrangement and difference, see ante. Simpson is admirable as a worker, admirable as a scientist, and admirable as a lecturer. Sunday, June 4th. A calm and beautiful day. The account of this, a typical Sunday, would run as follows. Breakfast, a half-hour or so selecting hymns and preparing for service, whilst the hut is being cleared up. The service, a hymn, morning prayer to the Psalms, another hymn, prayers for communion service and litany, a final hymn and our special prayer. Wilson strikes the note on which the hymn is to start, and I try to hit it after, with doubtful success. After church the men go out with their ponies. Today Wilson, Bowers, Cherry Garrard, Lashley, and I went to start the building of our first igloo. There is a good deal of difference of opinion as to the best implement with which to cut snow blocks. Cherry Garrard had a knife which I designed and Lashley made, Wilson a saw, and Bowers a large trowel. I am inclined to think the knife will prove most effective, but the others don't acknowledge it, yet. As far as one can see at present, this knife should have a longer handle and much coarser teeth in the saw edge. Perhaps also the blade should be thinner. We must go on with this hut building till we get good at it. I'm sure it's going to be a useful art. We only did 3 courses of blocks when tea time arrived, and light was not good enough to proceed after tea. Sunday afternoon for the men means a stretch of the land. I went over the floe on ski, the best possible surface after the late winds, as far as Inaccessible Island. Here, and doubtless in most places along the shore, this, the first week of June, may be noted as the date by which the wet, sticky salt crystals become covered, and the surface possible for wood runners. Beyond the island the snow is still very thin, barely covering the ice flowers, and the surface is still bad. There has been quite a small landslide on the south side of the island. 7 or 8 blocks of rock, 1 or 2 tons in weight, have dropped onto the floe. An interesting instance of the possibility of transport by sea ice. Ponting has been out to the bergs, photographing by flashlight. As I passed south of the island with its whole mass between myself and the photographer, I saw the flashes of magnesium light, having all the appearance of lightning. The light illuminated the sky and, apparently, objects at a great distance from the camera. It is evident that there may be very great possibilities in the use of this light for signalling purposes, and I propose to have some experiments. N.B. Magnesium flashlight as signalling apparatus in the summer. Another crab-eater seal was secured today. He had come up by the bergs. Monday, June 5th. The wind has been south all day, sky overcast, and air misty with snow crystals. The temperature has gone steadily up, and tonight rose to plus 16°. Everything seems to threaten a blizzard, which cometh not. But what is to be made of this extraordinary high temperature, heaven only knows. Went for a walk over the rocks, and found it very warm and muggy. Taylor gave us a paper on the Beardmore Glacier. He has taken pains to work up available information. On the ice side, he showed the very gradual gradient as compared with the Ferrar. If crevasses are as plentiful as reported, the motion of glacier must be very considerable. There seem to be 3 badly crevassed parts, where the glacier is constricted and the fall is heavier. Geologically, he explained the rocks found and the problems unsolved. The basement rocks, as to the north, appear to be reddish and grey granites, and altered slate, possibly bearing fossils. The Cloudmaker appears to be diorite. Mount Buckley sedimentary. The suggested formation is of several layers of coal, with sandstone above and below. Interesting to find, if it is so, and investigate coal. Wood fossil conifer appears to have come from this, better to get leaves. Wrap fossils up for protection. Mount Dawson described as pinkish limestone with a wedge of dark rock. This very doubtful. Limestone is of great interest, owing to chance of finding Cambrian fossils, Archaeocyathus. He mentioned the interest of finding here, as in Dry Valley, volcanic cones of recent date, later than the recession of the ice, as points to be looked in Geology and Physiography. 1. Hope Island shape. 2. Character of wall faucets. 3. Type of tributary, glacier cliff or curtain, broken. 4. Do tributaries enter at grade? 5. Lateral gullies pinnacled, etc., shape and size of slope. 6. Do tributaries cut out gullies, empty unoccupied cirques, hangars, etc.? 7. Do upland moraines show tessellation? 8. Arrangement of strata, inclusion of. 9. Types of moraines, distance of blocks. 10. Weathering of glaciers, types of surface, thrust mark, rippled snow stool, glass house, coral reef, honeycomb, ploughshare, bastions, pie crust. 11. Amount of water silt bands, stratified or irregular folded or broken. 12. Cross-section of valleys, 35° slopes. 13. Weather slopes debris covered, height to which. 14. Nonatox, height of rounded, height of any angle in profile, erratics. 15. Evidence of order in glacier delta. Debenham, in discussion, mentioned usefulness of small chips of rock. Many chips from several places are more valuable than few larger specimens. We had an interesting little discussion. I must enter a protest against the use made of the word glaciated by geologists and physiographers. To them a glaciated land is one which appears to have been shaped by former ice action. The meaning I attach to the phrase, and one which I believe is more commonly current, is that it describes a land at present wholly or partly covered with ice and snow. I hold the latter as the obvious meaning, and the former results from a piracy committed in very recent times. The alternative terms descriptive of the different meanings are ice-covered and ice-eroded. Today I have been helping the soldier to design pony rugs. The great thing, I think, is to get something which will completely cover the hindquarters. Tuesday, June 6th. The temperature has been as high as plus 19° today. The south wind persisted until the evening, with clear sky except for fine effects of torn cloud round about the mountain. Tonight the moon has emerged from behind the mountain, and sails across the cloudless northern sky. The wind has fallen, and the scene is glorious. It is my birthday, a fact I might easily have forgotten, but my kind people did not. At lunch an immense birthday cake made its appearance, and we were photographed assembled about it. Clissold had decorated its sugared top with various devices in chocolate and crystallized fruit, flags and photographs of myself. After my walk I discovered the great preparations were in progress for a special dinner, and when the hour for that meal arrived we sat down to a sumptuous spread, with our sledge banners hung about us. Clissold's especially excellent seal soup, roast mutton and red currant jelly, fruit salad, asparagus, and chocolate. Such was our menu. For drink we had cider cup, a mystery not yet fathomed, some sherry, and a liqueur. After this luxurious meal, everyone was very festive and amiably argumentative. As I write, there is a group in the dark room discussing political progress with discussions. another at one corner of the dinner-table, airing its views on the origin of matter, and the probability of its ultimate discovery, and yet another debating military problems. The scraps that reach me from the various groups sometimes piece together in ludicrous fashion. Perhaps these arguments are practically unprofitable, but they give a great deal of pleasure to the participants. It's delightful to hear the ring of triumph in some voice, when the owner imagines he has delivered himself of a well-rounded period, or a clinching statement, concerning the point under discussion. They are boys, all of them, but such excellent, good-natured ones. There has been no sign of sharpness or anger, no jarring note, in all these wordy contests. All end with a laugh. Nelson has offered Taylor a pair of socks to teach him some geology. This lulls me to sleep. Wednesday, June 7th. A very beautiful day. In the afternoon, went well out over the floe to the south, looking up Nelson at his ice-hole and picking up Bowers at his thermometer. The surface was polished and beautifully smooth for ski. The scene brightly illuminated with moonlight. The air still and crisp, and the thermometer at -10°. Perfect conditions for a winter walk. In the evening I read a paper on the ice barrier and inland ice. I have strung together a good many new points, and the interest taken in the discussion was very genuine, so keen in fact that we did not break up till close on midnight. I am keeping this paper, which makes a very good basis for all future work on these subjects. See Volume II. Shelters to ice-holes. Time out of number 1 is coming across rediscoveries. Of such a nature is the building of shelters for ice-holes. We knew a good deal about it in the Discovery, but unfortunately did not make notes of our experiences. I sketched the above figures for Nelson, and found on going to the hole that the drift accorded with my sketch. The sketches explain themselves. I think Wall B should be higher than Wall A. My night on duty. The silent hours passed rapidly and comfortably. To bed 7 a.m. Thursday, June 8th. Did not turn out till 1 p.m., then with a bad head, an inevitable sequel to a night of vigil. Walked out to and around the bergs, bright moonlight, but clouds rapidly spreading up from south. Tried the snow knife, which is developing. Debenham and Gran went off to Hut Point this morning. They should return tomorrow. Friday, June 9th. No wind came with the clouds of yesterday, but the sky has not been clear since they spread over it, except for about 2 hours in the middle of the night, when the moonlight was so bright that one might have imagined the day returned. Otherwise the web of stratus which hangs over us thickens and thins, rises and falls with very bewildering uncertainty. We want theories for these mysterious weather conditions. Meanwhile, it is annoying to lose the advantages of the moonlight. The morning had some discussion with Nelson and Wright regarding the action of sea water in melting barrier and sea ice. The discussion was useful to me in drawing attention to the equilibrium of layers of sea water. In the afternoon I went round the Razorback Islands on ski, a run of 5 or 6 miles. The surface was good, but in places still irregular, with the pressures formed when the ice was young. The snow is astonishingly soft on the south side of both islands. It is clear that in the heaviest blizzard one could escape the wind altogether by camping to windward of the larger island. One sees more and more clearly what shelters afforded on the weather side of steep-sided objects. Passed 3 seals asleep on the ice. 2 others were killed near the bergs. Saturday, June 10th. The impending blizzard has come. The wind came with a burst at 9:30 this morning. Simpson spent the night turning over a theory to account for the phenomenon, and delivered himself of it this morning. It seems a good basis for the reference of future observations. He imagines the atmosphere AC in potential equilibrium, with large margin of stability, i.e. the difference in the gradient between A and C being much less than the adiabatic gradient. In this condition there is a tendency to cool by radiation until some critical layer, B, reaches its dew point. A stratus cloud is thus formed at B. From this moment, AB continues to cool, but BC is protected from radiating, whilst heated by radiation from snow and possibly by release of latent heat due to cloud formation. The condition now rapidly approaches unstable equilibrium, BC tending to rise, AB to descend. Owing to lack of sun heat, the effect will be more rapid in south than north, and therefore the upset will commence first in the south. After the first start, the upset will rapidly spread north, bringing the blizzard. The facts supporting the theory are the actual formation of a stratus cloud before a blizzard, the snow and warm temperature of the blizzard, and its gusty nature. It is a pretty starting point, but of course there are weak spots. Atkinson has found a trypanosome in the fish. It has been stained, photographed, and drawn, an interesting discovery, having regard to the few species that have been found. A trypanosome is the cause of sleeping sickness. The blizzard has continued all day with a good deal of drift. I went for a walk, but the conditions were not inviting. We have begun to consider details of next season's travelling equipment. The crampons, repair of finnesko and sealskin, and an idea for a double tent have been discussed today. P.O. Evans and Lashley are delightfully intelligent in carrying out instructions. Sunday, June 11th. A fine, clear morning, the moon now revolving well aloft and with full face. For exercise, a run on ski to the South Bay in the morning, and a dash up the ramp before dinner. Wind and drift arose in the middle of the day, but it is now nearly calm again. At our morning service, Cherry Garrard, good fellow, vamped the accompaniment of 2 hymns. He received encouraging thanks, and will cope with all 3 hymns next Sunday. Day by day, news grows scant in this midwinter season. All events seem to compress into a small record, yet a little reflection shows that this is not the case. For instance, I have had at least 3 important discussions on weather and ice conditions today, concerning which many notes might be made, and quite a number of small arrangements have been made. If a diary can be so inadequate, hear how difficult must be the task of making a faithful record of a day's events in ordinary civilized life. I think this is why I have found it so difficult to keep a diary at home. Monday, June 12th. The weather is not kind to us. There has not been much wind today, but the moon has been hid behind stratus cloud. One feels horribly cheated in losing the pleasure of its light. I scarcely know what the Crozier party can do if they don't get better luck next month. Debenham and Gran have not yet returned. This is their 5th day of absence. Bowers and Cherry Garrard went to Cape Royds this afternoon to stay the night. Taylor and Wright walked there and back after breakfast this morning. They returned shortly after lunch. Went for a short spin on ski this morning and again this afternoon. This evening Evans has given us a lecture on surveying. He was shy and slow, but very painstaking, taking a deal of trouble in preparing pictures, etc. I took the opportunity to note hurriedly the few points to which I want attention especially directed. No doubt others will occur to me presently. I think I now understand very well how and why the old surveyors, like Belcher, failed in the early Arctic work. 1. Every officer who takes part in the southern journey ought to have in his memory the approximate variation of the compass at various stages of the journey, and to know how to apply it to obtain a true course from the compass. The variation changes very slowly, so that no great effort of memory is required. 2. He ought to know what the true course is to reach one depot from another. 3. He should be able to take an observation with the theodolite. 4. He should be able to work out a meridian altitude observation. 5. He could advantageously add to his knowledge the ability to work out a longitude observation or an ex-meridian altitude. 6. He should know how to read the sledge meter. 7. He should note and remember the error of the watch he carries, and the rate which is ascertained for it from time to time. 8. He should assist the surveyor by noting the coincidences of objects, the opening out of valleys, the observation of new peaks, etc. Footnote: these hints on polar surveying fell on willing ears. Members of the afterguard, who were not mathematically trained, plunged into the very practical study of how to work out observations. Writing home on October 26, 1911, Scott remarks, "Cherry has just come to me with a very anxious face to say that I must not count on his navigating powers. For the moment I didn't know what he was driving at, but then I remembered that some months ago I said that it would be a good thing for all the officers going south to have some knowledge of navigation, so that in the emergency they would know how to steer a sledge home." It appears that Cherry thereupon commenced a serious and arduous course of study of abstruse navigational problems, which he found exceedingly tough, and now despaired mastering. Of course there is not one chance in 100 that he will ever have to consider navigation on our journey, and in that one chance the problem must be of the simplest nature. But it makes matters much easier for me to have men who take the details of one's work so seriously, and who strive so simply and honestly to make it successful. And in Wilson's diary for October 23rd comes the entry, "Working at latitude sights. Mathematics, which I hate, till bedtime. It will be wiser to know a little navigation on the southern sledge journey." End of footnote. End of first part of Chapter 11. Section 23 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 11. To Midwinter Day. Tuesday, June 13th. A very beautiful day. We revelled in the calm, clear moonlight. The temperature has fallen to -26°. The surface of the floe perfect for ski. Had a run to South Bay in forenoon, and was away on a long circuit around Inaccessible Island in the afternoon. In such weather the cold splendour of the scene is beyond description. Everything is satisfying, from the deep purple of the starry sky to the gleaming bergs and the sparkle of the crystals underfoot. Some very brilliant patches of aurora over the southern shoulder of the mountain. Observed an exceedingly bright meteor shoot across the sky to the northward. On my return found Debenham and Gran back from Cape Armitage. They had intended to start back on Sunday, but were prevented by bad weather. They seem to have had stronger winds than we. On arrival at the hut, they found poor little Mukaka coiled up outside the door, looking pitifully thin and weak, but with enough energy to bark at them. This dog was run over and dragged for a long way under the sledge runners, whilst we were landing stores in January, the 7th. He has never been worth much since, but remained lively in spite of all the hardships of sledging work. At Hut Point he looked a miserable object, as the hair refused to grow on his hindquarters. It seemed as though he could scarcely continue in such a condition, and when the party came back to Cape Evans, he was allowed to run free alongside the sledge. On the arrival of the party, I especially asked after the little animal, and was told by Dmitri that he had returned. But later it transpired that this was a mistake, that he had been missed on the journey, and had not turned up again later, as was supposed. I learned this fact only a few days ago, and had quite given up the hope of ever seeing the poor little beast again. It is extraordinary to realize that this poor, lame, half-clad animal has lived for a whole month by himself. He had blood on his mouth when found, implying the capture of a seal, but how he managed to kill it, and then get through its skin, is beyond comprehension. Hunger drives hard. Wednesday, June 14th. Storms are giving us little rest. We found a thin stratus over the sky this morning, foreboding ill. The wind came, as usual, with a rush, just after lunch. At first there was much drift. Now the drift has gone, but the gusts run up to 65 miles per hour. Had a comfortless stroll around the hut. How rapidly things change when one thinks of the delights of yesterday. Paid a visit to Wright's ice cave. The pendulum is installed, and will soon be ready for observation. Wright anticipates the possibility of difficulty with ice crystals on the agate plains. He tells me that he has seen some remarkably interesting examples of the growth of ice crystals on the walls of the cave, and has observed the same unaccountable confusion of the size of grains in the ice, showing how little history can be gathered from the structure of ice. This evening Nelson gave us his second biological lecture, starting with a brief reference to the scientific classification of the organism into kingdom, phylum, group, class, order, genus, species. He stated the justification of a biologist in such an expedition as being to determine the condition under which organic substances exist in the sea. He proceeded to draw divisions between the bottom organisms without power of motion, benthon, the nekton motile life in midwater, and the plankton, or floating life. Then he led very prettily on to the importance of the tiny vegetable organisms as the basis of all life. In the killer whale may be found a seal, in the seal a fish, in the fish a smaller fish, in the smaller fish a copepod, and in the copepod a diatom. If this be regular feeding throughout, the diatom, or vegetable, is essentially the base of all. Light is the essential of vegetable growth or metabolism, and light quickly vanishes in depth of water, so that all ocean life must ultimately depend on the phytoplankton. To discover the conditions of this life is therefore to go to the root of matters. At this point came an interlude, descriptive of the various biological implements in use in the ship and on shore. The otter trawl, the agass trawl, the D-net, and the ordinary dredger. A word or two on the using of D-nets, and then explanation of sieves for classifying the bottom, its nature causing variation in the organisms living on it. From this he took us amongst the tow nets, with their beautiful silk fabrics, meshes running 180 to the inch, and materials costing 2 guineas the yard, to the German tow nets for quantitative measurements, the object of the latter and its doubtful accuracy, young fish trawls. From this to the chemical composition of sea water, the total salt about 3.5%, but variable. The proportions of the various salts do not appear to differ, thus the chlorine test detects the salinity quantitatively. Physically, plankton life must depend on this salinity, and also on temperature, pressure, light, and movement. If plankton only inhabits surface waters, then density, temperatures, etc., of surface waters must be the important factors. Why should biologists strive for deeper layers? Why should not deep sea life be maintained by dead vegetable matter? Here again the lecturer branched off into descriptions of water bottles, deep-sea thermometers, and current meters, the which I think have already received some notice in this diary. To what depth light may extend is the difficult problem, and we had some speculation, especially in the debate on this question. Simpson suggested that laboratory experiment should easily determine. Atkinson suggested growth of bacteria on a scratched plate. The idea seems to be that vegetable life cannot exist without red rays, which probably do not extend beyond 7 feet or so. Against this is an extraordinary recovery of Holosphaera ferridis by German expedition from 2,000 fathoms. This seems to have been confirmed. Bowers caused much amusement by demanding to know if the pycnogonids, were more nearly related to the arachnids, spiders, or crustaceans. As a matter of fact, a very sensible question, but it caused amusement because of its sudden display of long names. Nelson is an exceedingly capable lecturer. He makes the subject very clear, and is never too technical. Thursday, June 15th. Keen cold wind, overcast sky, till 5:30 p.m. Spent an idle day. Jimmy Pigg had an attack of colic in the stable this afternoon. He was taken out and doctored on the floe, which seemed to improve matters, but on return to the stable he was off his feed. This evening the soldier tells me he has eaten his food, so I hope all will be well again. Friday, June 16th. Overcast again. Little wind, but also little moonlight. Jimmy Pigg quite recovered. Went round the bergs in the afternoon. A great deal of ice has fallen from the irregular ones, showing that a great deal of weathering of bergs goes on during the winter, and hence that the life of a berg is very limited, even if it remains in high latitudes. Tonight Debenham lectured on volcanoes. His matter is very good, but his voice a little monotonous, so that there were signs of slumber in the audience, but all woke up for a warm and amusing discussion succeeding the lecture. The lecturer first showed a world chart showing distribution of volcanoes, showing general tendency of eruptive explosions to occur in lines. After following these lines in other parts of the world, he showed difficulty of finding symmetrical linear distribution near McMurdo Sound. He pointed out incidentally the important inference which could be drawn from the discovery of altered sandstones in the Erebus region. He went to the shapes of volcanoes. The massive type formed by very fluid lavas, Mauna Loa, Hawaii, Vesuvius, examples. The more perfect cones formed by ash talus, Fujiyama, Discovery. The explosive type with parasitic cones, Erebus, Morning, Etna. Fissure eruption, historic only in Iceland, but best prehistoric examples, Deccan, India, and Oregon, U.S. There is small ground for supposing relation between adjacent volcanoes. Activity in one is rarely accompanied by activity in the other. It seems most likely that vent tubes are entirely separate. Products of volcanoes. The lecturer mentioned the escape of quantities of free hydrogen. There was some discussion on this point afterwards. That water is broken up is easily understood, but what becomes of the oxygen? Simpson suggests the presence of much oxidizable material. CO2 as a noxious gas, also mentioned and discussed, causes mythical upas trees. Sulphurous fumes attend final stages. Practically little or no heat escapes through sides of a volcano. There was argument over physical conditions influencing explosions, especially as to barometric influence. There was a good deal of disjointed information on lavas, ropy or rapid flowing, and viscous, also on spatter cones and caverns. In all cases lavas cool slowly. Heat has been found close to the surface after 87 years. On Etna, there is lava over ice. The lecturer finally reviewed the volcanicity of our own neighbourhood. He described various vents of Erebus, thinks Castle Rock a plug. Here's some discussion. Observation Hill, part of old volcano, nothing in common with Crater Hill. Inaccessible Island seems to have no connection with Erebus. Finally we had a few words on the origin of volcanicity, and afterwards some discussion on an old point, the relation to the sea. Why are volcanoes close to sea? Debenham thinks not cause and effect, but two effects resulting from same cause. Great argument as to whether effect of barometric changes on Erebus vapour can be observed. Not much was said about the theory of volcanoes, but Debenham touched on American theories, the melting out from internal magma. There was nothing much to catch hold of throughout, but discussion of such a subject sorts one's ideas. Saturday, June 17th. Northerly wind, temperature changeable, dropping to -16°. Wind doubtful in the afternoon. Moon still obscured. It is very trying. Feeling dull in spirit today. Sunday, June 16th. Another blizzard. The weather is distressing. It ought to settle down soon, but unfortunately the moon is passing. Held the usual morning service. Hymns not quite successful today. Tonight Atkinson has taken the usual monthly measurement. I don't think there has been much change. Monday, June 19th. A pleasant change to find the air calm and the sky clear. Temperature down to -28°. At 1:30 the moon vanished behind the western mountains, after which, in spite of the clear sky, it was very dark on the floe. Went out on ski across the bay, then round about the Cape, and so home, facing a keen northerly wind on return. Atkinson is making a new fish trap hole. From one cause and another, the breaking of the trap and the freezing of the hole, no catch has been made for some time. I don't think we shall get good catches during the dark season, but Atkinson's own requirements are small, and the fish, though nice enough, are not such a luxury as to be greatly missed from our menu. Our daily routine has possessed a settled regularity for a long time. Clissold is up about 7 a.m. to start the breakfast. At 7:30, Hooper starts sweeping the floor and setting the table. Between 8 and 8:30, the men are out and about, fetching ice for melting, etc. Anton is off to feed the ponies, Dmitri to see the dogs. Hooper bursts on the slumberers with repeated announcements of the time, usually a quarter of an hour ahead of the clock. There is a stretching of limbs and an interchange of morning greetings, garnished with sleepy humour. Wilson and Bowers meet in a state of nature, beside a washing basin filled with snow, and proceed to rub glistening limbs with this chilling substance. A little later, with less hardihood, some others may be seen making the most of a meagre allowance of water. Soon after 8:30 I manage to drag myself from a very comfortable bed, and make my toilet with a bare pint of water. By about 10 minutes to 9 my clothes are on, my bed is made, and I sit down to my bowl of porridge. Most of the others are gathered about the table by this time, but there are a few laggards who run the 9 o'clock rule very close. The rule is instituted to prevent delay in the day's work, and it has needed a little pressure to keep one or two up to its observance. By 9:20 breakfast is finished, and before the half-hour is struck the table has been cleared. From 9:30 to 1:30 the men are steadily employed on a programme of preparation for sledging, which seems likely to occupy the greater part of the winter. The repair of sleeping bags and the alteration of tents have already been done, but there are many other tasks uncompleted or not yet begun, such as the manufacture of provision bags, crampons, silkskin soles, pony clothes, etc. Hooper has another good sweep up the hut after breakfast, washes the mess traps, and generally tidies things. I think it a good thing that in these matters the officers need not wait on themselves. It gives long and broken days of scientific work, and must therefore be an economy of brain in the long run. We meet for our midday meal at 1:30 or 1:45, and spend a very cheerful half-hour over it. Afterwards the ponies are exercised, weather permitting. This employs all the men and a few of the officers for an hour or more. The rest of us generally take exercise in some form at the same time. After this the officers go on steadily with their work, whilst the men do odd jobs to while away the time. The evening meal, our dinner, comes at 6:30, and is finished within the hour. Afterwards people read, write, or play games, or occasionally finish some piece of work. The gramophone is usually started by some kindly disposed person, and on 3 nights of the week the lectures to which I have referred are given. These lectures still command full audiences and lively discussions. At 11 p.m. the acetylene lights are put out, and those who wish to remain up or to read in bed must depend on candlelight. The majority of candles are extinguished by midnight, and the night watchman alone remains awake to keep his vigil by the light of an oil lamp. Day after day passes in this fashion. It is not a very active life, perhaps, but certainly not an idle one. Few of us sleep more than 8 hours out of the 24. On Saturday afternoon or Sunday morning some extra bathing takes place. Chins are shaven, and perhaps clean garments donned. Such signs with the regular service on Sunday mark the passage of the weeks. Tonight, Day has given us a lecture on his motor sledge. He seems very hopeful of success, but I fear is rather more sanguine in temperament than his sledge is reliable in action. I wish I could have more confidence in his preparations, as he is certainly a delightful companion. Tuesday, June 20th. Last night the temperature fell to -36°, the lowest we have had this year. On the ramp the minimum was -31°, not the first indication of a reverse temperature gradient. We have had a calm day, as is usual with a low thermometer. It was very beautiful out of doors this morning. As the crescent moon was sinking in the west, Erebus showed a heavy vapour cloud, showing that the quantity is affected by temperature rather than pressure. I am glad to have had a good run on ski. The Cape Crozier party are preparing for departure, and heads have been put together to provide as much comfort as the strenuous circumstances will permit. I came across a hint as to the value of a double tent in Sverdrup's book, New Land, and P.O. Evans has made a lining for one of the tents. It is secured on the inner side of the poles and provides an air space inside the tent. I think it is going to be a great success, and that it will go far to obviate the necessity of considering the question of snow huts, though we shall continue our efforts in this direction also. Another new departure is the decision to carry eider-down sleeping bags inside the reindeer ones. With such an arrangement, the early part of the journey is bound to be comfortable, but when the bags get iced difficulties are pretty certain to arise. Day has been devoting his energies to the creation of a blubber stove, much assisted, of course, by the experience gained at Hut Point. The blubber is placed in an annular vessel, A. The oil from it passes through a pipe, B, and spreads out on the surface of a plate, C, with a containing flange. D are raised points which serve as heat conductors. E is a tin chimney for flame, with air holes at its base. To start the stove, the plate C must be warmed with spirit lamp or primus, but when the blubber oil is well alight, its heat is quite sufficient to melt the blubber in and keep up the oil supply. The heat gradually rises until the oil issues from B in a vaporized condition, when of course the heat given off by the stove is intense. The stove was got going this morning in 5 minutes, in the outer temperature, with the blubber hard frozen. It will make a great difference to the Crozier party if they can manage to build a hut, and the experience gained will be everything in the western party in the summer. With a satisfactory blubber stove, it would never be necessary to carry fuel on a coast journey, and we shall deserve well of posterity, if we can perfect one. The Crozier journey is to be made to serve a good many trial ends. As I have already mentioned, each man is to go on a different food scale, with a view to determining the desirable proportion of fats and carbohydrates. Wilson is also to try the effect of a double wind-proof suit instead of extra woolen clothing. If 2 suits of windproof will keep one as warm in the spring as a single suit does in the summer, it is evident that we can face the summit of Victoria Land with a very slight increase of weight. I think the new crampons, which will also be tried on this journey, are going to be a great success. We have returned to the last Discovery type with improvements. The magnolium sole plates of our own crampons are retained but shod with 1/2 inch steel spikes. These plates are riveted through canvas to an inner leather sole, and the canvas is brought up on all sides to form a covering to the finnesko, over which it is laced. They are less than half the weight of an ordinary ski boot, go on very easily, and secure very neatly. Midwinter day, the turn of the season, is very close. It will be good to have light for the more active preparations for the coming year. Wednesday, June 21st. The temperature low again, falling to -36°. A curious hazy look in the sky, very little wind. The cold is bringing some minor troubles with the clockwork instruments in the open and with the acetylene gas plant. No insuperable difficulties. Went for a ski run round the bergs. Found it very dark and uninteresting. The temperature remained low during night, and Taylor reported a very fine display of aurora. Thursday, June 22nd. Midwinter. The sun reached its maximum depression at about 2:30 p.m. on the 22nd, Greenwich Mean Time. This is 2:30 a.m. on the 23rd, according to the local time of the 180th meridian, which we are keeping. Dinner tonight is therefore the meal which is nearest the sun's critical change of course, and has been observed with all the festivity customary at Xmas at home. At tea we broached an enormous buzzard cake, with much gratitude to its provider, Cherry Garrard. In preparation for the evening our Union Jacks and sledge flags were hung about the large table, which itself was laid with glass and a plentiful supply of champagne bottles, instead of the customary mugs and enamel lime-juice jugs. At 7 o'clock we sat down to an extravagant bill of fare, as compared with our usual simple diet. Beginning on seal soup, by common consent, the best decoction that our cook produces, we went on to roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, fried potatoes and Brussels sprouts. Then followed a flaming plum pudding, and excellent mince pies, and thereafter a dainty savoury of anchovy and cod's roe. A wondrous attractive meal, even in so far as judged by our simple lights, but with its garnishments a positive feast, for withal the table was strewn with dishes of burnt almonds, crystallized fruits, chocolates, and such toothsome kickshaws, whilst the unstinted supply of champagne, which accompanied the courses, was succeeded by a noble array of liqueur bottles, from which choice could be made in the drinking of toasts. I screwed myself up to a little speech, which drew attention to the nature of the celebration as a half-way mark, not only in our winter, but in the plans of the expedition as originally published. Parentheses. I fear there are some who don't realize how rapidly time passes, and who have barely begun work which by this time ought to be in full swing. End parentheses. We had come through a summer season and half a winter, and had before us half a winter and a second summer. We ought to know how we stood in every respect. We did know how we stood in regard to stores and transport, and I especially thanked the officer in charge of stores and the custodians of the animals. I said that as regards the future, chance must play a part, but the experience showed me that it would have been impossible to have chosen people more fitted to support me in the enterprise to the south than those who were to start in that direction in the spring. I thanked them all for having put their shoulders to the wheel and given me this confidence. We drank to the success of the expedition. Then everyone was called on to speak, starting on my left and working round the table. The result was very characteristic of the various individuals. One seemed to know so well the style of utterance to which each would commit himself. Needless to say, all were entirely modest and brief. Unexpectedly, all had exceedingly kind things to say of me. In fact, I was obliged to request the omission of compliments at an early stage. Nevertheless, it was gratifying to have a really genuine recognition of my attitude towards the scientific workers of the expedition, and I felt very warmly towards all these kind, good fellows for expressing it. If goodwill and happy fellowship count towards success, very surely shall we deserve to succeed. It was matter for comment, much applauded, that there had not been a single disagreement between any two members of our party from the beginning. By the end of dinner a very cheerful spirit prevailed, and the room was cleared for Ponting and his lantern, whilst the gramophone gave forth its most lively airs. When the table was upended, its legs removed, and chairs arranged in rows, we had quite a roomy lecture hall. Ponting had cleverly chosen this opportunity to display a series of slides made from his own local negatives. I have never so fully realized his work as on seeing these beautiful pictures. They so easily outclass anything of their kind previously taken in these regions. Our audience cheered vociferously. After this show, the table was restored for a snapdragon, and a brew of milk punch was prepared in which we drank the health of Campbell's party and of our good friends in the Terra Nova. Then the table was again removed, and a set of lancers formed. By this time, the effect of stimulating liquid refreshment on men so long accustomed to a simple life became apparent. Our biologist had retired to bed, the silent soldier bubbled with humour, and insisted on dancing with Anton. Evans, P.O., was imparting confidences in heavy whispers. Pat Keohane had grown intensely Irish and desirous of political argument, whilst Clissold sat with a constant expansive smile, and punctuated the babble of conversation with an occasional whoop of delight or disjointed witticism. Other bright-eyed individuals merely reached the capacity to enjoy that which, under ordinary circumstances, might have passed without evoking a smile. In the midst of the revelry, Bowers suddenly appeared, followed by some satellites bearing an enormous Christmas tree, whose branches bore flaming candles, gaudy crackers, and little presents for all. The presents, I learnt, had been prepared with kindly thought by Miss Super, Mrs. Wilson's sister, and the tree had been made by Bowers of pieces of stick and string with coloured paper to clothe its branches. The whole erection was remarkably creditable, and the distribution of the presents caused much amusement. Whilst revelry was the order of the day within our hut, the elements without seemed desirous of celebrating the occasion with equal emphasis and greater decorum. The eastern sky was massed with swaying auroral light, the most vivid and beautiful display that I had ever seen. Fold on fold, the arches and curtains of vibrating luminosity rose and spread across the sky, to slowly fade and yet again spring to glowing life. The brighter light seemed to flow, now to mass itself in wreathing folds in one quarter, from which lustrous streamers shot upward, and anon to run in waves through the system of some dimmer figure, as if to infuse new life within it. It is impossible to witness such a beautiful phenomenon without a sense of awe, and yet the sentiment is not inspired by its brilliancy, but rather by its delicacy in light and colour, its transparency, and above all by its tremulous evanescence of form. There is no glittering splendour to dazzle the eye, as has been too often described. Rather the appeal is to the imagination by the suggestion of something wholly spiritual, something instinct with a fluttering ethereal life, serenely confident yet restlessly mobile. One wonders why history does not tell us of aurora worshippers, so easily could the phenomenon be considered the manifestation of god or demon. To the little silent group which stood at gaze before such enchantment, it seemed profane to return to the mental and physical atmosphere of our house. Finally, when I stepped within, I was glad to find that there had been a general movement bedwards, and in the next half-hour the last of the roisterers had succumbed to slumber. Thus, except for a few bad heads in the morning, ended the high festival of Midwinter. There is little to be said for the artificial uplifting of animal spirits, yet few could take great exception to so rare an outburst in a long run of quiet days. After all, we celebrated the birth of a season, which, for weal or woe, must be numbered amongst the greatest in our lives. End of chapter 11.
Section 24 of Scott's Last Expedition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, arranged by Leonard Huxley. Chapter 12. Awaiting the Crozier Party. Friday, June 23, Saturday, June 24. 2 quiet, uneventful days, and a complete return to routine. Sunday, June 25. I find I have made no mention of Cherry Gerard's first number of the revived South Polar Times presented to me on Midwinter Day. It is a very good little volume, bound by Day in a really charming cover of carved Venesta wood and sealskin. The contributors are anonymous, but I have succeeded in guessing the identity of the greater number. The editor has taken a statistical paper of my own on the plans for the southern journey and a well-written series article on the geological history of our region by Taylor. Except for editorial and meteorological notes, the rest is conceived in the lighter vein. The verse is mediocre, except perhaps for a quaint play of words in an amusing little skit on the sleeping bag argument. But an article entitled Valhalla appears to me to be altogether on a different level. It purports to describe the arrival of some of our party at the gates proverbial, guarded by St. Peter. The humour is really delicious, and nowhere at all forced. In the jokes of a small community, it is rare to recognize one which would appeal to an outsider, but some of the happier witticisms of this article seem to me fit for wider circulation than our journal enjoys at present. Above all, there is distinct literary merit in it, a polish which leaves you unable to suggest the betterment of a word anywhere. I unhesitatingly attribute this effort to Taylor, but Wilson and Gerard make Mears responsible for it. If they're right, I shall have to own that my judgment of attributes is very much at fault. I must find out. Footnote: Captain Scott's judgment was not at fault. End of footnote. A quiet day. Read church service as usual. In afternoon walked up the ramp with Wilson to have a quiet talk before he departs. I wanted to get his ideas as to the scientific work done. We agreed as to the exceptionally happy organization of our party. I took the opportunity to warn Wilson concerning the desirability of complete understanding with Ponting and Taylor with respect to their photographs and records on the return to civilization. The weather has been very mysterious of late. On the 23rd and the 24th it continuously threatened a blizzard, but now the sky is Clearing again with all signs of fine weather. Monday, June 26. With a clear sky, it was quite twilighty at noon today. Already such signs of day are inspiriting. In the afternoon the wind arose with drift, and again the prophets predicted a blizzard. After an hour or two the wind fell, and we had a calm, clear evening and night. The blizzards proper seem to be always preceded by an overcast sky in accordance with Simpson's theory. Taylor gave a most interesting lecture on the physiographic feature of the region traversed by his party in the autumn. His mind is very luminous and clear, and he treated the subject with a breadth of view which was delightful. The illustrative slides were made from Debenham's photographs, and many of them were quite beautiful. Ponting tells me that Debenham knows quite a lot about photography and goes to work in quite the right way. The lecture being a précis of Taylor's report, there is no need to recapitulate its matter. With a picture, it was startling to realize the very different extent to which tributary glaciers have carved the channels in which they lie. The Canadian glacier lies dead, but at the grade it has cut a very deep channel. The double curtain hangs at an angle of 25 degrees, with practically no channel. Mention was made of the difference of water found in Lake Bonny by me in December 1903 and the Western Party in February 1911. It seems certain that water must go on accumulating in the lake during the 2 or 3 summer months, and it's hard to imagine that all can be lost again by the winter's evaporation. If it does, evaporation becomes a matter of primary importance. There was an excellent picture showing the find of sponges on the Koettlitz Glacier. Heaps of large sponges were found containing corals and some shells, all representative of present-day fauna. How on earth did they get to the place where found? There was a good deal of discussion on the point, and no very satisfactory solution offered. Cannot help thinking that there is something in the thought that the glacier may have been weighted down with rubble which finally disengaged itself and allowed the ice to rise. Such speculations are interesting. Preparations for the start of the Crozier party are now completed, and the people will have to drag 253 pounds per man, a big weight. They has made an excellent little blubber lamp for lighting. It has an annular wick and talc chimney. A small circular plate over the wick conducts the heat down and raises the temperature of combustion, so that the result is a clear white flame. We are certainly within measurable distance of using blubber in the most effective way for both heating and lighting. And this is an advance which is of very high importance to the future of Antarctic exploration. Tuesday, June 27. The Crozier party departed this morning in good spirits. Their heavy load was distributed on 2 9-feet sledges. Ponting photographed them by flashlight and attempted to get a cinematograph picture by means of a flash candle. But when the candle was ignited, it was evident that the light would not be sufficient for the purpose, and there was not much surprise when the film proved a failure. The 3 travelers found they could pull their load fairly easily on the sea ice, when the rest of us stood aside for the trial. I'm afraid they will find much more difficulty on the barrier, but there was nothing now to prevent them starting, and off they went. With helping contingent, I went round the Cape. Taylor and Nelson left the Razorback Island and report all well. Simpson, Mears, and Gran continued and have not yet returned. Gran just back on ski, left party at 5 1/4 miles. Says Mears and Simpson are returning on foot. Reports a bad bit of surface between Tent Island and Glacier Tongue. It was well that the party had assistance to cross this. This winter travel is a new and bold venture, but the right men have gone to attempt it. All good luck go with them. Coal consumption. Bowers reports that present consumption, midwinter, equals 4 blocks per day, 100 pounds. An occasional block is required for the absolute magnetic hut, who reports 8.5 tons used since landing. This is in excess of 4 blocks per day as follows. 8.5 tons in 150 days equals 127 pounds per dm, equals 889 pounds per week, or nearly 800 weights, equals 20.5 tons per year. Report August 4. Used to date 9 tons, equals 20,160 pounds. Say 190 days at 106 pounds per day. Coal remaining 20.5 tons. Estimate 8 tons to return of ship. Total estimate for year 17 tons. We should have 13 or 14 tons for next year. A fresh MS book. Quotation on the flyleaf. Where the Queen's law does not carry, it is irrational to exact an observance of other and weaker rules. Rudyard Kipling. Confident of his good intention, but doubtful of his fortitude. So far as I can venture to offer an opinion on such a matter, the purpose of our being in existence, the highest object that human beings can set before themselves, is not the pursuit of any such chimera as the annihilation of the unknown, but it is simply the unwearied endeavor to remove its boundaries a little further from our little sphere of action. Wednesday, June 28. The temperature has been hovering around -30. With a clear sky at midday, it was exceptionally light, and even 2 hours after noon I was able to pick my way amongst the boulders of the ramp. We missed the Crozier party. Lectures have ceased during its absence, so that our life is very quiet. Thursday, June 29. It seemed rather stuffy in the hut last night. I found it difficult to sleep, and noticed a good many others in like case. I found the temperature was only 50 degrees, but that the small uptake on the stovepipe was closed. I think it would be good to have a renewal of air at bedtime, but don't quite know how to manage this. It was calm all night, and when I left the hut at 8:30. At 9, the wind suddenly rose to 40 miles per hour, and at the same moment the temperature rose 10 degrees. The wind and temperature curves show this sudden simultaneous change more clearly than usual. The curious circumstance is that this blow comes out of a clear sky. This will be disturbing to our theories unless the wind drops again very soon. The wind fell within an hour almost as suddenly as it had arisen. The temperature followed, only a little more gradually. One may well wonder how such a phenomenon is possible. In the middle of a period of placid calm and out of a clear sky, there suddenly rushed upon one this volume of comparatively warm air. It has come and gone like the whirlwind. Whence cometh it, and whither goeth? Went round the bergs after lunch on ski. Splendid surface and quite a good light. We are now getting good records with the tide gauge after a great deal of trouble. Day has given much of his time to the matter, and after a good deal of discussion has pretty well mastered the principles. We brought a self-recording instrument from New Zealand, but this was passed over to Campbell. It has not been an easy matter to manufacture one for our own use. The wire from the bottom weight is led through a tube filled with paraffin, as in Discovery days, and kept tight by a counterweight after passage through a block on a stanchion rising 6 feet above the floe. In his first instrument, they arranged for this wire to pass around a pulley, the revolution of which actuated the pen of the recording drum. This should have been successful, but for the difficulty of making good mechanical connection between the recorder and the pulley. Backlash caused an unreliable record, and this arrangement had to be abandoned. The motion of the wire was then made to actuate the recorder through a hinged lever, and this arrangement holds. But days and even weeks have been lost in grappling the difficulties of adjustment between the limits of the tide and those of the recording drum. Then, when all seemed well, we found that the flow was not rising uniformly with the water. It is hung up with the beach ice. When we were considering the question of removing the whole apparatus to a more distant point, a fresh crack appeared between it and the shore, and on this hinge the flow seems to be moving more freely. Friday, June 30, 1911. The temperature is steadily falling. We are descending the scale of -30s, and today reached its limit, -39 degrees. Day has manufactured a current wane, a simple arrangement. Up to the present, he has used this near the Cape. There is little doubt, however, that the water movement is erratic and irregular inside the islands, and I have been anxious to get observations which will indicate the movement in the strait. I went with him today to find a crack which I thought must run to the north from Inaccessible Island. We discovered it about 2 to 2.5 miles out and found it to be an ideal place for such work. A fracture in the ice sheet which is constantly opening and therefore always edged with thin ice. Have told Day that I think a bottle weighted so as to give it a small negative buoyancy and attached to a fine line should give as good results as his wane and would be much handier. He now proposes to go one better and put an electric light in the bottle. We found that our loose dogs had been attacking a seal, and then came across a dead seal which had evidently been worried to death some time ago. It appears Dmitri saw more seal further to the north, and this afternoon Mears has killed a large one, as well as the one which was worried this afternoon. It is good to find the seal so close, but very annoying to find that the dogs have discovered their resting place. The long spell of fine weather is very satisfactory. Saturday, July 1, 1911. We have designed new ski boots, and I think they're going to be a success. My object is to stick to the VIII binding for sledging if possible. One must wear finnesko on the barrier, and with finnesko alone a loose binding is necessary. For this we bought Finnan bindings consisting of leather toe straps and thong heel binding. With this arrangement one does not have good control of his ski and stands the chance of a chafe on the tendon Achilles. Owing to the last consideration, many had decided to go with toe strap alone as we did in the Discovery. This brought into my mind the possibility of using the iron crossbar and snap heel strap of the VIII on a suitable overshoe. Evans P.O. has arisen well to the occasion as a bootmaker, and has just completed a pair of shoes which are very nearly what we require. The soles have 2 thicknesses of sealskin cured with alum, stiffened at the foot with a layer of Venesta board, and raised at the heel on a block of wood. The upper part is large enough to contain a finnesko and is secured by a simple strap. A shoe weighs 13 ounces against 2 pounds for a single ski boot, so that shoe and finnesko together are less weight than a boot. If we can perfect this arrangement, it should be of the greatest use to us. Wright has been swinging the pendulum in his cavern. Prodigious trouble has been taken to keep the time, and this object has been immensely helped by the telephone communication between the cavern, the transit instrument, and the interior of the hut. The timekeeper is perfectly placed. Wright tells me that his ice platform proves to be 5 times as solid as a fixed piece of masonry used at Potsdam. The only difficulty is the low temperature, which freezes his breath on the glass window of the protective dome. I feel sure these gravity results are going to be very good. The temperature has been hanging in the -30s all day with calm and clear sky, but this evening a wind has sprung up without rise of temperature. It is now -32 degrees, with a wind of 25 miles per hour, a pretty stiff condition to face outside. Sunday, July 2. There was wind last night. but this morning found a settled calm again, with temperature as usual about -35 degrees. The moon is rising again. It came over the shoulder of Erebus about 5 p.m. in second quarter. It will cross the meridian at night, worse luck, but such days as this will be pleasant even with a low moon. One is very glad to think the Crozier party are having such a peaceful time. Sunday routine and nothing much to record. Monday, July 3. Another quiet day. The sky more suspicious in appearance. Thin stratus cloud forming and dissipating overhead. Curling stratus clouds over Erebus. Wind of Cape Crozier seemed a possibility. Our people have been far out on the floe. It is cheerful to see the twinkling light of some worker at a water hole or near the ring of distant voices or swish of ski. Tuesday, July 4. A day of blizzard and adventure. The wind arose last night, and although the temperature advanced a few degrees, it remained at a very low point considering the strength of the wind. This forenoon it was blowing 40 to 45 miles per hour, with a temperature -25 degrees to -28 degrees. No weather to be in the open. In the afternoon the wind modified slightly. Taylor and Atkinson went up to the ramp thermometer screen. After this, entirely without my knowledge, two adventurous spirits, Atkinson and Gran, decided to start off over the floe, making respectively for the North and South Bay thermometers, Archibald and Clarence. This was at 5:30. Gran was back by dinner at 6:45, and it was only later that I learned that it had gone no more than 200 or 300 yards from the land, and that it had taken him nearly an hour to get back again. Atkinson's continued absence passed unnoticed until dinner was nearly over at 7:15, although I had heard that the wind had dropped at the beginning of dinner and that it remained very thick all round, with light snow falling. Although I felt somewhat annoyed, I had no serious anxiety at this time, and as several members came out of the hut, I dispatched them short distances to shout and show lanterns and arranged to have a paraffin flare lit on Wind Vane Hill. Evans, P.O., Crean, and Keohane, being anxious for a walk, were sent to the north with a lantern. Whilst this desultory search proceeded, the wind sprang up again from the south, but with no great force, and meanwhile the sky showed signs of clearing and the moon appeared dimly through the drifting clouds. With such a guide, we momentarily looked for the return of our wanderer, and with its continued absence our anxiety grew. At 9:30 Evans, P.O., and his party returned without news of him, and at last there was no denying the possibility of a serious accident. Between 9:30 and 10, proper search parties were organized, and I give the details to show the thoroughness which I thought necessary to meet the gravity of the situation. I had by this time learnt that Atkinson had left with comparatively light clothing, and, still worse, with leather ski boots on his feet. Fortunately, he had wind clothing. P.O. Evans was away first with Crean, Keohane, and Dimitri, a light sledge, a sleeping bag, and a flask of brandy. His orders were to search the edge of the land and glacier through the sweep of the bay to the Barne Glacier and to Cape Barne beyond, then to turn east along an open crack and follow it to Inaccessible Island. Evans, lieutenant, with Nelson, Ford, and Hooper, left shortly after, similarly equipped, to follow the shore of the South Bay in similar fashion, then turn out to the Razorback and search there. Next Wright, Gran, and Lashley set out for the bergs to look thoroughly about them, and from thence pass round and examine Inaccessible Island. After these parties got away, Mears and Debenham started with a lantern to search to and fro over the surface of our promontory. Simpson and Oates went out in a direct line over the northern floe through the Archibald thermometer, whilst Ponting and Taylor re-examined the tide crack towards the Barne Glacier. Meanwhile, they went to and fro Wind Vane Hill to light at intervals upon its crest bundles of tow well soaked in petrol. At length Clissold and I were left alone in the hut, and as the hours went by I grew ever more alarmed. It was impossible for me to conceive how an able man could have failed to return to the hut before this, or by any means found shelter in such clothing in such weather. Atkinson had started for a point a little more than a mile away. At 10:30 he had been 5 hours away. What conclusion could be drawn? And yet I felt it most difficult to imagine an accident on open floe with no worse pitfall than a shallow crack or a steep-sided snowdrift. At least I could feel that every spot which was likely to be the scene of such an accident would be searched. Thus 11 o'clock came without change, then 11:30 with its 6 hours of absence. But at 11:45 I heard voices from the Cape, and presently the adventure ended to my extreme relief when Meares and Debenham led our wanderer home. He was badly frostbitten in the hand and less seriously on the face, and though a good deal confused, as men always are on such occasions, he was otherwise well. His tale is confused, but as far as one can gather, he did not go more than a quarter of a mile in the direction of the thermometer screen before he decided to turn back. He then tried to walk with the wind, a little on one side, on the bearing he had originally observed, and after some time stumbled on an old fish trap hole which he knew to be 200 yards from the Cape. He made this 200 yards in the direction he supposed correct, and found nothing. In such a situation, had he turned east, he must have hit the land close to the hut, and so found his way to it. The fact that he did not, but attempted to wander straight on, is clear evidence of the mental condition caused by that situation. There can be no doubt that in a blizzard, a man has not only to safeguard the circulation in his limbs, but must struggle with a sluggishness of brain and an absence of reasoning power which is far more likely to undo him. In fact, Atkinson has really no very clear idea of what happened to him after he missed the Cape. He seems to have wandered aimlessly upwind till he hit an island. He walked all around this, says he couldn't see a yard at this time, fell often into the tide crack, finally stopped under the lee of some rocks. Here got his hand frostbitten, owing to difficulty of getting frozen mid-on again. Finally got it on, started to dig a hole to wade in, saw something of the moon and left the island, lost the moon and wanted to go back, could find nothing, finally stumbled on another island, perhaps the same one, waited again saw the moon, no clearing, shaped some sort of course bight, then saw flare on Cape and came on rapidly. Says he shouted to someone on Cape quite close to him, greatly surprised not to get an answer. It is a rambling tale tonight and a half-taught brain. It is impossible to listen to such a tale without appreciating that it has been a close escape, or that there would have been no escape had the blizzard continued. The thought that it would return after a short lull was amongst the worst with me during the hours of waiting. 2 a.m. The search parties have returned and all is well again, but we must have no more of these very unnecessary escapades. Yet it is impossible not to realize that this bit of experience has done more than all the talking I could have ever accomplished to bring home to our people the dangers of a blizzard. End of first part of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gordon Mitchell. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Second part of Chapter 2. Awaiting the Crozier Party. Wednesday, July 5. Atkinson has a bad hand today. Immense blisters on every finger, giving them the appearance of sausages. Tonight Ponting has photographed the hand. As I expected, some amendment of Atkinson's tale, as written last night, is necessary, partly due to some lack of coherency in the tale as first told, and partly a reconsideration of the circumstances by Atkinson himself. It appears he first hit Inaccessible Island and got his hand frostbitten before he reached it. It was only on arrival in its lee that he discovered the frostbite. He must have waited there some time, then groped his way to the western end, thinking he was near the ramp. Then wandering away in a swirl of drift to clear some irregularities at the ice foot, he completely lost the island when he could only have been a few yards from it. He seems in this predicament to have clung to the old idea of walking upwind, and it must be considered wholly providential that on this course he next struck Tent Island. It was round this island that he walked, finally digging himself a shelter on its lee side, under the impression that it was Inaccessible Island. When the moon appeared, he seems to have judged its bearing well, and as he travelled homeward he was much surprised to see the real Inaccessible Island appear on his left. The distance of Tent Island, 4 to 5 miles, partly accounts for the time he took in returning. Everything goes to confirm the fact that he had a very close shave of being lost altogether. For some time past, some of the ponies have had great irritation of the skin. I felt sure it was due to some parasite, though Soldier thought the food responsible and changed it. Today, a tiny body louse was revealed under Atkinson's microscope after capture from Snatcher's coat. A dilute solution of carbolic is expected to rid the poor beasts of their pests, but meanwhile 1 or 2 of them have rubbed off patches of hair which they can ill afford to spare in this climate. I hope we shall get over the trouble quickly. The day has been gloriously fine again, with bright moonlight all the afternoon. It was a wondrous sight to see Erebus emerge from soft filmy clouds of mist as though some thin veiling had been withdrawn with infinite delicacy to reveal the pure outline of this moonlit mountain. Thursday, July 6th. Continued. The temperature has taken a plunge to 46 degrees below last night. It is now 45 degrees below, with a 10-mile breeze from the south. Frost-biting weather. Went for a short run on foot this forenoon and a longer one on ski this afternoon. The surface is bad after the recent snowfall. A new pair of sealskin overshoes for ski, made by Evans, seemed to be a complete success. He has modified the shape of the toe to fit the ski irons better. I am very pleased with this arrangement. I find it exceedingly difficult to settle down to solid work just at present, and keep putting off the tasks which I have set myself. The sun has not yet risen a degree of the 11 degrees below our horizon, which it was at noon on Midwinter day, and yet today there was a distinct red in the northern sky. Perhaps such sunset colors have something to do with this cold snap. Friday, July 7. The temperature fell to 49 degrees below last night, our record so far, and likely to remain so, one would think. This morning it was fine and calm, temperature 45 degrees below. But this afternoon a 30-mile wind sprang up from the southeast, and the temperature only gradually rose to 30 degrees below, never passing above that point. I thought it a little too strenuous, and so was robbed of my walk. The dogs' coats are getting pretty thick, and they seem to take matters pretty comfortably. The ponies are better, I think, but I shall be glad when we are sure of having rid them of their pest. I was the victim of a very curious illusion today. On our small heating stove stands a cylindrical ice melter which keeps up the supply of water necessary for the darkroom and other scientific instruments. This iron container naturally becomes warm if it is not fed with ice, and it is generally hung around with socks and mitts which require drying. I put my hand on the cylindrical vessel this afternoon and withdrew it sharply with the sensation of heat. To verify the impression, I repeated the action 2 or 3 times, when it became so strong that I loudly warned the owners of the socks and company of the peril of burning to which they were exposed. Upon this, Meares said, "But they filled the melter with ice a few minutes ago," and then, coming over to feel the surface himself, added, "Why, it's cold, sir." And indeed so it was. The slightly damp, chilled surface of the iron had conveyed to me the impression of excessive heat. There is nothing intrinsically new in this observation. It has often been noticed that metal surfaces at low temperatures give a sensation of burning to the bare touch. But nonetheless it is an interesting variant of the common fact. Apropos, Atkinson is suffering a good deal from his hand. The frostbite was deeper than I thought. Fortunately, he can now feel all his fingers, though it was 24 hours before sensation returned to one of them. Monday, July 10. We have had the worst gale I have ever known in these regions and have not yet done with it. The wind started at about midday on Friday, and increasing in violence reached an average of 60 miles for 1 hour on Saturday, the gusts at this time exceeding 70 miles per hour. This force of wind, although exceptional, has not been without parallel earlier in the year, but the extraordinary feature of this gale was the long continuance of a very cold temperature. On Friday night the thermometer registered 39 degrees below. Throughout Saturday and the greater part of Sunday it did not rise above 35 degrees below. Late yesterday it was in the -20s, and today at length to 0. Needless to say, no one has been far from the hut. It was my turn for duty on Saturday night, and on the occasions when I had to step out of doors I was struck with the impossibility of enduring such conditions for any length of time. The fine snow beat in behind the wind-guard, and 10 paces against the wind were sufficient to reduce one's face to the verge of frostbite. To clear the anemometer vane, it is necessary to go to the other end of the hut and climb a ladder. Twice, whilst engaged in this task, I had literally to lean against the wind with head bent and face averted, and so stagger, crab-like, on my course. In those 2 days of really terrible weather our thoughts often turned to absentees at Cape Crozier, with the devout hope that they may be safely housed. They are certain to have been caught by this gale, but I trust before it reached them they had managed to get up some sort of shelter. Sometimes I have imagined them getting much more wind than we do. Yet at others it seems difficult to believe that the emperor penguins have chosen an excessively windswept area for their rookery. Today, with the temperature at 0, one can walk about outside without inconvenience in spite of a 50-mile wind. Although I am loath to believe it, there must be some measure of acclimatization, for it is certain that we should have felt today's wind severely when we arrived at McMurdo Sound. Tuesday, July 11. Never was such persistent bad weather. Today the temperature is up to 5 degrees to 7 degrees. The wind 40 to 50 miles per hour, the air thick with snow, and the moon a vague blue. This is the 4th day of gale. If one reflects on the quantity of transported air, nearly 4,000 miles, one gets a conception of the transference which such a gale effects, and must conclude that potentially warm upper currents are pouring into our polar area from more temperate sources. The dogs are very gay and happy in the comparative warmth. I have been going to and fro on the home beach and about the rocky knolls in its environment, In spite of the wind, it was very warm. I dug myself a hole in a drift in the shelter of a large boulder, and lay down in it, and covered my legs with loose snow. It was so warm that I could have slept very comfortably. I have been amused and pleased lately in observing the manners and customs of the persons in charge of our stores. Quite a number of secret caches exist, in which articles of value are hidden from public knowledge, so that they may escape use until a real necessity arises. The policy of every storekeeper is to have something up his sleeve for a rainy day. For instance, Evans, P.O., after thoroughly examining the purpose of some individual who is pleading for a piece of canvas, will admit that he may have a small piece somewhere which could be used for it, when, as a matter of fact, he possesses quite a number of rolls of that material. Tools, metal material, leather, straps, and dozens of items are administered with the same spirit of jealous guardianship by Day, Lashley, Oates, and Mears, while our main storekeeper Bowers even affects to bemoan imaginary shortages. Such parsimony is the best guarantee that we are prepared to face any serious call. Wednesday, July 12. All night and today wild gusts of wind shaking the hut. Long, ragged, twisted wind clouds in the middle heights. A watery moon shining through a filmy cirrostratus. The outlook wonderfully desolate with its ghostly illumination and patchy clouds of flying snowdrift. It would be hardly possible for a tearing, raging wind to make itself more visible. At Windvane Hill, the anemometer has registered 68 miles between 9 and 10 a.m. A record. The gusts at the hut frequently exceed 70 miles per hour. Luckily, the temperature is up to 5 degrees, so that there is no hardship for the workers outside. Thursday, July 13. The wind continued to blow throughout the night, with squalls of even greater violence than before. A new record was created by a gust of 77 miles per hour, shown by the anemometer. The snow is so hard blown that only the fiercest gusts raise the drifting particles. It is interesting to note the balance of nature whereby one evil is eliminated by the excess of another. For an hour after lunch yesterday, the gale showed signs of moderation and the ponies had a short walk over the floe. Out for exercise at this time, I was obliged to lean against the wind, my light overall clothes flapping wildly and almost dragged from me. Later, when the wind arose again, it was quite an effort to stagger back to the hut against it. This morning the gale still rages, but the sky is much clearer. The only definite clouds are those which hang to the southward of Erebus summit, but the moon, though bright, still exhibits a watery appearance, showing that there is still a thin stratus above us. The work goes on very steadily. The men are making crampons and ski boots of the new style. Evans is constructing plans of the Dry Valley and Kettlitz Glacier with the help of the Western Party. The physicists are busy always. Mears is making a dog harness, Oates ridding the ponies of their parasites, and Ponting printing from his negatives. Science cannot be served by dilettante methods, but demands a mind spurred by ambition or the satisfaction of ideals. Our most popular game for evening recreation is chess. So many players have developed that our 2 sets of chessmen are inadequate. Friday, July 14. We have had a horrible fright, and are not yet out of the wood. At noon yesterday, one of the best ponies, Bones, suddenly went off his feed. Soon after, it was evident that he was distressed, and there could be no doubt that he was suffering from colic. Oates called my attention to it, but we were neither much alarmed, remembering the speedy recovery of Jimmy Pigg under similar circumstances. Later the pony was sent out for exercise with Crean. I passed him twice and seemed to gather that things were well, but Crean afterwards told me that he had had considerable trouble. Every few minutes the poor beast had been seized with a spasm of pain, had first dashed forward as though to escape it, and then endeavoured to lie down. Crean had much difficulty in keeping him in, and on his legs, for he is a powerful beast. When he returned to the stable he was evidently worse, and Oates and Anton patiently dragged a sack to and fro under his stomach. Every now and again he attempted to lie down, and Oates eventually thought it wiser to let him do so. Once down, his head gradually drooped until he lay at length, every now and again twitching very horribly with the pain, and from time to time raising his head and even scrambling to his legs when it grew intense. I don't think I ever realized before how pathetic a horse could be under such conditions. No sound escapes him. His misery can only be indicated by those distressing spasms, and by dumb movements of the head, turned with a patient expression, always suggestive of appeal. Though alarmed by this time, remembering the care with which the animals are being fed, I could not picture anything but a passing indisposition. But, as hour after hour passed without improvement, it was impossible not to realize that the poor beast was dangerously ill. Oates administered an opium pill, and later, on a second, sacks were heated in the oven and placed on the poor beast. Beyond this nothing could be done, except to watch. Oates and Crean never left the patient. As the evening wore on, I visited the stable again and again, but only to hear the same tale. No improvement. Towards midnight I felt very downcast. It is so very certain that we cannot afford to lose a single pony. The margin of safety has already been far overstepped. We are reduced to face the circumstance that we must keep all the animals alive, or greatly risk failure. So far, everything has gone so well with them that my fears of a loss had been lulled in a growing hope that all would be well. Therefore, at midnight, when poor Bones had continued in pain for 12 hours and showed little sign of improvement, I felt my fleeting sense of security rudely shattered. It was shortly after midnight when I was told that the animal seemed a little easier. At 2:30 I was again in the stable and found the improvement had been maintained. The horse still lay on its side with outstretched head, but the spasms had ceased. Its eye looked less distressed, and its ears pricked to occasional noises. As I stood looking, it suddenly raised its head and rose without effort to its legs. Then, in a moment, as though some bad dream had passed, it began to nose at some hay and at its neighbor. Within 3 minutes it had drunk a bucket of water and had started to feed. I went to bed at 3 with much relief. At noon today the immediate cause of the trouble and an indication that there is still risk were disclosed in a small ball of semi-fermented hay covered with mucus and containing tapeworms. So far not very serious, but unfortunately attached to this mass was a strip of the lining of the intestine. Atkinson, from a humanly comparative point of view, does not think this is serious, if great care is taken with the food for a week or so, and so one can hope for the best. Meanwhile, we have had much discussion as to the first cause of the difficulty. The circumstances possibly contributing are as follows: fermentation of the hay, insufficiency of water, overheated stable, a chill from exercise after the gale. I think all of these may have had a bearing on the case. It can scarcely be coincidence that the 2 ponies which have suffered so far are those which are nearest the stove end of the stable. In future the stove will be used more sparingly. A large ventilating hole is to be made near it, and an allowance of water is to be added to the snow hitherto given to the animals. In the food line we can only exercise such precautions as are possible, but one way or another we ought to be able to prevent any more danger of this description. Saturday, July 15. There was strong wind with snow this morning, and the wind remained keen and cold in the afternoon. But tonight it has fallen calm with a promising clear sky outlook. Have been up the ramp, clambering about in my sealskin overshoes, which seem extraordinarily satisfactory. Oates thinks a good few of the ponies have got worms, and we are considering means of ridding them. Bones seems to be getting on well, though not yet quite so buckish as he was before his trouble. A good big ventilator has been fitted in the stable. It is not easy to get over the alarm of Thursday night. The situation is altogether too critical. Sunday, July 16. Another slight alarm this morning. The pony China went off his feed at breakfast time and lay down twice. He was up and well again in half an hour, but what on earth is it that is disturbing these poor beasts? Usual Sunday routine. Quiet day except for a good deal of wind off and on. The Crozier party must be having a wretched time. Monday, July 17. The weather's still very unsettled. The wind comes up with a rush to fade in an hour or two. Clouds chase over the sky in similar fashion. The moon has dipped during daylight hours, and so one way and another there is little to attract one out of doors. Yet we are only 9 days off the light value of the day when we left off football. I hope we shall be able to recommence the game in that time. I am glad that the light is coming for more than one reason. The gale and consequent inaction not only affected the ponies. Ponting is not very fit as a consequence. His nervous temperament is of the quality to take this wintering experience badly. Atkinson has some difficulty in persuading him to take exercise. He managed only by dragging him out to his own work, digging holes in the ice. Taylor is another backslider in the exercise line and is not looking well. If we can get these people to run about at football, all will be well. Anyway, the return of the light should cure all ailments, physical and mental. Tuesday, July 18. A very brilliant red sky at noon today, and enough light to see one's way about. This fleeting hour of light is very pleasant, but of course dependent on a clear sky, very rare. Went round the outer berg in the afternoon. It was all I could do to keep up with Snatcher on the homeward round, speaking well for his walking powers. Wednesday, July 19. Again calm and pleasant. The temperature is gradually falling down to 35 degrees below. Went out to the old working crack north of Inaccessible Island. Footnote, i.e., a crack which leaves the ice free to move with the movements of the sea beneath. End of footnote. Nelson and Evans had had great difficulty in rescuing their sounding sledge, which had been left near here before the gale. The course of events is not very clear, but it looks as though the gale pressed up the crack, raising broken pieces of the thin ice formed after recent opening movements. These raised pieces had become nuclei of heavy snowdrifts, which in turn, weighing down the floe, had allowed water to flow in over the sledge level. It is surprising to find such a big disturbance from what appears to be a simple cause. This crack is now joined, and the contraction is taking on a new one which has opened much nearer to us and seems to run to Camp Barn. We have noticed a very curious appearance of heavenly bodies when setting in a northwesterly direction. About the time of midwinter the moon observed in this position appeared in a much distorted shape of blood-red color. It might have been a red flare or a distant bonfire, but could not have been guessed for the moon. Yesterday the planet Venus appeared under similar circumstances as a ship's sidelight or Japanese lantern. In both cases there was a flickering in the light and a change of color from deep orange-yellow to blood-red, but the latter was dominant. Thursday, July 20, Friday, 21, Saturday, 22. There is very little to record. The horses are going on well. All are in good form, at least for the moment. They drink a good deal of water in the morning. Saturday, July 22. Continued. This and the better ventilation of the stable make for improvement, we think. Perhaps the increase of salt allowance is also beneficial. Today we have another raging blizzard, the wind running up to 72 miles per hour in gusts. One way and another, the Crozier party must have had a pretty poor time. Footnote. This was the gale that tore away the roofing of their hut, and left them with only their sleeping bags for shelter. End of footnote. I am thankful to remember that the light will be coming on apace now. Monday, July 24. The blizzard continued throughout yesterday, Sunday, in the evening reaching a record force of 82 miles per hour. The vane of our anemometer is somewhat sheltered. Simpson finds the hill readings 20% higher. Hence, in such gusts as this, the free wind must reach nearly 100 miles per hour, a hurricane force. Today Nelson found that his sounding sledge had been turned over. We passed a quiet Sunday with the usual service to break the weekday routine. During my night watch last night, I could observe the rapid falling of the wind, which on dying away left a still atmosphere almost oppressively warm at 7 degrees. The temperature has remained comparatively high today. I went to see the crack at which soundings were taken a week ago. Then it was several feet open with thin ice between. Now it is pressed up into a sharp ridge, 3 to 4 feet high. The edge pressed up shows an 18-inch thickness. This is, of course, an effect of the warm weather. Tuesday, July 25, Wednesday, July 26. There is really very little to be recorded in these days. Life proceeds very calmly, if somewhat monotonously. Everyone seems fit. There is no sign of depression. To all outward appearance, the ponies are in better form than they have ever been. The same may be said of the dogs, with 1 or 2 exceptions. The light comes on apace. Today, Wednesday, it was very beautiful at noon. The air was very clear, and the detail of the western mountains was revealed in infinitely delicate contrasts of light. Thursday, July 27. Friday, July 28. Calmer days. The sky rosier, the light visibly advancing. We have never suffered from low spirits, so that the presence of day raises us above a normal cheerfulness to the realm of high spirits. The light, merry humor of our company has never been eclipsed. The good-natured, kindly chaff has never ceased since those early days of enthusiasm which inspired them. They have survived the winter days of stress, and already renew themselves with the coming of spring. If pessimistic moments had foreseen the growth of rifts in the bond forged by these amenities, they stand prophetically falsified. There is no longer room for doubt that we shall come to our work with a unity of purpose and a disposition for mutual support which have never been unequaled in these paths of activity. Such a spirit should tide us over all minor difficulties. It is a good omen. End of chapter 12. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley.
Chapter 26 of Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scott's Last Expedition, Volume 1. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott. Arranged by Leonard Huxley. Third part of Chapter 12. Awaiting the Crozier Party. Saturday, July 29th. Sunday, July 30th. 2 quiet days, temperature low in the -30s, an occasional rush of wind lasting for but a few minutes. One of our best sledge dogs, Julick, has disappeared. I'm afraid he's been set on by the others at some distant spot, and we shall see nothing more but his stiffened carcass when the light returns. Meares thinks the others would not have attacked him, and imagines he has fallen into the water in some seal hole or crack. In either case, I'm afraid we must be resigned to another loss. It's an awful nuisance. Gran went to Cape Royds today. I asked him to report on the open water, and so he went on past the Cape. As far as I can gather, he got halfway to Cape Bird before he came to thin ice. For at least 5 or 6 miles past Cape Royds the ice is old and covered with wind-swept snow. This is very unexpected. In the Discovery first year the ice continually broke back to the glacier tongue. In the second year it must have gone out to Cape Royds very early in the spring if it did not go out in the winter, and in the Nimrod year it was rarely fast beyond Cape Royds. It is very strange, especially as this has been the windiest year recorded so far. Simpson says the average has exceeded 20 miles per hour since the instruments were set up, and this figure has for comparison 9 and 12 miles per hour for the 2 Discovery years. There remains a possibility that we have chosen an especially wind-swept spot for our station. Yet I can scarcely believe that there is generally more wind here than at Hut Point. I was out for 2 hours this morning. It was amazingly pleasant to be able to see the inequalities of one's path, and the familiar landmarks bathed in violet light. An hour after noon the northern sky was intensely red. Monday, July 31st. But this is the last day of another month, and August means the sun. One begins to wonder what the Crozier party is doing. It has been away 5 weeks. The ponies are getting buckish. Chinaman squeals and kicks in the stable. Nobby kicks without squealing, but with even more purpose. Last night he knocked down a part of his stall. The noise of these animals is rather trying at night. One imagines all sorts of dreadful things happening, but when the watchman visits the stables its occupants blink at him with a sleepy air, as though the disturbance could not possibly have been there. There was a glorious northern sky today. The horizon was clear, and the flood of red light illuminated the underside of the broken stratus clouds above, producing very beautiful bands of violet light. Simpson predicts a blizzard within 24 hours. We are interested to watch results. Tuesday, August 1st. The month has opened with a very beautiful day. This morning I took a circuitous walk over our land estate, winding to and fro in gullies filled with smooth ice patches or loose sandy soil, with a twofold object. I thought I might find the remains of poor Julick. In this I was unsuccessful, but I wished further to test our new crampons, and with these I am immensely pleased. They possess every virtue in a footwear designed for marching over smooth ice: lightness, warmth, comfort, and ease in the putting on and off. The light was especially good today. The sun was directly reflected by a single twisted iridescent cloud in the north, a brilliant and most beautiful object. The air was still, and it was very pleasant to hear the crisp sounds of our workers abroad. The tones of voices, the swish of ski, or the chipping of an ice pick carry 2 or 3 miles on such days. More than once today we could hear the notes of some blithe singer, happily signaling the coming of the spring and the sun. This afternoon as I sit in the hut I find it worthy of record that 2 telephones are in use, the one keeping time for Wright, who works at the transit instrument, the other bringing messages from Nelson at his ice hole 3/4 of a mile away. This connection is made with a bare aluminum wire and earth return, and shows that we should have little difficulty in completing our circuit to Hut Point as contemplated. Account of the winter journey. Wednesday, August 2nd. The Crozier party returned last night after enduring for 5 weeks the hardest conditions on record. They looked more weather-worn than anyone I have yet seen. Their faces were scarred and wrinkled, their eyes dull, their hands whitened and creased with the constant exposure to damp and cold, yet the scars of frostbite were very few, and this evil had never seriously assailed them. The main part of their afflictions arose, and very obviously arose, from sheer lack of sleep, and today after a night's rest our travellers are very different in appearance and mental capacity. The story of a very wonderful performance must be told by the actors. It is for me now to give but an outline of the journey, and to note more particularly the efforts of the strain which they have imposed on themselves, and the lessons which their experiences teach for our future guidance. Wilson is very thin, but this morning very much his keen, wiry self. Bowers is quite himself today. Cherry Garrard is slightly puffy in the face and still looks worn. It is evident that he has suffered most severely, but Wilson tells me that his spirit never wavered for a moment. Bowers has come through best, all things considered, and I believe he is the hardest traveller that ever undertook a polar journey, as well as one of the most undaunted. More by hint than direct statement I gather his value to the party, his untiring energy, and the astonishing physique which enables him to continue to work under conditions which are absolutely paralyzing to others. Never was such a sturdy, active, undefeatable little man. So far as one can gather, the story of this journey in brief is much as follows. The party reached the barrier 2 days after leaving Cape Evans, still pulling their full load of 250 pounds per man. The snow surface then changed completely and grew worse and worse as they advanced. For 1 day they struggled on as before, covering 4 miles, but from this onward they were forced to relay, and found the half-load heavier than the whole one had been on the sea ice. Meanwhile the temperature had been falling, and now for more than a week the thermometer fell below -60°. On one night the minimum showed -71°, and on the next -77, 109 degrees of frost. Although in this truly fearful cold the air was comparatively still, every now and again little puffs of wind came eddying across the snow plain with blighting effect. No civilized being has ever encountered such conditions before, with only a tent of thin canvas to rely on for shelter. We have been looking up the records today and find that Amundsen, on a journey to the North Magnetic Pole in March, encountered temperatures similar in degree, and recorded a minimum of -79°, but he was with Eskimos who built him an igloo shelter nightly. He had a good measure of daylight, the temperatures given are probably unscreened from radiation, and finally he turned homeward and regained his ship after 5 days' absence. Our party went outward and remained absent for 5 weeks. It took the best part of a fortnight to cross the coldest region, and then rounding Cape Mackay, they entered the windswept area. Blizzard followed blizzard, the sky was constantly overcast, and they staggered on in a light which was little better than complete darkness. Sometimes they found themselves high on the slopes of Terror on the left side of their track, and sometimes diving into the pressure ridges on the right amidst crevasses and confusing ice disturbance. Reaching the foothills near Cape Crozier they ascended 800 feet, then packed their belongings over a moraine ridge and started to build a hut. It took 3 days to build the stone walls and complete the roof, with the canvas brought for the purpose. Then at last they could attend to the object of the journey. The scant twilight at midday was so short that they must start in the dark and be prepared for the risk of missing their way and returning without light. On the first day in which they set forth under these conditions, it took them 2 hours to reach the pressure ridges, and to clamber over them roped together occupied nearly the same time. Finally they reached a place above the rookery where they could hear the birds squawking, but from which they were quite unable to find a way down. The poor light was failing and they returned to camp. Starting again on the following day they wound their way through frightful ice disturbances under the high basalt cliffs. In places the rock overhung, and at one spot they had to creep through a small channel hollowed in the ice. At last they reached the sea ice, but now the light was so far spent they were obliged to rush everything. Instead of the 2,000 or 3,000 nesting birds which had been seen here in discovery days, they could now only count about 100. They hastily killed and skinned 3 to get blubber for their stove, and collecting 6 eggs, 3 of which alone survived, they dashed for camp. It is possible that the birds are deserting this rookery, but it is also possible that this early date found only a small minority of the birds which will be collected at a later one. The eggs, which have not yet been examined, should throw light on this point. Wilson observed yet another proof of the strength of the nursing instinct in these birds. In searching for eggs, both he and Bowers picked up rounded pieces of ice which these ridiculous creatures had been cherishing with fond hope. The light had failed entirely by the time the party were clear of the pressure ridges on their return, and it was only by good luck they regained their camp. That night a blizzard commenced, increasing in fury from moment to moment. They now found that the place chosen for the hut for shelter was worse than useless. They had far better have built in the open, for the fierce wind, instead of striking them directly, was deflected onto them in furious whirling gusts. Heavy blocks of snow and rock placed upon the roof were whirled away and the canvas ballooned up, tearing and straining at its securings. Its disappearance could only be a question of time. They had erected their tent with some valuables inside close to the hut. It had been well spread and more than amply secured with snow and boulders, but one terrific gust tore it up and whirled it away. Inside the hut they waited for the roof to vanish, wondering what they could do if it went, and vainly endeavouring to make it secure. After 14 hours it went, as they were trying to pin down one corner. The smother of snow was on them, and they could only dive for their sleeping bags with a gasp. Bowers put his head out once and said, "We're all right," in as near his ordinary tones as he could compass. The others replied, "Yes, we're all right," and all were silent for a night and half a day whilst the wind howled on. The snow entered every chink and crevice of the sleeping bags, and the occupants shivered and wondered how it all would end. This gale was the same, July 23rd, in which we registered our maximum wind force, and it seems probable that it fell on Cape Crozier even more violently than on us. The wind fell at noon the following day. The forlorn travellers crept from their icy nests, made shift to spread their floor-cloth overhead, and lit their primus. They tasted their first food for 48 hours, and began to plan a means to build a shelter on the homeward route. They decided that they must dig a large pit nightly and cover it as best they could with their floor-cloth. But now fortune befriended them. A search to the north revealed the tent lying amongst the boulders a quarter of a mile away, and, strange to relate, practically uninjured, a fine testimonial for the material used in its construction. On the following day they started homeward, and immediately another blizzard fell on them, holding them prisoners for 2 days. By this time the miserable condition of their effects was beyond description. The sleeping bags were far too stiff to be rolled up. In fact, they were so hard frozen that attempts to bend them actually split the skins. The eiderdown bags inside Wilson's and Cherry Gerard's reindeer covers served but to fitfully stop the gaps made by such rents. All socks, finnesko, and mitts had long been coated with ice. Placed in breast pockets or inside vests at night, they did not even show signs of thawing, much less of drying. It sometimes took Cherry Gerard 3/4 of an hour to get into a sleeping bag, so flat did it freeze and so difficult was it to open. It is scarcely possible to realize the horrible discomforts of the forlorn travellers as they plodded back across the barrier, with the temperature again constantly below -60°. In this fashion they reached Hut Point, and on the following night our home quarters. Wilson is disappointed at seeing so little of the penguins, but to me and to every one who has remained here the result of this effort is the appeal it makes to our imagination as one of the most gallant stories in polar history. That men should wander forth in the depth of a polar night to face the most dismal cold and the fiercest gales in darkness is something new. That they should have persisted in this effort in spite of every adversity for 5 full weeks is heroic. It makes a tale for our generation which I hope may not be lost in the telling. Moreover, the material results are by no means despicable. We shall now know when that extraordinary bird the emperor penguin lays its eggs, and under what conditions, but even if our information remains meagre concerning its embryology, our party has shown the nature of the conditions which exist on the Great Barrier in winter. Hitherto we have only imagined their severity, now we have proof, and a positive light is thrown on the local climatology of our strait. Experience of sledging rations and equipment. For our future sledge work several points have been most satisfactorily settled. The party went on very simple food ration in different and extreme proportions. They took pemmican, butter, biscuit, and tea only. After a short experience they found that Wilson, who had arranged for the greatest quantity of fat, had too much of it, and C.G., who had gone for more biscuit, had more than he could eat. A middle course was struck which gave a general proportion agreeable to all, and at the same time suited the total quantities of the various articles carried. In this way we have arrived at a simple and suitable ration for the inland plateau. The only change suggested is the addition of cocoa for the evening meal. The party contented themselves with hot water, deeming that tea might rob them of their slender chance of sleep. On sleeping bags little new can be said. The eiderdown bag may be a useful addition for a short time on a spring journey, but they soon get iced up. Bowers did not use an eiderdown bag throughout, and in some miraculous manner he managed to turn his reindeer bag 2 or 3 times during the journey. The following are the weights of sleeping bags before and after. Wilson, reindeer and eiderdown, starting weight 17 pounds, final weight 40 pounds. Bowers, reindeer only, starting weight 17 pounds, final weight 33 pounds. Cherry Gerard, reindeer and eiderdown. Starting weight, 18 pounds. Final weight, 45 pounds. This gives some idea of the ice collected. The double tent has been reported an immense success. It weighed about 35 pounds at starting and 60 pounds on return, the ice mainly collected on the inner tent. The crampons are much praised, except by Bowers, who has an eccentric attachment to our older form. We have discovered 100 details of clothes, mitts, and footwear. There seems no solution to the difficulties which attach to these articles in extreme cold. All Wilson can say, speaking broadly, is, the gear is excellent, excellent. One continues to wonder as to the possibilities of fur clothing as made by the Eskimos, with a sneaking feeling that it may outclass our more civilized garb. For us this can only be a matter of speculation, as it would have been quite impossible to have obtained such articles. With the exception of this radically different alternative, I feel sure we are as near perfection as experience can direct. At any rate, we can now hold that our system of clothing has come through a severer test than any other, fur included. Effect of the journey. Wilson lost 3½ pounds, Bowers lost 2½ pounds, Cherry Garrard lost 1 pound. End of chapter 12.